The Biography of Mao Zedong Part 2. Compiled by the Documentation Research Office of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Editor-in-Chief Peng Xianjing Chongji. Central Literature Publishing House. Directory. 1. The Chinese have stood up since then. 2. First visit to Soviet Union. 3. Struggle to restore the national economy. 4. Resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. 5. Resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. 6. 3 antis and 5 antis. 7. General line for the transition period. 8. General line for the transition period. 9. The first constitution of New China. 10. Opening up the road to agricultural cooperation in China. 11. Opening up the road to agricultural cooperation in China. 12. Successfully implement the redemption policy. 13. On the 10 major relationships to the 8th Congress. 14. On the 10 major relationships to the 8th Congress. 15. Create a peaceful international environment. 16. On the correct handling of contradictions among the people and rectification and anti-rightist movement. 17. On the correct handling of contradictions among the people and rectification and anti-rightist movement. 18. Second visit to Soviet Union. 19. Launching the Great Leap Forward. 20. Launch the Great Leap Forward. 21. Bombardment of Kinmen. 1. The Chinese have stood up since then. On October 1, 1949, China's history opened a new page. A new era has begun, and the Chinese, who account for a quarter of the world's population, have stood up. As the key figure who led and promoted this great historical change, Mao Zedong felt particularly excited on this day. In his speech at the preparatory meeting for the new Political Consultative Conference on June 15 of this year, he predicted, once China's destiny is in the hands of the people themselves, China will shine on the earth with its own glorious flames like the sun rising in the east, quickly clean up the mud left by the reactionary government, heal the wounds of the war, and build a new and powerful people's republic worthy of the name. Mao Zedong was confident in this. At 2 p.m. on October 1, Mao Zedong presided over the first meeting of the Central People's Government Committee at the Qinzhen Hall in Zhongnanhai, and the Central People's Government was proclaimed. The meeting accepted the common program of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference as the government's policy. Subsequently, Mao Zedong and all members of the Central People's Government Committee drove to Tiananmen in cars. The motorcade drove out of the east gate of Zhongnanhai, walked slowly, passed through the Forbidden City, and drove directly to the Tiananmen gate. Mao Zedong and all the members climbed up the ancient brick stairs on the west side of the tower and boarded the Tiananmen rostrum. When Mao Zedong appeared on the rostrum, the 300,000 people in the square immediately burst into excitement and cheered. Countless bright red flags were fluttering in the wind. The scene was very spectacular. Mao Zedong at the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China on October 1, 1949. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China began grandly, and Lin Boque, Secretary General of the Central People's Government, announced the opening of the meeting. Mao Zedong walked to the microphone and solemnly declared to all China and the world in a loud voice, "The Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China was established today." Suddenly, the square burst into cheers and excitement again. Then, Mao Zedong pressed the button, and to the majestic melody of the national anthem March of the Volunteers, the 5-star red flag, the national flag of the People's Republic of China, rose slowly. The whole audience stood in silence, experiencing this exciting moment. In the square, 54 cannons fired a salute of 28 shots, symbolizing the 28 years of hard struggle of the Chinese people of all ethnic groups led by the Communist Party of China. Using the 5-star red flag as the national flag and March of the Volunteers as the national anthem was a solemn decision made by the first plenary session of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. In order to make this decision, the meeting set up a sixth group to discuss the national flag, national emblem, national anthem, and other options. On the evening of September 25, Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai held a symposium at Zhongnan Haifeng's garden to listen to opinions on the national flag, national emblem, national anthem, chronology, and national capital issues. Participants include Guo Moruo, Shen Yanbing, Huang Yanpi, Tan Kaki, Zhang Ziruo, Ma Solun, Tian Han, Su Biang, Li Lisan, Hong Shen, Ai Qing, Ma Yinchu, Liang Sichen, Ma Sikan, Lu Ji, and He Luding. Mao Zedong first discussed his opinions on the national flag. He said, "In the past, we always wanted to draw Chinese characteristics on the national flag, so we drew a line to represent the Yellow River. In fact, the flags of many countries do not necessarily have the characteristics of that country. The axe and sickle of the Soviet Union does not necessarily represent the characteristics of the Soviet Union. Every country has the same axe and sickle. Neither does the flag of Britain and the United States. What are the characteristics of the country?" As he spoke, he picked up the national flag plan with the 5-star red flag and pointed with his finger. "This pattern shows the great unity of our revolutionary people. We must be united now and in the future. It is both unity and revolution." After Mao Zedong finished speaking, the participants applauded and approved. A page from the records of the symposium on national flag, national emblem, national anthem, chronology, and national capital held on September 25, 1949. March of the Volunteers was produced at the critical moment of the survival of the Chinese nation. Tian Han wrote the lyrics and Nai Er composed the music. It spread throughout the land of China and became a high-spirited war song for the Chinese people to resist foreign aggression. At this symposium, Ma Solun proposed using March of the Volunteers to temporarily replace the national anthem. Many members agreed, and some suggested that the lyrics need to be revised. Some suggested that lyrics had historical significance in the past, but now they should give way to new lyrics. Some said, "The song is very good, but the lyrics contain the words 'the Chinese nation is at its last moment,' which is inappropriate. It is best to modify the lyrics." Zhou Enlai said that the original lyrics should be used. He said, "This can arouse emotions. After the revision, there will be no such emotion when singing." In the end, Mao Zedong made the decision and the lyrics should not be changed. The attendees unanimously agreed that before the national anthem of the People's Republic of China was officially formulated, March of the Volunteers should be used as the national anthem. Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai, and the participants sang March of the Volunteers together, and the symposium ended with this stirring song. After the flag raising, Mao Zedong read out the announcement of the Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China. "Solemnly declare, this government is the only legal government representing the people of the People's Republic of China. This government is willing to establish diplomatic relations with any foreign government that is willing to abide by the principles of equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect for territorial sovereignty." The announcement read by Mao Zedong included a rather long list, including the chairman and 6 vice-chairmen, as well as 56 members of the Central People's Government Committee. According to a Xinhua news agency reporter who participated in covering the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China at that time, he recalled, "After Mao Zedong read the announcement, I walked up to get the manuscript. There is a note attached to the manuscript with the names of all members of the Central People's Government Committee. He pointed at the note and repeatedly told me, 'Be careful with this note, don't lose it. Publish it as it is, don't miss it.' There was also an instruction written by him in pencil on the document, 'Publish it as it is.' Mao Zedong." This list was added based on Zhang Zhihong's suggestions. It turned out that the draft announcement did not include a list of all members, but only said Chen Yi and other 56 members are members. Among these 56 people, half are leaders and important cadres of the Communist Party, and half are famous representatives from all walks of life outside the party. This fully reflects the broad base of unity of the new government of New China. Mao Zedong paid so much attention to and adopted the suggestion from non-party people, which fully demonstrated the broad mind of Chinese communists in politics and the modest style of work. After Mao Zedong finished reading the announcement, the military parade began. The formation composed of the Chinese People's Liberation Army's Army, Navy, and Air Force passed in front of the rostrum and marched majestically from east to west. 14 fighter jets, bombers and training aircraft flown by the first-generation pilots of the People's Republic of China flew over Tiananmen Square, which was particularly eye-catching. The Chinese People's Liberation Army started from scratch, grew from small to large, and today has developed into an army of 4 million people. Mao Zedong devoted great efforts to the creation and development of this army and made the most outstanding contribution. Since he led the Autumn Harvest Uprising in 1927 and established the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army, Mao Zedong's life, work, and fighting have always been closely linked to this army for 22 years. The glorious journey of the Chinese people's revolutionary cause under his leadership from victory to victory is also the glorious journey of this army from victory to victory. The military parade lasted nearly 3 hours and ended at dusk. At this time, the lanterns on Chang'an Street were lit up, and the mass march began. Groups of joyful and excited marchers rushed to the rostrum, and then left the venue in 2 directions, east and west. At this time, the slogans of "Long Live the People's Republic" and "Long Live Chairman Mao" resounded through the sky, and Mao Zedong's loud voice kept coming from the loudspeaker, "Long live comrades! The people support Mao Zedong, and Mao Zedong loves the people," and these two sincere feelings are inextricably combined. At 9:25 p.m., the parade ended. On this day, Mao Zedong stood on the Tiananmen Gate Tower for more than 6 hours. He was always very energetic. When he returned to his residence in Zongnanhai, the first thing he said to the guards around him was, "Victory is hard won." He said this profound sentence twice in a row. Since the defeat of the Opium War in 1840, the Chinese people have waged an indomitable struggle against imperialism and feudalism. However, all kinds of explorations and experiments to save the country and the people, including reform and revolution, were unsuccessful and failed. China still has not found a way out. Only under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, uniting the people of all ethnic groups across the country, and after 28 years of arduous struggle, did the revolution achieve victory, and the People's Republic was finally established on this ancient land of China. This was obtained with the blood of countless revolutionary martyrs, and several relatives of Mao Zedong also sacrificed their lives for this. Victory is indeed hard won. However, it is even more difficult to consolidate and develop this victory. Mao Zedong pointed this out at the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China held in March 1949. He said, "Winning nationwide victory is only the first step in a long march of thousands of miles. China's revolution is great, but the journey after the revolution will be longer, the work greater and more arduous." In order to consolidate the victory of the revolution and consolidate the new political power, Mao Zedong and the Central People's Government led by him faced 3 extremely urgent tasks as soon as New China was founded: internally, to eliminate the remaining military forces of the Kuomintang reactionaries as quickly as possible and liberate the whole of China, in the dilapidated situation left by the Kuomintang government, use great strength to restore and develop the national economy and improve people's lives. Externally, to strive for a favorable international environment, we must first strive to establish a friendly alliance with the Soviet Union, the first powerful socialist country. Before and after the founding of the People's Republic of China, Mao Zedong still focused a lot of energy on directing the People's Liberation War. At that time, the entire Northeast and North China had already been liberated. The Liberation War in the Northwest region has basically ended. The First Field Army of the People's Liberation Army is making an unprecedented march towards Xinjiang. On September 26, Xinjiang declared peaceful liberation. Most of East China has been liberated. On the one hand, the Third Field Army is defending East China and preparing for possible U.S. military intervention. On the other hand, it is actively deploying to capture Taiwan and other coastal islands. There are two large areas left to be liberated, one is central and south, including southern Hunan, Guangdong, and Guangxi, the other is southwest, including Sichuan, Yunnan, Guizhou, Zhejiang, and Tibet. The future combat directions will mainly focus on these two areas. The Kuomintang troops stationed in the central and southern regions were mainly the Baikongzi group of Guangxi and the Yuhanmo group of Guangdong. Baikongzi's group had already retreated to the southern Hunan area centered on Hengyang and Baoking, and formed a Hunan-Guangdong joint defense line with Yuhanmo's group in an attempt to prevent the People's Liberation Army from advancing southward. The Kuomintang troops stationed in the southwest region are mainly the Huzhongnan group and the Songzilian group. In addition, there are also troops belonging to Lu Han, chairman of the Yunnan provincial government of the Kuomintang and director of the Yunnan Appeasement Office, Lu Wenhui, chairman of the Zhejiang provincial government of the Kuomintang, and Deng Zihao and Pan Wenhua, deputy chiefs of the Southwest Military and Political Chiefs Office of the Kuomintang. Mao Zedong had already decided on the task of solving the tasks of the Kuomintang troops in the central and southwestern regions as early as May 1949, shortly after the People's Liberation Army broke through the Yangtze River defense line, when he was planning the deployment of various field armies to march across the country. This is, the Second Field Army should prepare to march westward with its main force or the entire army in 2 months to operate Sichuan, Guizhou, and Zhejiang. The First Field Army should branch off and be led by He Long to operate northern Sichuan in order to cooperate with the Second Field Army to solve the 3 provinces of Guizhou, Sichuan, and Zhejiang. After the Fourth Field Army crosses the river and occupies the 2 lakes, it can follow Baikongzi's retreat to Guangdong and Guangxi in October, and may occupy Guangdong and Guangxi in November or December. Mao Zedong's strategic plan was fully realized and went more smoothly than expected. How to annihilate the Baikongzi group was the first problem that Mao Zedong had to solve when guiding the operations on the central and southern battlefields. Baikongzi was known as Little Zuj in the Kuomintang army. He is very strategic and flexible in combat. The Guangxi army under his control had relatively strong combat effectiveness and did not suffer much damage. After the People's Liberation Army crossed the river, they fought against Baikongzi's group many times. Every time they wanted to fight him, he avoided the decisive battle. This was true when Wuhan was liberated in May, it was true when the Hunan-Qiangxi campaign was launched in July, and it was true when Changsha was liberated in August. According to Mao Zedong, Baikongzi is one of the most cunning warlords in China. The difficulty in fighting him is that it is not easy to hit him. He is very good at running away. Because of this, the deployment of close-range roundabout encirclement cannot be effective and cannot achieve the purpose of encircling and annihilating the enemy. At this time, the entire Kuomintang army was already on the verge of collapse. Based on the national war situation and the experience of many battles with Baikongzi's tribe, Mao Zedong promptly proposed a new combat method to annihilate Baikongzi's tribe. In the telegram he drafted for the Central Military Commission of the Communist Party of China on July 16 to the leaders of the 4th Field Army Lin Biao, Deng Zhui, and Xiao Ke, he pointed out, the locations where Baikongzi is preparing to fight me are limited to southern Hunan, Guangxi, and Yunnan. 3 places, and Guangxi is the most likely. With the Beibu's fighting method, no matter in Chailing, anywhere south of Hangzhou, in Quanzhou, Guilin, or elsewhere, do not use close encirclement and roundabout methods. Instead, we should adopt a long-distance encirclement and roundabout method to take the initiative, that is, completely ignore the White Army's temporary deployment, and far surpass him, occupy his rear, and force him to fight with me in the end. Because the White Bandit has little capital, you are extremely clever and will never fight me unless you have to. Therefore, you should be prepared to lead the 100,000 White Bandits to Guilin, Nanning, Liuzhou and other places in Guangxi and annihilate them, and even be prepared to chase them to Kunming and annihilate them. As the war situation developed, Mao Zedong further pointed out in a telegram to Deng Xiaoping, Zhang Jishun, and Li De, the leaders of the Second Field Army drafted by the Central Military Commission of the Communist Party of China on September 12, "My policy is to use large detours against Baikongzi and all enemies in the southwest, insert themselves behind enemy lines, complete the encirclement first, and then fight back." This new strategic policy played a key role in solving the problems of the Kuomintang Army in the central southern battlefield and the southwest battlefield. This roundabout way of strategic pursuit and annihilation has become a spectacle in the history of Chinese and foreign wars. It is a new development of Mao Zedong's 10 military principles. According to the new strategic policy, the 4th Field Army and the 4th Corps of the 2nd Field Army were divided into 3 groups, East, West, and Central, and advanced toward Guangdong, Western Hunan, and Southern Hunan respectively in mid-September. The West Route Army, composed of the 13th Corps of the 4 Fields, detoured from the right wing to Western Hunan, broke through Baikongzi's Hunan-Guangdong joint defense line, and cut off the main force of the Bai Army to retreat to Guizhou. The Central Route Army, composed of the 12th Corps of the 4 Fields, launched the Battle of Hengbao in southern Hunan and annihilated nearly 4 divisions of Baikongzi's elite troops. At the same time, the East Route Army, composed of the 2nd Field 4th Corps, the 4th Field 15th Corps, etc., waved its forces towards Guangdong and launched the Guangdong Campaign. Guangzhou was liberated on October 14. At the end of the same month, more than 40,000 Kuomintang troops who attempted to retreat to Hainan Island through Lizhu Peninsula were wiped out in the southwestern part of Guangdong. After the liberation of southern Hunan and Guangdong, the Third Route Army immediately sent troops into Guangxi and implemented a grand detour strategy. It first cut off the roads for the Guangxi troops to retreat to Yunnan, Lizhu Peninsula, southern Guangxi, and Vietnam, and then annihilated the enemy forces one by one. By December 14, a total of 173,000 Kuomintang troops were annihilated and the entire territory of Guangxi was liberated. Mao Zedong's final battle plan to annihilate the Baikongzi group in Guangxi was successfully realized. In accordance with Mao Zedong's instructions to resolve the Hainan Island issue within the spring and summer of 1950, 2 armies from the 4th Field fought across the sea. With the strong cooperation of the xianzhi column, the Hainan Island campaign was launched in early March and the entire island was liberated on May 1. After the liberation of Guangdong and Guangxi, the Kuomintang government moved from Guangzhou to Chongqing, and the Huzhongnan group originally located in Sichuan and Shaanxi also withdrew to the southwest. During the anti-Japanese war, the Kuomintang government used the southwest region as its rear area. At this time, it was still trying to regain a foothold here and make a comeback. Chiang Kai-shek himself also rushed to Chongqing. It is urgent to liberate the southwest. The focus of the southwest is Sichuan. Mao Zedong carefully chose the strategic direction of marching into the southwest. Since ancient times, there have been only 2 ways to capture Sichuan. One is to cross the Qinling Mountains from Shaanxi to Sichuan, and the other is to follow the Yangtze River from western Hubei to Sichuan. Chiang Kai-shek judged that Mao Zedong was most likely to have Peng Dehuai and He Long lead the main force of the 1st Field Army into Sichuan via the Qinling Mountains. Accordingly, at the military meeting of the Southwest Military and Political Chiefs Office held in August, he personally deployed Southwest Defense and focused on the Sichuan-Shaanxi border. The main force of the Huzhongnan group will organize the first line of defense along the main line of the Qinling Mountains, and the second line of defense along the Bailong River, Milun Mountain, and Daba Mountain. At the same time, defenses were also deployed in eastern Sichuan and Guizhou to prepare for emergencies. After careful consideration, Mao Zedong decided to go against the norm and decided to order the 2 forces to make a large detour, passing through western Hunan and western Hubei, going straight out of Guizhou, and advancing into Sichuan Sufu, Luzhu, and Chongqing lines. They unexpectedly appeared on the back of the Kuomintang southwest defense line, cutting off the retreat of Huzhongnan's group and the enemies in Sichuan, and annihilating the main enemy force in Sichuan behind closed doors. At the same time, a group of troops advanced from Shaanxi to the Qinling Mountains, deliberately making a large-scale invasion of Sichuan to attract Hu Zongnan's group to focus on the northern line, and then go south to capture northern Sichuan and Chengdu. This military operation required large corps to cross the mountains and valleys on the border of Sichuan, Hubei, Hunan, and Guizhou. It was very difficult to provide supplies for the march, and they had to fight against trapped enemies at any time. It was a risky move. But once successful, Chiang Kai-shek's carefully deployed southwest defense line will collapse without a fight. Therefore, this is another clever move to win by surprise. On November 1, the strong forces of the 5th and 3rd Corps of Iryi, which had been secretly assembled in western Hunan, with the cooperation of the 1st Army of the 4th Field, broke through the Hunan-Guizhou defense line in one fell swoop with rapid action, liberated Guiyang on the 15th, occupied Zunyi on the 21st, cut off the enemy in Sichuan's retreat to Guizhou, and took advantage of the victory to attack southern Sichuan. At this time, Chiang Kai-shek, who was in Chongqing, woke up from his dream and urgently mobilized Hu Zongnan's troops to return to defend Sichuan, and ordered the defenders in eastern Sichuan to withdraw westward. The 2nd Field seized the favorable opportunity for the enemy to adjust their deployment and implemented a roundabout encirclement. They gathered and annihilated the enemies retreating from east and west Sichuan and Hu Zongnan's troops in the mountainous area north of Nanchuan, and liberated Chongqing on November 30. Immediately, the 2nd Field Army and the 1st Field Army's 18th Corps, which crossed the Qinling Mountains and headed south, jointly launched the Chengdu campaign and liberated Chengdu on December 27. Chiang Kai-shek's last main force on the mainland, the Hu Zongnan Group, was completely destroyed. Under the political inspiration of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, Lu Han, chairman of the Yunnan provincial government and director of the Yunnan Appeasement Office of the Kuomintang, Lu Wenhui, chairman of the Zhejiang provincial government, Deng Zihao, and Pan Wenhua, deputy chiefs of the Southwestern Military and Political Chiefs Office, respectively called for uprising, and Yunnan and Zhejiang provinces were peacefully liberated. Several consecutive battles on the southwest battlefield lasted for 2 months and annihilated 900,000 Kuomintang troops. Chiang Kai-shek's dream of separatist rule in the southwest and stubborn resistance was completely shattered. In mainland China, the only area left to be liberated is Tibet. In order to quickly unify the whole of China, Mao Zedong made the decision to enter Tibet sooner rather than later. At the same time, he also specified that all possibilities should be used to strengthen political struggle and strive to peacefully liberate Tibet. In June 1950, with the approval of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the Southwest Bureau proposed 10 policies to the local authorities in Tibet, including expulsion of British and American imperialist forces from Tibet and the return of the Tibetan people to the big family of the motherland of the People's Republic of China, the implementation of regional ethnic autonomy in Tibet, the current political systems in Tibet and the status and authority of the Dalai Lama, the implementation of religious freedom, and the entry of the Chinese People's Liberation Army into Tibet and the consolidation of national defense. However, the reactionary forces in the local authorities in Tibet, with the instigation and support of imperialism, not only refused to negotiate, but killed the living Buddha of Geta who had brokered peace, and deployed troops in Kamdo and its surrounding areas in an attempt to prevent the People's Liberation Army from crossing the Yangtze River and marching westward by taking advantage of the dangerous natural conditions of the Jinsha River and the extremely difficult natural conditions of the plateau. In this way, in order to knock on the door of peace negotiations, the only option is to take decisive military action. In a telegram sent to the Southwest Bureau of the CPC Central Committee and to the Northwest Bureau on August 23, 1950, Mao Zedong pointed out, if our army can occupy Kamdo in October, it may prompt the Tibetan delegation to come to Beijing to negotiate and seek a peaceful solution. In October of the same year, the People's Liberation Army launched the Kamdo campaign and liberated the Kamdo area. Sure enough, the victory in the Battle of Kamdo opened the door to Tibet and created conditions for the peaceful liberation of Tibet. In April 1951, a Tibetan local government delegation headed by Ngabo Ngawang Jigme arrived in Beijing and held negotiations with a delegation from the Central People's Government. On May 23, the two sides signed the agreement between the Central People's Government and the local government of Tibet on measures for the peaceful liberation of Tibet. The peaceful liberation of Tibet. So far, China has achieved unprecedented unification, except for Taiwan and some coastal islands, Hong Kong and Macau. The reunification of the country ended the long-term situation of national division and melee that was extremely disgusted by the people, and created fundamental conditions for the restoration and development of economic and other undertakings, and for the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. The unfulfilled desire for reunification that the great revolutionary forerunner Sun Yat-sen struggled for all his life was realized under the leadership of Mao Zedong. In China's thousands of years of history, unification and division have appeared alternately. Unity is always the mainstream, while division is often accompanied by continuous war and destruction, as well as invasion and oppression by external forces. Unification reflects the people's desire and pursuit of peace and stability, is conducive to economic and social development, is conducive to the management and utilization of rivers and waters, and is conducive to close cooperation and exchanges among various ethnic groups. It is the general trend of China's historical development. As Sun Yat-sen said, unification is the hope of all Chinese people. If it can be unified, the people of the whole country will enjoy blessings. If it cannot be unified, they will suffer. The People's Revolution led by the Communist Party of China, represented by Mao Zedong, overthrew imperialism, feudalism, bureaucratic capitalism, and the reactionary rule of the Kuomintang, which represented the Kuomintang, unified the whole of China, realized the aspirations of the people, and complied with the requirements of historical development. The unification under the leadership of the Communist Party of China is fundamentally different from the unification of any dynasty in history. The social system and the nature of the political power have fundamentally changed. It is a unity in which the people are the masters of the country, a unity with a broad People's Democratic United Front as political guarantee, and a unity based on equality and unity among all ethnic groups. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, the Chinese people transformed from a position of oppression for generations to the masters of the country. However, the people's right to be the masters of the country must be realized through certain organizational forms. This organizational form is the People's Congress and its transitional form, the People's Congress. As early as September 1948, at the Political Bureau meeting of the CPC Central Committee, Mao Zedong proposed to overthrow the reactionary rule of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucratic capitalism, establish a people's democratic dictatorship based on the alliance of workers and peasants under the leadership of the proletariat, and implement a system of people's congresses at all levels based on democratic centralism. This is what Mao Zedong summed up from the history of modern China and the experience of political power construction in revolutionary base areas. This is a form of political organization that is suitable for China's conditions and conducive to expressing the will of the people. In 1949, the People's Liberation War developed rapidly towards the vast areas ruled by the Kuomintang, and a large number of cities returned to the hands of the people. From August 9 to 14, Peeping City held the first People's Congress of people's representatives from all walks of life. On the 13th, Mao Zedong attended the meeting and issued a call to the whole country. He hoped that all cities across the country could quickly convene the same meeting to strengthen the connection between the government and the people, assist the government in various construction tasks, overcome difficulties, and thus prepare conditions for convening a universally elected People's Congress. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, Mao Zedong paid more attention to the role of the People's Congress from all walks of life, treating it as an important organizational form that reflects the people's master status and close ties between the party and the government and the people. He firmly grasped it and continuously forwarded a batch of typical experiences, and repeatedly asked and urged all localities to do this important thing well. On October 11, Rao Shuxi, the first secretary of the East China Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, sent a telegram to Mao Zedong, reporting on the situation and experience of convening a meeting of people's representatives from all walks of life in Songjiang County. Mao Zedong was very happy to receive this message and was extremely pleased with the success of the meeting. Immediately, Rao Shuxi's report was forwarded to the heads of the central bureaus, asking them to issue orders to all subordinates to follow suit, and emphasized, "This is a big event. If 1,000 or hundreds of counties can hold county-wide congresses, and they can do well, it will be extremely important for our party's work of contacting tens of millions of people, and for the vast number of cadres inside and outside the party to obtain education." On October 30, Mao Zedong forwarded a report by Bo Yubo, the first secretary of the North China Bureau, on the experience of convening people's representatives conferences from all walks of life in cities in North China, and asked all localities to study it carefully, attract the attention of all party cadres, and summarize their own experiences and lessons on this important issue. Regarding the issue of people's representatives conferences from all walks of life, there is a main tendency of closed-doorism in some places. Mao Zedong pointed out that there should not be too many Communist Party members in the number of representatives. If you have too many, you will be powerless; if you don't have too many, you will be powerful. Under Mao Zedong's advocacy and supervision, people's congresses from all walks of life were held across the country, which played an important role in promoting people's democracy, building political power, and implementing various policies. They also prepared the conditions for the convening of people's congresses at all levels with universal suffrage in the future. After the founding of New China, the people realized the changes in their status and were willing and dared to express what they wanted to the party and government, and to Mao Zedong, through correspondence. The number of letters written by the people to Mao Zedong, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, and the Central People's Government increased rapidly. In many places, there is also a large increase in letters from people. The conscientious and responsible handling of letters from the people by leading organs at all levels is also an important aspect of promoting people's democracy, embodying the nature of people's power in which the people are the masters of the country, and strengthening the ties between the party and the people's government and the people. However, some leading organs ignored the people's letters, which attracted Mao Zedong's attention. On November 30, 1950, in the name of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, he issued instructions to all central bureaus and party committees of provinces, cities, and autonomous regions: please take the letters from the masses seriously and responsibly, handle them, and meet the demands of the masses. Agencies and individuals who have ignored this issue should correct their incorrect attitudes. May 16, 1951. On the same day, Mao Zedong once again issued instructions to party committees and governments at all levels: we must pay attention to the people's correspondence, handle the people's letters appropriately, meet the legitimate demands of the people, regard this matter as a way for the Communist Party and the people's government to strengthen ties with the people, and do not adopt a bureaucratic attitude of ignoring it lightly. Mao Zedong himself strictly did this. He reviews and processes a large number of documents every day, including important letters from the people. There is an agency that handles letters from the masses specifically for him. If there is a delay in processing important letters from the people and they are not sent to the public in time, he will be criticized by him, and this criticism is sometimes very severe. As early as July 1945, on the eve of the victory of the anti-Japanese war, 6 political advisors including Chu Fukan and Huang Yanpi visited Yan'an and met Mao Zedong. Huang Yanpi asked Mao Zedong a question. He said, "I have been alive for more than 60 years. What I have heard with my own eyes and seen with my own eyes is that it is true that its prosperity is also slow and its demise is sudden. A person, a family, a group, a place, and even a country, many units cannot escape the dominance of this cyclical rate. A history. In history, there are also those who want political power to succeed, and there are also those who seek glory and humiliation. In short, I have some understanding of the CCP leaders from the past to the present, and they just hope to find a new way to escape from the dominance of this cycle. Huang Yanpi raised a very important issue and also expressed the expectations of people from all walks of life for the Communist Party of China. Mao Zedong replied, "We have found a new way, and we can break out of this cyclical rate. This new way is democracy. Only by allowing the people to supervise the government will the government dare not relax. Only when everyone rises to take responsibility can the government cease to exist." Mao Zedong's decisive answer was very good and reflected the Chinese Communist Party's full confidence in the future. This new path of jumping out of the cycle, explored from the practice of building revolutionary bases under the leadership of the Communist Party, has extended and expanded to the whole of China with the founding of the People's Republic of China and the unification of the country. Although this new road has been so tortuous in the past, the Communist Party of China is fully confident, determined, and capable that it will eventually achieve the great goal of we can break out of this cycle envisioned by Mao Zedong. The founding of the People's Republic of China ushered the People's Democratic United Front into a new era, reaching an unprecedented extent and creating a new pattern of sincere cooperation between the Communist Party of China and democratic parties, people's organizations, and non-party Democrats to jointly build a new China. As the main founder and formulator of the United Front theory and policy of the Communist Party of China, Mao Zedong attached great importance to the United Front work of New China. Before and after the founding of the People's Republic of China, political power agencies at all levels from the central to local levels were established one after another. Mao Zedong repeatedly instructed and reminded local party and government leaders to pay attention to attracting non-party personnel, including uprising generals, to participate in the political power agencies, pay attention to giving full play to their role, make them have positions and rights, and care about and take care of their practical difficulties. Bo Yubo once recalled, when the Central People's Government was formed, Chairman Mao considered who held what positions very carefully. He was also very concerned about their lives. It was Chairman Mao's idea to give Cheng Qian 50,000 kilograms of millet every month as a subsidy to help him. The chairman said that Cheng Qian had a lot of entertainment and expenses. When Fu Ziyi became Minister of Water Resources, Chairman Mao asked me, "How about I report it sometimes?" He said to me, Fu Ziyi's peaceful uprising was meritorious, and he should be allowed to choose a deputy minister with authority. At that time, more than 10 ministers in the State Council were non-party Democrats. Mao Zedong also personally worked for people outside the party, had cordial conversations with them, and frankly explained the fundamental policy of long-term cooperation between the Communist Party and non-party people. On October 24, 1949, Mao Zedong held a conversation with the head of the Suiyuan military region and specially invited Fu Ziyi to participate. Mao Zedong said, "Now that the Communist Party has become a major national party, and there is a National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, I have the responsibility as chairman to make sure that all aspects are beneficial and that other parties are also beneficial. Otherwise, it will cause dissatisfaction, be scolded, and even be overthrown. Suiyuan must also pay attention. There are two parties in Gai Sui, ours and Mr. Fu's. The military and political committee is based on this contradiction and must handle it well. Now the whole country is implementing the United Front, while the government in Central and South China is also a United Front government. The situation in rural and urban areas is different. No other parties participate in the government, but there are also non-party cadres. If there are no non-party cadres in the government, something will go wrong. The Communist Party must always cooperate with non-party people, so that it is not easy to do bad things and bureaucracy. The Soviet Union also cooperates with non-party members. Pravda said that 3/4 of the government cadres are party members, and the rest are non-party members. Party cadres. China will always be an alliance between the party and the non-party. Both sides should regard cadres as their own cadres and break the closed-door doctrine. The saying of 3 fears is proof. Without a united front, the revolution cannot be consolidated. How can you be afraid of trouble, fear of making trouble, and fear of being eaten by others? There is a united front, but it is because it is too pure. The list of communists and progressives in this government is still half good. Others supported the Communist Party from all corners of the country during the difficult period of the Democratic Revolution. We cannot do without them when we win. Mr. Fu handed over Peking and solved the Suiwen issue differently. This proves that our policy is correct, and we will continue to prove this in the future. China has returned to the people, and every plant and tree belongs to the people. We must be responsible for everything and manage it well. We cannot give it away to others like playing football. We must also cover up the 10 million party, government, and military personnel of the Kuomintang, including those in Suiwen, and keep the secret agents under good control so that everyone has a way out. Without this, it would not work. If we only look at the 800,000 people in the Suidong liberated area, we will make mistakes. What Mao Zedong said to the uprising generals was from the bottom of his heart, very frank, and made it very clear why the Chinese Communist Party should implement the United Front. In May 1950, Mao Zedong received a letter of opinion from Huang Yanpi, reflecting that there were some deviations and other problems in the grain collection work in Chuansha, Nanhui, and Fengxian counties in southern Jiangsu, and put forward suggestions for remedial measures. Mao Zedong successively issued instructions to Rao Shuxi, first secretary of the East China Bureau, and Chen Pixian, secretary of the Party Committee of Southern Jiangsu District, asking Chen Pixian to send a special person or personally conduct an investigation of the three counties, to make a more detailed report with specific content and send it to the central government by telegram on the deviation and correction of grain requisition in southern Jiangsu, how to solve the problem of grain, seeds, fertilizers, etc. during spring plowing, the current situation of spring plowing in southern Jiangsu, and the disaster situation and relief situation in southern Jiangsu, so as to reply to Huang Yanpi by telegram. He also specifically instructed, in accordance with the spirit of seeking truth from facts, say yes if there is something, say no if there is none, find out one by one if it is yes, and say no if it is not. Mao Zedong took the opinions of people outside the party seriously and adopted a pragmatic attitude, which reflected the sincere cooperative relationship between the party and non-party within the United Front. On the issue of the United Front, there was a closed-door tendency among some comrades in the party at that time. This tendency was also reflected in the speeches of some representatives at the National United Front Work Conference held in March and April 1950. In response to this situation, Mao Zedong expressed important opinions in his conversation with Li Vihan and Su Bing on April 21. He said, "It is a kind of public opinion not to pay attention to the democratic parties and non-party figures. It is not only within the party, but also outside the party. The democratic parties are connected with the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie, and there must be their representatives in the political power. We must do things for the democratic parties, respect them, and treat them as our own cadres. We must unite them, make them progress, and help them solve problems. Issues include party funds, travel expenses for Democrats, etc." The South China branch asked Zhang Zhaizhong for travel expenses as soon as they got off the bus. However, they were unwilling to pay for the teachers who were hired to work in the Northeast, and they were asked to travel around the Northeast before being sent back. This is unfair. Freedom, what we do is not equality, not fraternity, but preference. The palms are flesh and the backs of the hands are flesh. We want to liberate all mankind, and the bourgeoisie and landlords must also help them liberate and transform them. Now there are people who have a lot of anger and no chance to vent it. Except for leakers and destructive people. Let others talk about it. Therefore, the Politburo recently passed a decision to criticize and self-criticize in newspapers and publications. There are two types of anger. If it is reasonable, you should accept it. Mao Zedong raised the United Front to the height of the great goal of liberating all mankind, which made the importance of United Front work completely clear. This conversation demonstrated Mao Zedong's courage and ambition as a proletarian revolutionary. The United Front of New China is so broad that it includes all nationalities, democratic classes, democratic parties, people's organizations, nonpartisan Democrats, overseas Chinese and other patriots, as well as all kinds of people who have separated from the enemy's camp and come to the people's side. China's great unification is guaranteed by this vast united front. In Old China, a considerable number of intellectuals studied abroad or lived abroad, and there were many outstanding talents among them. The founding of New China enabled them to see hope and light, arousing their longing and yearning for the motherland. With a sincere heart, they eagerly hope to return to their motherland. Many people have gone through many difficulties and dangers, and got rid of all kinds of obstruction and persecution before returning to the embrace of their motherland. Among them, there are outstanding natural scientists, social scientists, writers, artists, linguists, etc. They have become the pioneers and founders of many disciplines in New China, and have made huge and indelible contributions to the development of the motherland's scientific undertakings, cultural undertakings, economic construction and national construction, and to the cultivation of generations of talents. Letter from Su Biong to Chen Xieying in November 1950. The famous painter Su Biong wrote to his friend Chen Xieying, expressing his views on New China and persuading Chen Xieying, who was abroad, to return as soon as possible. This letter is very representative, and is quoted as follows: "Since liberation, we have been without communication for a year. Because I have never violated the people, I have been able to stay in office. Last year, I was sent to participate in the conference to defend world peace. I originally wanted to meet with my subordinates and friends in Europe, but I was unable to enter Paris. I returned after the meeting in Czech Republic, less than 2 months. Brother, you must plan early, staying abroad is not a permanent solution. I have always disliked politics, but I feel that everything in politics at this time is for the sake of the people. Different from previous democratic countries, all issues are discussed until everyone agrees. Therefore, there will be no disputes during the meeting, and there will be no corruption in the country. I think that in the next 5 years, China will be able to change its outlook and become prosperous and prosperous. If you don't plan ahead, you will be disappointed. China is a multi-ethnic country, and it is extremely important to correctly handle ethnic issues. Based on Marxist principles on ethnic issues and combined with China's national conditions, Mao Zedong formulated a set of correct and far-sighted ethnic policies, namely the policy of ethnic equality and ethnic unity, the policy of implementing ethnic regional autonomy in areas inhabited by ethnic minorities, etc., and abolished the policies of ethnic discrimination and ethnic oppression implemented by China's reactionary rulers. When preparing for the founding of New China and formulating the common program, in terms of ethnic policies, there was a prominent issue before Mao Zedong and other leaders of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. They needed to make a choice: should the People's Republic of China implement ethnic self-determination or ethnic autonomy? Lenin and Sun Yat-sen both proposed the slogan of national self-determination, and the Chinese Communist Party also endorsed the slogan during the reactionary rule of the Kuomintang. However, when the situation has fundamentally changed, should we continue the old policy or adopt new policies adapted to the new situation? When drafting the common program, Mao Zedong proposed that we should consider whether to establish a federal system or a unified republic and implement regional autonomy for ethnic minorities. Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China decided to implement regional ethnic autonomy instead of federalism. On September 7, 1949, in his report Several Issues Concerning the People's Political Consultative Conference, Zhou Enlai consulted the CPPCC representatives for their opinions on the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China's concept of implementing a system of regional ethnic autonomy. He said, "As for the national system, another question is whether our country is a multi-ethnic federal system. Now we can put forward the ideas when drafting and ask everyone to consider it. Every nation has the right to self-determination. There is no doubt about it. But today the imperialists want to split our Tibet, Taiwan, and even Xinjiang. In this case, we hope that all ethnic groups will not listen to the instigation of the imperialists. For this, the name of our country is the People's Republic of China, not the Federation. Although we are not a federation, we advocate regional ethnic autonomy and exercise the power of ethnic autonomy. Subsequently, the Common Program adopted on September 29 clearly stipulates, regional ethnic autonomy should be implemented in areas where ethnic minorities live together, and various ethnic autonomy organs should be established according to the population of ethnic groups and the size of the area. On October 5, 1949, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China sent a telegram to the Front Committee of the Second Field Army and informed all central bureaus, sub-bureaus and front committees, giving a more thorough explanation of this issue. As for the issue of the right to self-determination of various ethnic minorities, we should no longer emphasize it today. In the past, during the Civil War, our party emphasized this slogan in order to win over ethnic minorities and oppose the reactionary rule of the Kuomintang. This was completely correct at the time. But today's situation has changed. Fundamental changes have occurred. The reactionary rule of the Kuomintang has been basically overthrown. The new China under the leadership of our party has been born. In order to complete the great cause of the reunification of our country and to oppose the conspiracy of imperialism and its lackeys to split the unity of the Chinese nation, this slogan should no longer be emphasized on domestic ethnic issues, lest it be used by imperialism and reactionary elements among the various ethnic minorities in the country and put us in a passive position. Today, we should emphasize the friendly cooperation and mutual assistance and unity of all ethnic groups in China. 1 year later, on November 24, 1950, Zhou Enlai discussed the issue of ethnic minorities at the 63rd Government Affairs Council meeting. Mr. Sun Yat-sen affirmed it with the slogan of national self-determination at the First Congress of the Kuomintang. When we formulated the common program at the time, Chairman Mao proposed the principle of replacing national self-determination with national autonomy, because doing so would be beneficial to strengthening unity and cooperation among ethnic groups. Now, from the work on ethnic minorities in the past year, we can see that Chairman Mao's prediction at that time was very correct. Today, decades of historical testing have further proven the extreme importance and correctness of Mao Zedong's foresight and decision-making. The system of regional ethnic autonomy has become an unshakable basic political system of the People's Republic of China. It is of immeasurable significance for maintaining national unity, social stability, and economic development. In order to ensure unity among all ethnic groups, it is an important step to train and absorb a large number of ethnic minority cadres who can cooperate with the Communist Party to participate in people's governments at all levels. Mao Zedong pointed out in a telegram to Peng Dehui and the Northwest Bureau on November 14, 1949, in addition to adhering to the policy of ethnic equality and ethnic unity in all work, government agencies at all levels should allocate quotas according to the population of each ethnic group, and recruit a large number of Hui and other ethnic minorities who can cooperate with us to participate in government work. In the current period, a coalition government, that is, a united front government, should be formed to cultivate a large number of ethnic minority cadres. He further pointed out, it is impossible to completely solve the ethnic problem and completely isolate the ethnic reactionaries without a large number of communist cadres from ethnic minorities. Xinjiang and Tibet are the last two ethnic minority areas to be liberated in mainland China. The two districts account for nearly one-third of the country's total land area and are important borders of China. Properly handling the ethnic issues in these two regions is particularly important for consolidating and developing the cause of national reunification. In the process of guiding the peaceful liberation of these two areas, Mao Zedong issued many instructions and speeches, which provided correct guiding ideology for solving the extremely complex ethnic issues in these areas. He asked the troops and local staff stationed in these areas to strictly abide by ethnic and religious policies. He has repeatedly emphasized that when troops are stationed in these areas, they must not disturb the people or increase the burden on the people. All military supplies, including food, are provided by the central government. The implementation of these policies has achieved great success. The Communist Party of China and the Chinese People's Liberation Army have left a good impression among the local ethnic minority people and some upper-class people from the beginning. On October 26, 1951, the troops stationed in Lhasa held an entry ceremony. They were warmly welcomed by more than 20,000 Tibetan local government officials, living Buddhas from the three major temples, and monks and lay people from all ethnic groups and all walks of life. Such a scene has never happened before in Tibetan history. At the welcome ceremony, Galen, the local government of Tibet, gave a welcome speech and said, "In the past, when the troops of the Qing dynasty, the United States, and the Kuomintang came to Tibet, we never welcomed them. Only this time when the People's Liberation Army came to Lhasa, we warmly welcomed it because the People's Liberation Army is the People's Army." Mao Zedong always grasped the banner of ethnic unity and made it run through all practical work in ethnic areas. On October 23, 1949, he pointed out in a telegram to Peng Dehui and the Northwest Bureau on the Xinjiang issue, "The Uyghurs have a population of more than 3 million and are the main ethnic group in Xinjiang. Only by establishing a brotherly relationship with the Uyghurs can the People's Liberation Army build a people's democratic Xinjiang. Due to historical reasons in Tibet, there are not only gaps between the Han and Tibetans, but also discord within Tibet. This brings about the particularity and complexity of Tibetan ethnic issues." Mao Zedong regarded it as a fundamental principle to simultaneously strengthen the unity between Han and Tibet and the unity within Tibet. On May 23, 1951, an agreement on measures to peacefully liberate Tibet was signed in Beijing. The next day, Mao Zedong held a celebration banquet. At the banquet, he said very happily, "Now, the forces led by the Dalai Lama, the forces led by Panchen Erdni, and the Central People's Government are all united." This was achieved only after the Chinese people overthrew imperialism and domestic reactionary rule. In the future, on the basis of this unity, our various ethnic groups will develop and progress in all aspects, including politics, economy, culture, etc. Under the banner of national unity, Mao Zedong paid great attention to winning over and uniting the upper classes of ethnic minorities, especially the main representatives of the upper classes. This characteristic is most obviously reflected in the handling of the Tibet issue. In May 1950, the Southwest Bureau of the CPC Central Committee drafted 10 policies for negotiation with the local authorities in Tibet based on the central government's policy on resolving the Tibetan issue, and submitted them to the central government for approval on the 27th. When Mao Zedong reviewed it, he agreed with all other articles, except for the 8th article. The original text of Article 8 is, "All reform matters related to Tibet shall be resolved entirely according to the will of the Tibetan people and by the Tibetan people through consultation." After "by the Tibetan people," Mao Zedong added 7 words, "and Tibetan leaders." Although there are only 7 words, it embodies an important policy of the Communist Party of China on ethnic issues. This is determined based on the actual situation in minority areas, especially Tibet. Uniting the Tibetan upper class and its main representatives is crucial to uniting the entire Tibetan people. This policy continued to develop and improve in subsequent practice. Mao Zedong and other leaders of the Central Committee have personally done work with the Dalai Lama and the Panchen Lama, either through correspondence or interviews. Later, the Dalai Lama clique rebelled against the country and this group of people split away. However, the Chinese Communist Party's policy of striving to unite the upper class in Tibet remains unchanged. The ethnic policy formulated by Mao Zedong and the Communist Party of China successfully solved a very complex and extremely important issue in China's revolution and construction, and ensured the great unity of the Chinese nation and the great unification of all China. As Mao Zedong summed up 7 years after the founding of the People's Republic of China, the unity of the country, the unity of the people, and the unity of all ethnic groups in the country are the basic guarantee that our cause will surely win. Mao Zedong also used art to express the grand unity of all ethnic groups in the country. It's hard to see the sky in Qi County during the long night, hundreds of years of monsters are dancing, and 500 million people are not reunited. When the rooster is sung, the whole world becomes white, music from all directions is played in Khotan, and the poet's excitement is unprecedented. With the founding of the People's Republic of China and the unprecedented unification of the whole of China, the Chinese people, who had suffered from thousands of years of feudal rule and more than 100 years of imperialist oppression, were liberated and became the true masters of the 9.6 million square kilometers of China. This is a huge change. Mao Zedong, who stood at the forefront of the historical trend and guided this great event, is deeply engraved in the hearts of the people of all ethnic groups in China, and his name will always be engraved in the annals of Chinese history. 2. First visit to Soviet Union. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, the Soviet Union was the first to recognize New China. On October 1, 1949, Chinese Foreign Minister Zhou Enlai sent an announcement of the Central People's Government to governments of all countries. The next day, the Soviet government sent a note, deciding to establish diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China and send ambassadors to each other. On the third day, Zhou Enlai responded by telegram, expressing his warm welcome to the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and the Soviet Union and the exchange of ambassadors. The establishment of diplomatic relations between China and the Soviet Union led a number of new democracies to establish formal diplomatic relations with China. On October 2, when Mao Zedong took the Soviet note from the confidential secretary and read it, he could not help but shake hands with the confidential secretary. Regarding this sudden and unusual move, the confidential secretary felt a little confused and at a loss. He had been Mao Zedong's confidential secretary for many years and had sent documents countless times. This was the first time for him to shake hands like this. Regarding the Soviet Union's recognition of New China, when Liu Shaoqai visited the Soviet Union in July 1949, Stalin had made it clear, as soon as the Chinese government is established, the Soviet Union will recognize you immediately. Despite this, this was a verbal commitment after all. Now, the verbal promise has become a reality and has been announced to the whole world. This is undoubtedly a huge international support for New China. Mao Zedong was naturally very happy. He expressed this sentiment in a telegram to Stalin on November 8, 1949. He said, "The government received unconditional recognition from the Soviet Union on the second day after its establishment, and soon received the same recognition from all new democratic countries. This gave us a favorable position and stabilized many people who often wavered. They felt that the people's government was powerful and no longer afraid of imperialism. It also threw all capitalist countries into a passive position." Tikhvinsky, who once served as the consul general of the Soviet consulate in Peking under the Kuomintang government, experienced this historical moment of the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and the Soviet Union. He recalled, "At the end of September 1949, I received an invitation to attend the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China. After the grand military parade, people still refused to leave, singing and dancing in the square. Zhou Enlai's secretary came over and told me that Premier Zhou asked me to wait a moment and a letter was handed to me. After a while, Premier Zhou's secretary gave me a letter, which read, 'The Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China is the only legitimate government representing the people of the People's Republic of China. This government is willing to establish diplomatic relations with any foreign government that is willing to abide by the principles of equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect for territorial sovereignty.' After I read the letter, I immediately translated it into Russian and asked the consulate staff to send it back to Moscow. Due to the time difference, Stalin was still at work when I received my telegram. He immediately instructed all Soviet newspapers and periodicals to publish news of the founding of the People's Republic of China, and decided to establish diplomatic relations between the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China. On October 2, the Soviet government officially handed over to China the document that it recognized the People's Republic of China, decided to establish diplomatic relations with it, and appointed me as charge d'affaires of the Soviet embassy in the People's Republic of China. In this way, the Soviet Union became the first government to recognize the People's Republic of China. The newly born People's Republic of China faced imperialist blockade and possible armed intervention, as well as the arduous task of restoring the domestic economy. Under such circumstances, it is particularly important to establish friendly and cooperative relations with the Soviet Union, a powerful socialist country. Therefore, Mao Zedong visited the Soviet Union 2 months after the founding of the People's Republic of China, and discussed directly with Stalin on developing and strengthening relations between the two countries and resolving some important issues in the relations between the two countries. Visiting the Soviet Union can be said to be Mao Zedong's long-cherished wish in recent years. However, due to the drastic changes in the domestic military and political situation, the visit to the Soviet Union was changed and postponed several times. It was only then that this wish was realized. Prior to this, from June to August 1949, Liu Shaoqi was entrusted by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China to secretly visit the Soviet Union. Liu Shaoqi's trip was mainly to introduce to Stalin China's domestic situation, future tasks and diplomatic policies towards imperialist countries, to state China's opinions on the Sino-Soviet treaty signed by the Kuomintang government and the Soviet government in 1945, to win support and help from the Soviet Union for New China, and to listen to Stalin's assessment and analysis of the current international situation, the danger of war, and the Soviet Union's relations with Britain and the United States. Liu Shaoqi conveyed Mao Zedong's intention to visit the Soviet Union, and expressed his gratitude to the Soviet Union for providing a loan of $300 million and sending experts to help China's work. Stalin said that Mao Zedong could come to Moscow after the new Chinese government was established and the two countries established diplomatic relations. Stalin spoke highly of the victory of the Chinese Revolution and the achievements of the Chinese Communist Party in the concrete application of Marxism. Stalin also took the initiative to self-criticize his mistake in demanding a compromise between the Communist Party of China and the Kuomintang after Japan surrendered in 1945, saying, "Victors cannot be judged. Anyone who wins is correct." Liu Shaoqi's secret visit to the Soviet Union made important preparations for Mao Zedong's visit to the Soviet Union. As soon as China and the Soviet Union established diplomatic relations, Mao Zedong began specific preparations for his visit to the Soviet Union. On November 9, he called the Chinese ambassador to the Soviet Union Wang Jiaxiang in the name of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. "We have asked Kovalev to inform Comrade Stalin to ask him to decide the time for Chairman Mao to go to Moscow. We believe that Chairman Mao can leave for Moscow in early December. As for whether Comrade Enlai should go to Moscow with Chairman Mao, or whether and when Enlai should go after Chairman Mao arrives in Mozambique, this point is also left to Stalin to decide." After receiving Stalin's invitation message, Mao Zedong immediately replied, "Comrade Filippov, thank you for welcoming me to Moscow. I am preparing to leave in early December. At the same time, please allow Comrade Kovalev to go with me." In this way, Mao Zedong's first visit to the Soviet Union was finally decided. On November 25, Mao Zedong chaired a meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee and made a decision: Comrade Mao Zedong is scheduled to go to the Soviet Union in early December. While Comrade Mao Zedong is abroad, Comrade Liu Shaoqi will act as chairman of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and chairman of the Central People's Government. Comrade Zhu De will act as chairman of the People's Revolutionary Military Commission, and Comrade Zhou Enlai will act as chairman of the National Committee of the People's Political Consultative Conference. All preparations are in place. On December 6, 1949, Mao Zedong boarded a special train heading north to Moscow. This is the first time in his life that he has left his hometown in China and visited a foreign country. Mao Zedong's entourage included Chen Boda, Shizhe, Ye Zilong, Wang Dongxing, etc. The Soviet side was accompanied by Rushian, the Soviet ambassador to China, and Kovalev, the leader of the Soviet economic expert team in China. The purpose of Mao Zedong's visit to the Soviet Union was mainly to discuss with Stalin on major political and economic issues between China and the Soviet Union. The focus was on dealing with the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship and Alliance signed by the Kuomintang government and the Soviet government in 1945. This treaty is the product of the Yalta Agreement, which was signed by the Soviet Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom behind China's back, seriously damaging China's sovereignty and interests. In order to adapt to the new international situation after the victory of the Chinese Revolution and the new changes in Sino-Soviet relations, it is an important and urgent task to establish Sino-Soviet relations on the basis of equality, mutual benefit, friendship, and cooperation, and to resolve the issue of the Sino-Soviet Friendship Treaty in a timely manner. In addition, Mao Zedong will also participate in the celebrations of Stalin's 70th birthday and visit the Soviet Union. Mao Zedong knew clearly that this trip to the Soviet Union was a heavy responsibility, and there were still some gaps and obstacles in the friendly relations between the two parties and countries between China and the Soviet Union. This first stems from the Soviet leaders' wrong guidance of the Chinese Revolution in the past. Stalin gave enthusiastic guidance and support to the Chinese Revolution, but he also did some wrong things. Wang Ming's left adventurism and his later right-leaning capitulationist errors were both related to Stalin. During the War of Liberation, they first disapproved of the counter-revolutionary civil war launched by the Communist Party of China against the Kuomintang. In Mao Zedong's words, they called it no revolution, saying that if a civil war broke out, the Chinese nation would be in danger of being destroyed. After the war was won, there was once doubt that the victory of the Chinese Revolution was a Tito-style victory. In a certain sense, the national victory of the Chinese Revolution was achieved against Stalin's wishes. These circumstances cannot help but cast a shadow over Sino-Soviet relations and between Mao Zedong and Stalin. Not only that, the obstacles also come from some inequalities in the Soviet Union's policy toward China. At that time, the Soviet Union occupied all rights and interests in the Chongchun Railway in China, and the Lushunkao military port was also occupied by the Soviet Army. These are of course issues left over from history, but whether the Soviet Union can give up all its special rights and interests in China remains difficult to predict. More importantly, the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship and Alliance signed between the Soviet government and the Kuomintang government has not yet been abrogated. During Liu Shaokai's visit to the Soviet Union in July 1949, Stalin once said, "The Sino-Soviet Treaty signed in 1945 was unequal, because it was dealing with the Kuomintang government at that time, and it had to be so." This issue would be solved after Mao Zedong came to Moscow. The special train passed through northeast Manzhouli, braved the biting cold wind, and headed for Moscow along the long Siberian Railway. On the way, Mao Zedong occasionally walked out of the carriage and walked on the platform to relieve the fatigue of the journey. When the special train arrived at Sverdlovsk station, Mao Zedong got off the train and took a walk as usual. Suddenly he felt dizzy and sweating profusely. The attendants quickly helped him back to the carriage. After that, he never walked on the platform again. At noon on December 16, the big bell of Yaroslavl station in Moscow had just struck 12, and Mao Zedong's special train slowly entered the station. Due to the extremely cold weather, the Soviet government only held a brief welcoming ceremony at the station. Mao Zedong delivered a written speech. He said, after the October Socialist Revolution, the Soviet government first abrogated the unequal treaties with China during the Russian Empire in accordance with the policies of Lenin and Stalin. In almost 30 years, the Soviet people and the Soviet government assisted the Chinese people's liberation cause several times. The current important task is to consolidate the world peace front headed by the Soviet Union, oppose the war instigators, consolidate the diplomatic relations between the two major countries, China and the Soviet Union, and develop the friendship between the Chinese and Soviet people. Mao Zedong then went to Stalin's villa outside Moscow during the Soviet Union's Great Patriotic War. That night, Mao Zedong met with Stalin in the Kremlin. This was the first time Mao Zedong met Stalin. Stalin and Mao Zedong were the most influential figures in the international communist movement, and each led a great country. Their first meeting attracted worldwide attention. The meeting was arranged in the small living room of Stalin's office. At 6 o'clock sharp the foyer opened. Stalin stood up, left his desk and came over. Mao Zedong walked forward quickly and shook hands with Stalin warmly. The two greeted each other. Stalin said that Mao Zedong was younger and stronger than he thought, and he congratulated the Chinese Revolution on its great victory. According to Zizha's recollection, the atmosphere at that time was very warm and moving. Then there are talks. Participants in the talks were Molotov, Malenkov, Bulganin, and Vyshinsky. Zizha and Federline served as translators. Mao Zedong said, "The most important issue at present is the issue of ensuring peace. China needs 3 to 5 years of peace to restore its economy to pre-war levels and stabilize its domestic situation. Whether these important issues in China can be resolved depends on whether there is a peaceful future. Therefore, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China has entrusted me to find out from you how and to what extent international peace can be guaranteed." Stalin replied, "China does not currently face a direct threat of war, Japan has not yet established a firm foothold and is not ready for war, although the United States calls for war, it is most afraid of war, European countries are frightened by war. In fact, no one will go to war with China. Peace depends on our efforts. If we work together, we can ensure peace not only for 5 to 10 years, but also for 20 to 25 years, or even longer." Mao Zedong then raised the issue of the Sino-Soviet Treaty. He said that after Liu Shaoqi returned to China, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China discussed the Sino-Soviet Friendly Alliance and Mutual Assistance Treaty. As soon as this sensitive issue was touched upon, Stalin immediately followed Mao Zedong's words and expressed his opinions. He said, "We can discuss this issue and make a decision. It needs to be made clear whether we should announce the retention of the Treaty of Friendship and Alliance between the Soviet Union and China concluded in 1945, or whether we should declare that we will amend it, or make corresponding amendments to it now." He added, "As everyone knows, this treaty was concluded based on the Yalta Agreement, which stipulates the main content of the treaty. This means that the signing of this treaty can be said to have obtained the consent of the United States and Britain. Considering this situation, we have decided within our own small area not to make any changes to this treaty for the time being, because even if a certain clause is modified, it will give the United States and the United Kingdom a legal excuse, and they will raise the issue of modifying the clauses related to the Kuril Islands, South Sakhalin Island, etc. Therefore, it was believed that the treaty could be retained in form but modified in practice. That is to say, the Soviet Union formally retained the right to garrison troops at Lushankou, but would withdraw the Soviet troops stationed there according to the suggestions of the Chinese government. As for the medium and long-distance railway, it can be retained in form, but in fact the relevant provisions of the agreement can be modified according to China's wishes." Mao Zedong said, "The current situation of the Zhongchang Railway and Lushankou is in China's interests, because China alone is not strong enough to resist imperialist aggression." Stalin said, "Withdrawal does not mean that the Soviet Union will no longer assist China. If the Soviet troops withdraw from Lushankou according to mutual agreement, then we will be the winner in international relations and it will also be the capital of the Chinese Communists in their mutual relations with the national bourgeoisie." The Yalta Agreement stipulated that the Kuril Islands were handed over to the Soviet Union, South Sakhalin and its adjacent islands were returned to the Soviet Union, Dalian became a free port, the Soviet Union resumed leasing Port Arthur as its naval base, and China's Chongchun Railway was jointly operated and managed by China and the Soviet Union. Stalin was worried that revising the Sino-Soviet treaty would affect the Yalta Agreement, which would affect the issue of changing the ownership of the Kuril Islands and South Sakhalin Island. Regarding Stalin's above explanation, Mao Zedong expressed his attitude tactfully. He said, "When we discussed the treaty at home, we did not take into account the positions of the United States and Britain on the Yalta Agreement. The actions we take must be in the best interests of the public. This issue needs careful consideration." It was now clear that there should be no revision of the treaty at present, just as there should be no rush to withdraw troops from Port Arthur. He asked Stalin in a tentative tone, "In order to solve the treaty issue, does Zhou En need to come to Moscow?" Stalin said, "This question should be decided by yourselves. Perhaps Zhou Enlai was needed for other things. In this way, the treaty issue cannot continue to be discussed." Mao Zedong turned the topic to the issue of loans. He hoped to reach an agreement on the Soviet Union's loan of $300 million to China. Stalin replied cheerfully, "It can be done. If you want to complete the agreement formalities now, we agree." The loan issue had been settled when Liu Shaoqi visited Soviet Union, so the negotiations went smoothly. The figure of $300 million is not large. It was determined based on Mao Zedong's opinion that it is better to borrow less than to borrow more in the current few years. Mao Zedong also talked about the establishment of the Chinese Navy and the liberation of Taiwan. He said that China lacked a navy and air force and hoped to receive assistance from the Soviet Union when liberating Taiwan. This request was declined by Stalin. Stalin said, "Providing aid is not a problem, but the form of aid must be considered. The main problem here is not providing the United States with a pretext to intervene." At the end of the meeting, Stalin proposed to Mao Zedong, "We would like to get the catalogue of your works and translate your works into Russian." Mao Zedong said, "I am reviewing my works. I plan to complete the review in the spring of 1950. I want to get help from Soviet comrades, first, to work with the Russian translator to make a good translation, second, to get help in editing the Chinese manuscript." Stalin agreed. Regarding the first meeting and talks between Mao Zedong and Stalin, Mao Zedong called Liu Shaoqi on the third day after the talks and gave a detailed introduction. "Our group arrived in Moscow at 12 o'clock in the morning on the 16th and stayed at Stalin's villa. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, we met with Generalissimo Stalin. We talked sincerely for 2 hours. We discussed the possibility of peace, treaties, loans, Taiwan, and the publication of Mao's selected works. We are alone." The Soviet side was attended by 4 people, including Molotov, Malenkov, Bulganin and Vyshinsky, and Shizha and Fedorenko served as interpreters. According to the statement, it is difficult to start a war, just as we estimate. Regarding the treaty issue, Stalin said that because of the Yalta Agreement, it is not appropriate to change the legality of the original Sino-Soviet treaty at the moment. If the original one is changed and a new one is made, thousands of people will be implicated. The Americans have reason to take over the Kuril Islands. Therefore, Port Arthur will be leased to the Soviet Union for 30 years. The form will not be changed for now, but in essence, the Soviet Union will withdraw its troops and the Chinese army will be stationed. He said that it would be disadvantageous to withdraw too early. The withdrawal of the Soviet Union does not mean that the Chinese comrades will bear the brunt. His opinion is that signing a statement to resolve the Luda issue in accordance with the above content will enable the CCP to gain political capital. I say that it is necessary to protect the legitimacy of the Yalta Agreement. Public opinion has a feeling that the original treaty was signed with the Kuomintang. Since the Kuomintang fell, the original treaty seems to have lost its meaning. He said that the original treaty will always be revised, and it can be revised in about 2 years. Regarding the question of whether the Chinese foreign minister should come here, he said that it would be okay to sign a statement without the foreign minister coming. I said, let me consider whether to sign an agreement on loan, civil aviation, trade, and other matters at the same time. If the agreement is signed at the same time, it may be appropriate for the foreign minister to come here. Please discuss with Inlay and summon the comrades of the political bureau. We will discuss whether it is possible and necessary to sign a simple trade agreement that stipulates the types and total quantity of goods exchanged every year, so as to decide whether Inlay will come here and provide opinions on the above-mentioned treaty issues. The first page of Mao Zedong's telegram to Liu Shaoqi on December 18, 1949, regarding the talks with Stalin. Liu Shaoqi received a call from Mao Zedong and convened a meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee for discussion on December 20. At 1 o'clock in the morning the next day, Liu Shaoqi, Zhu De, and Zhou Enlai jointly sent a message to Mao Zedong. Today Politburo meeting, everyone agreed that if the Soviet Union agrees to sign the agreements on Port Arthur, loans, aviation, and trade now, Comrade Enlai, that is to say, go to Moscow once. But if the Soviet Union is not prepared to sign loan, aviation, and trade agreements now, and is only prepared to issue a statement on the issue of garrisoning troops in Lushan and general political issues, then Comrade Enlai's visit seems unnecessary. The first meeting between Mao Zedong and Stalin, as well as the positions held by both China and the Soviet Union, are summarized above. This meeting has already covered a number of substantive contents, and both parties have a preliminary understanding of each other's views. But on the most important issue, that is, whether to sign a new Sino-Soviet treaty and abrogate the old Sino-Soviet treaty, the talks did not achieve the expected results. On December 21, Mao Zedong was invited to attend a meeting in Moscow to celebrate Stalin's 70th birthday. The atmosphere of the conference was very warm. The Soviet Union specially arranged for the Chinese delegation to deliver a speech first among the 13 foreign delegations. Mao Zedong's speech was warmly welcomed, and the audience stood up 3 times and applauded for a long time. Mao Zedong received a high-level reception in form, but the Soviet side avoided talking about substantive issues. Mao Zedong was a little anxious. On the second day of the birthday party, he asked Kovalev to come to his residence to talk and asked him to forward the record of the conversation to Stalin. It mentioned, it is hoped to hold a scheduled meeting on December 23 or 24, it is planned to negotiate to resolve the following issues in the next step: Sino-Soviet Treaty, Loan Agreement, Trade Agreement, Aviation Agreement, etc. It is planned to invite Zhou Enlai to come to Moscow to complete the signing procedures of the agreement. This was another time that Mao Zedong formally proposed to Stalin the issue of negotiating a Sino-Soviet treaty. Kovalev quickly handed over Mao Zedong's transcripts to Stalin. On December 24, Mao Zedong held his second meeting with Stalin. Regarding the situation of this meeting, Mao Zedong gave a relatively detailed report in a telegram to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on December 25. It read, I met with Comrade Stalin for the second time at 11:30 p.m. yesterday at his villa. The conversation lasted for 5.5 hours and ended at 5 this morning. The conversation was very enjoyable while eating. 7 comrades including Molotov, Malenkov, Beria, Mikoyan, Chen Boda, Wang Jiaxiang, and Shi Zhe participated and discussed many issues. The main content of this talk was issues related to the international communist movement, including Vietnam issues, Japanese issues, Indian issues, Western European issues, etc. Stalin said nothing about the Sino-Soviet Treaty. When Mao Zedong asked Zhou Enlai whether he should come to Moscow, Stalin used an excuse that was not a reason, saying that the chairman of the government is now here, and the prime minister is here again, which may have an adverse impact on the external perception. The research results still believe that it is better for Zhou Enlai not to come to Moscow. This shows that Stalin is still unwilling to make a new treaty. It has been more than 10 days since Mao Zedong came to Moscow. The delegations from various countries that participated in the celebration of Stalin's 70th birthday left Moscow and returned home. Only Mao Zedong stayed and lived in Stalin's villa. Stalin had people calling almost every day to ask if Mao Zedong was living a comfortable life, but he never mentioned the signing of the contract and never met Mao Zedong again. Stalin adopted the method of procrastination, and at the same time wanted to further find out what Mao Zedong's background was. Signing a new treaty was precisely the main purpose of Mao Zedong's visit to the Soviet Union. Mao Zedong's visit to the Soviet Union was originally very exciting and had high hopes. But the cold reception he received when he arrived in Moscow was beyond his expectation. As a politician who knew how to endure, Mao Zedong could no longer bear it. Once, Soviet liaison officer Kovalev and translator Fedorin came to visit Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong became angry with them and said, "I came to Moscow not just to celebrate Stalin's birthday. You still have to maintain the treaty with the Kuomintang. If you maintain it, I will leave in a few days. My current tasks are 3, eat, poop, and sleep." This was clearly addressed to Stalin and expressed dissatisfaction with Stalin's unwillingness to sign a new treaty. 10 years later, when talking about this period of history, Zhou Enlai said, "Chairman Mao's visit to the Soviet Union was a visit by the leader of a victorious country. He should have been very warm to him, but it was not as warm as he was to Comrade Shaokai when he visited the Soviet Union. Chairman Mao was left in the cold, and there was nothing to talk about except birthday wishes." At this time, the Burmese government was requesting the establishment of diplomatic relations with China. Following Burma, India also recognized New China on December 30th. Britain also wanted to recognize New China. India and Myanmar are two nationalist countries with important influence, and the United Kingdom is an important capitalist country. This new international trend prompted Stalin to take seriously the demands of Mao Zedong and the Chinese government. It just so happened that at this time, the British news agency broke the news that Stalin had Mao Zedong under house arrest. As soon as the news came out, the Soviet Union was a little nervous. In order to debunk the rumors, with the consent of both parties, Mao Zedong published a reply to a TASS reporter's question on January 2, 1950. It said, "The length of my stay in the Soviet Union is partly determined by the time required to resolve various issues related to the interests of the People's Republic of China. Among these issues, the first is the issue of the existing Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship and Alliance, the issue of Soviet loans to the People's Republic of China, the issue of the trade and trade agreement between your country and China, and other issues." According to Mao Zedong later, this reporter's question was drafted by the Soviet side. He said that he was angry with Kovalev and Fedorin because Stalin still refused to sign the contract. A few weeks later, Comrade Stalin changed his view. He drafted a speech. A reporter asked, "How is the domestic military situation in China?" I replied, "It went very smoothly, and there are not many Chiang Kai-shek left." Then the reporter asked, "How long do you plan to stay here?" This is what he wrote. I said, "I will wait for a while before leaving, waiting for the Sino-Soviet treaty to be signed." He showed it to me, and I said yes, it can be published. As soon as the answer to a reporter's question was published in the newspaper on January 3, the rumors were self-defeating. The rumors created by Western countries to sow discord between China and the Soviet Union made Stalin determined to sign a new treaty between China and the Soviet Union. Stalin finally agreed to Zhou Enlai's visit to Moscow, and agreed to sign a new treaty and abrogate the old one. Since then, Sino-Soviet negotiations entered a new stage. At 11 o'clock in the evening on January 2, Mao Zedong called the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China to inform him of this new situation and proposed the time for Zhou Enlai to come to Moscow and sign the treaty. The telegram read, "There has been an important development in the work here in the past 2 days. Comrade Stalin has agreed to Comrade Zhou Enlai's coming to Moscow and signed a new Sino-Soviet Friendship and Alliance Treaty and agreements on loans, trade, civil aviation, etc. Yesterday, January 1, it was decided to publish my conversation with the TASS reporter. It has been seen in various newspapers today. Thank you for your understanding. Comrades Molotov and Mikoyan came to our office for a talk at 8 o'clock this afternoon and asked me for my opinions on the Sino-Soviet Treaty. I will elaborate on 3 methods. Signing a new Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship and Alliance will be of great benefit to Chinese workers and farmers. Intellectuals and the left wing of the national bourgeoisie will feel excited and can isolate the right wing of the national bourgeoisie. Internationally, we can have greater political capital to deal with the imperialist countries and review the past treaties signed by China and various imperialist countries. A simple communiqué will be issued by the news agencies of the 2 countries. Speaking of the fact that the authorities of the 2 countries exchanged views on the old Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship and Alliance and other issues, and reached agreement on important issues, without going into details, in fact, if they postponed the issue for a few years, Chinese Foreign Minister Zhou Enlai certainly did not want to sign a statement. The key point in relations between the 2 countries is not a treaty. In this case, Zhou Enlai may not come. After I analyzed the pros and cons of the above 3 measures in detail, Comrade Molotov said that the method is good, and Zhou Enlai can come. I still asked, should I replace the old treaty with a new one? Comrade Molotov then said, yes. It was time to sign the treaty. I said that my telegram would arrive in Beijing on January 3rd, and Enlai would prepare for it for 5 days. He would leave Beijing on January 9th, take the train for 11 days, and arrive in Moscow on January 19th. It would take about 10 days from January 20th to the end of the month to negotiate and sign various treaties. At the same time, Zhou and I talked about returning to China in early February. Regarding the issue of traveling abroad, I agreed to visit Lenin's mausoleum, Leningrad, Gorky City and other places, as well as arsenals, underground trams, collective farms, etc. I also talked about the issue of talking to responsible comrades in the Soviet Union. Any one of them. After you receive this message, please complete the preparations within 5 days. I hope that Enlai, together with the Minister of Trade and other necessary assistance and necessary documents, will leave Beijing by train and come to Moscow, with Comrade Dong Biwu acting as Prime Minister of the State Council. The telegram also asked, is it necessary to call Li Fukun or other comrades to help? At 4 o'clock in the morning on January 3rd, Mao Zedong called the Central Committee again, further explaining the significance of signing the new treaty. This action will put the People's Republic in a more advantageous position, make the capitalist countries have to stay within our scope, and will help force all countries to unconditionally recognize China, abrogate the old treaty, and make a new one, so that the capitalist countries will not dare to act rashly. Mao Zedong's mood suddenly brightened and his spirit was particularly good. While he was thinking about the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance and preparing to host the next round of Sino-Soviet talks, at the same time, he used the time before Zhou Enlai arrived to visit other places and have some contacts with Soviet leaders. On January 11, Mao Zedong, accompanied by Ambassador Wang Jiaxiang, visited Lenin's mausoleum on Moscow's Red Square and laid a wreath. The ribbon on the wreath reads in Chinese and Russian characters, dedicated to Lenin, the great teacher of the revolution. Mao Zedong, January 11, 1950. On the same day, he paid a visit to Shvernik, chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the Soviet Union. On January 15, Mao Zedong and his party arrived in Leningrad. They visited the city's art museum, the Kirov machine factory, the fortifications of the Leningrad front during the Patriotic War, and the cruiser Aurora that bombarded the Winter Palace during the October Revolution. They also went to the Kirov Song and Dance Theater to watch the ballet Bayadeka. Mao Zedong insisted on driving to the Baltic Sea to visit. The car was speeding on the ice of the sea, looking at Kronstadt Fortress, one of the birthplaces of the October Revolution. Mao Zedong got out of the car and looked up. Soviet friends told him that we are now standing on the ice of the Baltic Sea, and the thickness of the ice is about 1 to 1.5 meters. After hearing this, Mao Zedong smiled and said, my wish is to go from Vladivostok, the west coast of the Pacific Ocean, to the Baltic Sea, the east coast of the Atlantic Ocean, and then from the Black Sea to the Arctic Circle. Only then can we say that I have traveled to the east, west, north, and south of the Soviet Union. When the attendants heard such heroic and powerful words, they immediately became active, jumped and applauded. The deadlock between China and the Soviet Union over the signing of a new treaty has been resolved, and things are moving in a smooth direction. At this time, U.S. Secretary of State Acheson delivered a long speech at the National Press Club on January 12, spreading rumors, the Soviet Union is annexing northern China. This method that was implemented in Outer Mongolia has almost been implemented in Manchuria. I believe that Soviet agents will start from Inner Mongolia. And Xinjiang made a good report to Moscow. This is the situation now, that is, the separation of the entire vast area of the Chinese population and the merger with the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union occupied 4 areas in northern China, which is an important fact for the powers related to Asia. On January 17, Mao Zedong returned to Moscow from Leningrad. Molotov came to visit and the two sides exchanged views on a number of international diplomatic issues. Molotov then handed over Acheson's speech to Mao Zedong and suggested that China, Mongolia, and the Soviet Union each issue a statement to refute Acheson's rumors. Mao Zedong agreed. The next day, Mao Zedong wrote a speech to Xinhua news agency reporters in the name of Hu Qiaomu, director of the General Information Administration of the Central People's Government. It was sent back to Beijing on the 19th, broadcast by Xinhua news agency on the 20th, and rushed to the newspapers on the 21st. Mao Zedong sharply refuted Acheson with his sharp pen and his unique style. The conversation pointed out, under the sweep of the Chinese people and the Chinese People's Liberation Army, the U.S. imperialists have no other better way than to create such rumors. The so-called Chinese Communist Party is a lackey of the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union is, or will annex China. Such low-powered rumors and slanders can only arouse the indignation of the people of China and the Soviet Union and strengthen the friendly cooperation between China and the Soviet Union. There will be no other results. On January 21, the Soviet Union and Mongolia simultaneously issued statements in the name of their foreign ministers. The Soviet side was unhappy with the approach taken by China and believed that China had weakened its power by not issuing a statement in the name of its foreign minister. Mao Zedong believed that there was no need to explain the Soviet Union's displeasure. In his view, China did not need to use the name of the Minister of Foreign Affairs to publish this rumor-refuting document against the U.S. imperialists, it just needed to be in the form of a speech by the Director of the General Information Administration. This was appropriate. After Mao Zedong returned to Moscow, he received a call from Zhou Enlai, who was on his way to the Soviet Union. Mao Zedong explained in detail the status of the talks and activities, as well as his considerations on the content of the treaty. Zhou Enlai and his party left Beijing on January 10, 1950. This is a large working team, including Vice Chairman of the Northeast People's Government Li Fukun, Minister of Trade of the Central People's Government Ye Zhuang, Director of the Department of Soviet and Eastern Europe of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Wu Xiaoquan, Vice Minister of Industry of the Northeast People's Government Lu Dong, Vice Minister of Trade of the Northeast People's Government Zhang Huadong, Dalian Municipal Party Committee Secretary Wang Qin, etc. As soon as Zhou Enlai arrived in Moscow, he intensely made preparations for the talks under the chairmanship of Mao Zedong. On January 22, Mao and Zhou held talks with Stalin and others. This was the third meeting between Mao Zedong and Stalin. Participants from the Chinese side include Li Fukun, Wang Jiaxiang, Chen Boda, and Shi Zhe. The Soviet side included Molotov, Malenkov, Mikoyan, Vyshinsky, Roshan, Fedorin. This meeting mainly discussed the Sino-Soviet treaty issue, the China-Chongchun railway issue, the Lushunkao issue, and the Dalian issue. The meeting lasted 2 hours. Stalin proposed at the beginning, we must revise existing treaties and agreements involving Sino-Soviet relations, although we once thought it was better to retain them. These treaties and agreements had to be revised because the basis of the treaties was the war against Japan. Now that the war is over and Japan has been defeated, the situation has changed and the treaty has become obsolete. During the first meeting, Stalin refused to sign a new treaty on the grounds that the Yalta Agreement must be taken into account. This time, he changed his tune and said that old treaties and agreements must be revised. The reason was that Japan had surrendered, the situation had changed, and the old ones were obsolete. The Yalta Agreement can be ignored. It is no longer a problem that the Chinese government president and cabinet prime minister coming to Moscow will have a negative impact on the external appearance. This is a fundamental change. Mao Zedong said, "We should consolidate the existing friendly relations between our two countries through treaties and agreements. In the Treaty of Alliance and Friendship, things that guarantee the prosperity of our two countries should be fixed, and it should also stipulate that the recurrence of Japanese aggression must be prevented." He said, "The above 2 points I raised are the fundamental differences between our new treaty and the existing treaty. The new treaty should include political, economic, cultural, and military cooperation, the most important of which is economic cooperation." Mao Zedong also proposed that the new treaty should stipulate the content of consultations between the two countries on international issues. Stalin said very happily, "Of course we must write this article." The meeting went quite smoothly. Next, the issues of the China-Chongqing Railway and Lushunkao were discussed. Stalin asked, "What suggestions do you have for the China long-distance railway issue?" Mao Zedong responded in a euphemistic tone, "It may be necessary to use the principle of legally maintaining the validity of the China Long-Range Railway Agreement as the basis for the Lushunkao Agreement, but actually allow modifications." Stalin immediately replied, "That is to say, you agree to declare that the existing agreement will be retained legally, but corresponding practical changes must be made." Stalin said frankly, "We believe that the agreement on Port Arthur is unequal." He proposed two solutions. One was to declare that the Port Arthur Agreement would remain in effect until the conclusion of a peace treaty with Japan, and that the Soviet troops would withdraw from Port Arthur after the signing of the peace treaty. The other was to declare that the existing agreement would be retained, but in fact the Soviet Union would withdraw its troops from Port Arthur. China considered that since the People's Republic of China had just been founded and the Navy had not yet been established, it would be more advantageous for the Soviet Army to stay in Port Arthur for another period of time. However, it must set a time limit for the abolition of the agreement and the Soviet Union's withdrawal. Otherwise, even if it withdraws its troops now, it can move in at any time. Therefore, Mao Zedong agreed with the former plan. Stalin repeated the contents of this plan again, Mao Zedong agreed, and both parties reached an agreement. In subsequent specific talks, according to China's request, this transition period was stipulated to be 3 years, that is, the Soviet Union would withdraw its troops from Lushan no later than the end of 1952. When discussing the Dalian issue, Mao Zedong first raised a question: will Dalian remain a free port? Dalian is a free port, which was determined by the old Dalian Agreement based on the Yalta Agreement. This involves the status of Dalian, which naturally attracts the attention of China. Stalin said that when Roosevelt was still alive, he insisted that Dalian be a free port, which involved the interests of Britain and the United States. Stalin said that it is up to China to decide whether to turn Dalian into a free port. The meeting also discussed the issue of the China long-distance railway. Mao Zedong agreed that the China-Chongqing Railway would continue to be jointly managed by the two countries, but China should play a major role, and the period of the old agreement should be shortened and the investment ratio of both parties should be determined. Zhou Enlai proposed that the original management system should be abolished and the main person in charge of the railway bureau should be changed to the Chinese. The investment ratio of both parties should be changed from 50% to 51% to China and 49% to the Soviet Union. However, the Soviet side insisted that each side maintain 50%. In the midst of a stalemate, China raised this issue for further study. Regarding the loan agreement, the talks went smoothly. Stalin wanted to fix it. Mao Zedong said that the loan agreement was generally very beneficial to China, and the annual interest rate was only 1%. Stalin said that the reason why we lend to people's democracies at an interest rate of 2% and give low loan interest rates to China is because China's economy has been severely damaged. In addition, trade issues were also discussed. During this meeting, we reached agreement on major issues and principles and made significant progress. This laid the foundation for future talks. Starting from January 23, under the guidance of Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai, Li Fukan, Wang Jiaxiang, Mi Koyan, Vyshinsky, Gromyko, and Luo Shen began to hold detailed talks on the contents of the treaty and agreement. When negotiating the new treaty, the Soviet Union initially wrote a draft based on China's basic ideas and general content. China believes that many important contents have not been included and proposes revisions. Zhou Enlai rewrote a draft based on Mao Zedong's opinions and handed it over to the Soviet Union. The Soviet side did not propose any principled revisions to this draft, and there was no dispute between the two parties, so it was finalized. In order to distinguish the name from the old treaty, China proposed that the new treaty could be called the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance by adding the word mutual assistance to the name of the old treaty, and the Soviet side also accepted it. Regarding the Zhongchang Railway and the Lushan and Dalian agreements, the most controversial issue during the talks was the return of the Zhongchang Railway. China proposed that the China long-term road has gone through many twists and turns. According to the current situation, the Soviet Union can be dispensed with, which is more conducive to the unity of the two countries. Stalin's opinion was that this issue should be stated at a meeting of the Political Bureau of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union that the Zhongchang Road could be returned to China, and it should be implemented after the conclusion of a peace treaty with Japan. China also proposed that if a peace treaty with Japan could not be concluded within 3 years, it should be stipulated that Lushankou and Zhongchang Road would be returned to China by then. Stalin agreed. China also proposed that the properties in Dalian currently managed or leased by the Soviet Union should be taken over by the Chinese government. Stalin agreed. On January 25, Mao Zedong called Liu Shaokai and reported the progress of the Sino-Soviet talks over the past few days. On the 22nd, a total of 6 of our company, xianzhi, discussed with Stalin and other comrades to decide on various principles and methods of work. On the 23rd, Zhou, Wang, and Li discussed several specific issues with the Soviets Mikoyan, Vyshinsky, and Luoshan. On the 24th, the draft of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance drafted by us was sent to Vyshinsky. It is now being sent to Vyshinsky. The draft of the second document, namely the Lushan, Dalian, and Zhongchang Road Agreement, will be completed approximately today, and it has been decided to prepare the third document, the Sino-Soviet Barter Agreement, in 3 days. In short, the work is going very smoothly. The draft of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance is hereby sent to the Central Committee for discussion and comments. On January 25, a meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee was chaired by Liu Shaokai. After discussion, the draft Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance between China and the Soviet Union was agreed upon and telegraphed to Mao Zedong. The Sino-Soviet talks are proceeding smoothly, and the two sides are stepping up the drafting and revision of treaties and various agreements. On January 31, Mao Zedong called Liu Shaokai to report the situation and said, "There is a Sino-Soviet Alliance Treaty of Friendship and Mutual Assistance, a Sino-Soviet Agreement on Zhongchang Road, Lushankou and Dalian, a protocol attached, a loan agreement, and a protocol attached. The above 5 drafts have been reviewed and revised by both parties. They will be finalized after another discussion today. These 5 items will be finalized tomorrow. It can be issued to you gradually." He also said, What is different from the past situation is that the Soviet Union has returned Zhongchang Road and Lushan Port to us unconditionally within 3 years, and Dalian will return the property rights to us within 1 year. However, the status of the free port will be resolved after the conclusion of the peace treaty with Japan. This is to deal with the United States, and it is actually completely handled by me. This means that the 3 important issues involving China's sovereignty have generally been relatively satisfactorily resolved in line with China's opinions. On February 9, Liu Shaokai presided over a meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, discussed and agreed on 3 drafts of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance, the Sino-Soviet Agreement on Zhongchang Road, Lushankao, and Dalian, and the Sino-Soviet Loan Agreement, and telegraphed it to Mao Zedong. However, the negotiations were not always smooth. Late in the negotiations, a small twist suddenly occurred. On February 6, Shanghai was bombed by Chiang Kai-shek Group aircraft, and China requested the Soviet Union to provide Air Force protection. Stalin agreed to provide support, but proposed that the Soviet Union and China sign a secret agreement, which stipulated that in the Soviet Far Eastern Territory and Central Asia, China's Northeast, and Xinjiang, no concession rights will be provided to foreigners, and third countries or their citizens will not be allowed to directly or indirectly participate in investment in industrial, financial, commercial, and other enterprises, agencies, companies and organizations. This is actually the Soviet Union's desire to create 2 spheres of influence in China's Northeast and Xinjiang. Mao Zedong refused to sign this document, but considering that the United States and Britain were Western countries hostile to China at the time, he made concessions to take care of the overall situation of Sino-Soviet unity and agreed to use it as a supplementary agreement to the treaty. After that, Stalin stated that China would take over enemy and puppet property in Northeast China and Soviet property in Beijing, and the Soviet Union would provide China with air protection. On February 14, 1950, the signing ceremony of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance was solemnly held in the Kremlin. Mao Zedong and Stalin at the signing ceremony of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance on February 14, 1950. The signing ceremony was held in a living room next to Stalin's office. Zhou Enlai and Vyshinsky signed on behalf of their governments the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance, the Agreement on the China-Chongqing Railway, Lushankao and Dalian, and the Agreement on Soviet Loans to the People's Republic of China. Behind them stood side by side Mao Zedong and Stalin, as well as Li Fucun, Chen Boda, Wang Jiaxiang, and Tsai Fuding from the Chinese side, and Molotov, Voroshilov, Malenkov, Mikoyan, and Khrushchev from the Soviet side. After the ceremony, Stalin held a reception banquet to celebrate the signing of the treaty between the 2 countries. Mao Zedong invited Stalin to attend a thank-you banquet held at the Chinese embassy the next day. Stalin never attended banquets outside the Kremlin. This time he made an exception and accepted the invitation to express his respect for Mao Zedong. It took almost 2 full months from the time Mao Zedong arrived in Moscow for his first meeting with Stalin on December 16, 1949, to the signing of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance on February 14, 1950. On the main issue of whether to conclude a new treaty or not, there was a fundamental disagreement between Mao Zedong and Stalin at the beginning, which lasted for nearly half a month. On major issues involving national sovereignty and national interests, Mao Zedong never made concessions to anyone, even Stalin, who enjoyed the supreme leadership status in the international communist movement, was no exception. Mao Zedong had a strong and distinctive character. Whatever he was determined to do, he would never give up until he achieved his goal, and no one could stop him. At Mao Zedong's insistence, coupled with other factors, Stalin finally changed his view and agreed to sign a new treaty and other new agreements. Mao Zedong was good at making necessary compromises and concessions while adhering to principles. During the long-distance negotiations, the Soviet Union was initially unwilling to hand it back, but the Chinese insisted. Finally, the Soviet Union agreed to return it to China. However, on the issue of jointly operated shares during the transitional period before the return, China made concessions and finally reached an agreement. In the late 1950s, when reviewing the history of the Sino-Soviet talks, Mao Zedong said the following: "Stalin can change depending on the situation. We stayed there for several weeks after the Sino-Soviet treaty was signed. He was very disapproval at first, but we insisted twice, and finally he agreed. It can be seen that when a person has shortcomings, even a person like Stalin, he is not incapable of change. Stalin can still compromise with others. We have different opinions with him. We want to make a Sino-Soviet treaty, but he doesn't want one. When he agrees to make one, we want the China-Chongqing Railway, but he won't give it. But the meat from the tiger's mouth can still be taken out. When I was negotiating with Stalin in Moscow on the Sino-Soviet treaty, the China long-distance railway, joint stock companies, national borders, and other issues, my attitude was, first, if you ask, I will argue if you don't agree with it, second, if you insist, I can accept it, but I will reserve my opinion. This is because of the interests of socialism." Mao Zedong was very satisfied with the results of his first visit to the Soviet Union. This visit to the Soviet Union safeguarded China's national dignity and national sovereignty, improved China's international status, and solidified the friendly and cooperative relationship between China and the Soviet Union in the form of a treaty. This has created unprecedented good external conditions for consolidating the new regime of the People's Republic of China, for New China to quickly restore the national economy, and usher in a new era of large-scale economic construction. At the same time, it also had a significant impact internationally, causing changes that were conducive to socialism and the forces of peace. Needless to say, some of the great power styles of Soviet leaders, especially Stalin, also left an unforgettable impression on Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong completed a historic mission and ended his visit to the Soviet Union on February 17, and boarded the special train back home with Zhou Enlai and others. He visited a number of Soviet cities and factories along the way. After entering China, inspections were conducted in Harbin, Chongqing, and Shenyang. Returned to Beijing on March 4. When Mao Zedong visited the Soviet Union, he paid special attention to inspecting the experience of Soviet economic construction. According to Li Jiaji, a guard who accompanied Mao Zedong on his visit to the Soviet Union, he recalled that when Mao Zedong left Moscow and returned to China, every time he got off the bus to visit a city, he would visit the factory. He looked at it so carefully, so excitedly, and constantly asked the factory director about the situation of the factory. He asked and thought. On March 3, 1950, when Mao Zedong returned to China and arrived in Shenyang, he expressed his impressions of his visit to the Soviet Union at a meeting of senior cadres of the Northeast Bureau. "We visited some places in the Soviet Union, and what particularly interested me was their construction history. Their current factories are very large, and we saw these factories as if children saw adults, because our industrial level was very low. However, their history encouraged us. We visited Leningrad, Moscow, Siberia. We also saw several factories in Lya that have developed and asked about the history of the development of these factories and farms. Many of their existing large factories were small or did not exist during the October Revolution. During the October Revolution, automobile factories and aircraft factories could only do repairs, similar to ours now, and could not build cars or aircraft. After a few years, they can build some, but the number is very small. At that time, they manufactured less than Denmark, a small country in Europe. But now a factory can build tens of thousands of cars a year. What does this history tell us? In other words, we can now develop from a very small factory that repairs cars and aircraft to manufacturing cars and manufacturing cars. We will also have great development in other aspects. What we don't have now, we can make in the future. The Soviet comrades told us that we will develop quickly. The history of the development of the first socialist country has provided us with the best experience. It was no accident that the construction history of the Soviet Union aroused such strong interest in Mao Zedong. Building a new China based on large industry is the goal that Mao Zedong has been striving for decades. From an agricultural base to an industrial base, it is precisely the task of our revolution. During the October Revolution, wasn't the Soviet Union's industry very weak? However, today's Soviet Union has many large-scale factories. What did Mao Zedong see from the construction history of the Soviet Union? I saw China's future and China's hope. Although China is still very backward and its industrial level is very low, it will develop very quickly and will have its own large industry like the Soviet Union. This is undoubtedly a huge encouragement to Mao Zedong, who is leading the restoration and development of China's economy. The experience of Soviet economic construction also had an attraction for Mao Zedong, which became very clear in the following period. The Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance was the first treaty signed on the basis of equality with a foreign government after the founding of New China. It is in sharp contrast to all the unequal treaties that old China signed with the imperialist powers under humiliating conditions over the past century. The Chinese people have really stood up. The new Sino-Soviet Treaty made major modifications and supplements to the old Sino-Soviet Treaty. Article 1 of the new treaty stipulates, the contracting parties undertake to jointly endeavor to take all necessary measures with a view to preventing Japan or any other country that directly or indirectly colludes with Japan in acts of aggression from reinvading and disrupting the peace. Once any of the contracting parties is invaded by Japan or a country allied with Japan and is therefore in a state of war, the other contracting party shall do its best to provide military and other assistance. This is of great significance for preventing aggressive wars and ensuring the security of the two countries and world peace. This was quickly proven by history. Article 5 of the treaty stipulates, the contracting parties undertake to develop and consolidate the economic and cultural relations between China and the Soviet Union in a spirit of friendly cooperation and in accordance with the principles of equality, mutual benefit, mutual respect for national sovereignty and territorial integrity, and non-interference in each other's internal affairs, provide each other with all possible economic assistance, and carry out necessary economic cooperation. This article is extremely beneficial to China, which has just won the victory of the revolution and is in a very difficult economic situation. In addition, the new treaty also specifically added this article, the contracting parties will consult each other on all major international issues concerning the common interests of China and the Soviet Union in the interest of consolidating peace and general security. The agreement on Zhongchang Road, Lushunkao, and Dalian is also a very important agreement. It stipulates, first, the contracting parties agree that the Soviet government will transfer all rights to jointly manage the Chongqing Railway in China and all the property belonging to the railway to the government of the People's Republic of China without compensation. This transfer will take place immediately upon the conclusion of the peace treaty with Japan. That is to be achieved, but not later than the end of 1952. Secondly, the contracting parties agree that as soon as the peace treaty with Japan is concluded, but not later than the end of 1952, the Soviet troops will withdraw from the jointly used naval base of Lushunkao and move all the troops in the area. The equipment will be transferred to the government of the People's Republic of China and the government of the People's Republic of China will reimburse the Soviet Union for the costs of restoring and constructing the above-mentioned equipment since 1945. Thirdly, the contracting parties agreed that after the conclusion of the peace treaty with Japan, the issue of Dalian port must be dealt with. As for the administration of Dalian, it is completely under the jurisdiction of the government of the People's Republic of China. All properties in Dalian currently under administration by the Soviet Union or leased by the Soviet Union shall be taken over by the government of the People's Republic of China. The two sides also issued an announcement on the conclusion of a treaty and agreement of friendship, alliance, and mutual assistance between China and the Soviet Union. The proclamation declared, the corresponding treaties and agreements concluded between China and the Soviet Union on August 14, 1945, have lost their validity. Likewise, the governments of both parties confirm the independent status of the Mongolian People's Republic. The results of Mao Zedong's visit to the Soviet Union showed that although there were some twists and turns and unpleasant things during the negotiations between Mao Zedong and Stalin, this was after all a problem between the two countries in the socialist camp, and they were consistent in their fundamental interests and common goals. Generally speaking, this negotiation was conducted in a friendly, mutually beneficial and understanding atmosphere, and thus achieved satisfactory results. At that time, even public opinion in Western countries recognized that the signing of the Sino-Soviet Treaty became the most important event in international politics after the war. The signing of the Sino-Soviet Treaty was a major diplomatic victory for the Soviet Union and China. On April 10, 1950, at the third meeting of the Standing Committee of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, Mao Zedong said when talking about the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance, it is better to have the treaty finalized than not finalized. Once it is finalized, we will have something to fall back on, and we can do other things. Otherwise, others will do us harm and increase our difficulties. Now by fixing the friendship between the two countries in the treaty, we can let go of economic construction. It is also beneficial for diplomacy, and diplomacy is also for construction. We are a new country and have many difficulties. If something happens, we will have a helper, which can reduce the possibility of war. On June 6, 1950, Mao Zedong further commented at the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the new Sino-Soviet Treaty, which has great historical significance, has consolidated the friendly relations between the two countries. On the one hand, it enables us to carry out domestic construction work freely and quickly. On the other hand, it is promoting the great struggle of people around the world for peace and democracy and against war and oppression. Mao Zedong's first visit to the Soviet Union and the results achieved were the successful implementation of the one-sided policy he proposed in June 1949. One-sided means falling to the side of the socialist camp headed by the Soviet Union. This policy was proposed by Mao Zedong on the basis of summarizing the historical experience of the Chinese Revolution and based on the reality of the entire international strategic landscape at that time, mainly the fact that the United States and other imperialist countries adopted a hostile attitude towards New China and encircled and blockaded it. Deng Xiaoping once said that Mao Zedong regarded one-sidedness in foreign policy, rapid military occupation of the country, and economic self-reliance as the way to break the imperialist blockade. He also believes that the sooner the one-sidedness in foreign policy is manifested in action, the better for me. This is a proactive move to avoid a passive move in the future. It was out of this consideration that Mao Zedong regarded visiting the Soviet Union as a major event and implemented it at the beginning of the founding of New China. One-sidedness refers to one-sidedness in the international strategic situation. It does not mean that we must obey other countries in everything, follow other countries' batons, let alone become a client state. On the contrary, it is based on safeguarding national sovereignty and national independence. Before Mao Zedong proposed the one-sided policy, he also proposed the diplomatic policy of starting over from scratch and cleaning the house before treating guests. Starting anew was proposed by Mao Zedong in the spring of 1949. On March 5 of the same year, he stated in his report to the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, "Do not recognize the legal status of any foreign diplomatic agencies and diplomats in the Kuomintang era, do not recognize the continued existence of all traitorous treaties in the Kuomintang era, cancel all imperialist propaganda agencies in China, immediately control foreign trade, and reform the customs system. These are the first steps we must take when entering big cities. After doing these, the Chinese people will stand up in front of imperialism." Zhou Enlai gave a good explanation of this policy. In the spring of 1949, Comrade Mao Zedong said that one of our important diplomatic policies is to start from scratch, that is, not to recognize the old diplomatic relations established by the Kuomintang government with other countries, but to establish new diplomatic relations with other countries on a new basis. Comrade Mao Zedong in the People's Republic of China announcement of the Central People's Government declared that my country's diplomatic relations with foreign countries must be based on equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect for territorial sovereignty. This is something that the old Chinese government has not achieved for more than 100 years. This start-from-scratch policy has enabled our country to change its semi-colonial status and establish politically independent diplomatic relations. Clean the house before treating guests was first proposed by Mao Zedong in his conversation with Mikoyan in December 1949. Subsequently, at the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of my country, this policy was formally determined. As for the issue of imperialist recognition of our country, not only should there be no rush to solve it now, but there is no need to rush to solve it for a considerable period of time after the national victory. Regarding this policy, Zhou Enlai also gave a good explanation. Imperialism always wants to retain some privileges in China and wants to get in. Several countries want to negotiate and establish diplomatic relations with us. Our policy is to wait. First, eliminate the remaining forces of imperialism in our country, otherwise there will be left the residue of their activities. The military power of imperialism has been driven away, but the economic power of imperialism in our country for more than 100 years is still very strong, especially the cultural influence. This situation will affect our independence. Therefore, we must clean the house before establishing diplomatic relations. Mao Zedong was good at using vivid, and popular language to summarize and express his major strategic thoughts and theoretical views. Expressing his international strategic policy and diplomatic thoughts by turning one side to one side, starting over from scratch and cleaning the house before treating guests is an example. These three sentences became the basic policy that guided diplomacy in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. 3. Struggle to restore the national economy. After the founding of New China, it only took the Chinese People's Liberation Army a few months to eliminate the remaining troops of the Kuomintang reactionaries and liberate the entire continent except Tibet. Achieving national reunification is just around the corner. Mao Zedong gradually shifted his focus to the economic front. At this time, what he was most concerned about was whether the national economy could recover and develop quickly and whether the extremely serious economic difficulties could be overcome as soon as possible. This is a fundamental issue related to whether the new regime can be maintained and consolidated. This point was clearly pointed out by Mao Zedong as early as the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. He said, "From the first day we take over the city, our eyes must be directed towards the recovery and development of the city's production. We must avoid blindly grabbing and forgetting the central task, so that after occupying a city for several months, the production and construction work has not been on track, and even many industries have come to a standstill, causing workers to lose their jobs, reduce their living standards, and make them dissatisfied with the Communist Party. This state is completely unacceptable." He said it very strongly, "If we are ignorant in production work, cannot learn production work quickly, cannot restore and develop production as quickly as possible, and achieve real results, first of all, improve the lives of workers, and improve the lives of ordinary people, then we will not be able to maintain our political power, we will not be able to stand, and we will fail." The success of Mao Zedong's first visit to the Soviet Union created a very favorable international environment for New China. After Mao Zedong returned to China, he immediately devoted his main energy to leading the recovery of the national economy. The newly born New China is facing the severe situation of severe recession and overall shrinkage of the national economy. Agricultural production is reduced, factories are closed, transportation is blocked, materials are in short supply, prices are soaring, and there are many unemployed people. The severe floods in the summer of 1949 made the economic difficulties even worse. Compared with the highest production level in history, the national production in 1949 saw the total industrial output value drop by half, of which heavy industry dropped by 70%, light industry dropped by 30%, agriculture dropped by approximately 25%, and the total grain output was only over 225 billion kilograms. The per capita national income is only $27, equivalent to 2/3 of the average of Asian countries. This kind of economic shrinkage is particularly prominent in Shanghai and Jiangsu and Zhejiang, the richest regions in the country. Due to the large-scale plunder and robbery carried out by the Kuomintang government before its defeat, these areas were severely short of funds and materials, and a large number of national capital enterprises were unable to maintain even simple reproduction. In the large industrial city of Shanghai, when it was first liberated, the city's coal stock was only enough for 1 week, and the stock of cotton and grain was insufficient to sustain 1 month's consumption. Among the city's 13,647 private factories, the number of households operating accounts for only a quarter of the total. The relatively prosperous cotton textile industry can only operate 3 days and nights a week. What the Chinese Communist Party inherited from the Kuomintang government was such a mess. The skyrocketing prices have caused social unrest. In the days when the whole country was celebrating the founding of New China, there were many big price fluctuations in succession. Every price fluctuation is led by big cities such as Shanghai, where financial speculative capital is relatively concentrated. When prices in Shanghai skyrocketed, stores refused to accept RMB. Some people were elated, thinking that the Communist Party's power would be squeezed out of Greater Shanghai with the disappearance of the RMB. The great military and political victories achieved by the Chinese Communist Party are in sharp contrast to the severe economic difficulties it has encountered. Some people express doubts about the Communist Party's ability to manage the economy, and some people simply do not believe that the Communist Party will manage the economy well. They are waiting and watching, saying, "The Communist Party has scored full marks in the military, 80 points in the political field, and I am afraid it will get 0 points in the economic field." Faced with this severe economic situation, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and Mao Zedong regarded stabilizing prices as the central link in stabilizing the economy, society, and people's hearts, and took drastic measures to solve it. Mao Zedong gave this important task to Chen Yun, who had financial management skills. As soon as the Central Financial and Economic Commission with Chen Yun as director was established in July 1949, it immediately launched a battle to stabilize prices and unify financial and economic work. The key to stabilizing prices lies in stabilizing prices in Shanghai and several other big cities, especially Shanghai. Only by stabilizing Shanghai can the whole country be stabilized. Shortly after Shanghai was liberated, on June 10, 1949, with the approval of Mao Zedong, the Shanghai Military Control Commission took drastic measures to seal down the Shanghai Securities Building, the headquarters of financial speculation. This severely cracked down on illegal activities that undermined finance and won the Silver Dollar War, allowing the RMB to enter market circulation relatively smoothly. After the Silver Dollar War, the status of the RMB was consolidated, but prices in Shanghai and across the country did not stop rising. Shanghai's speculative capital, which was hit in the Silver Dollar War, was unwilling to fail and quickly turned to the grain, cotton yarn, and coal markets, taking advantage of the extremely scarce supplies to engage in speculative business, triggering another national price-raising frenzy. In less than 3 months from the end of July to mid-October, the average price index rose by 1.5 times in Shanghai and 1.8 times in cities such as Beijing and Tianjin. Some people made wild claims, saying, "As long as we control 2 whites and 1 black, we can kill Shanghai." Under this circumstance, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China made a decisive decision to use Shanghai as the main battlefield to fight a war of annihilation to stabilize prices. Just when speculative capital was driving up prices and hoarding goods, in accordance with the unified deployment of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, large quantities of grain, cotton yarn, and coal were urgently transferred from all over the country to big cities such as Shanghai, Beijing, and Tianjin. On November 25, the day when prices rose the most, all major cities implemented a two-pronged approach in accordance with the unified deployment of the central government. On the one hand, they sold off scarce supplies to bring down the skyrocketing prices quickly. On the other hand, they tightened monetary policy and levied taxes. As a result, speculators' capital turnover failed, their hoarded materials devalued, they lost their footing, and they went bankrupt one after another. By December 10, the war of grain and cotton achieved a decisive victory. An influential national capitalist in Shanghai said afterward, the CCP used political power to suppress the silver dollar trend in June. This time, it was able to suppress it with only economic power, which was unexpected by the Shanghai business community. After two confrontations, the silver dollar war and the grain and cotton war, the national bourgeoisie became aware of the Chinese Communist Party's ability to govern the country and manage finances, and began to seriously consider accepting the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party and the people's government. The socialist state-owned economy has initially taken the initiative to stabilize the market, creating conditions for a basic improvement in the country's financial and economic conditions. Subsequently, the Central People's Government decided to take major steps to unify the country's financial work and change the decentralized and fragmented financial system during the war years. The Central People's Government will coordinate the country's fiscal revenue and expenditure, material dispatch and cash management, and achieve unified planning and execution of orders and prohibitions. This measure effectively consolidated the results of stabilizing prices and controlled the momentum of inflation. By March 1950, prices across the country were completely stable, and the serious sequelae of inflation left by the Kuomintang's reactionary rule were completely eliminated. The Chinese people, who have suffered from hyperinflation for decades, finally live a peaceful life with stable prices. In the struggle to stabilize prices and unify financial and economic work, Chen Yun showed high leadership and policy standards, which was highly praised by Mao Zedong. He said in a conversation, "Comrade Chen Yun has such an ability, which I have not seen during my time in Yan'an. It can be called ability." Mao Zedong also spoke highly of the victories of these two battles, believing that they were no less significant than the Battle of Huaihe. Stabilizing prices and unifying finance and economics were achieved in just a few months, achieving a victory beyond expectations and creating conditions for the recovery of the national economy. But where to start to restore the national economy? What steps to take? What policy should be implemented? Approximately how long will it take? These questions must first be considered comprehensively and have a clear idea to give clear answers. Mao Zedong did exactly this. As early as the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee, Mao Zedong proposed that after overthrowing the Kuomintang rule, establishing people's power, and fundamentally solving the land issue, the party's central task is to mobilize all forces to restore and develop production. This is the focus of all work. On July 31, 1949, Mao Zedong clearly stated that in order to strive for the recovery and development of the national economy, three fundamental tasks must be completed. He estimated that it would take about 3 years to complete these three tasks. Mao Zedong wrote, 22 years of the People's Liberation War has taught us that in any area where the enemy is driven out and people's political power is established, a difficult period will inevitably go through. This difficulty can be overcome, but only with the necessary time and hard work. In some places, a few months or a year is enough, while in other places, it will take 2, 3, or even more years before military, political, economic, cultural and other work can completely get off the old chaotic track caused by the enemy and completely embark on a new track of consolidation and development. In order to overcome the difficulties, we must complete several tasks of a fundamental nature, which are, eliminate feudal forces and enable farmers to obtain land, implement leaner troops and simpler administration to streamline state expenditure, preliminary restoration and development of all beneficial industry and agriculture on the basis of the above two items production. Without these fundamental tasks, the so-called overcoming difficulties is just empty talk. Generally speaking, in the newly liberated southern and northwest provinces, we must be prepared to spend about 3 years, and it is useless to be too hasty. When Mao Zedong wrote this passage, the country had not yet been liberated and the republic had not yet been established. Although the content mentioned in it is specific to some regions, it has universal significance and is equally applicable to the entire country. Shortly after the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, in mid-April, Mao Zedong proposed an important economic policy called All Directions based on China's actual situation and after careful consideration, that is, both public and private, benefiting both labor and capital, urban and rural mutual assistance, and internal and external exchanges. This is actually the guideline for the entire economic recovery period and has long-term guiding significance. On April 15, when Mao Zedong met with Tao Luya and others who were then secretary of the party committee of Taihang district at the Shuangqing Villa in Xiangshan, he gave a detailed explanation of the all directions policy. He said, "Our economic policy can be summarized in one sentence, called all directions." What is all directions? 4 directions refers to public and private, labor and capital, urban and rural, and internal and external. Each of them includes 2 parties, so together it is all directions. The internal and external mentioned here include not only China and foreign countries, but at present, the liberated areas and Shanghai should also be included. Our economic policy is to handle relations with all parties and implement policies that balance public and private interests, benefit both labor and capital, urban and rural mutual assistance, and internal and external exchanges. Regarding the interests of labor and capital, many comrades only pay attention to one of them but not the other. You can see that the resolution of the second plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China mentioned the struggle between us and the liberal bourgeoisie regarding restrictions and counter-restrictions. The current focus is not on restrictions but on uniting the liberal bourgeoisie. The fear of dealing with capitalists is wrong. If both labor and management benefit, instead of benefiting both sides, it will be a disadvantage. Why? If there are only profit-making but unfavorable capital, the factory will close down. If there are only profit-making but unfavorable labor, production cannot be developed. The same goes for balancing public and private matters. You can only give consideration to both and not be partial. The result of partiality is disregard, and the result of neglect is collapse. Among the 4 aspects of relations, public-private relations and labor-management relations are the most basic. The resolution of the second plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China proposed to utilize the enthusiasm of urban and rural capitalism. Otherwise, it will not work. The new rich peasants are the rural bourgeoisie. We need to give full play to their initiative. Now they are demanding the development of production, which suits our needs. The lack of one aspect of all directions means a wrong line and a wrong principle. There is no such thing as 5 directions and 10 directions except all directions in the world. Taking care of all sides is called comprehensive leadership. To carry out a production movement in a factory, we must not only convene workers to a meeting and mobilize the working masses, we must also convene a meeting of capitalists, communicate with them, and mobilize them as well. Cooperatives must also take into account both public and private aspects. If they only care about the public aspect and ignore the private aspect, they will collapse. To implement the economic policy of all directions, we must note that we are now an alliance of the working class, the peasant class, the petty bourgeoisie and the liberal bourgeoisie. These 4 classes unite against feudalism, imperialism, and bureaucratic capitalism. The Kuomintang is the concentrated representative of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucratic capitalism. After the national victory, we must concentrate our efforts on dealing with imperialism. Of course, when implementing the economic policy of all directions, it is wrong to impose no restrictions on speculative business. There should be restrictions in policy, but restrictions are not to crack down, but to slowly guide them onto the right path. We need to unite with the capitalists, but many comrades dare not say this. You must understand that it is impossible to survive without capitalists. On November 29, 1949, in his speech at the second meeting of the First Standing Committee of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, Mao Zedong proposed for the first time the overall vision for the recovery and development of the national economy, namely recovery in 3 years and 5 years, development in 8 years and 8 years. On December 2, he reiterated this idea at the fourth meeting of the Central People's Government Committee. He said, "Our situation will get better year by year, and it is estimated that next year will be better than this year. Within 3 to 5 years, our economy can be fully restored. Within 10 to 8 years, our economy can achieve tremendous development." After more than a year of practice and observation, Mao Zedong felt confident about the time to restore the economy. By February 1951, at an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, he clearly summarized this idea as 3 years of preparation and 10 years of planned economic construction, which was officially determined by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China as my country's long-term development strategy for restoring and developing the national economy. The 3 years of preparation mentioned here means using 3 years to restore the national economy. 1950 was the first year of restoring the national economy. The first problem encountered is how to arrange the national fiscal revenue and expenditure this year. Mao Zedong focused on this matter and appointed Chen Yun, Bo Yubo, Li Fukun, Rao Shuxi, and Deng Zhui to draft the budget. On November 28, 1949, before going abroad to visit the Soviet Union, Mao Zedong presided over a meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, which revised and approved the draft national fiscal revenue and expenditure estimates for 1950 and the draft decision on the issuance of People's Victory discounted public bonds. The next day, he chaired the second meeting of the First Standing Committee of the CPPCC National Committee to discuss the two drafts. The meeting designated Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Huang Yanpi, Bo Yubo, Ma Yinchu, Shi Fuliang, Zhang Naki, etc. to further revise the draft budget estimate. In preparing the 1950 budget, we encountered two major problems. One was the problem of contracting out former Kuomintang military and political personnel, and the other was the problem of military expenditures. These are major events with an overall impact, and they are two very heavy burdens for New China, which is facing very difficult financial and economic difficulties. What to do? Where is the way out? Mao Zedong expressed his opinions at the second meeting of the First Standing Committee of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Regarding the issue of contracting out former Kuomintang military and political personnel, Mao Zedong said, "Can these old personnel be left alone? People won't leave and support us, no matter if they want to curse, we have to accept it. It's worse not to collect it than to collect it. Even if they don't accept them, they still have to eat. When they have no other choice, they will rob or steal or destroy them. This is more than the cost of 4,000 kilograms of millet. We need to capture these people and take care of their food. No matter how difficult the country's finances are, old personnel must be retained." This is an important policy established by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and Mao Zedong on the eve of the founding of the People's Republic of China and reiterated again and again after the founding of the People's Republic of China. On September 2, 1949, Mao Zedong called Rao Shuxi and proposed that 3 people should share the food of 5 people. On November 2, in response to the poor implementation of this policy in some places, Mao Zedong reiterated, As for the principles and methods for treating old personnel mentioned in the Xinhua News Agency's September 16, 6 Commentaries White Paper editorial, the Central Committee has reported to all central bureaus, sub-bureaus, and front committees with the instructions given, party organizations, the People's Liberation Army and the people's governments across the country must comply with them and avoid the mistakes made by Beijing, Shanghai, Nanjing and other places in the past when they rudely and irresponsibly dismissed a large number of old personnel. They must not make the same mistake again. At the fourth meeting of the Central People's Government Committee on December 2, he once again emphasized, the people's government should adopt a responsible attitude on this issue. Only in this way is it beneficial to the people. Recruiting old personnel is a far-sighted measure taken by the people's government under the circumstances of very difficult financial situation. The financial burden and pressure it brings are huge. For this reason, we have to pay an additional expenditure equivalent to 1.2 billion kilograms of millet every year. But politically, it improves the cohesion of the people's government, stabilizes the world, and unites the hearts of the people. Regarding the issue of military expenditures, Mao Zedong said, in the current budget, construction expenses account for only 24%, culture, education and health expenses only account for 4.1%, military expenses account for 38.8%, and administrative expenses account for 21.4%. So, actually this is still a war budget. This budget does not meet the requirements of the Finance and Economics Committee, the Culture and Education Committee and other departments, but military and administrative expenses cannot be reduced any further. He also said, I want everyone to know that life in the army is extremely hard. Some troops have no vegetables to eat or salt water to eat, and the food they eat cannot meet the requirements. Provincial chairmen, mayors, and central ministers all need to know so that they can explain it to everyone. He believes that the way to solve the problem lies in the military gradually turning to production and construction. It is expected that by 1951, 3 million people in the army and government will be transferred to production. When the birds are gone, good bows will be transformed. We are engaged in production rather than hidden good bows. Shortly after the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, on December 5, Mao Zedong, in the name of Chairman of the Central Military Commission, issued the instructions of the People's Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central People's Government on the military's participation in production and construction in 1950. This instruction stated, we must make our People's Liberation Army not only a national defense force, but also a production army, so as to coordinate with the people of the country to overcome the difficulties left by the long war and accelerate the economic construction of new democracy. In 1950, after completing the combat tasks of chasing down remnants of the enemy, countering rebellion, and suppressing bandits, various units of the People's Liberation Army successively launched large-scale production and construction campaigns. The Xinjiang military region has more than 100,000 officers and soldiers engaged in production, carrying forward the Nanyuan spirit, reclaiming 850,000 acres of wasteland throughout the year, and basically achieving self-sufficiency in food and vegetables, setting an example for the entire military. On December 2, 1949, Mao Zedong convened the fourth meeting of the Central People's Government Committee to discuss and adopt the draft National Fiscal Revenue and Expenditure Estimate for 1950. Mao Zedong pointed out in his speech at this meeting, the national budget is a major issue, which reflects the policy of the entire country, because it stipulates the scope and direction of government activities. Regarding the current national financial situation, Mao Zedong summed it up in 3 sentences, where there are difficulties, there are solutions, and there is hope. He said, our financial situation is difficult. We must explain our difficulties to the people and do not hide this difficulty. But we must also explain to the people that we do have ways to overcome difficulties. Since we have ways to overcome difficulties, our career is promising and our future is bright. These 3 sentences are concise and powerful. They truthfully reflect the country's financial and economic conditions. At the same time, they point out a bright future and give people hope. They have a huge influence among the people and become the spiritual force that mobilizes millions of people to invest in the great struggle to overcome difficulties and restore the economy. At this time, the two major domestic issues that Mao Zedong was most concerned about were land reform and financial and economic work. 2 days before he left Beijing for the Soviet Union, on December 4, he convened a meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee to discuss these two issues. Mao Zedong visited the Soviet Union with many questions, including these two issues. On March 4, 1950, Mao Zedong returned to Beijing. In April, the country's financial situation began to improve, the currency balance was close to balance, and the country had relatively abundant supplies. Great achievements have been made in stabilizing prices and unifying financial and economic work. However, as the work was being carried out, due to tight money, falling prices, and heavy taxes, many national capital industries and commerce and individual industries and commerce encountered serious financial difficulties. At the turn of the spring and summer of 1950, new economic difficulties such as market depression, factory closures, and increased unemployment among workers appeared across the country. The general situation is that big cities are more important than small cities, industry is more important than commerce, and Shanghai is more important than other cities. In Shanghai, the transaction volume of rice and cotton yarn wholesale markets fell by 83% and 47% respectively in April compared with January. By late April, more than 1,000 factories had closed down in Shanghai, more than 2,000 shops had closed down, and more than 200,000 workers were unemployed. In 16 larger cities across the country, there are nearly 10,000 partially closed stores. The number of unemployed people nationwide exceeds 1 million. At that time, people in Shanghai were in a state of uncertainty, rumors were spreading, and phenomena such as freeloading, branching out of factories and stores, beating the police, and petitioning were constantly occurring. The Democrats lamented the loss of people's hearts, and the industrial and commercial people were panicked. This situation was called the April Crisis in Shanghai at the time. Shanghai is the country's largest industrial city and the place where the national bourgeoisie, especially big capitalists, are most concentrated. Its every move affects other major cities across the country. The difficulties encountered by private capital in Shanghai and the contradictions between public and private capital have become even more prominent. Therefore, Mao Zedong paid great attention to the trends in Shanghai. From mid-March to early April, Mao Zedong received 3 telegrams from Shanghai Mayor Chen Yi, reflecting the difficulties of Shanghai's industry and commerce and the erroneous tendencies of some comrades within the party. In his first telegram on March 12, Chen Yi pointed out that Shanghai's industry and commerce may still be more seriously shut down in March, April, and May and suggested that the central government should carefully consider the steps for Shanghai's taxation and appropriately relax the deadline. In the second telegram on March 24, it reflected in detail the specific opinions of Shanghai's industrial and commercial circles on improving taxation. The third telegram on April 4 reflected, since March, due to the increase in industrial and commercial bankruptcies and the increase in debt and tax tasks, not only people outside the party have complained, thinking that it is secretly communist, but it has also been reflected in the party cadres, who believe that socialism is actually ahead of schedule. The telegram proposed, it is important to consider some necessary steps to loosen and assist without hampering the deployment of the Ministry of Finance. Only in this way can practical measures be taken for the maintenance of Shanghai's industry and commerce. In this way, a dilemma faced Mao Zedong and the Central People's Government. It was necessary to stabilize prices while maintaining production, appropriately slowing taxes, and solving the financial difficulties of private industry and commerce. In Chen Yun's words, what the government is choosing now is 2 baskets of eggs, and don't break one. Is there a solution that has the best of both worlds? Mao Zedong believed that, Fundamentally speaking, it was necessary to implement land reform to restore agriculture, adjust public-private relations to restore industry, and reorganize cadres to implement policies. From March 27 to April 6, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China held an enlarged meeting of the Politburo with the participation of heads of major regions, which mainly discussed issues such as finance, economy, land reform, and military affairs. At this meeting, Mao Zedong made decisions to adjust industry and commerce based on the opinions and reflections of all parties, especially the situation in Shanghai. Mao Zedong said at the meeting, after the establishment of the Central People's Government, it mainly focused on a financial problem. The current improvement in the financial economy is only a financial improvement, not an economic improvement. The financial improvement can only be said to be the beginning of improvement, and fundamental improvement requires the completion of the reform of the land system. At present, the reform of the land system must be completed. The battle has been won financially, and now the issue must turn to the economy and the adjustment of industry and commerce. He pointed out in response to the erroneous tendency among some party cadres to squeeze out private industry and commerce, we must cooperate with the bourgeoisie, otherwise the common program will become a dead letter. It is politically unfavorable and economically disadvantageous. By maintaining private industry and commerce, it first maintains production, secondly, it maintains workers, thirdly, workers can also get some benefits. But in comparison, the current development of private industry and commerce is not the same. It is better to say that it is good for the capitalists than it is good for the workers and the people. He further stated, "We are a big party and we must pay special attention to our strategy. Especially now that we have won, we must pay more attention to opposing left ideas and left practices." At the meeting, Zhou Enlai reflected that at the Industrial and Commercial Group discussion of the First National United Front Work Conference, someone expressed wrong and confusing opinions on private industrial and commercial policies. After getting to know him, he found that those who held this view were not just individuals within the party, but rather representative to a certain extent. On April 12, he sent the transcript of his speech to Mao Zedong and Liu Shaokai, and asked Ye Zilong to send it to Mao Zedong for reading immediately. Judging from the preserved file, Mao Zedong read it very carefully, drawing, circling, and dotting, and densely writing long paragraphs of criticisms in the places marked with question marks. These criticisms are mainly directed at the left thinking that attacks the national bourgeoisie and wants to squeeze out private capital. The transcript of the speech mentioned that the targets of today's struggle are mainly the bourgeoisie. Mao Zedong's comment was, "The objects of today's struggle are mainly imperialism, feudalism, and the remnants of their lackeys, the Kuomintang reactionaries, rather than the national bourgeoisie. There is a struggle against the national bourgeoisie, but it must be united, and a policy of both unity and struggle must be adopted to achieve the goal of uniting them to jointly develop the national economy." When talking about the restrictions and exclusion of private industry and commerce in the transcript of his speech, Mao Zedong's comment was, "What should be restricted and excluded are those industries and commerce that are not conducive to the national economy and people's livelihood, that is, speculative commerce, luxury goods and superstitious goods industry and commerce, rather than legitimate industries and commerce that are beneficial to the national economy and people's livelihood. These industries and commerce should be supported and developed when they encounter difficulties." The transcript of the speech stated that the state-owned economy can develop without restrictions. Mao Zedong's comment was, "This is a long-term matter. It is impossible to develop without restrictions at the current stage. Private capital must be used at the same time." Mao Zedong also wrote, "Except for salt, the scope should be defined and not monopolized everything. Only a certain amount of a few major commodities can be controlled, such as 1/3 of grain, etc." The transcript of the speech also stated that our policy is to compete for profits with the bourgeoisie. We just only allow state officials to set fires, but don't allow people to light lamps. Mao Zedong drew a thick line next to it and wrote, "A completely wrong statement. Mao Zedong sent the materials he reviewed to Peng Dehui, Lin Biao, Liu Shaokai, Zhu De, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Bo Yubo, Peng Zhen, Hu Qiaomu and the speaker himself for circulation, and specially wrote the word immediately on the envelope. Mao Zedong's comments involve major policy issues and are of great significance in correcting the left thinking of some cadres within the party in dealing with private industry and commerce and the national bourgeoisie. After the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, Mao Zedong continued to emphasize the need to adjust industry and commerce, improve public-private relations, and unite the national bourgeoisie at many meetings. On April 13, Mao Zedong delivered a speech at the 7th meeting of the Central People's Government Committee, formally proposing the 3 conditions needed to fundamentally improve the financial and economic situation of the entire country, and determined that the current focus of the government's financial and economic leading organs is to adjust industry and commerce. He said, "Our country's financial situation has begun to improve, which is a good phenomenon. However, the fundamental improvement of the entire financial and economic situation requires 3 conditions, namely, the completion of land reform, the rational adjustment of existing industry and commerce, and a large reduction in national military and administrative expenses. These should be gradually realized, and it is completely achievable. Then a fundamental improvement can occur. In the next few months, the focus of the government's financial leadership should be on adjusting the relationship between public and private enterprises and various departments of public and private enterprises, and strive to overcome anarchy." He once again proposed that the provisions of the Common Program must be conscientiously implemented as a guideline for action, saying, "The provisions of the Common Program include business scope, raw material supply, sales market, labor conditions, technical equipment, fiscal policy, financial policy, etc. On the other hand, the coordination of various social and economic components, under the leadership of the state-owned economy, division of labor and cooperation, and each getting his own place, must be fully realized in order to be conducive to the recovery and development of the entire people's economy. Some of the confusing thoughts that have occurred in this regard must be clarified. Since Mao Zedong proposed the 3 fundamental tasks of overcoming difficulties and restoring the economy at the end of July 1949, more than 8 months have passed and new adjustments have been made based on new practical experience, including adjusting industry and commerce and improving public-private relations as one of the conditions for restoring the national economy. In this way, the Chinese Communist Party has a clearer and more complete guideline for restoring the national economy. After Mao Zedong's speech was made public, people from all walks of life responded enthusiastically, which played a role in stabilizing people's hearts. At that time, a meeting of people's representatives from all walks of life was being held in Shanghai, attended by representatives of the national bourgeoisie and Democrats. When Mao Zedong's speech was heard, the delegates expressed their support, and their pessimism and disappointment could be relatively reduced. Mao Zedong attached great importance to this meeting in Shanghai. He asked Chen Yi to telegraph the meeting status at any time, and he responded promptly with instructions. On April 15, the opening day of the Shanghai People's Congress, Chen Yi sent a telegram to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and Mao Zedong. At this time, Shanghai was still in the April crisis. The telegram said, "The poison that has been inflicted for many years has now reached the point of breaking out. The difficulties and tensions are natural. We strive to make things better and suffer less. We can handle it according to the spirit of your instructions." Mao Zedong immediately replied to the message on the 16th, "It is very good and comforting that the taxation issue and the unemployment issue can be solved according to correct principles and can be carried out in a prudent manner with the consent of all parties. We are currently in an intense period of transformation. We strive to make this transformation go better and strive not to destroy things that should not be destroyed, or to destroy them less. If you grasp this, you can reduce resistance and have the initiative." On April 23, Mao Zedong once again emphasized in another reply to Chen Yi, "In the past few months, great efforts should indeed be made to adjust public-private relations, labor-capital relations, maintain production, and relieve the unemployed. In accordance with Mao Zedong's instructions, Shanghai took a series of powerful measures, adjusting public-private relations and implementing public-private policies, improving labor management relations and taking care of the interests of both parties, appropriately reducing taxes, providing relief to unemployed workers, conducting self-criticism and correcting shortcomings at work, etc. After hard work, Shanghai finally passed the April crisis. After receiving Chen Yi's relevant report, Mao Zedong was very pleased and immediately forwarded it to the heads of the central bureaus and sub-bureaus outside East China and the Beijing and Tianjin municipal committees, saying, Shanghai's experience in repelling the April crisis and the various policies currently adopted are worthy of study by the party committees of major cities everywhere. Please forward this report to the party committees of major cities for study. Shanghai's April crisis has passed, but economic difficulties still exist. Goods are unsaleable, factories are closed, shops are closed, and workers are unemployed. The same is true for other cities. The task of restoring the national economy is still very arduous, and the objective situation requires the entire party to concentrate on economic work. As early as December 1949, Mao Zedong pointed out at the Political Bureau meeting of the Central Committee held before leaving Beijing for the Soviet Union, financial and economic work has become the main agenda of the Central Committee and the Central Bureau. Financial and economic issues should be carefully studied and timely publicity should be carried out to make the people understand the situation and policies. After arriving in the Soviet Union, he telegraphed Lin Biao, the entire Central and South 6. The focus of the province's work has shifted from military to economy and land reform. I hope you will establish the Central and South Military and Political Committee in January next year to concentrate on leading the region's economic work and actively prepare the conditions for land reform. From then on, another 5 months passed, and Mao Zedong felt more deeply the importance and urgency of the party's main leaders at all levels personally taking charge of economic work. A telegram sent to the principals of each Central Bureau on May 20 warned, the principal responsible comrades of each Central Bureau must personally pay close attention to financial, and economic work. The meetings of each Central Bureau must often discuss financial work, and must not relax a little as it is just the work of financial business agencies. The same is true for branch bureaus, municipal committees, provincial committees, and district party committees. The Political Bureau of the Central Committee now discusses financial work at almost every meeting. After full discussions and preparations at the Political Bureau meetings of the CPC Central Committee in March, April, and May, among the top leaders of the CPC, the situation on economic issues was clear, the policies were established, and the understanding was basically unanimous. The third plenary session of the 7th CPC Central Committee opened in Beijing on June 6. Mao Zedong delivered a report at the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in June 1950. The central topic of this plenary session was financial issues, so Mao Zedong named his thematic report Struggle for a Basic Improvement in the National Financial and Economic Situation. This plenary session is another summary meeting, summarizing the work of the 15 months since the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Taking economic issues as the central topic of the central plenary session marks that the focus of the entire party's work has shifted from revolutionary war to economic construction, and the strategic decisions of the second plenary session of the Central Committee have been fully implemented nationwide. Mao Zedong's written report clearly and comprehensively analyzed the basic international and domestic situation, and put forward the goals and tasks of the entire party and people in the period of restoring the national economy. The report begins with an analysis of the international situation. Mao Zedong believed that the possibility of World War III still exists, but a new world war can be stopped. The current international situation is favorable to us. How to assess the international situation and whether a new world war can be fought has always been Mao Zedong's top priority. When Liu Shaoqi secretly visited the Soviet Union in the summer of 1949, Mao Zedong commissioned him to ask Stalin about his views on this issue. When Mao Zedong visited the Soviet Union in December 1949, he asked Stalin face to face. After returning to China, when studying domestic work issues, the first thing that comes to mind is still this issue. As the country's top leader who is leading the restoration and development of the national economy, he cannot help but think about the problem in this way, because this is the prerequisite for making all major decisions. Mao Zedong believed that war or peace is a question of fundamental nature, and a correct judgment must be made on this. He did not rule out the possibility of a world war, but emphasized more that a world war would not be fought within a few years. The war rumors spread by the Kuomintang reactionaries that the Third World War was about to break out were deceiving the people and were groundless. On the basis of making a correct judgment on the international background, we can appropriately plan domestic peace-building undertakings. The most mobilizing power of Mao Zedong's report and what remains in people's memory for a long time is the elaboration of the three conditions needed to achieve a fundamental improvement in the financial and economic situation. For those who have experienced those years, they may have forgotten other contents in this report, but these three items will never be forgotten. He said, to obtain a fundamental improvement in the financial and economic situation, three conditions are needed, namely, the completion of land reform, the reasonable adjustment of existing industry and commerce, a substantial reduction in the funds required by state institutions. To achieve these three conditions, it will take a considerable amount of time, about 3 years, or more, a little more. The whole party and the people of the country should work hard to create these three conditions. I and everyone believe that these conditions can be achieved within about 3 years. By then, we will see a fundamental improvement in our country's entire financial and economic situation. Although the new People's Republic faces many difficulties, it is a country full of vigor and hope, a country with great vitality, and will surely be able to overcome any difficulties and achieve its set goals. People can strongly feel this from Mao Zedong's firm and confident words. On the first day of the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, Mao Zedong delivered a speech and explained the written report submitted to the plenary session. He said, consolidating financial and economic unity, consolidating the balance of fiscal revenue and expenditure, and consolidating price stability. These three consolidations must be consolidated and must not be shaken. There were many letters scolding me last year, but now prices are stable, which is a great victory. Mao Zedong's words were very targeted. At that time, some senior leaders in some places were wavering about unifying the finance and economy and stabilizing prices due to the emergence of new and relatively serious economic difficulties. When talking about improving public-private relations, Mao Zedong once again talked about the Common Program. He said, our cadres must be familiar with and conscientiously implement Article 26 of the Common Program. In many places, instead of public-private cooperation, there is a public-private war. Instead of each getting his own place, everyone gets his own place. The state-owned economy and the private economy should be different in status and treated equally in terms of treatment. The so-called difference is that in terms of leadership, the socialist state-owned economy is different from private capitalism. The socialist economy is progressive and should obtain leadership. The so-called equal treatment refers to general treatment, including equal treatment in raw material supply, labor relations, market, price, internal and external communication, etc. This will last long. Don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. We should look at the workers, which is beneficial even to the capitalists. Except for the military industry, which is somewhat monopolistic, everything else should be treated equally. Mao Zedong's speech focused on the strategic line of the third plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. He has realized that in the past period of time, the attack area has been too broad, it has gone too far, and it has been too tense, which is very disadvantageous. Therefore, it is very necessary to remind the whole party to pay attention to strategic issues and prevent arrogance after victory. It is necessary to determine where the attack point is and which aspects should be united and cooperated, so as to unite all aspects that can be united, mitigate all areas that can be mitigated, and isolate and attack the main enemy. Mao Zedong focused on the issue of not attacking on all sides. He said, "This autumn, we will start land reform in a vast area with a population of about 310 million and overthrow the entire landlord class. In the land reform, our enemies are large and numerous. First, imperialism is against us. Second, the reactionaries in Taiwan and Tibet are against us. Third, the remnants of the Kuomintang, spies and bandits are against us. Fourth, the landlord class is against us. Fifth, the reactionary forces in the church schools and religious circles established by imperialism in our country, as well as the reactionary forces in the cultural and educational institutions of the Kuomintang that we have taken over, are our enemies. We must fight against these enemies and complete land reform in a much wider area than in the past. This struggle is very fierce and unprecedented in history. At the same time, the revolutionary victory brought about socio-economic restructuring. This reorganization is necessary, but it also places a heavy burden on us for the time being. Many people were dissatisfied with us because of the socio-economic reorganization and certain disruptions in industry and commerce brought about by the war. Now our relationship with the national bourgeoisie is very tense. They are in constant panic and are very dissatisfied. Unemployed intellectuals and unemployed workers are not satisfied with us, and there are also a group of small craftsmen who are not satisfied with us. In most rural areas, since land reform has not yet been implemented and public grain must be collected, farmers also have opinions. What is our current general policy? That is to eliminate the remnants of the Kuomintang, spies and bandits, overthrow the landlord class, liberate Taiwan and Tibet, and fight imperialism to the end. In order to isolate and attack the current enemy, we must turn those who are dissatisfied with us into supporting us. In short, we should not attack from all sides. Attacking from all sides, the whole country is tense, which is very bad. We must not make too many enemies. We must make concessions and relax in one aspect, and concentrate our efforts on attacking in another aspect. We must do a good job so that workers, farmers, and small handicraftsmen all support us, and that the vast majority of the national bourgeoisie and intellectuals do not oppose us. In this way, the remnants of the Kuomintang, the spies, and the bandits will be isolated, the landlord class will be isolated, the reactionaries in Taiwan and Tibet will be isolated, and imperialism will be isolated among our people. This is our policy, this is our strategic approach, and this is the line of the third plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The various principles and policies proposed by Mao Zedong in his written reports and oral speeches were unanimously accepted by the plenary session and became the party's action program during the period of national economic recovery. At this plenary session, Liu Shaokai, Chen Yun, Zhou Enlai, and Nai Rongzhen also made reports on land reform, finance and economy, diplomacy and united front work, and military reorganization issues respectively. After the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the work of adjusting industry and commerce was fully launched and achieved remarkable results. The national bourgeoisie not only survived the economic depression, but also achieved rapid development. Compared with 1950, the number of private industrial households in the country increased by 11%, and the GDP increased by 39%. The number of private commercial households increased by 11.9%, and the total number of retail goods increased by 36.6%. This year, private business people are in a happier mood than ever before. With the help of the people's government, they made more profits from processing, ordering, underwriting, and acquisitions by the state and state-owned enterprises than in any year during the Kuomintang rule. They began to accept the leadership of the Communist Party of China and the state-owned economy, and initially eliminated their fear of socialism. The rumors and ideological doubts that the Communist Party wanted to crush private capitalism and implement socialism in advance gradually disappeared. The rational adjustment of industry and commerce has promoted the overall recovery of the national economy. In 1950, the total industrial and agricultural output value increased by 23.4% compared with 1949. Among them, industry grew by 36.4% and agriculture grew by 17.8%. Grain production increased by 16.9%. The state's fiscal deficit has also been greatly improved. In December 1949, when Mao Zedong presided over the discussion of the national fiscal revenue and expenditure estimates for 1950, he had estimated that there would be a deficit of 416 million yuan for the whole year, but later it was only 290 million yuan. Since 1951, we have achieved a balance of revenue and expenditure, with a slight surplus. This was another remarkable achievement at the time. Just as the national economy began to gradually recover, the Korean War broke out. The United States armedly intervened in North Korea and burned the flames of the war of aggression to the Yalu River, directly threatening China's security and peace construction. After the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China made the decision to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, the situation changed significantly. Whether and how to adjust the party's general tasks and general principles during the period of national economic recovery originally determined by the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was put on the agenda. Under such circumstances, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China has determined the policy of resistance, stability, and construction on both sides. Regarding the process of determining this policy, Chen Yun spoke at the leading group meeting of the National Financial and Economic Conference on August 6, 1953. In March 1950, the country unified financial and economic work and stabilized the market. In June, the Korean War broke out, and in October the volunteers went abroad. It was very tense at that time. Before we must resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea on the front, and stabilize the market on the back. It doesn't matter if something goes wrong at either end. We must be able to resist and stabilize at the same time. This is paramount. Later, Comrade Mao Zedong proposed the task of resisting, stabilizing, and building on both sides. According to this policy, the financial and economic work in the next few years must be based on the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, everything must be subject to the war, and everything must be for the victory of the war. At that time, the central government estimated that with the expansion of the U.S. imperialist invasion of Korea, there were three possibilities for the development of the current situation: a neighboring war, and domestic peace, a neighboring war, and the country was bombed, a neighboring war, and the enemy landed at our seaport, and the whole country was involved in the war. The central government's response is to temporarily take the second situation as the basis. In this way, not only the environment for economic construction must be prepared for the threat of war, but also military spending must be increased and investment in other areas reduced. With full support for the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, in terms of the deployment of domestic financial and economic work, there is also a question of the order of stabilization and construction. Mao Zedong and other party and state leaders weighed the pros and cons and decided to give priority to stabilizing market prices. In order to meet the needs of resisting U.S. aggression and aiding Korea and stabilizing prices, it is necessary to reduce and compress investment in economic construction and cultural construction, and slow down the speed of construction. But this does not mean that we should not build or cannot build. This requires careful planning, diligence, and frugality in building the country, and using as much money as possible in various aspects of construction. Resistance on the side, stability on the side, and construction on the side, every aspect of which is a severe test for new China. When this policy was first proposed, the main leaders of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, including Mao Zedong, were not very confident about whether this policy could be successfully realized. However, after 2 years of hard work, it has been proved that the Chinese people can not only support this war, but also win this war. Not only can they maintain the stability of market prices, but they can also achieve the recovery of the national economy in the shortest time. In 1952, people from all walks of life in the capital celebrated the successful completion of the task of restoring the national economy. The rapid recovery of the national economy cannot be separated from the full support of farmers, who account for more than 80% of China's total population, and cannot be separated from the rural land reform movement. Land reform is the first basic condition for a fundamental improvement in the country's financial and economic conditions. It occupies a very important position in Mao Zedong's mind. Mao Zedong once said, "The main population of China is farmers." The revolution relied on the assistance of farmers to achieve victory, and the country's industrialization relied on the assistance of farmers to succeed. Therefore, the working class should actively help farmers carry out land reform. The urban petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie should also sponsor this reform. All democratic parties and people's organizations should adopt this attitude. War and land reform are a test of everything in China during the historical period of new democracy. The first test of war has basically passed, and the people of the whole country are satisfied with it. Now we have to pass the test of land reform, and I hope that we will all have a good time just like we passed the test of war. If we all study more, discuss more, open up our minds, and form a great anti-feudal united front, we can lead the people and help the people pass this test smoothly. At the beginning of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the newly liberated areas had a population of 310 million. It took 3 years to complete land reform in such a vast area. This was an unprecedented movement to abolish the feudal land system and was unprecedented in the world. In Mao Zedong's words, this is the second decisive battle of the Chinese people's democratic revolution after the military struggle. The situation of land reform after the founding of the People's Republic of China was very different from that before the founding of the People's Republic of China. It was carried out under the conditions of obtaining national power and cooperating with the bourgeoisie. In the past, it was carried out under conditions of fierce war and basically isolated from the bourgeoisie. Its direct mission also changed from mainly supporting the Revolutionary War to restoring and developing the national economy. Under the new circumstances, a new question has been raised, that is, should there be any changes in the land reform policy in the new areas? The target of land reform is the landlord class, and this cannot be changed. The power that land reform relies on is the poor peasants and laborers, and the power of unity is the middle peasants. This cannot be changed. The problem lies with the rich peasants. What policy should be adopted towards them? China's rich peasants generally have a strong feudal and semi-feudal exploitative nature, and at the same time have some capitalist management methods. China's rich peasants are small in number and do not occupy an important position in the agricultural economy. However, the policies implemented against them in the land reform will have a great impact on other strata in the countryside, mainly middle peasants. Because of the special status of the rich peasants in the countryside, the Communist Party of China changed its policy toward the rich peasants several times during the Democratic Revolution, and serious differences arose within the party. During the Second Civil Revolutionary War, Mao Zedong advocated distinguishing between rich peasants and landlords. During the period when the left line ruled the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, his views were accused of being right-leaning and were criticized and suppressed. After the victory of the anti-Japanese war, in order to satisfy farmers' demands for land, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China changed the policy of reducing rents and interest rates implemented during the anti-Japanese war, and issued instructions on land issues on May 4, 1946. In this directive, it was stipulated that the land of rich peasants should generally not be changed and a distinction should be made between rich peasants and landlords. However, this regulation was not actually implemented and was quickly broken by the mobilized masses. Subsequently, according to the outline of the land law issued by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on September 13, 1947, the policy of completely dividing the land equally was implemented. The land of the rich farmers was divided equally, and their excess livestock, farm tools, houses, grain, etc. were also expropriated. Throughout the War of Liberation, the policy of annihilating the rich peasants was implemented. Regarding this issue, Mao Zedong gave this explanation: breaking the May 4 directive was an action of the masses. It is unclear to explain the problem apart from the political situation. Life and death are at stake. Here are the poor peasants, middle peasants, and urban petty bourgeoisie, and over there are the Kuomintang, landlords, and imperialists. At that time, the rich peasants were so good to you. So at that time, we could not put forward the slogan of neutralizing the rich peasants. After the liberation of the country, the war basically ended, and the period of uniting the national bourgeoisie to jointly carry out peace construction has arrived. Under the new situation, when Mao Zedong considered land reform in new areas, it was natural that he would first think of the issue of rich peasants. At the Politburo meeting he chaired before his visit to the Soviet Union, he proposed that during the land reform in Jiangnan, the issue of rich peasants should be treated with caution, and the treatment of landlords and rich peasants should be divided into two stages. During his visit to the Soviet Union, he exchanged views with Stalin on the issue of rich peasants in the land reform. When Mao Zedong raised this issue with Stalin, Stalin proposed that the distribution of land to landlords and the distribution of land to rich peasants should be divided into two longer stages. In terms of laws, do not affirm the peasants' demands for the distribution of the surplus land of the rich peasants. He believed that when overthrowing the landlord class, the rich peasants should be neutralized and production should not be affected. Stalin's opinions coincided with Mao Zedong's. On February 17, 1950, Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai called Liu Shaokai and told him to postpone the publication of the fourth part of the draft instructions for land reform and grain requisition in the new area for long-term consideration, and to make a decision and publish it after he returned to China. The telegram said, "When I reported the land reform policy to him, Comrade Stalin proposed that the distribution of land to landlords and the distribution of land to rich peasants should be divided into two longer stages. Even if the farmers are currently demanding the distribution of the surplus land of the rich peasants, we do not prohibit it, but we should not preemptively affirm it in the law. Although we have explained China's semi-feudal rich peasants and explained that there will be no confiscation of capitalist rich peasants, he still cited the Soviet Union after the October Revolution as an example, and asked us to regard anti-kulaks as an example. It is a serious struggle. His central idea is to neutralize the rich peasants and prevent production from being affected when the landlord class is overthrown." At the Politburo meeting last November, he also mentioned that the land reform in Jiangnan should treat the rich peasants with caution. Therefore, this matter not only concerns the rich peasants but also the national bourgeoisie. The laws of the Jiangnan land reform must be somewhat different from those of the northern land reform. The 1933 document and the 1947 land law must also be revised. After returning from his visit to the Soviet Union, Mao Zedong's considerations on the policy of rich peasants became increasingly mature and he already had relatively clear opinions. But he feels that on such a big policy issue, more opinions from local leaders, mainly those in charge of the major regions and provinces, need to be heard. On March 12, Mao Zedong called the heads of the central bureaus and sub-bureaus in the newly liberated areas and proposed, in the land reform movement in the southern provinces and certain areas in the northwest that will begin this winter, not only will the capitalist rich peasants be moved, but the semi-feudal rich peasants will also be moved away. The problem of semi-feudal rich peasants will not be solved until a few years later. Please consider this. Is it more beneficial to do so? Mao Zedong elaborated on the reasons for doing so. First, the scale of land reform is unprecedented, and it is easy to deviate to the left. If we only move the landlords but not the rich peasants, we can isolate the landlords, protect the middle peasants, and prevent indiscriminate killings, otherwise it will be difficult to prevent. Second, in the past, land reform in the north was during wars. In progress, the atmosphere of war has covered up the atmosphere of land reform. Now that there is basically no war, land reform is particularly prominent and the shock it has given to society is particularly significant. The voice of the landlords will be particularly sharp. If we temporarily do not move the semi-feudal and rich peasants and wait until a few years later to move them, it will appear that we have more reasons. That is to say, we have more political initiative. Thirdly, a united front between us and the national bourgeoisie has been formed politically, economically, and organizationally, and the national bourgeoisie is closely related to the land issue. In order to stabilize the national bourgeoisie, it seems more appropriate to temporarily move away from the semi-feudal rich peasants. The telegram also said, as for the issue of temporarily immobilizing the rich peasants, I raised it at the Politburo meeting attended by comrades Rao Shuxi, Deng Zhihui, and Li Fukun in November last year, but no detailed analysis was made and no decision was made. Now it is time to make a decision. It's time. Mao Zedong asked the Central and South Bureau, the East China Bureau, the South China Bureau, the Southwest Bureau, the Northwest Bureau and their affiliated provincial and municipal committees to discuss this issue and collect the opinions in favor and opposition and quickly telegraph them to the Central Committee for consideration and decision-making. Mao Zedong also asked Deng Zhihui to solicit opinions on the rich peasant strategy at the meeting of provincial leaders being held by the Central and South Bureau. At that time, the Central People's Government was drafting a new land reform law. On March 30, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China solicited opinions from all central bureaus, sub-bureaus, and provincial party committees, listed 14 questions, and requested responses within 20 days. Among them, issues related to the rich peasant policy accounted for nearly half. The most important ones are, can the land reform be divided into two stages? In the first stage, a policy of neutralizing the rich peasants and concentrating efforts on eliminating the landlord class will be adopted, and the land property of the rich peasants will not be touched. According to this method, how much land can the landless farmers be allocated, equivalent to several dozen % of the village average? If the policy towards the rich peasants only confiscates and distributes the land they rent, and leaves the rest of the land and property untouched, will it still be able to achieve the goal of neutralizing the rich peasants? According to this method, how much land can the landless farmers be allocated, which is equivalent to dozens of % of the village average? The central government wants all localities to settle this account in order to choose between two rich peasant policies. One is to leave all land and property of the rich peasants untouched, and the other is to confiscate only the least portion of the rich peasants' land. Once this account has been clearly calculated and we have a clear idea, we can make up our minds to choose a more appropriate policy, one that can appropriately satisfy the land requirements of the poor peasants who have little land and at the same time achieve the goal of neutralizing the rich peasants. In the replies from various places, they all agreed with the policy of neutralizing the rich peasants, but there were two different opinions on the specific methods. One opinion is that the land property of the rich peasants, including the land they lease, should be completely immobilized. The other opinion advocates confiscating and distributing the land leased by the rich peasants and retaining the remaining land property. Mao Zedong attached great importance to both opinions, selected representative telegrams, and forwarded them to various central bureaus for further study. Deng Zhihui, the third secretary of the Central and South Bureau, called 3 times in succession, advocating that the land leased by the rich peasants should be distributed, and the new principle of not moving the middle and evening the two ends should be implemented, that is, the land owned by the rich peasants and the land of the middle peasants and wealthy middle peasants should not be moved, and the land owned by the landlords, public land, and the land rented by the rich peasants should be distributed to the peasants who have little or no land. According to Mao Zedong's original intention, he advocated temporarily leasing land to rich peasants. But he did not immediately deny Deng Zhihui's opinion, but continued to seek the opinions of other regional leaders. On May 1, he continued to elaborate on his views in the telegram in which he replied to Deng Zhui and informed Rao Shuxi, in view of the small amount of land leased by rich peasants, the temporary immobilization of this land will not affect the amount of land obtained by poor peasants and farm laborers. Now my opinion is that it is more appropriate to temporarily immobilize this land. He once again proposed that the Central and South Bureau should draft a draft land reform law based on their opinions, and at the same time, the East China Bureau, which supported the temporary immobilization of land leased by rich peasants, should also draft a draft land reform law for discussion at the Central meeting. On May 13, the draft land reform law drafted by the Central and South Bureau was quickly submitted. This draft allows for more flexible policies to be adopted for the land leased by rich farmers according to different situations. The land property of rich farmers shall not be immovable. The rent of the leased part of the land of rich farmers may be reduced according to the rent reduction method. If the land obtained by poor farmers in some areas is too small to maintain the minimum living standard, part or all of the land rented by rich farmers may be purchased with the approval of the provincial people's government as appropriate. 2 days later, the land reform bill drafted by the East China Bureau was also reported. Their draft contained only one sentence regarding the rich peasant policy: the land and property of the rich peasants will not be immobilized. Rao Shuxi also asked someone to bring a message to reiterate his opinion. He only explicitly announced that the land and property of the rich peasants would not be immobilized, not that it would not be immobilized temporarily. The rich peasants will not be moved to rent out their land for the time being, and they will be moved again in a few years. This is what Mao Zedong said in a telegram to the heads of the central bureaus on March 12. Rao Shuxi believed that such regulations would not only lead to passive leadership, but also create concerns about cutting leaks, which would be detrimental to the development of production. These different opinions also reflect the different situations in different regions to a certain extent. This issue needs to be decided at the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. In the written report Struggle for a Basic Improvement in the Country's Financial and Economic Situation submitted to the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, Mao Zedong said, "Our policy towards the rich peasants should be changed, that is, from the policy of expropriating the excess land and property of the rich peasants to a policy of preserving the rich peasant economy, so as to facilitate the early restoration of rural production. Isolate landlords, protect middle peasants and protect small land lessors." He said that the state can use loans to help poor peasants solve their difficulties to make up for the shortcomings of poor peasants losing part of their land. The draft of the Land Reform Law of the People's Republic of China, which was revised by Mao Zedong and submitted to the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee for discussion, stipulates that the rich peasant policy is, the land and property of the rich peasants will not be immobilized. That's the sentence. On June 6, Liu Shaokai made a report on land reform at the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. When talking about the issue of immovable rich peasants, he gave the example of a person who has 40 acres of land, all of which is rented out. This person is a landlord, and his land should be confiscated. But another person has 90 acres of land, 40 acres of which are rented out, and 50 acres of which are not rented out. If the 40 acres he rents are not used, it would be unfair compared with the previous person. This issue needs to be considered by everyone. He also said that the rich peasants should not be moved, but some tails would have to be adjusted. In this way, the rule that the rich peasants should not be moved would become untenable. This issue is also worth considering. Judging from the questions raised by Liu Shaokai, he felt that it was absolutely difficult to rent land to rich peasants, including semi-landlord rich peasants. Participants discussed the rich peasant policy and other policies of land reform. On the 8th, Deng Zhui and Rao Shuxi reiterated their respective opinions in their speeches at the conference. Deng Zhui said that he fully supported the central government's change in the past policy of expropriating excess land from rich peasants. In the past, he had not thought clearly on this point. This time, according to the instructions of the central government, he fully understood the spirit and supported this policy. However, in some areas of central and South China, if the land leased by the rich peasants is completely immovable, it cannot meet the land requirements of the poor peasants and farm laborers. He hoped that this issue would not be strictly stipulated, but would be flexible and leave a tail, that is, the least portion of the rich peasants' land could be moved conditionally. Rao Shuxi said that the situation in East China is that if the land leased by rich peasants is not used, the land acquired by poor peasants and farm laborers accounts for 60 to 70% of the village average, while the land rented by rich peasants only accounts for 70 to 75%. In this way, he still believes that it is better for rich farmers to rent out land because it is beneficial to production. On June 9, Mao Zedong once again explained the policy of not moving the rich peasants in his summary report. After reviewing the history of land reform during the War of Liberation, he pointed out, the situation was very tense at that time, and the vast majority of the people should be united. This is correct. This is how history goes. Now that the war has stopped, we have decided not to move the kulaks. At that time, it was unthinkable to move the rich peasants but not to move them. The Soviet Union also experienced such a situation. They engaged in military communism and were not prepared to engage in military communism against the rich peasants. Later, because the enemy's attack was very severe and the capitalists' attitude towards them was not good, they directly confiscated the rich peasants from all aspects. The Soviet Union implemented the new economic policy and abolished military communism only after the war stopped. We will not move against the rich peasants until the war has stopped. The war in the north had long since stopped, so land reform was much more relaxed last year. Now, except for Taiwan and Tibet, which are yet to be liberated, wars have stopped all over the country. This gives us the possibility not to deal with the rich peasants now. Regarding this major policy issue, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China adopted a very cautious attitude. After the conclusion of the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the draft land reform law continued to solicit opinions from both inside and outside the party and was continuously revised. The draft land reform law revised by Mao Zedong on June 12 and prepared to be submitted to the second session of the first session of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference for discussion added to the policy of preserving the rich peasant economy and stipulated, to preserve the rich peasant economy, the land and property of the rich peasants will not be moved. However, in some special areas, with the approval of the people's government at or above the provincial level, it is allowed that part or all of the land rented by rich farmers may be expropriated. The land and other properties cultivated by rich farmers themselves and hired by others shall not be infringed. Among them, the provision that the land rented by rich farmers can be expropriated according to the circumstances is an important addition, which absorbs Deng Xiaoy's opinions. On June 21, the draft land reform law approved by Mao Zedong was revised again. After revision, it was submitted to the second session of the First National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference for discussion and approval. The draft made complete provisions on the policy of preserving the rich peasant economy. Protect the land and other properties owned by the rich peasants for self-cultivation and hired labor, and shall not infringe upon them. The small amount of land leased by rich farmers will also be retained, however, in some special areas, with the approval of the people's government at or above the provincial level, part or all of the land leased by them may be expropriated. If a semi-landowner rich peasant rents out a large amount of land that exceeds the amount of land he can cultivate by himself or hired workers, the land he rents should be expropriated. The land rented by rich peasants should be calculated against the land rented by them. At this meeting, Mao Zedong also proposed to invite representatives from all walks of life to the meeting and invited many old gentlemen to discuss the draft land reform law. The Land Reform Law of the People's Republic of China was passed by the 8th meeting of the Central People's Government Committee on June 28, and Chairman Mao Zedong issued an order on June 30 to promulgate and implement it. If we compare the provisions of the land reform law on preserving the rich peasant economy with the idea of preserving the rich peasant economy first proposed by Mao Zedong, we can see that after full democratic discussions and brainstorming inside and outside the party, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China finally reached complete agreement on the decision-making on this issue after repeated discussions. In this process, the spirit of democracy is fully reflected. This democratic spirit is not only reflected in the initial extensive solicitation of different opinions within the party, but also in the full discussion and expression of opinions at the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee, and in the democratic discussion and listening to opinions from all sides at the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. It can be called an example of democratic decision-making. During the land reform process in the new areas, part or all of the large amounts of land leased by rich farmers was expropriated in accordance with the new land reform law. In many places, part or most of the small amounts of land leased by rich farmers were also expropriated. In this way, not much of the rich peasant economy actually survived, and it did not become a big problem in rural life after the land reform and the subsequent rise of the agricultural cooperative movement. In guiding this land reform movement of unprecedented scale, Mao Zedong emphasized the need to fully mobilize the masses and rely on the masses. But more emphasis is placed on being cautious and requiring leading agencies at all levels to keep abreast of the situation and correct deviations. It was emphasized that the land reform movement must be carried out in a leadership, step-by-step and orderly manner. For minority areas where conditions are not yet met, the special social and historical conditions will be fully taken into consideration and more prudent and gentle policies and steps will be adopted. He was afraid of repeating the left mistakes made in the land reform of 1947, and proposed that the land reform should be carried out slowly rather than quickly, and to avoid chaos as much as possible. Under the guidance of the correct and steady principles and policies of Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the land reform movement achieved great success. By the spring of 1953, the feudal land ownership system that had existed in China for thousands of years was completely abolished across the country, except in areas where some ethnic minorities were concentrated. More than 300 million landless peasants received about 700 million acres of land and a large amount of production means for free. This profound social change has liberated rural productivity and greatly mobilized the enthusiasm of hundreds of millions of farmers for production. Some obsolete and backward things based on the feudal land ownership system have been abolished to a considerable extent. This was a large-scale and profound social change that took place on Chinese soil. It eradicated the foundation of Chinese feudalism and made the ancient Chinese countryside glow with new youthful vitality as never before. Land to the Tiller is one of the programs of the bourgeois democratic revolution led by Sun Yat-sen. However, in semi-colonial and semi-feudal China, the weak national bourgeoisie has no power to lead the peasants to realize this program. Only under the leadership of Mao Zedong and the Communist Party of China, and after successive struggles more than 20 years ago, did the Chinese people truly realize land to the tiller and complete this great historical task of thoroughly anti-feudalism. China is a country with many flood disasters. Since modern times, the Chinese people have suffered from two disasters. One is caused by war and the other is caused by floods. The establishment of New China ended the war and brought about a new situation in peace construction. However, the problem of flooding cannot be solved at once. Controlling floods and turning them into benefits is a very urgent but arduous task that requires long-term efforts to restore and develop the national economy and protect people's lives and property. Since the founding of New China, Mao Zedong has always paid attention to the management of rivers and lakes and the country's water conservancy construction. In the summer of 1950, heavy rains hit the border between Anhui and Henan. The Hubei region was hit hard, which was unprecedented in a century. When Mao Zedong was reviewing some reports on the Hubei disaster, he saw a telegram saying that some victims climbed into trees because they could not hide in the water, and some were bitten to death by poisonous snakes. Mao Zedong couldn't help but shed tears when he saw this. This telegram said, due to the fierce water, there was no time to escape, or people climbed up trees, lost their feet and fell into the water, or the boat capsized and died in small waves. The total number of people was 489. Mao Zedong drew horizontal lines in both places: deaths bitten by poisonous snakes and statistics of 489 people. From July to August, Mao Zedong wrote 3 instructions to Zhou Enlai, proposing and urging the management of the Huihe River. The first instruction was written on July 20, stating, in addition to current prevention and rescue, we must consider radical treatment methods. Start preparations now. A large-scale diversion project will be organized from autumn to complete the diversion in 1 year to avoid floods next year. Please invite relevant personnel to discuss current prevention and fundamental diversion of the Huihe River. Please decide what to do. The second comment was written on August 5. He said, please order the Ministry of Water Resources to make a plan to guide the Huihe River within a time limit and send it to me for review. This plan must be completed in August and approved by the Government Affairs Council, and construction will start in early autumn. I hope you will decide what to do. On August 31, Mao Zedong wrote his third criticism. This comment was in response to the East China Military and Political Commission's telegram of August 28, which relayed the opinions of the Jiangsu District Party Committee on the administration of Huihe River. The third item states, if the guidance to Huihe River is implemented this year, the original arrangements for land reform and other work will have to be changed, and the entire work policy of northern Jiangsu this year will have to be reconsidered. Moreover, all preparations for guiding the Huihe River feel rushed. Mao Zedong said, please pay attention to the third item in this telegram regarding changes to the work plan in northern Jiangsu. The 3 provinces of Jiangsu, Anhui, and Henan must be directed to Huihe at the same time. The work plans of the party committees of the 3 provinces must be centered on this, and they must be informed as soon as possible. From August 25 to September 12, under the direct guidance of Zhou Enlai, the Ministry of Water Resources held a Huihe River Management Conference to implement Mao Zedong's instructions on the management of the Huihe River, determine the Huihe River management policy of both storage and discharge, and formulate specific steps for Huihe River management. This meeting kicked off the management of the Huihe River. On September 16, Zheng Zishan, secretary of the Anhui Provincial Party Committee, reported to the East China Bureau and the Central Committee that the victims in northern Anhui actively supported the decision to control the Huihe River and made suggestions for allocating food. On September 21, Mao Zedong approved this telegram to Zhou Enlai. It is now the end of September, and the start of the Huihe River Control Project should not be delayed for a long time. Please urge us to survey as soon as possible, make plans as soon as possible, and start construction as soon as possible. From the above-mentioned instructions of Mao Zedong, people can strongly feel Mao Zedong's eagerness to care for the victims and his firm determination to manage the Huihe River. On October 14, the Government Affairs Council issued the decision on the governance of the Huihe River, which clearly stipulated the principles for regulating the Huihe River and the work plan for regulating the Huihe River in 1951. Even as the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea was going on intensively and the national finances were very tight, the state still allocated 450 million jins of raw grain and 20 million jins of wheat for the Huihe River Control Project in November of that year to ensure that the Huihe River Control Project started on time. In the winter of this year, a total of 800,000 migrant workers in the upper, middle, and lower reaches of the Huihe River participated in regulating the Huihe River. They worked hard for 80 days and built a 168-kilometer-long main irrigation canal in northern Jiangsu. In May of the following year, a central Huihe River Control inspection team led by Xiao Litzi was formed to inspect the Huihe River Control construction site. Mao Zedong wrote an inscription in his own hand, "The Huihe River must be repaired." This inscription was made into 4 silk flags, which were distributed by the Central Huaihe River Control Inspection Team to the Huaihe River Control Committee and the Henan, Northern Anhui and Northern Jiangsu River Control Headquarters, expressing the determination of the Communist Party of China and the People's Government. The Huaihe River Management Project is the first basin-wide, multi-target water conservancy project in New China. After 8 years of unremitting management, by the winter of 1957, the Huaihe River Management Project had initially achieved results. The state has invested a total of 1.24 billion yuan in regulating 175 large and small rivers, building 9 reservoirs with a storage capacity of 31.6 billion cubic meters, and building more than 4,600 kilometers of embankments, which has greatly improved flood control and discharge capabilities. While regulating the Huaihe River, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the Central People's Government also decided to launch the Jingjiang Flood Diversion Project and the Huaihe River Management Project. The Yangtze River is the longest river in China. It rushes out from the Three Gorges and suddenly opens up below Yuchang, Hubei Province, forming a vast water network in the middle reaches of the Yangtze River, nourishing the vast and fertile land of Hunan and Hubei provinces. But in summer, heavy rains continue and rivers overflow, seriously threatening people's lives and property. Among them, the section from Zhejiang, Hubei to Qinglingji, Yuanyang, Hunan, known as Jingjiang, is the first to be affected. In October 1950, Mao Zedong, Liu Shaokai, and Zhou Enlai listened to the report of Deng Zhihui, acting secretary of the Central and South Bureau, and carefully studied the Jingjiang Flood Diversion Project plan. Soon, the Jingjiang Flood Diversion Project was approved. The Jingjiang Flood Diversion Project is directly related to the vital interests of the people of Hubei and Hunan provinces. Although it is a good thing for the people of both provinces in the long run, due to the historical contradiction of sacrificing the south to save the north, how to handle the relationship between Hunan and Hubei provinces has become the key to the smooth implementation of the Jingjiang project. From February 17 to 19, 1952, the relevant persons in charge of the Central South District and Hunan and Hubei provinces held a meeting on the Jingjiang Flood Diversion Project. Participants unanimously agreed that the Jingjiang Flood Diversion Project should be launched as soon as possible, but it was difficult to unanimously agree on whether Hunan would be able to divert floods in the event of a severe flood from the Yangtze River, and whether Hunan would be free from the threat of floods after flood diversion. The situation was reported to Zhou Enlai. On February 23, Zhou Enlai made a written report to Mao Zedong and the Central Committee, and sent the first draft of the regulations of the Government Affairs Council on the Jingjiang Flood Diversion Project drafted by him, for Mao Zedong to review. On February 25, Mao Zedong gave instructions: "I agree with your opinions and the decision of the Government Affairs Council, please send a copy of your letter to Comrade Deng Zhihui." Subsequently, after many discussions, the draft of the regulations of the Government Affairs Council on the Jingjiang Flood Diversion Project was repeatedly revised, and a plan was proposed that more fully took into account the respective interests of Hunan and Hubei provinces. On March 29, Zhou Enlai wrote to Mao Zedong, Liu Shaokai, Zhu De, and Chen Yun, saying, "Send 2 documents, the 1952 Water Conservancy Work Decision and the regulations on the Jingjiang Flood Diversion Project, please review and approve them for publication." Regarding the Jingjiang Flood Diversion Project, Li Baohua, after going to Wuhan for a meeting with consultant Bukhoff, they also personally inspected the flood diversion area in Zheshi. They all believed that the flood diversion project was completed, there was no danger to the Hunan lakeside area, and the key to the project itself was the 2 gates. According to Bukhoff's design, it can be completed in mid-June. Zhongnan decided to work hard to ensure its completion. After discussing with Li Baohua on the phone and obtaining the consent of Comrade Deng Zhihui, I also met with Fu Ziuyi and decided to modify the flood diversion project regulations as they are now. This can completely relieve Hunan's concerns, because the flood will not be diverted until the project is completed. Whether the flood will be diverted after completion will depend on the flood situation and must be approved by the Government Affairs Council. On March 31, the Government Affairs Council issued the regulations on the Xinjiang Flood Diversion Project. On April 5, 1952, the Xinjiang Flood Diversion Project started in full swing. In May, the Central People's Government appointed Minister of Water Resources Fu Ziyi to visit the Xinjiang Flood Diversion Project site to express condolences. Before leaving, Mao Zedong wrote an inscription for the project, "For the benefit of the broad masses of the people, strive for victory in the Xinjiang Flood Diversion Project." Due to great determination and sufficient preparation, this project was completed in only 2.5 months. After the Xinjiang Flood Diversion Project was completed, it quickly withstood the test of severe floods and played its due role. In the summer of 1954, there were continuous heavy rains in the Yangtze River basin. From late July to early August, a once-in-a-century flood occurred. When the flood peak arrived, with the approval of the central government, the Xinjiang Flood Diversion Project was launched 3 times to preserve the Xinjiang levee. When Mao Zedong learned of this good news, he once again wrote an inscription, to celebrate the victory of the people of Wuhan over the flood of 1954, we must also prepare to defeat equally severe floods that may occur in the future. The project to regulate the Haihe River started almost at the same time as the project to regulate the Huaihe River. The Haihe River is not long, but it joins the North Canal, Yongding River, Daking River, Xia River, South Canal, and many tributaries, large and small, to form an important water system in the North China Plain. Due to the concentrated rainfall and flat terrain of the Haihe River basin at that time, floods would occur especially during heavy rains in summer, directly threatening the safety of the main grain-producing areas of the North China Plain and the 2 major cities of Beijing and Tianjin. The construction of Guanting Reservoir is a key project for the management of Haihe River. Someone put forward such a proposal in the late Qing dynasty, but due to military chaos and government corruption, more than half a century has passed and it has never been realized. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, with Mao Zedong's care and approval from the Government Affairs Council, the Guanting Reservoir project officially started in October 1951. The Guanting Reservoir can store more than 2.2 billion cubic meters of water. It is another large-scale water conservancy project built in New China after the Huaihe River Control Project and the Xinjiang Flood Diversion Project. On April 12, 1954, Mao Zedong inspected the construction site on the eve of the completion of the Guanting Reservoir. After the reservoir was completed, he wrote an inscription in his own hand, celebrating the successful completion of the Guanting Reservoir project. The Yellow River is a world-famous river prone to disasters. In the available historical records, there are an average of 4 breaches every 10 years. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, the first project to divert water from the Yellow River for irrigation and health relief was carried out. Together with the Haihe River Control Project, the Xinjiang Flood Diversion Project, and the Guanting Reservoir Project, it is known as the 4 major water conservancy projects in the early days of New China. From October 26 to November 1, 1952, Mao Zedong took advantage of his vacation time approved by the central government to make a special trip to inspect the Yellow River along the banks of the Yellow River in Shandong, Henan, and Pingyuan provinces. On October 25, Mao Zedong left Beijing and his first stop was Jinan. On the 27th, Mao Zedong inspected the Yellow River area near Jinan. He stood on the embankment, looked at the water of the Yellow River intently, and asked, "How much higher is the bottom of the Yellow River here than the ground in Jinan city?" The person accompanying him replied, 6 to 7 meters higher. Mao Zedong instructed, the embankments and dams must be repaired securely to prevent any accidents. When floods occur during the rainy season, the masses must be mobilized to defend on embankments. If necessary, the army must go up and defend firmly to prevent any accidents. He also said, "I am fully aware of the harm caused by the Yellow River floods, and the lateral seepage of the Yellow River will also cause disasters to the people. You can divert water from the Yellow River to silt up the land, plant rice instead, dredge the Xiaoqing River for drainage, and let the people eat rice and eat less sweet potatoes. On the 28th, Mao Zedong took a special train to Suzhou. When passing the Huaihe battlefield that year, Mao Zedong was moved by the scene and told people around him some of the scenes when he commanded the Huaihe battle. When I arrived in Suzhou, as soon as I got off the train, I listened to the work report from the person in charge of Suzhou City. The person in charge of Suzhou City said that he did not know in advance that the chairman was coming and was not prepared. Mao Zedong said, "I just like to hear unprepared reports." In Suzhou, Mao Zedong climbed to the top of Yunlong Mountain and overlooked the old course of the Yellow River before the Tongwaxiang breach in the 5th year of Xianfeng dynasty in the Qing dynasty changed its course. He said with deep emotion, "In the past, the Yellow River flowed here for more than 700 years, and there was a lot of siltation. In summer and autumn, it often burst and flooded, causing great difficulties to the people's production and life. Emperor Qianlong visited here 4 times to study the management of the Yellow River. But due to various reasons, he could not heal the Yellow River. Now that we are liberated and the people are the masters of the country, we should lead the people to improve the old course of the Yellow River and turn harm into benefit. More trees should be planted up and down mountains and on both sides of urban roads to prevent wind and sand, improve people's living environment, heal the wounds of war, and build our country." On the 29th, Mao Zedong arrived in Lanfan County, Henan Province by special train. In order not to increase the reception burden on the place, he proposed to stay on the special train that night. The next day, Mao Zedong took a special train to the east dam of the Yellow River, and then walked up the embankment to the place where the Tongwaxiang Yellow River breached and changed its course. Mao Zedong asked Wang Huayun, the accompanying director of the Yellow River Water Conservancy Commission, about the situation of the Yellow River breach that year, and asked about some measures to strengthen embankments and prevent floods. At noon, Mao Zedong returned to the special train and continued to Kaifeng. Mao Zedong invited the accompanying leaders of the Henan Provincial Party Committee and others to have lunch. After the meal, Mao Zedong asked Wang Huayun with great interest about the plans for regulating the Yellow River. Mao Zedong said, "Plan well for the long term. There is more water in the south and less water in the north. If possible, it is okay to borrow some water." Mao Zedong also learned with concern about the situation of soil and water conservation work on the Loess Plateau. Later, Mao Zedong proposed the idea of south to north water diversion, which may have come about at this time. Kaifeng was approaching, and Mao Zedong proposed that he would like to see the world-famous xianzhi. So, the group quickly arrived at Liuyuankou embankment. Standing on the embankment, Mao Zedong looked around and said, "It is really a hanging river. The water of the Yellow River is higher than the treetops in the Dinia village." He also asked, "The embankments and dams must be firmly repaired. When there is a flood, there is danger. The party, government, military, and civilians must work together to ensure that nothing happens again." That night, Mao Zedong spent the night at the Kaifeng Henan military region garrison. Everyone had rested, but Mao Zedong was reading with great interest the Henan General Chronicles, Bianjing Chronicles, 20 ranks of longmen and other inscriptions under the lamp. This is one of his habits. Whenever he visits a place, he always reads local chronicles to understand the local historical changes and customs. In the early morning of the 31st, Mao Zedong was going to Xinxiang to see the Yellow River Diversion Irrigation Project. It was Pingyuan province at the time, and Mao Zedong insisted not to be accompanied by the person in charge of the Henan Provincial Party Committee. Before leaving, Mao Zedong exhorted, "We must do a good job in the affairs of the Yellow River." This sentence later became widely circulated and became a resounding slogan to mobilize and inspire generations of people to manage the Yellow River. The special train passed through Zhengzhou, and Mao Zedong got off the train and went to Mangshan for inspection. Looking from a distance, you can see the newly built Yellow River Diversion Irrigation Gate. Mao Zedong proposed to visit the Yellow River Diversion Canal. Arriving at the management office of the Yellow River Irrigation Gate, after listening to the manager's introduction, Mao Zedong asked, "Can we open the gate and let the water in?" The person accompanying him told him, "There is no electricity here yet, and people have to turn on the switch." Mao Zedong suggested, "Let's shake it open together." After that, he took off his coat and started working with everyone. The gate opened and the Yellow River water poured in. Mao Zedong lit a cigarette, thought deeply for a moment, and said, "It would be good if every county along the Yellow River built a Yellow River diversion gate." Mao Zedong got in the car and continued driving to Xinxiang. After seeing the new canal that diverted the Yellow River into the Wei River, Mao Zedong said with emotion, "From the Yellow River to the Wei River, this new canal developed by the people has changed the situation in the lower reaches of the Yellow River that only suffered disasters but did not benefit from the breach, and it has played a role in benefiting the people." On November 1, Mao Zedong came to Anyang and visited the famous Yin ruins. After completing a week-long trip to inspect the Yellow River, we returned to Beijing at 1 a.m. on November 3. Water conservancy has been a big issue since ancient times. It is the lifeblood of agriculture, related to the prosperity and development of the country, and the safety and well-being of the people. Mao Zedong's concern and emphasis on water conservancy was consistent. Benefiting the people is his basic guiding ideology in developing water conservancy. A series of water conservancy projects built in the early days of the founding of New China reduced flood hazards, improved people's livelihood, and effectively guaranteed and promoted the recovery and development of the national economy. By 1952, the country's total industrial and agricultural output value reached 81 billion yuan, an increase of 77.5% over 1949 and 20% higher than the historical high in 1936. Among them, the total industrial output value increased by 145.1% compared with 1949, and the total agricultural output value increased by 53.5%. The output of major industrial and agricultural products has exceeded the highest level in history. The goal of restoring the national economy in 3 years was successfully achieved. In just 3 years after the founding of the People's Republic of China, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China led the people across the country to restore the national economy and develop it. They implemented land reform in the newly liberated areas. The lives of the working people were significantly improved, laying a good foundation for the all-round development of New China and the start of large-scale industrialization. At the beginning of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the 3 most urgent tasks placed before Mao Zedong in order to consolidate the victory of the revolution and the new people's power were to eliminate the remaining military forces of the Kuomintang reactionaries and unify the whole of China, to restore and develop the national economy and improve people's lives, and to strive for a favorable international environment. All were successfully achieved within 3 years, and the people's power was consolidated. Facts have proved that the Communist Party of China, represented by Mao Zedong, can not only lead the Chinese people to destroy an old society, but also lead the Chinese people to build a new China. While leading the restoration of the national economy, Mao Zedong paid great attention to the ideological and cultural situation. At the end of 1950 and the beginning of 1951, a movie The Legend of Wusun was released in several major cities, which caused quite a sensation and almost sold out the theaters. Newspapers and periodicals in Beijing, Shanghai, and other places published many praising articles and made many exaggerated reviews. For example, some say that Wusun is a banner for the great working people in Chinese history to try to turn over their own class culturally. Some say, the revolutionary significance of Wusun's establishment of schools is somewhat similar to the revolutionary significance of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Both are for the liberation of the working people. Liberation is just about the revolutionary armed forces and the popularization of culture and education. Some said that Wusun stood firm in the class position and fought a lifelong struggle against the rulers, and typically demonstrated the noble qualities of diligence, bravery, and wisdom of our Chinese nation, etc. Beginning in the spring of 1951, a number of critical articles were gradually published. This is how the discussion about the movie The Legend of Wu Xun started. The movie The Legend of Wu Xun tells the story of a real person. The protagonist Wu Xun was originally a beggar in Tang'ai County, Shandong Province in the late Qing dynasty. He relied on begging to raise funds to set up volunteer schools, hoping that more children from poor families could read and write. But this idea was difficult or even impossible to achieve under the rule of the feudal system. Therefore, when preparing to make this film, Xia Yan once said, "Martial training is not enough training." The discussion of the movie The Legend of Wu Xun attracted Mao Zedong's attention. He watched this video specifically. Subsequently, Mao Zedong reviewed and revised the draft of the People's Daily editorial should pay attention to the discussion of the movie The Legend of Wu Xun, and added many important contents, forming the main body of this editorial. This editorial was published on May 20, marking the beginning of criticism of the movie The Legend of Wu Xun. Mao Zedong sharply and clearly pointed out the crux of the problem in the movie The Legend of Wu Xun. The issues raised in the biography of Wu Xun are of a fundamental nature. People like Wu Xun, in the era of the great struggle of the Chinese people against foreign invaders and against domestic reactionary feudal rulers in the late Qing dynasty, did not touch a single hair of the feudal economic foundation and its superstructure. Instead, they fanatically promoted feudal culture, and in order to gain a position that they did not have in promoting feudal culture, they did everything they could to be servile to the reactionary feudal rulers. This is ugly. Is this behavior something we should praise? Praising this ugly behavior to the people, even using the revolutionary banner of serving the people, and even using the failure of the revolutionary peasant struggle as a contrast, is this something we can tolerate? To admit or tolerate this kind of praise is to admit or tolerate reactionary propaganda that slanders the peasants' revolutionary struggle, slanders China's history, and slanders the Chinese nation, and regards reactionary propaganda as legitimate propaganda. The appearance of the movie The Legend of Wu Xun, especially the fact that there are so many praises for Wu Xun and the movie The Legend of Wu Xun, illustrates the extent of the ideological confusion in our country's cultural circles. He also pointed out, what is particularly noteworthy is that some Communist Party members who claim to have learned Marxism have lost their ability to criticize, and some have even surrendered to such reactionary ideas. Isn't it a fact that the reactionary ideas of the bourgeoisie have invaded the fighting Communist Party? Mao Zedong's criticism was sharp and severe. He put Wu Xun's begging and teaching into the specific environment of the historical development of China's modern revolution and analyzed it, and then extended it to the fundamental issue of how to view China's modern history and the path of China's revolution. After this editorial was published, there was a relatively concentrated criticism of the movie The Legend of Wu Xun. On June 16, the fifth issue of Study magazine published an article signed by Yang Er, Commentary on Wuxia Training and Propaganda about Wuxia Training. Mao Zedong reviewed this article in advance and added a few targeted paragraphs. Regarding the matter of Wu Xun running a charity school, Mao Zedong pointed out, Wu Xun's central business is the so-called begging and running a charity school. This incident has confused many naive, childlike and mindless good people, but it is actually a scam. Wu Xun may have thought about setting up a school for poor children, but in fact it can only set up a school for the children of the rich, and it is impossible for truly poor children to enter a school like his. People say that it is one thing for Wu Xun to think about it, but it is another thing for Wu Xun's descendants to promote it for him. It is a trivial matter for Wu Xun to think wrong on his own, and it will have no impact. It is different if his descendants promote his ideas, and they want to make a movie, write a book or paper, and publicize it to the Chinese people. This has caused fundamental problems. Why did a movie and its publicity cause Mao Zedong such serious concern that he personally wrote editorials, revised articles, and expressed such sharp opinions? The answer can be found in the above quote. Mao Zedong, who always attached great importance to ideological issues, was naturally very sensitive to this kind of incorrect propaganda. At that time, the People's Republic of China was not long after its founding. In the ideological and cultural fields, there was an urgent need to use Marxist scientific ideas to propagate and educate the people, so as to facilitate the consolidation of the new political power and the recovery of the national economy. Mao Zedong seized the opportunity to discuss and criticize the movie The Legend of Wu Sun to promote the Marxist worldview and historical outlook among the entire party and people across the country, and educate people to use this perspective to view China's modern history and historical figures. In order to further clarify what kind of person Wu Sun was in history, Mao Zedong instructed the People's Daily and the Ministry of Culture to organize a historical investigation team of Wu Sun to conduct on-the-spot investigations. The investigation team spent more than 20 days conducting extensive investigations into Wu Sun's situation in Tang'ai, Linking, Guantao and other counties that were part of Pingyuan province at that time, and formed the historical investigation of Wu Sun. This investigation account was reviewed and revised by Mao Zedong and serialized in the People's Daily from July 23 to 28. The investigation record has 5 parts, namely xianzhi, the local peasant revolutionary leader who was at the same time as Wu Sun's personality, the nature of Wu Sun's school, Wu Sun's loan sharking exploitation, Wu Sun's land exploitation. Mao Zedong carefully revised the investigation records, making as many as 15 important changes and additions. Regarding Wu Sun's establishment of a volunteer school, Mao Zedong added a paragraph, explaining that under the feudal system, only the landlord class can monopolize culture and run schools. The exploited and oppressed peasant class cannot have the opportunity to receive education and culture. In the view of the feudal landlord class, there is no need for farmers who use simple tools to engage in agricultural production to receive education and culture. This is the law of the feudal system for thousands of years. This is the law dictated by historical materialism. The exploited and oppressed peasant class must turn over in terms of culture and education, run their own schools, learn culture, and receive education. This is only possible under the leadership of the working class, overthrowing the power of the landlord class, establishing a political power based on the alliance of workers and peasants, and abolishing the feudal production relationship between landlords and peasants, that is, the landlord's land ownership, and changing it to the peasant's land ownership. The criticism of the movie The Legend of Wu Sun was the first critical movement launched in the ideological and cultural field after the founding of New China. Mao Zedong's purpose was to promote the use of Marxist perspectives to study historical figures. It should be said that it was important and had a positive effect on promoting the perspective of historical materialism, but at the same time, it was one-sided, crude, and too politically ambitious. It failed to truly use the method of academic discussion and set a bad precedent in the ideological and cultural circles of using political criticism to resolve academic disputes. At that time, we were more cautious in dealing with people. The director of the film, Sun Yu, was under great political pressure during the movement, but he did not stop his work because of this, and he was still allowed to continue directing some films. A few years later, Mao Zedong asked Zhao Dan at a symposium held by representatives of the literary and art circles, "Sun Yu didn't make arrangements, okay?" and said, "You have cooperated with him. If there is an arrangement, it will be good." The movie The Legend of Wu Sun that you two collaborated on has been criticized, and that's okay. If a work is not well written, just write it again. You should write it well. In September 1951, 12 famous professors from Peking University, including Ma Yinchu, responded to the call of the Communist Party of China and launched a political study movement for Peking University teachers. They also invited Zhou En to come to Peking University to give a report. Zhou Enlai received the invitation and suggested to the Ministry of Education to hold a study meeting for college teachers in Beijing and Tianjin on September 29. Zhou Enlai made a report on the transformation of intellectuals at the meeting. After that, a movement to reform intellectuals' thoughts was carried out widely, first in Beijing and Tianjin, and then spread across the country, first in colleges and universities, and later to intellectuals from all walks of life. The launch of this learning movement reflected the desire and requirements of the vast number of intellectuals to pursue progress at the beginning of the founding of New China. It also met the needs of the country's various reforms and construction. On October 23, Mao Zedong spoke at the opening meeting of the third session of the first session of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, pointing out, in our country's cultural and educational fronts and among various intellectuals, in accordance with the policies of the Central People's Government, a widespread self-education and self-reformation movement has been carried out. This is also a new phenomenon worthy of celebration in our country. At the closing of the second session of the National Committee, I propose to criticize and self-reform the suggestion of self-education and self-transformation through criticism. Now, this suggestion has gradually become a reality. Ideological transformation, first of all, is the ideological transformation of various intellectuals, which is one of the important conditions for the thorough realization of democratic reforms and the gradual implementation of industrialization in our country. Therefore, we wish that this self-education and self-transformation movement can achieve greater success in its steady progress. This ideological reform movement produced positive results. By the fall of 1952, when the movement ended, 91% of the country's university faculty, 80% of college students, and 75% of middle school teachers had participated in the study. This played a great role in promoting them to change their stance, overcome old ideas, and accept Marxism and new ideas of serving the people. The spiritual outlook of the entire intellectual class was completely new. There were also some problems in the movement. Some practices were too rigid and hurt some intellectuals emotionally. There have also been cases of incorrectly using dogmatic viewpoints to criticize certain academic viewpoints. Later, when talking about the issue of intellectual transformation, Mao Zedong pointed out, thought transformation in the past was necessary and achieved positive results. However, the approach was somewhat rough and hurt some people, which is not good. 4. Resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. In June 1950, the entire party and people were working in an orderly and fruitful manner in accordance with the policies and arrangements for restoring the national economy set by Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. However, something happened that Mao Zedong did not want to happen. The Korean War broke out on June 25, 1950. In an instant, people all over the world focused their attention on this peninsula in Northeast Asia. The United States responded quickly to events on the Korean peninsula. Its response is not only directed at North Korea, but also at China. On June 27, the United States decided to send its Navy and Air Force to invade North Korea's territorial waters and airspace, attack the Korean People's Army, and bombard North Korean cities indiscriminately. At the same time, the 7th Fleet was ordered to dispatch to the Taiwan Strait to invade the Chinese territory of Taiwan and obstruct the Chinese people's planned deployment of liberating Taiwan. On the 30th, the U.S. Army was ordered to participate in the war in Korea. From then on, the tanks of the American invaders rampaged across the land of Korea. The United States has strategic considerations in connecting two unrelated regions, Taiwan and the Korean Peninsula, and taking serious military steps at the same time to blatantly interfere in the internal affairs of China and North Korea. Since the beginning of the Cold War, it has regarded these two regions as its bridgehead to curb communist expansion in the Far East, and China's territory of Taiwan as its unsinkable aircraft carrier. U.S. President Truman declared in a statement issued on June 27, "The attack on North Korea has demonstrated beyond a reasonable doubt that communism is no longer limited to the use of subversive means to conquer independent countries, but now uses armed aggression and war. Under these circumstances, the occupation of Taiwan by communist forces will directly threatens the security of the Pacific region and the U.S. forces performing legitimate and necessary duties in the region. In this way, the United States took advantage of the Korean War to directly intervene in the Taiwan issue and prevent the Chinese people from completing the great cause of reunification of the motherland, resulting in the Chinese people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait still being divided. Mao Zedong responded quickly to express the Chinese government's position. He solemnly declared at the 8th meeting of the Central People's Government Committee on June 28, 1950, "People across the country and the world will unite and make full preparations to defeat any provocation by U.S. imperialism." He also said, Truman also declared on January 5 this year that the United States would not interfere in Taiwan. Now he has proven that it is false, and at the same time he has torn up all international agreements by the United States on non-interference in China's internal affairs. Everything will be successful if it is foreseen, and it will be ruined if it is not prepared. On July 7, the United Nations Security Council approved the establishment of the United Nations Command in the absence of the Soviet Union, and on the 8th, MacArthur was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Command. At about the same time, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China made a decision to transfer several troops to the northeast and place them along the Yalu River to strengthen northeast border defense. On July 7 and 10, based on Mao Zedong's proposal, the Central Military Commission held 2 meetings chaired by Zhou Enlai to study the issue of defending national defense and establishing the Northeast Frontier Defense Force. On the 13th, the Central Military Commission issued the decision on defending the Northeast border defense. Mao Zedong instructed on the same day, agree, implement accordingly. Subsequently, the 13th Strategic Reserve Corps stationed in Henan and other places, plus the 42nd Army and the 1st, 2nd, and 8th Artillery Divisions, totaling 255,000 people, formed the Northeast Frontier Defense Force and were transferred to Andong, Jian, and Bengzi. In early August, the Northeast Border Guard Army completed its assembly and began training. On September 6, the 50th Army was incorporated into the Northeast Frontier Defense Army. This is a far-sighted strategic decision. 6 years later, when Mao Zedong talked about this incident, he said, "After the war started, we first transferred 3 armies, and later added 2 more armies, for a total of 5 armies, which were placed along the Yalu River. Therefore, when the imperialists crossed the 38th parallel, we only then can we send troops. Otherwise, if we are not prepared, the enemy will come soon." Later, Mao Zedong expressed regret, "It is a pity that there were only 5 armies at that time, and the 5 armies were not strong. There should have been 7 armies." After the Korean War broke out, Mao Zedong made various possible assumptions about the development of the situation. Although the Korean People's Army's march southward initially went smoothly, Mao Zedong anticipated the worst-case scenario, the possibility of U.S. troops landing on the coast behind the Korean People's Army. In August 1950, the Korean People's Army was in a stalemate with the U.S. Army and the South Korean Army on the Nakdong River at the southern tip of the Korean Peninsula. At this time, Mao Zedong foresaw that the war would become protracted and the possibility that the United States would expand the scale of the war was increasing. On August 4, the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee held a meeting. Mao Zedong pointed out at the meeting that if the American Emperor wins, he will be proud and threaten me. We have to help North Korea, we must help, in the form of volunteer troops. Of course, the timing must be appropriately chosen. We must be prepared. On the same day, Mao Zedong reviewed a report from Acting Chief of General Staff Nai Rongzhen. The report proposed that some anti-aircraft artillery troops be sent to the North Korean side to ensure the safety of the Yalu River Bridge. Mao Zedong immediately gave the order agree. This is an important decision to ensure the smooth dispatch of troops by the Chinese People's Volunteers in the future. On August 5, Mao Zedong called Gao Gang, commander and political commissar of the Northeast Military Region, requesting the Northeast Frontier Defense Force to complete all preparations within the month and prepare for combat in early September. On August 18, Gao Gang was called again and the border guards must complete all preparations before September 30. Subsequently, based on Nai Ranjan's suggestion, it was decided to transfer the 9th Corps and the 19th Corps to the areas along the Jinpu and Longhai railways respectively to support the Northeast Frontier Defense Force. On September 5, Mao Zedong pointed out at the 9th meeting of the Central People's Government Committee, judging from the current situation, the possibility of a protracted Korean War is gradually increasing. This is a very important judgment. Mao Zedong also analyzed the military strengths and weaknesses of the United States, which he summarized as 1 long and 3 short. He said, it has only one military advantage, that is, it has a lot of iron, but it also has 3 weaknesses, which are 1 long and 3 short. The 3 weaknesses are, first, the front is too long, from Berlin, Germany to North Korea. Second, the transportation route is too far, separated by 2 oceans, the Atlantic and the Pacific. Third, the combat effectiveness is too weak. Despite this, Mao Zedong did not underestimate the enemy or be careless. In his speech, he proposed to guard against U.S. imperialism and the Third World War. He said, the so-called doing that is nothing more than fighting the Third World War, and using atomic bombs for a long time, longer than the First and Second World Wars. We Chinese people are used to fighting wars, and our wish is not to fight, but you must fight. I have to let you fight. You hit yours, I'll hit mine. You hit atomic bombs, I hit grenades, seize your weaknesses, fight with you, and finally defeat you. These words reflect Mao Zedong's revolutionary momentum of not fearing any enemy or any difficulty. Mao Zedong had already made preparations for the worst possibility, and under forced circumstances, was ready to directly compete with the United States, the world's most arrogant power. However, whether China could send troops or not, Mao Zedong had a bottom, and this bottom was whether the U.S. military crossed the 38th parallel. If U.S. imperialism interferes, we will not care if it does not cross the 38th parallel. If it crosses the 38th parallel, we will definitely go there and fight. On September 15, the situation in the Korean War changed dramatically. More than 70,000 U.S. troops landed at Incheon port and occupied Seoul on the 28th. They cut off the retreat route of the main force of the Korean People's Army located on the Nakdong River in the southern part of the Korean peninsula, exposing it to enemies from both sides. The Korean People's Army was forced to implement a strategic retreat. On September 18, the Chinese ambassador to North Korea, xianzhi Liang, sent back a telegram reporting on Kim Il-sung, Prime Minister of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, discussing the recent war situation in North Korea and preparations for long-term war. On the 20th, Zhou Enlai sent a reply to xianzhi Liang, asking him to convey to Kim Il-sung the opinions of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on the current Korean War situation. Mao Zedong reviewed and revised this telegram. The reply said, "We believe that your long-term combat thinking is correct. The bravery of North Korean soldiers and civilians is admirable. It is estimated that the enemy may still increase in Incheon, and its purpose is to extend the occupation eastward, cut off North Korea's north-south transportation, and advance towards the 38th parallel. The People's Army must strive to keep the 38th parallel. North of the 8th line, it is possible to carry out a protracted war. Therefore, please consider how to retain the main force to annihilate the enemy individually while adhering to the general policy of self-reliance and long-term struggle." The reply also put forward some specific suggestions and explained, "The above statements are made from the perspective of friends and comrades for your reference." At this time, the Chinese government had received accurate information. The U.S. military was about to cross the 38th parallel. On the night of September 29, Mao Zedong received a report from Zhou Enlai. U.S. imperialism has publicly stated that it will march north of the 38th parallel. From xianzhi Liang's telegram on the 27th, it seems that there are no defensive troops north of the 38th parallel. It seems that the situation is very serious and the enemy may go straight to Pyongyang. In the critical situation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, The situation is very critical. At the critical moment, Mao Zedong decided, and Zhou Enlai, Premier of the State Council, announced to the world on September 30, the Chinese people love peace, but in order to defend peace, they have never and will never be afraid of resisting a war of aggression. The Chinese people will never tolerate foreign aggression, nor can they allow imperialists to turn a blind eye to the wanton aggression of their neighbors. This is a very powerful and stern warning to the U.S. authorities. On October 1, the South Korean army crossed the 38th parallel. On the same day, MacArthur issued an ultimatum to North Korea, requiring the Korean People's Army to lay down their weapons and stop fighting unconditionally. At this moment, the United Nations Army has assembled 330,000 troops in South Korea. At 1 a.m. on October 3, Zhou Enlai made an emergency meeting with Indian ambassador to China Panikkar and once again issued a strong warning to the U.S. authorities. The U.S. military is trying to cross the 38th parallel and expand the war. If the U.S. military does so, we cannot sit idly by and ignore it, we must take care of it. However, the U.S. authorities underestimated the strength of the Chinese people and their determination to resist aggression, and turned a deaf ear to the Chinese government's repeated warnings. On October 7, the U.S. military crossed the 38th parallel in the Kaikan area and advanced northward. 12 hours later, the United States manipulated the United Nations to pass a proposal to unify Korea. At the same time, the United States spread the war from North Korea to northeast China, sending B-29 heavy bombers and other combat aircraft to conduct frequent bombings and strafing raids on the northeastern border cities of Anton and Jian, destroying buildings, factories, and vehicles, killing and injuring Chinese civilians, and attacking merchant ships operating normally. Since October, the United States has also sent aircraft to harass Qingdao, Yantai and other places on the Shandong Peninsula, threatening to further expand the war on the Sino-North Korean border. The United States' arrogance in expanding the Korean War forced the Chinese people to step forward to defend China and support North Korea in order to safeguard their hard-won national independence and maintain their own security and peace. The situation has developed to this point, as Peng Dehui said when reviewing this period of history, as soon as the U.S. military crossed the 38th parallel, I knew it would be impossible without fighting. Late at night on October 1, the day the South Korean army crossed the 38th parallel, Kim Il-sung made an emergency meeting with Chinese ambassador Nis Hiliang and requested the Chinese government to send troops for support. At the same time, Kim Il-sung and Park Hyun-yong jointly sent a letter to Mao Zedong, requesting China to provide military support. Mao Zedong had already expected the U.S. troops to land in Incheon. He once said this in a telegram to Stalin drafted on October 2, 1950, also in April of this year, when Comrade Kim Il-sung arrived in Beijing, we told him to pay serious attention to the possibility of foreign reactionary troops invading North Korea. In mid-July, late July, and in early September, we told the North Korean comrades 3 times to be aware of the danger that the enemy would advance from the sea toward Incheon and Seoul to cut off the People's Army's retreat. The People's Army should make full preparations, retreat to the north in a timely manner, preserve its main force, and strive for victory in a protracted war. Although Mao Zedong was mentally prepared to send troops, how much courage it took to make a people's republic that had just emerged from the war once again face the test of blood and fire and compete with the United States, the world's #1 imperialist, to make this determination. There is a huge gap in national power between China and the United States. In 1950, the U.S. steel output was 87.72 million tons, and the total industrial and agricultural output value was $280 billion. What was China's steel output that year? There are only 600,000 tons, and the total industrial and agricultural output value is only $10 billion. The United States also possesses atomic bombs and the most advanced weapons and equipment in the world, and has the strongest military production capacity. Even the Soviet Union, which was far more powerful than China, was unwilling to risk direct conflict with the United States by aiding North Korea. Will China sending troops lead to direct confrontation with the United States? What should we do if the United States massively bombs China's heavy industrial base in northeast China and large cities in the interior? These are issues that need to be considered very carefully. A slight negligence will cause unimaginable consequences. Moreover, he also had to have sufficient reasons and patience to convince other members of the central decision-making body, who at that time had different opinions on the issue of sending troops. This was one of the most difficult decisions Mao Zedong made in his life. It was late at night on October 1 when Mao Zedong received the message from the North Korean government requesting China to send troops. At 2 o'clock in the morning on the 2nd, Mao Zedong immediately called Gao Gang and Deng Hua, asked Comrade Gao Gang to come to Beijing for a meeting as soon as he receives the call, asked Comrade Deng Hua to order the border guards to end preparations in advance and be ready to dispatch at any time to fight the new enemy as planned. He was still in Zhou dynasty. Enlai added a paragraph to the draft of the telegram to Nis Hiliang, the ambassador to North Korea, asking him to tell Kim Il-sung, as far as possible, the troops cut off by the enemy will be withdrawn to the north. Any troops that cannot retreat should persist in fighting guerrillas in place and do not panic or waver. In this way, there is hope and victory will be achieved. On the afternoon of October 2, Mao Zedong presided over a meeting of the Secretariat of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China to discuss the situation on the Korean Peninsula and the issue of China's troop dispatch. Mao Zedong believed that it was extremely urgent to send troops to North Korea. It was originally planned to send Lin Biao to lead troops into the DPRK, but Lin Biao declined due to illness. Mao Zedong decided to send Peng Dehui to take charge of the battle. The meeting decided to convene an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee on October 4 to formally discuss the issue of volunteers entering North Korea to fight. Mao Zedong asked Zhou Enlai to send a plane to Xi'an and bring Peng Dehui to Beijing to attend the meeting. On October 2, Mao Zedong personally wrote a long telegram to Stalin in reply to Stalin's call on the same day. Stalin called and asked China to immediately send at least 5 or 6 divisions to the 38th parallel so that North Korea could organize a battle to defend the area north of the 38th parallel. The following is the main content of the message drafted by Mao Zedong. We decided to send a part of the army in the name of the volunteer army to fight with the troops of the United States and its lackey Syngman Rhee in North Korea to assist Korean comrades. We believe that this is necessary. Because if the entire North Korea is occupied by the Americans and the Korean revolutionary forces suffer a fundamental defeat, the American aggressors will become more rampant, which will be detrimental to the entire East. We believe that since we have decided to send Chinese troops to fight against the Americans in North Korea, first, we must be able to solve the problem, that is, we must be prepared to annihilate and expel the invading forces of the United States and other countries in North Korea. Second, since the Chinese army is fighting the U.S. Army in North Korea, we must be prepared for the United States to declare a state of war with China, and we must be prepared for the United States to at least use its Air Force to bomb many major cities and industrial bases in China, and its Navy to attack coastal areas. Among these two questions, the first question is whether the Chinese army can annihilate the U.S. Army in North Korea and effectively solve the North Korean issue. As long as our army can annihilate the U.S. Army in North Korea, mainly its 8th Army, although the seriousness of the second problem will still exist, the situation at that time will become favorable to both the Revolutionary Front and China. That is to say, since the North Korean issue has ended in fact with the victory over the U.S. military, then even if the United States has openly fought with China, the war may not be very large in scale or last very long. We believe that the most unfavorable situation is that the Chinese army cannot annihilate the U.S. Army in large numbers in North Korea. The stalemate between the two armies becomes a stalemate, and the United States has openly entered a state of war with China, which will destroy the economic construction plan that China has started and cause the national bourgeoisie and other parts of the people to be dissatisfied with us. Under the current circumstances, we have decided to dispatch the 12 divisions that have been transferred to South Manchuria in advance on October 15. They will be located in appropriate areas of North Korea. On the one hand, they will fight against enemies who dare to attack north of the 38th parallel. In the first period, we will only engage in defensive warfare to annihilate small groups of enemies and clarify all aspects of the situation. On the other hand, we will wait for the arrival of Soviet weapons and equip our troops, and then cooperate with the North Korean comrades to launch a counterattack and annihilate the American invading forces. According to the information we know, one U.S. corps has a total of 1,500 guns of various types, ranging from 7 to 24 centimeters in caliber, including tank guns and anti-aircraft guns, while our corps has only 36 such guns. The enemy had air superiority, but the Air Force we started training would not have more than 300 aircraft ready for combat until February 1951. Therefore, our army is currently not sure of annihilating one American army at a time. Now that we have decided to fight the Americans, we should be prepared to have our army 4 times the enemy's strength when the U.S. command concentrates one of its armies to fight our army on a battlefield. 1 corps, and 1.5 to twice the enemy's firepower, and can confidently and cleanly annihilate 1 corps of the enemy. In addition to the 12 divisions mentioned above, we are also mobilizing 24 divisions from the south of the Yangtze River and the Shaanxi-Gansu region to the Longhai, Jinpyo, and Beining lines. As the second and third batch of troops to assist North Korea, they are expected to be gradually used in the spring and summer of next year according to the prevailing conditions. In this telegram, Mao Zedong analyzed the necessity for China to send troops to support North Korea and various possible situations, explained China's strategic deployment and combat methods of sending troops to fight, as well as the mobilization of domestic support troops. At the same time, he also proposed to the Soviet Union the support necessary to ensure victory in the operation. The problems raised by Mao Zedong were all big problems. He is thorough, and careful. This telegram was not sent, but it reflected Mao Zedong's basic attitude and various considerations towards sending troops to North Korea in great detail at that time, so it is a document of high value. The first page of Mao Zedong's telegram to Stalin on October 2, 1950. Judging from the relevant circumstances, Mao Zedong's telegram was most likely drafted before the Secretariat meeting on the afternoon of October 2, and was originally intended to be sent to Stalin after the Secretariat meeting made the decision to send troops. But at this meeting, most people were not in favor of sending troops. Mao Zedong could only shelve the telegram and convey the opinions of the majority to Stalin through the Soviet ambassador to China Russian. In conveying his opinions to Stalin, it is worth noting that Mao Zedong stated, "No final decision has been made on this issue and we will hold a central meeting, which will be attended by the main comrades of various departments of the central government." This shows that Mao Zedong did not give up his own ideas and left room for maneuver for the final and correct solution of this problem. On the afternoon of October 4, under the chairmanship of Mao Zedong, an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee was held in Zhongnanhai Yiniantang. Those attending the meeting were Mao Zedong, Zhu De, Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Ren Bishi, Lin Boku, Dong Biwu, Peng Zhen, Chen Yun, Zhang Wenchen, Peng Dihui, and Gao Gang. Those attending the meeting were Luo Ronghuan, Lin Biao, Deng Xiaoping, Rao Shuxi, Bo Yubo, Nai Rongzhen, Deng Zihui, Li Fukun, Hu Qiaomu, and Yang Shankan. Sending volunteers abroad to fight against the U.S. military is a major event that affects the overall situation for China. The Chinese Communist Party faces a new major choice, to send troops, or not to send troops. At the beginning of the meeting, Mao Zedong first asked everyone to talk about the disadvantages of sending troops. Participants expressed their opinions. Most people do not agree with sending troops or have various doubts about sending troops. The main reasons are that China has just ended the war and its economy is in great difficulty and needs urgent recovery. Land reform in the newly liberated areas has not yet been carried out, and bandits and spies have not yet been eliminated. Our military's weapons and equipment are far behind those of the U.S. military, and it does not have air and sea control, there is a peaceful and war-weary mentality among some cadres and soldiers. We are worried that the war will drag on for a long time. And we cannot afford it, etc. After hearing everyone's speech, Mao Zedong said this: "You all have reasons for what you said, but others are in a critical moment for the country, and we stand by and watch. No matter how we say it, we feel sad." In the middle of the meeting, a striking figure, Peng Dehui, rushed to the venue. Peng Dehui was not mentally prepared for this meeting. He did not even know the content of the meeting in advance. He just listened carefully and did not speak. After the meeting, he came to Yang Shanken's residence to learn more about the meeting. On the morning of October 5, entrusted by Mao Zedong, Deng Xiaoping took Peng Dehui from the Beijing hotel to Mao Zedong's office in Zhongnanhai. Mao Zedong knew very well that Peng Dehui's attitude at this time was very important. The two of them had a heart-to-heart conversation. Peng Dehui expressed his support for Mao Zedong's decision to send troops to aid Korea. When Mao Zedong handed over the important task of dispatching troops to Peng Dehui said, "I obey the decision of the Central Committee." Mao Zedong said with some emotion, "I am relieved. Now that the US military has branched off and advanced towards the 38th parallel, we must send troops as soon as possible to seize the initiative. The Politburo will continue to meet this afternoon. Please express your views." At the enlarged meeting of the Politburo in the afternoon, there were still two opinions. After others spoke, Peng Dehui told his own point of view. He said, "Sending troops to aid North Korea is necessary. Failure to do so will mean that the victory of the Liberation War will be delayed by several years. If the US military is placed on the banks of the Yalu River and Taiwan, it can find an excuse at any time to launch a war of aggression." The meeting finally decided that Peng Dehui would lead the volunteer army to fight in North Korea. From October 2 to 5, the Central Committee held a 3-day meeting. Democracy was fully promoted at the meeting. Although Mao Zedong had his own ideas, he still listened carefully to various different opinions and asked everyone to fully explain the disadvantages and difficulties of sending troops, and then persuaded everyone. In fact, Mao Zedong also thought about the issue of whether to fight or not for a long time. As Nai Rongzhen said, Mao Zedong indeed thought over and over again about this matter and took great pains. It's not that Mao Zedong was warlike. The problem is that the United States has already reached our border. What if we don't? Later, Mao Zedong told Kim Il-sung about this matter and said, "Although we have placed 5 armies on the Yalu River, our Politburo can never make a decision. It has been turned over and over again, and over again, and over again, and again, and again. Well, in the end, it has been decided." This is Mao Zedong's vivid description of the decision-making process of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee on sending troops to aid North Korea. What a difficult and democratic decision this is. On October 6, Zhou Enlai presided over a meeting of the Central Military Commission attended by senior party, government, and military officials, including heads of various regions, at Jurantang, Zhongnanhai. According to the decision of the enlarged meeting of the Politburo on the 5th, the plan for entering North Korea was discussed and related work was arranged. On October 8, after the US military had crossed the 38th parallel and marched northward, Chairman Mao Zedong of the Chinese People's Revolutionary Military Commission issued an order to form the Chinese People's Volunteers, in order to assist the Korean People's Liberation War, oppose the attacks of US imperialism and its lackeys, and to protect the interests of the Korean people, the Chinese people and the people of eastern countries. The Northeast Frontier Defense Force is changed to the Chinese People's Volunteers, and is immediately dispatched to North Korea to cooperate with North Korean comrades to fight the invaders and win glory. Appointing Comrade Peng Dehui as commander and political commissar of the Chinese People's Volunteers. When the Chinese People's Volunteers enter North Korea, they must express friendship and respect for the Korean people, the Korean People's Army, the Democratic Government of Korea, the Workers' Party of Korea, other democratic parties and the leader of the Korean people, Comrade Kim Il-sung, and strictly abide by military discipline and political discipline. This is an extremely important political basis for ensuring the completion of military tasks. On the same day, Mao Zedong telegraphed this historic decision to Kim Il-sung and asked him to send the North Korean government's Minister of Internal Affairs Park Il-woo to Shenyang to discuss with Peng Dehuai and Gao Gang the issues related to the volunteers entering North Korea to fight. On the morning of the 8th, according to Mao Zedong's order, Peng Dehuai and Gao Gang immediately led the temporary command staff to fly to Shenyang. On the morning of the next day, Peng and Gao convened a meeting of cadres above the military level of the volunteer army to convey the central government's decision to send troops to aid Korea and required all ministries to make all preparations for overseas operations within 10 days. Also on October 8, Zhou Enlai and Lin Biao, on behalf of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, secretly flew to the Soviet Union to discuss with Stalin the issue of resisting U.S. aggression and aiding Korea and providing military material support from the Soviet Union, especially the provision of Air Force cover. Although the Chinese Communist Party had decided to send troops, Zhou Enlai still went to discuss with Stalin with two opinions, to send troops or not to send troops. If China sends troops, it will require the Soviet Union to provide weapons, equipment, and air support. The talks between the two parties did not go very smoothly. On October 11, Stalin and Zhou Enlai jointly sent a telegram to Mao Zedong, stating that the Soviet Union could fully meet the aircraft, tanks, artillery and other equipment proposed by China, but the Soviet Air Force was not ready yet and would not be able to dispatch its Air Force until 2 or 2.5 months later. In fact, Stalin was worried that if the Soviet Air Force was dispatched to fight the United States in North Korea, it would have serious consequences for Soviet-American relations. In this way, another twists and turns occurred in China's decision-making process to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. Mao Zedong believed that the matter needed to be discussed again with comrades in the political bureau to make a decision. On October 12, he called Peng Dehuai and Gao Gang, requesting, the order of October 9 will not be implemented for the time being. All units of the 13th Corps will still conduct training in place and do not dispatch. Please ask comrades Gao Gang and Dehuai to come to Beijing tomorrow or the day after tomorrow for a talk. On October 13, Mao Zedong once again discussed the issue of sending troops with Peng Dehuai, Gao Gang, and other Politburo members. Everyone agreed that even if the Soviet Union did not send Air Force support, when the U.S. military crossed the 38th parallel and marched northward, we should still send troops to aid North Korea. On the same day, Mao Zedong telegraphed this decision to Zhou Enlai. After discussing the results with comrades Gao Gang, Peng Dehuai and other comrades of the political bureau, we agreed that it would be more advantageous for our army to dispatch to North Korea. In the first period, we can exclusively attack the puppet troops. Our army is confident in dealing with the puppet troops. We can open up North Korean base areas in large mountainous areas north of the Wonsan and Pyongyang lines, and we can inspire the Korean people reorganize the People's Army. The Soviet Volunteer Air Force will arrive in 2 months. After 6 months, we can receive artillery and tank equipment from the Soviet Union. After training, we can attack the U.S. military. In the first period, as long as we can annihilate a few puppet army divisions, the situation in Korea will change in our favor. Our adoption of the above-mentioned positive policy is extremely beneficial to China, North Korea, the East, and the world. However, if we do not send troops to allow the enemy to press to the Yalu River, and the domestic and international reactionary arrogance increases, it will be detrimental to all parties. First of all, it will be even more detrimental to the Northeast. The entire Northeast Frontier Defense Force will be sucked up, and the electricity in South Manchuria will be controlled. Jenny Filipov and you jointly said in a telegram that the Soviet Union can fully satisfy our aircraft, artillery, tanks, and other equipment. I don't know whether it will be leased or purchased with money. As long as it can be leased and a budget of $200 million is maintained for economic, cultural, and other construction and general military and administrative expenses, our army can safely enter North Korea to carry out a long-term war and maintain the unity of the majority of the people in the country. As long as the Soviet Union can not only dispatch its volunteer air force to help us fight in Korea within 2 or 2.5 months, but also dispatch its covering air force to Beijing, Tianjin, Shenyang, Shanghai, Ningxia, Qinghai, and other places, we will not be afraid of a full air attack, but we will have to endure some losses in the event of a US air attack within 2 or 2.5 months. In short, we believe that we should join the war and must join the war. The benefits of participating in the war are great, and the harm of not participating in the war is great. At that time, Mao Zedong was concerned and worried about 2 points. First, whether the Soviet Union provided weapons and equipment by lease or by buying it with money. This is related to whether funds for domestic construction and general military expenditures can be guaranteed, thus affecting the stability of the domestic economy. Second, whether the Soviet Union can truly provide air support within 2 months or 2.5 months. For this reason, Mao Zedong asked Zhou Enlai to stay in Moscow for a few more days to renegotiate the above issues with the Soviet Union. Zhou Enlai conveyed the contents of Mao Zedong's telegram to Stalin through Molotov. Stalin gave this answer: the Soviet Union will only send its air force to station in China, and will not prepare to enter North Korea to fight in 2 or 2.5 months. Stalin's decision was very detrimental to China sending troops to fight, but Mao Zedong's determination did not waver. At this time, Pyongyang was in a hurry. At 1 a.m. on October 15, Mao Zedong drafted a telegram in the name of Zhou Enlai, asking Ambassador N.I. Liang to deliver it to Kim Il-sung. The telegram said, "Please send a comrade who is familiar with the road to Andong immediately to bring Comrade Peng Dehui and Comrade Kim Il-sung to meet on October 16. If Ambassador N.I. cannot find Comrade Kim Il-sung, please ask Ambassador N.I. to send someone to Andong to pick him up." On the same day, Kim Il-sung sent Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Pak Hyun-yong to Shenyang to meet with Peng Dehui, who had just returned from Beijing, and asked China to send troops as soon as possible. On the 16th, Peng Dehui and Gao Gang rushed to Andong on the north bank of the Yalu River and held a meeting of volunteer army cadres at division level and above to announce the central government's decision. The Chinese People's Volunteers, who were waiting in full formation, were waiting for an order from the Supreme Command to cross the Yalu River immediately. As the top decision-maker, Mao Zedong considered and arranged all major issues more calmly and carefully at this time, making the dispatch of troops foolproof. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the 17th, he telegraphed Peng Dehui and Gao Gang, asking them to come to Beijing on the 18th, and said, "The time for sending troops will be determined after Zhou returns to Beijing on the 18th and reports to the Central Committee." On the 18th, Mao Zedong presided over a Central Committee meeting. After listening to reports from Zhou Enlai and Peng Dehui, he finally finalized the time for the dispatch of volunteers to fight in North Korea. Then at 2100 hours that night, Deng Hua, commander and political commissar of the 13th Corps, and others were telegraphed, "The 4 Corps and 3 artillery divisions will enter the northward battle as planned. Starting from the evening of the 19th tomorrow, they will begin to cross the Yalu River from the Andong and Jian lines. In order to strictly keep secrets, the troops crossing the river will start at dusk every day and stop at 4 o'clock the next morning. The concealment will be completed before 5 o'clock and must be carefully inspected." From the evening of October 1, when Kim Il-sung asked China to send troops, to the evening of the 19th when the Chinese People's Volunteers crossed the Yalu River, it was only 18 days. But for Mao Zedong, it seemed to have come a long way. During this decision-making process, one difficulty after another appeared in front of him. He must make a correct analysis and judgment of the general trend of the world, and have a comprehensive understanding of the situation and development trends of the three parties, the enemy, ourselves and friends. You must be able to cope with complex and changeable situations and make decisions quickly. More importantly, you must patiently convince your comrades with sufficient reasons. How difficult it is. 20 years later, on October 10, 1970, when Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai met with Kim Il-sung, they jointly recalled this tortuous historical process. Mao Zedong, things are always so tortuous. At that time, because China was vacillating, Stalin became discouraged and said, "Forget it." Didn't the Prime Minister go there later? Did he go with the opinion not to send troops? Zhou Enlai, 2 opinions, let him choose. When we send troops, we need his air force to support us. Mao Zedong, we only want help from their air force, but they won't do it. Zhou Enlai, in the beginning, Molotov agreed. Later, Stalin called him and said that the air force could not be used for support, and the air force could only go to the Yalu River. Mao Zedong, the decision was made in the end. We went to China to send telegraphs. Regardless of whether the Soviet Union provided an air force or not, we would go. I think we still have to thank the Soviet Union. It always helped us with arms and ammunition, which is half price. There is also a fleet of cars. Regarding Mao Zedong's decision to send troops to aid Korea, Peng Dehuai once made this evaluation: this determination is not easy to make. It requires not only extraordinary courage, but most importantly, excellent insight and judgment into complex things. The historical process has proved Chairman Mao's wisdom and correctness. From the day the Chinese People's Volunteers crossed the river, Mao Zedong concentrated all his energy on the Korean battlefield. Mao Zedong commanded numerous large and small battles in his life, commanded millions of troops to fight the enemy on several battlefields at the same time, and achieved victory after victory. He has superior strategic guidance and rich war experience. However, commanding the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea was, after all, a new topic for him. This is on a new battlefield, a foreign battlefield, fighting against a new enemy, the U.S. military with highly modern equipment. How to achieve new victory in the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea requires accumulating and summarizing new experience in practice. How to fight the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. The Korean War situation at that time was very serious. After the U.S. and South Korean troops crossed the 38th parallel, they advanced northward in 3 directions. The east route occupied Wonsan, the middle route advanced towards Yangdok, and the west route U.S. troops were preparing to besiege Pyongyang. According to MacArthur's plan, after occupying Wonsan and Pyongyang, he would first advance east to west to establish communication, and then advance to the Yalu River. On the eve of the Volunteer Army dispatching troops, Mao Zedong, Peng Dehuai, and others studied the enemy's situation and agreed, taking advantage of the enemy's east-west advance, the Volunteer Army would build 2 to 3 defensive fronts in the area north of the Pyongyang and Wonsan railway lines and south of the Tachuan and Ningyuan highways, that is, north of the thin waste area of the Korean peninsula. If the enemy attacks, divide them in front of the position and annihilate them. If the U.S. Army from Pyongyang and the South Korean Army from Wonsan attack from 2 sides, isolate the weaker side. Within 6 months, if the enemy remains entrenched in Pyongyang and Wonsan, our army will not attack Pyongyang and Wonsan. After our army has completed its equipment training and has overwhelming advantages over the enemy both in the air and on the ground, we can then attack Pyongyang, Wonsan and other places. This means that we will not discuss the issue of attacks 6 months later. However, after the volunteers crossed the river, the situation changed a lot and was not at all what they had originally imagined. MacArthur changed his plan to advance east to west. The U.S. Army and the South Korean Army were divided into 2 groups, east and west, and marched northward at a very fast speed, approaching the border between China and North Korea. The original plan to block the enemy, that is, to defend the front line north of the Pyongyang-Wonsan railway line for 6 months before attacking, is no longer applicable. According to changes in the enemy's situation, Mao Zedong quickly changed his combat deployment. At 2:30 in the morning on October 21, he called Peng Dehuai and others to formally issue the deployment of the first battle. He saw that MacArthur had made a big mistake in strategic judgment, that is, neither the United States nor the puppets expected that our volunteers would participate in the war, so they dared to disperse into east and west routes and advance boldly. He concluded, "This is an excellent opportunity to annihilate 3 or so puppet divisions, strive for the first victory abroad, and begin to change the situation in the Korean War." An hour later, Mao Zedong telegraphed to Deng Hua and others, "Now it is a matter of obtaining fighter planes. It is a matter of completing the battle deployment within a few days so that the battle can begin a few days later. It is not a matter of deploying defense for a period of time and then talking about attack. You will win the first battle. This is especially important for volunteer troops who go abroad to fight. Whether the first battle can be won will determine whether the volunteers can stand firm after entering the DPRK." In those days, Mao Zedong lived a very tense life. According to the recollections of his confidential secretary, for a period of time, Mao Zedong did not get out of bed for more than half a month. He worked and ate in bed and slept very little. He reviewed a large amount of materials every day, including telegrams from the front and intelligence from all aspects. One after another, these telegrams and materials were delivered to Mao Zedong as quickly as possible. The situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. Mao Zedong had to analyze all aspects of the situation and make a decision quickly to guide the front-line operations. This year, Mao Zedong was 57 years old and very energetic. When Mao Zedong guided the deployment of the first campaign, he gradually considered and matured the guidelines on how to open the Korean War. In his telegram in reply to Peng Dehuai on October 23, he pointed out, "From a military perspective, the situation in the Korean War depends on 3 points. First, whether the campaign currently being deployed can take advantage of the suddenness that the enemy did not expect at all to annihilate 2, 3, or even 4 puppet divisions. If this battle is a big victory, the enemy will be forced to redeploy and immediately be in a passive position. If this sudden battle victory is not great and we have to retreat in front of the formation, the situation will change to the enemy's advantage. Second, how much enemy aircraft can kill and injure our personnel and hinder our activities. If I can become very proficient in using night march operations, our army can continue to conduct field operations and attack many isolated strongholds, which may force the United States and me to engage in diplomatic negotiations. If the casualties and obstructions caused by enemy aircraft to me are so great that I cannot conduct advantageous operations, our army will be in a very difficult position within 6 months to a year before our aircraft conditions are ready. Third, if the United States transfers another 5 to 10 divisions to Korea, and our army fails to annihilate several U.S. military divisions and several puppet army divisions in mobile warfare and isolated stronghold operations before then, the situation will also be unfavorable to us. If the opposite is true, it will be in our favor. All of the above points can be experienced and proven during this battle and in the following months. In short, we should strive for every possible victory on a solid and reliable basis. This strategic and operational guiding ideology proposed by Mao Zedong was of great significance to the volunteer army's victory in the first battle and subsequent battles. The enemy is advancing very quickly. The South Korean army quickly entered the vicinity of the Chongchuan River, but the main force of the volunteer army was still far away from the area where it was scheduled to go. On October 23, Mao Zedong telegraphed Deng Hua and other leaders of the 13th Corps to quickly meet with Peng Dehuai to decide on the campaign plan under Peng's leadership. He also warned, "The enemy is advancing very urgently, and it is most important to capture the fighter plane. Within 2 or 3 days, the enemy may find out that it is our army and take action. If we do not have a unified action of the entire army at this time, we will lose the fighter opportunity." Peng Dehuai studied the enemy's situation and felt that when the enemy divided his troops into divisions, regiments, and battalions to advance rashly, it would be difficult to concentrate his forces to annihilate him, which might delay the opportunity for combat. By the 25th, the South Korean army on the Western Front had advanced to Bokwan, Yongsan-dong, Unsan, Onjeong, Sungmokdong, and Hecheon north of the 40th parallel, approaching the 40th Army of the Volunteer Army. The task of annihilating the enemy is urgent. On the morning of October 25, a reinforced battalion of the South Korean Army invaded Bijan from Wenjing. A regiment of the 40th Volunteer Army used the tactics of intercepting, cutting off the waste to annihilate most of it. This opened the prelude to the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, and started the first battle of the Chinese People's Volunteers' War to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea that shocked the world. The Chinese people have always regarded this day as the anniversary of the Chinese People's Volunteers' mission to fight in North Korea. However, the South Korean army still divided its troops and advanced rashly. Part of one of the regiments had reached Chushan, only a few kilometers away from the border between China and North Korea, and shelled into China. On the 27th, the regiment realized that it was in a bad situation and turned around to retreat south. On the way, it was surrounded by volunteers. In order to support the regiment's southward retreat, 2 battalions of the South Korean Army south of Hecheon fought with the volunteers in the area east of Onjeong. On the 29th, one army of the Volunteer Army annihilated most of the South Korean troops in these 2 areas and won the first battle. The South Korean Army lost the battle with the Chinese Volunteer Army, but MacArthur still underestimated the strength of the Volunteer Army and was indifferent, thinking that China was just sending troops symbolically, and continued to order follow-up troops to advance towards the China-North Korea border. At the end of October, a regiment of the U.S. Army's 1st Cavalry Division, known as the Ace Army, bravely crossed the Chingchuan River north to Yuncheon. From November 1 to 3, the Volunteer Army surrounded and annihilated most of them in Yuncheon. At the same time, the blocking force defeated another regiment of the division south of Yuncheon and killed the regiment leader. In the Yuncheon battle, the Volunteer Army was the first to use inferior equipment to annihilate the enemy with modern equipment, severely putting a stop to the prestige of the Ace Army. The 1st U.S. Cavalry Division suffered heavy losses in Yuncheon, shocking Walker, commander of the U.S. 8th Army. In the early morning of November 3, the enemy retreated across the board under the cover of aircraft, artillery, and tanks. Peng Dehuai immediately ordered to pursue and annihilate the fleeing enemies. On the 4th, a British howitzer battalion and an American reinforced company were annihilated. However, the Volunteer Army, which relies on 2 legs to run, cannot outrun the highly maneuverable mechanized troops. By the evening of the 4th day, the main enemy forces had all withdrawn to the south of the Chingchuan River. According to the situation between the enemy and ourselves, Peng Dehuai called Mao Zedong at 1500 hours on November 4, proposing to rest and reorganize the troops, end the first battle, and prepare for another battle. At 1 a.m. on the 5th, Mao Zedong responded via telegram to agree and put forward the guiding ideology for organizing the second campaign. In the first battle, after 13 days and nights of arduous fighting, the volunteers annihilated more than 15,000 enemies and drove the enemies from the Yalu River to the Chingchuan River, initially stabilizing the Korean War situation. The sudden appearance of the Chinese People's Volunteers on the Korean battlefield has aroused various speculations in the U.S. government and the public. The U.S. military estimates that China has 3 possible purposes for entering the war in North Korea. The first is for border security and dismantling the equipment of the Yalu River hydropower station, the second is to strategically contain the United States and fight a limited-scale protracted war, and the third is to drive the United Nations forces out of the Korean peninsula. MacArthur placed his bet on preventing the Volunteer Army from continuing to cross the Yalu River, and proposed a final offensive plan: first use the Air Force to destroy all bridges and ferries on the Yalu River, and then launch a ground offensive. The U.S. 10th Army marched westward via Chosin Lake, and the U.S. 8th Army moved north from the Kongchin River. After meeting south of Gyeongja, it encircled and annihilated the Volunteer Army and the Korean People's Army, and then advanced toward the Yalu River. Mao Zedong foresaw that a new fierce war was inevitable. In order to strengthen the strength on the Eastern Front, he decided to transfer the 9th Corps led by Song Shilun to the north in early November. On November 5, he telegraphed to Peng Dehui and Deng Hua, the Song Corps should be fully responsible for the Jiangja and Changjin areas, with the goal of luring the enemy to go deep and look for opportunities to annihilate the enemy one by one. From then on, the Corps will be under your direct command, and we will not control it remotely. After winning the first battle and deciding to strengthen the troops on the Eastern Front, Zhou Enlai drafted a telegram from Mao Zedong to Stalin on November 13. When Mao Zedong reviewed the telegram, he added a paragraph, saying, "According to my observation, the war situation in Korea can be changed. Now our 16 divisions of the Volunteer Army have given the enemy the first blow on the northwest front of Korea and have initially established a firm foothold. As long as we can give the enemy on this line another blow, 1 or 2 larger blows can change the defensive situation of the line into an offensive situation, and this is possible. On the northeastern front, our Volunteer Army only has 2 divisions, and the enemy is still rampant. We are currently sending 8 additional divisions to prepare to give the enemy a blow and change the battle situation on the line." In mid-November, 3 armies and 12 divisions of the 9th Corps secretly entered the DPRK and quickly completed the campaign assembly on the Eastern Front. The entry of the 9th Corps into the DPRK increased the total front-line strength of the Volunteer Army to more than 380,000 people in 9 corps and 30 divisions, and they had a strength advantage on both the east and west fronts. At this time, the enemy underestimated China's military strength in North Korea, believing that it was only 60,000 to 70,000 people. Starting from November 6, the enemies on the Western Front began exploratory attacks to find out the strength and intentions of the volunteers. Peng Dehui asked the troops to retreat steadily from the Qingchuan River, deliberately showing weakness to the enemy, and deliberately discarding some old firearms. MacArthur fell into the trap and believed that the volunteers were poorly equipped and cowardly and defeated and ordered the troops to advance northward. On the 24th, the United Nations Army launched a full-scale attack on both the east and west fronts at the same time, targeting Shuazhu and Baitong on the Yalu River and the Jiangja where the North Korean Supreme Leadership is located, announcing that it would end the Korean War before Christmas. On November 25, the enemy troops on the Western Front were lured to the predetermined battlefield by the volunteers. As a result, the Volunteer Army immediately launched a second campaign. That night happened to be the night of the full moon. This is the most ideal weather for volunteers to fight at night. The Volunteer Army's Western Front troops suddenly launched a fierce attack. A division of the South Korean Army in Tokugawa was isolated and exposed to the volunteers in a 3-pronged attack. By the evening of the 26th, more than 5,000 people in the division were completely wiped out. Another army of the Volunteer Army also annihilated most of another division of the South Korean Army in Ningyuan and other places. After the volunteers opened gaps in Tachuan and Ningyuan, most of the enemies west of the Qingchuan River that were attacking the volunteers stopped moving where they were, forming a confrontation with the volunteers. This is an excellent opportunity to intersperse divisions and annihilate the enemy. Peng Dehui and others immediately followed Mao Zedong's telegram and asked the troops to divide and encircle each other and annihilate the enemies on the Western Front one by one. At this time, the main force of the 113th Division of the 38th Army rushed along the small road. Regardless of the threat of U.S. aircraft, it advanced 70 kilometers in 14 hours and arrived at the Sanchualai area at 8 a.m. on the 28th. Blocking the southern retreat route of the U.S. 9th Army. Later, they took the initiative to insert themselves westward into Longjayuanli to cut off the enemy's other retreat. The 4 armies of the Volunteer Army on the front took advantage of the momentum to attack fiercely, dividing and encircling the enemy in front of them. On the 29th, the enemy forces on the Western Front were forced to withdraw across the entire line. At the same time, The U.S. 1st Cavalry Division and the British 29th Brigade were ordered to go north to support them and to open up Sanchualai and Longjayuanli at all costs. In this way, the battlefield on the Western Front formed a spectacle of war in which the enemy and ourselves intertwined. Judging from the situation of the entire battlefield, the enemy is in a north-south attack by the volunteers, but in the local battlefields of Sanchualai and Longjayuanli, the volunteers are also in a north-south attack by the enemy, and the situation is very dangerous. If Sansoari and Longjayuanri are lost, all enemies to the west and north of the Qingchuan River will flee south, and the goal of annihilating the enemy in the second battle will be missed. The 113th Division of the 38th Army finally withstood hundreds of daily bombings by aircraft, repelling coordinated attacks by tanks, artillery, and infantry again and again. The enemy troops fleeing to the south and seeking reinforcements from the north were less than 1 kilometer apart but could not rendezvous. This greatly boosted the military power of the Chinese People's Volunteers. This epic heroic achievement deeply moved Commander Peng Dehui. He made an exception and wrote the words "Long live the 38th Army" in his telegram congratulating the victory. On December 1, seeing that there was no hope of breaking through, the enemy was forced to abandon a large amount of equipment and turn to Unju, near the west coast, to break out. At the same time, the 9th Corps on the Eastern Front braved the severe cold of -30°C and launched a counter-attack on November 27. Under the heavy blow of the Chinese People's Volunteers, the arrogant MacArthur was forced to admit, this small army, under the current circumstances, is actually facing the entire China in an undeclared war. Unless active and rapid actions are taken, the hope of victory is slim. And it is foreseeable that the strength will continue to be depleted, so that the entire army will eventually be annihilated. He ordered the Eastern and Western armies to begin a general retreat to the 38th parallel on December 3. Mao Zedong immediately ordered the Western Front troops to advance towards Pyongyang and regain Pyongyang at the first opportunity. On December 6, the Chinese People's Volunteers and the Korean People's Army recaptured Pyongyang. On the 16th, all enemies on the Western Front were driven south of the 38th parallel. On the Eastern Front, the People's Army recaptured Yuanshan on the 9th, cutting off the enemy's land retreat. The Volunteer Army occupied Hamsing on the 17th and captured Fuxingnan on the 24th. At this point, with the exception of Xiangyang on the eastern coast, all the United Nations troops have been driven south of the 38th parallel. The second battle ended successfully, with a total of more than 36,000 enemies wiped out, including more than 24,000 U.S. troops. The Volunteer Army and the People's Army gained the initiative to shift from defense to offense. The Volunteer Army won 2 consecutive battles, and the idea of quick victory grew in some people's minds. How should we evaluate the future of the Korean War? Is it a quick win or a long-lasting one? This is a question that needs to be answered before Mao Zedong. Shortly after the launch of the second campaign, on December 3, 1950, when Mao Zedong met with Kim Il-sung, he made 2 possible estimates of the future of the Korean War. He said, the war may be resolved quickly, but it may also be prolonged. We are prepared to fight for at least 1 year, and North Korea should also make long-term plans. This shows that Mao Zedong focused on preparing for long-term operations. He also said to Kim Il-sung, you are stronger now than before, not weaker. When you crossed the 38th parallel and attacked Daegu directly, regardless of the empty space behind, you were the weakest. Now you know both victory and defeat. With experience, you will be stronger. After the end of the second battle, Mao Zedong made a clear judgment on the future of the Korean War based on the experience of the 2 battles and listened to the opinions of Peng Dehui and others. The war still requires long-term planning and many difficult situations must be anticipated in the future. We must understand that without a serious struggle, without annihilating all or at least most of the puppet troops, and without annihilating at least 40,000 to 50,000 American and British troops, the Korean problem cannot be solved, and the view of quick victory is harmful. The Chinese People's Volunteer Army has won 2 consecutive battles, which has had an important impact on the entire international situation. Yang Shankan, then director of the General Office of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, recorded this in his diary on January 1, 1951, "Since the volunteers entered North Korea and won 2 battles, our country's status has improved, its voice has become louder, and the momentum of the democratic camp has also increased. On the other hand, the imperialist camp is becoming more and more disintegrated. Whether within the United States, between the United States and Britain, within the United Kingdom, between Britain and France, and between other countries and the United States and Britain, the contradictions, the shields have increased and the cracks have widened. The US Emperor has become increasingly isolated. The chairman's decision to volunteer troops to enter the DPRK was indeed an extremely wise and far-sighted decision. It is as clear as day that I would have done so. If you decide, I will be more cautious. As the chairman said, you must not only be short-sighted, but also long-sighted. You must not ignore the future and the long-term perspective. This is what long-sightedness means." While the Chinese People's Volunteers launched their second campaign, the Chinese government launched a tit-for-tat political struggle with the United States at the United Nations Security Council. On the afternoon of November 28, China's Special Representative Wu Zhaoquan made a long speech accusing the United States of armed aggression against Chinese territory Taiwan at a meeting of the United Nations Security Council to discuss the case of U.S. armed aggression against Taiwan. On behalf of the Chinese government, Wu Zhaoquan made 3 suggestions to the United Nations Security Council. 1. Strictly sanction the United States for its crimes of invading Chinese territory Taiwan and armed intervention in North Korea. 2. Make the U.S. government completely withdraw its armed aggression forces from Taiwan. 3. Make all U.S. and other foreign troops withdraw from North Korea. Although these completely reasonable suggestions from China were rejected by the voting machine controlled by the United States, this voice of justice spread throughout the world. The Chinese people are proud, and the patriotic overseas Chinese are inspired. The Chinese government's political struggle with the United States in the Security Council closely cooperates with the Chinese People's Volunteer Army's military struggle with the United States on the Korean battlefield, which is very impressive. According to the original plan, after the second battle, the volunteers went to rest and prepare for a new counterattack the next spring. However, the development of the international situation no longer allowed the Chinese People's Volunteers to wait until the following spring to fight again. On December 14, 1950, without Chinese representatives participating in the discussion, the United States manipulated the United Nations to illegally pass a resolution establishing the Korean Armistice Committee of 3 and demanded an immediate ceasefire. On December 22, Premier Zhou Enlai issued a statement in this regard, revealing that the U.S. government proposed a ceasefire and post-war negotiations on this day when its invading forces suffered a defeat. This was obviously so that the U.S. could gain breathing time and prepare to fight again, or at least maintain its current aggressive position and prepare to fight again. Therefore, it would be hypocritical to discuss armistice negotiations without the basis of the withdrawal of all foreign troops from North Korea and the resolution of North Korea's internal affairs by the North Korean people themselves. It would be in line with the intentions of the U.S. government and would not be able to achieve the good wishes of the peace-loving people of the world. Mao Zedong had already anticipated the U.S. government's attempt to cease fire first and then negotiate to buy time to prepare for another war, and had proposed countermeasures. On December 3, 11 days before the United Nations adopted the ceasefire resolution, when he met with Kim Il-sung, he proposed, "The enemy may demand an armistice. We believe that the enemy must admit to withdrawing from North Korea and first withdraw to the south of the 38th parallel before we can negotiate an armistice. It is best if we not only capture Pyongyang, but also capture Seoul. The main purpose is to eliminate the enemy first and completely annihilate the puppet troops. This will be more helpful in promoting the withdrawal of U.S. imperialism." On December 13, the day before the United Nations adopted the ceasefire resolution, Mao Zedong emphasized in a telegram to Peng Dehuai, "Currently, the United States and Britain are asking our troops to stop north of the 38th parallel to facilitate their reorganization. Therefore, if our troops stop crossing the 38th parallel, it will be a great political disadvantage. In order not to give the enemy time to breathe and fight across the 38th parallel in order to gain political initiative, it is necessary to launch the third campaign in a timely manner." However, due to continuous fighting, the troops on the Western Front were very tired, and the number of combat casualties reached more than 40,000. The 9th Corps on the Eastern Front also suffered a large number of casualties due to cold and starvation. There were only 300 transport vehicles on the Western Front, but the transport line was nearly twice as long as the first and second battles. Many soldiers have not yet put on cotton coats and shoes to keep out the cold. Under such circumstances, there are indeed many difficulties in launching the third campaign immediately. Despite this, the Volunteer Army Headquarters issued the deployment to continue the southward march based on the needs of the political situation. Mao Zedong approved the combat deployment of the Volunteer Army Headquarters. This battle was fought by 6 armies of the Chinese People's Volunteer Army and 3 legions of the Korean People's Army. At 1700 hours on December 31, New Year's Eve, 1950, the Chinese and North Korean troops launched an offensive across the board, breaking through the United Nations Army defense line 15 to 20 kilometers deep on a wide front of about 200 kilometers. The United Nations Army was afraid that the Chinese and North Korean troops would encircle them from the right wing and put their more than 100,000 troops in a desperate situation on the north bank of the Han River, so they withdrew across the board on January 2, 1951. Peng Dehuai decided to take advantage of the victory to expand the results. The Chinese and North Korean troops occupied Seoul on the 4th, crossed the Han River on the 5th, and recovered Incheon on the 8th. The United Nations Army retreated near the 37th parallel. The Chinese and North Korean armies attacked the city and seized territory with a fierce offensive, but failed to annihilate a large number of the enemy's effective forces. However, the enemy attempted to lure us deeper, land at the rear, and attack the Chinese and North Korean armies from a flank. In view of this, Peng Dehuai decisively ordered to stop the pursuit. The third battle is over. After the third battle, Peng Dehuai and Kim Il-sung had different views on whether to rest for a while before moving south. Mao Zedong agreed with Peng Dehuai's opinion that the volunteers should rest for 2 to 3 months in Incheon and north of the Han River. But he also believed that the opinions of North Korean comrades must be respected, and special attention must be paid to unity with them. On January 19, when revising Peng Dehuai's report to be delivered at a joint meeting of senior military cadres of China and North Korea, Mao Zedong deliberately added a large paragraph, which said, "All Chinese volunteer comrades in North Korea must seriously learn from North Korean comrades and wholeheartedly support the North Korean people, support the government of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, support the Korean People's Army, support the Workers' Party of Korea, and support Comrade Kim Il-sung, the leader of the Korean people. The comrades of China and North Korea must unite as close as brothers. Together, we share will and woe, we live and die, and fight to the end to defeat the common enemy. Chinese comrades must regard North Korea's affairs as their own business, and educate commanders and combatants to cherish the mountains, rivers, grass, and trees of North Korea, just like our views and practices at home. This is the political basis for victory. As long as we can do this, the final victory will be won." He also telegraphed this message to the Volunteer Army Party Committee. A paragraph added by Mao Zedong to Peng Dehuai's report of the Joint Conference of Senior Cadres of the Chinese and North Korean Armed Forces on January 19, 1951. This passage, at a critical moment in the development of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, played a major role in strengthening the unity of the two parties, two countries, and two armies of China and North Korea. On January 20, Peng Dehui immediately conveyed it to the Volunteer Army Party Committee and decided that at the joint meeting of senior cadres of the two armies held on January 25, humbly learning from North Korean comrades and uniting the North Korean military and civilians should be an important part of the meeting. In January 1951, the Chinese People's Volunteers and the Korean People's Army won the third battle. The United Nations Army was driven back to the south of the 38th parallel. The Korean War situation was generally stable, and Mao Zedong breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to leave Beijing, find a secluded place, and concentrate on editing selected works of Mao Zedong for a while. In late February and early March, he asked for leave from the central government in the name of rest. The editing and publication of selected works of Mao Zedong is an urgent need for domestic cadres and the masses to learn Mao Zedong thought and understand the history of the Chinese Revolution. It is also a need for some countries and people in the world who sympathize with and pay attention to the Chinese Revolution to understand China. As early as the Anti-Japanese War and the War of Liberation, several collections of Mao Zedong's works were published in some liberated areas. The main ones include selected works of Mao Zedong published by Xianzhi Shahar Hebei Daily in 1944, selected works of Mao Zedong published by the liberated areas of central Jiangsu province in 1945, and selected works of Mao Zedong published by the liberated areas of central Jiangsu province in 1948, selected works of Mao Zedong, selected works of Mao Zedong published by the Northeast Bureau in 1948, selected works of Mao Zedong published by the Shaanxi Hebei Shandong Henan Central Bureau in 1948. These anthologies have played a role in promoting Mao Zedong thought and educating cadres, but they have not been officially approved by the central government and have not been reviewed by the authors. As the Chinese Revolution achieved nationwide victory, educating and arming the mind with Mao Zedong thought within the party and among the people throughout the country has become an important task on the ideological and cultural front of the party and the country. In this way, the work of officially editing and publishing selected works of Mao Zedong by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was put on the agenda. Stalin also hoped that Mao Zedong would edit and publish his works. When Mao Zedong visited the Soviet Union in December 1949, Stalin made this suggestion to him. In fact, Mao Zedong had already informed Stalin about the decision of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China to officially publish selected works of Mao Zedong before this. Mao Zedong said in a telegram to Stalin drafted by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on June 1, 1949, it is said that the selected works of Mao Zedong published by the Northeast Bureau has been translated into Russian in the Soviet Union and is planned to be published in the near future. However, this anthology has shortcomings in the selection, classification, and order of the papers, and there are also many typos and sentences in the papers. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China is now re-editing the selected works of Mao Zedong, and will be published by Comrade Mao Zedong himself. At that time, we can quickly send a new edition to the Soviet Union. Therefore, we hope that the Russian translation of Mao Zedong's selected works published by the Northeast Bureau will not be printed until our new edition is delivered. We will make additions, deletions, and revisions based on this new edition and the original Northeast edition. The editing work of selected works of Mao Zedong had already begun when I was in Zibepo. After Mao Zedong stationed in Peeping, he continued to carry out the work at a fast pace. The manuscript was published on May 6, 1949, and by mid-June, 3 versions, totaling more than 1 million words, had been completed, and all proofs were sent to Mao Zedong. Around the time of the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China in October, Mao Zedong had read 1/3 of the proof of the book. Soon, due to a visit to the Soviet Union, the review work of selected works of Mao Zedong was suspended for more than half a year. After Mao Zedong returned to China, he devoted himself to the restoration of the national economy and prepared for the convening of the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. In June 1950, just after the plenary session, the Korean War broke out, and the editing work of selected works of Mao was once again postponed. Now, after winning 3 battles, Mao Zedong could finally find time to continue editing selected works of Mao. He called Wang Dongxing, who was in charge of the security work, and said to him, "There are too many things in Beijing to work on the Maoxian. We need to find a place to concentrate on getting it out. China needs the Maoxian now, and the Soviet Union is also urging it, so we need to concentrate on the attack. We need to find a place, not too far from Beijing. People are not allowed to occupy their houses, and they are not allowed to live in guest houses." Wang Dongxing chose a nursery in the western suburbs of Shijiazhuang, and Mao Zedong expressed satisfaction. This is a spacious courtyard with simple furnishings. The weather was still relatively cold at that time, so a temporary heater was installed. The environment here is quiet and perfect for editing books. Mao Zedong lived here for 2 months and revised and approved most of the selected manuscripts. Mao Zedong personally did the editing work of selected works of Mao from beginning to end. He participated in the selection of manuscripts and determined the titles, carefully revised most of the articles, and wrote solutions and annotations for some articles. Most of these modifications are textual, and a small number are content-related. Mao Zedong was extremely strict in selecting manuscripts. He selected a large number of proof manuscripts with about 1 million words, and all of them were marked with the 4 characters "This article is not needed." The main people who assisted Mao Zedong in compiling selected works of Mao were his 3 secretaries, Chen Boda, Hu Qiaomu, and Tian Jiaying. From some of Mao Zedong's correspondence with Chen Boda and Tian Jiaying, we can get a glimpse of Mao Zedong's careful compilation of selected works of Mao. First, to Chen Boda and Tian Jiaying on March 8, 1951. The On Contradiction has been revised once. Please rearrange the proofs into 2 copies immediately, give one to Boda to read, and send one to me to read again. The following paragraphs on formal logic are not clear in meaning and need to be revised. Some other parts also need minor revisions. After rereading this article, I feel that it is better not to include it in this anthology because it is too similar to a philosophy textbook. Including it in the anthology will hinder the effectiveness of the paper on practice. I wonder how you feel? This point will be decided in the future. Don't come here for the time being. Come back after you have read the proof of On Contradiction and part of other articles, which will take about half a month. Second, to Tian Jiaying on March 15. Please send the original manuscript of On Contradiction immediately. For proofreading, the original manuscript must be sent together with proofs. Please send all previous manuscripts. Third, to Tian Jiaying on April 1. The position of the Communist Party of China in the National War and On Contradiction, please do not send them for translation. Please proofread them before sending them to me for reading. The printed articles have been annotated, please send them to read. Fourth, to Tian Jiaying on April 7. The documents sent are missing the order of the Military Commission to the People's Liberation Army on April 21, 1949. Please make a copy and send it to the school. Please clear out the original text of the chapter Classes in Struggle in Xinguo Investigation and send it for reading. This chapter is missing from the copies I have here. The documents have been noted, please send them for review as soon as possible. Fifth, to Tian Jiaying on April 16. Please send these 9 articles to Comrade Chen Boda for review and correction. Among them, 4 articles, including a conversation with a British reporter, a conversation with reporters from the Central News Agency, an extremely important policy, and the unity of revolutionary forces around the world, have been revised according to the originals. Please correct them accordingly. I will not have to read these 4 newly sent articles. The above and a large number of the ones I read for the second time yesterday can all be translated, but one of them, The Struggle in Jinggangshan, please send it for another look. During Mao Zedong's visit to the Soviet Union, He proposed to Stalin that he hoped that the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party would send a theoretically strong person to help read his past published articles to see if they could be compiled into a collection. Stalin immediately decided to send theorist Eugene, who had edited the Concise Philosophical Dictionary, to China. In July 1950, Eugene came to Beijing. Regarding this matter, 8 years later, Mao Zedong explained to Eugene face to face. He said, "Why did I ask Stalin to send a scholar to read my article? Was it because I was so unconfident? I even asked you to read the article? Why do you have nothing to do? No, I asked you to come to China to see whether China is true Marxism or half-truth and half-false Marxism. After you returned, you said good things about us. The first thing you said to Stalin was, the Chinese are true Marxists. But it was only the Korean War that changed his view, and also the suspicion of the fraternal parties in Eastern Europe and other countries." Eugene praised Mao Zedong's works. He read the Russian translation of On Practice and immediately sent it to Stalin and suggested publishing it in a certain journal. Stalin accepted Eugene's opinion. On Practice was first published in the Soviet Union in December 1950 in the magazine Bolshevik Before China. On December 18 of the same year, Pravda published another editorial article on Mao Zedong's works on practice. China first published this article in the People's Daily on December 29 of the same year. The first volume of selected works of Mao Zedong was published in October 1951, which became a major event in the national political life at that time. The first printing volume reached 1,066,000 copies. On October 12, the General Administration of Publications held a celebration meeting, and Tian Jiaying made a speech. Ye Shengtao, Deputy Director of the General Administration of Publications, recorded in his diary that day, there will be a celebration party for the publication of selected works of Mao Zedong at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. About 200 people will be present. Yu Ji made the first speech. Then Tian Jiaying, the editorial board member, reported on the editing situation. The anthology has 4 volumes, and today the first volume was published. The selection of each article was carefully considered by Mao, and the recorder reviewed it 6 or 7 times, sometimes twice. Tian said that in this first volume, we can see the development of Mao's thoughts and the basis for various future plans. Hu Yuji also said in his speech at the meeting, the publication of selected works of Mao Zedong was started before the establishment of the General Administration of Publishing and after the liberation of Beijing, under the leadership of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. On May 6, 1949, the Publication Committee of the Propaganda Department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China began to accept part of the manuscripts of selected works of Mao Zedong. It has been almost 2.5 years since the publication of the first volume was completed. In the past 2 years or so, readers from all walks of life have often asked with concern, when will the selected works of Mao Zedong be published? It has only taken a long time to publish the first volume. This is because Chairman Mao has adopted such a cautious attitude towards his works and personally reviewed and revised them several times. The selected works of Mao Zedong Publication Committee of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China is also very cautious in doing the annotation work and presiding over the publication work. The second and third volumes of selected works of Mao Zedong were published in April 1952 and April 1953 respectively. These 3 volumes include Mao Zedong's most important and representative works in each revolutionary historical period from December 1925 to August 1945. These works embody Mao Zedong thought as the crystallization of China's revolutionary practical experience. They are not only the personal wisdom of Mao Zedong, but also the crystallization of the collective wisdom of the Chinese communists, which were obtained with the blood of countless revolutionary martyrs. Mao Zedong once said, "Those articles of mine could not have been written without going through the Northern Expedition, the Agrarian Revolutionary War and the Anti-Japanese War, because they had no experience." He also said, "Without those victories and those defeats, without the failure of the fifth counter-campaign against encirclement and suppression, and without the Long March, it was impossible for me to write the pamphlet Strategic Issues in China's Revolutionary War. So he said, the selections of Mao are mine. These things in the selections of Mao were taught to us by the masses at the cost of bloodshed. The publication of selected works of Mao Zedong was a basic theoretical construction in the early days of the founding of New China. It has been translated into a variety of ethnic minority languages and has had a broad and far-reaching influence among the people across the country. Selected works of Mao Zedong has also been translated into foreign languages and published in some countries, with dozens of foreign language versions. The works included in selected works of Mao Zedong were all written by Mao Zedong himself. Only a few speeches were edited and finalized by others based on his speech records. He once said, "I wrote all the documents myself. Only when I was sick, I spoke orally and others wrote for me. When I wrote The Current Situation and Our Tasks in 1947, it was me who spoke and Zhang Qing wrote it. After she wrote it, I revised it. After I revised it, I went to Enlai and Bishi to discuss it and revised it again. After everyone read it, it was broadcast. It was very dangerous for others to write articles. At that time, many articles criticizing the Kuomintang and published by Xinhua News Agency were written by me. But there are exceptions, and it can be said to be the only exception, that is, the resolution on certain historical questions was included in the third volume of Selected Works of Mao. The historical resolution was drafted based on the basic ideas and basic framework of the draft conclusions on the central leadership line since the fourth plenary session written by Mao Zedong in the winter of 1941. Mao Zedong led the drafting of the historical resolution and made many revisions. But Mao Zedong did not regard it as his own work but included it as an appendix in his anthology. Considering that the issuance of a historical resolution requires the announcement of Wang Ming's line, this requires a decision by the central government. To this end, Mao Zedong solicited opinions from every member of the political bureau of the Central Committee. Everyone agreed. Later, when Mao Zedong talked about this issue to people outside the party, he said, Wang Ming's line brought down the Soviet area and the strength of the White area, and it moved to the right during the anti-Japanese war. However, we did not publicly publish the resolution on Wang Ming's line at that time in order to leave room for leeway. It took a few years for this resolution to be included in my anthology and published as an appendix. Most of them were awakened, but Wang Ming was not. Mao Zedong's articles are majestic and very fluent. It was so overwhelming that it spread thousands of miles. But not all of them are written down in one go, especially theoretical articles, which have gone through countless revisions, refinements, and polishes. Many new ideas and new perspectives are often formed during the writing process. For example, in On New Democracy, he said, halfway through the first draft of On New Democracy, the view that the first 80 years of China's nearly 100 years of history was one stage and the last 2 decades was one stage gradually became clear, so I started writing it again and revised it repeatedly before finalizing it. According to the original plan, the fourth volume of Selected Works of Mao Zedong included works written during the Third Civil Revolutionary War and after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Since the founding of New China was not long ago, the time was not yet ripe to publish the fourth volume, so it was shelved. 6 years later, the fourth volume was edited and published. Regarding Mao Zedong's presiding over the editing of the fourth volume, we will talk about it later. On the Korean battlefield, after the Chinese and North Korean armies won 3 consecutive battles, Mao Zedong once made an estimate that under the pressure of the Chinese and North Korean armies, or when the Chinese and North Korean armies fought to the point where the U.S. military could no longer fight, the U.S. military would be forced to withdraw from South Korea and fundamentally solve the Korean problem. This is obviously an optimistic estimate. Of course, Mao Zedong also estimated another possibility, that is, the objective situation forced the Chinese and North Korean armies to fight a war in February and then rest and recuperate. This latter estimate is correct. Sure enough, Starting from January 25, the United Nations Army took advantage of the opportunity that the Volunteer Army and the People's Army had not yet fully rested and launched a large-scale offensive from west to east. The Chinese and North Korean armies began the fourth battle of active defense. After the battle started, Mao Zedong analyzed in a telegram to Peng Dehuai on January 28, "After the fourth battle, the enemy may engage in peace negotiations with us to resolve the Korean issue. At that time, the negotiations will be beneficial to both China and North Korea. However, the enemy wants to restore the bridgehead fortresses on both sides of Incheon and Seoul now, block the Han River and put Seoul under the enemy's threat. That is, they will armistice and negotiate peace with us, putting China and North Korea at a disadvantage. And we will never allow this. The Chinese People's Volunteers have fought 3 consecutive battles. They have been very tired and have suffered a large reduction in personnel. It is very difficult to complete the active defense mission of the fourth battle and urgently needs to replenish its troops. What to do?" Based on Mao Zedong's opinions, the Central Military Commission made a decision on February 7 to implement rotational operations. This is to change the past method of drawing veterans from the domestic army to supplement the volunteer army, to using military units as organic units to be transferred from the country to the Korean battlefield to fight in turns. Taking turns to fight was a new creation of the Chinese People's Volunteers in the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. At this time, Peng Dehuai, who was at the forefront of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. As the highest commander of the volunteer army, Peng Dehuai saw the severe situation and difficulties on the battlefield. The 2nd Regiment was still far away by the Yalu River and could not replenish its troops. He felt very anxious. He believed that he must report to Mao Zedong face to face and ask for strategic directions. As soon as Peng Dehuai arrived in Beijing on February 21, he hurried to the new 6th Institute. The new 6th Institute is located in the western suburbs of Beijing. It is relatively quiet here. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, Mao Zedong often rested and worked here. Peng Dehuai reported to Mao Zedong in detail the situation of the Korean War, highlighting the issues of insufficient troops and logistical support. After careful consideration, Mao Zedong proposed to Peng Dehuai, "In the Korean War, win quickly if you can, and slowly if you can't. Don't rush for success." This gave Peng Dehuai a lot of room for discretion. Peng Dehuai felt that the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea had a clear and flexible goal. This policy is different from the optimistic estimate made by Mao Zedong shortly after the end of the Third Battle. Mao Zedong was wise to listen carefully to Peng Dehuai's statement, adjust his policy in a timely manner, and make the right decision. Peng Dehuai also reported to Mao Zedong the story of Mao Anying's sacrifice in detail, and reflected with guilt, "Chairman, after you asked Anying to follow me to the Korean front, he worked very actively. But I ignored the instructions of you and Enlai to urge Shiji to pay attention to air defense several times. As a result, I should bear the responsibility for the unfortunate sacrifice of Anying and Gao's staff. My comrades and I are still very sad." After hearing this, Mao Zedong was silent for a while. After a while, he looked at the uneasy Peng Dehuai and said, "People always die in war. The Chinese People's Volunteer Army has sacrificed the lives of so many officers and soldiers. Anying is an ordinary soldier, don't take it as a big deal just because he is my son." He also warned, the United States currently uses more than 1,000 aircraft of various types on the Korean battlefield. You must not be negligent and take all measures to ensure the safety of the headquarters. Mao Anying entered North Korea with the Volunteer Army headquarters to fight with Mao Zedong's consent, and served as the Russian translator and confidential work for the Volunteer Army headquarters. Mao Zedong poured infinite fatherly love into him. Mao Zedong loved him and placed high hopes on him, but Mao Zedong did not regard Mao Anying as belonging only to him, but as belonging to the party and the people, and he should serve the motherland. On November 25, 1950, the day the second battle was launched, 3 US B-29 bombers passed over the headquarters of the Volunteer Army without dropping any bombs. The people who had made preparations for air defense breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the enemy plane suddenly turned around and dropped dozens of napalm bombs on Xianzhi station. The war room was engulfed in a sea of fire. Mao Zedong, who was on duty in the room, gave up her young life. Peng Dehui made a special report to the Central Military Commission that day. The short message actually took more than an hour to write. The telegram reached Zhou Enlai. Zhou Enlai knew full well how big a blow this would have to Mao Zedong. He did not want to distract Mao Zedong during the tense moment when he was commanding the battle, so he put the telegram aside temporarily. It was not until January 2, 1951, after New Year's Day, that he sent the telegram to Mao Zedong and Jiang Qing, with a letter saying, "Comrade Mao Zedong's sacrifice is glorious. At that time, I did not send this telegram for reading because you were all suffering from colds." Zhou Enlai's letter and Peng Dehui's telegram were sent to Mao Zedong by confidential secretary Ye Zilong. Mao Zedong was in the office at that time. The letter and telegram were both short, but Mao Zedong read them for a long time. Ye Zilong has been standing there quietly. Mao Zedong suppressed his grief and said, "Alas! In war, there are always casualties." Yang Shankan wrote this in his diary, "I had to tell Li Desheng the news of Zedong's death today." After he met Cheng Sanjiun and others, he was about to tell him the news. After a long sigh, he said, "Thousands of people died, so we can't just care about this one person. The matter is over, no need to talk about it. The spirit is great, but the actual blow is not small. There is no way. I want to go to the countryside to rest." With Mao Zedong's consent, martyr Mao Zedong, like tens of millions of volunteer martyrs, was laid to rest on North Korean soil and became a symbol of the friendship between the Chinese and North Korean people. On February 25, according to Mao Zedong's instructions, Zhou Enlai and Peng Dehui, vice chairman of the Central Military Commission, jointly convened a meeting of the heads of the Central Military Commission headquarters to discuss the issue of the rotation of troops from major military regions into North Korea to participate in the war and how to ensure the supply of supplies to the volunteer army. On this day, the 19th Corps, commanded by Yang Dezi, entered North Korea to participate in the war as the second force. On March 18, the 3rd Corps, with Chen Geng as commander, also entered North Korea to participate in the war. On March 1, Zhou Enlai drafted a telegram for Mao Zedong to Stalin regarding the Korean War situation and the rotational combat policy adopted by the Volunteer Army, which was revised and sent out by Mao Zedong. The telegram said, "It can be seen from the recent battles on the Korean battlefield that the enemy will not withdraw from Korea unless most of them are wiped out, and it will take time to wipe out most of these enemies. Therefore, the Korean War is likely to become protracted. I should prepare for at least 2 years. In order to crush the enemy's intentions, persist in long-term operations and achieve gradual annihilation. For the purpose of destroying the enemy, our Chinese Volunteer Army plans to adopt the policy of fighting in turns. In short, under the situation that the United States insists on continuing to fight, and the U.S. military continues to receive a large number of reinforcements and is preparing for a long-term war of attrition with our army must prepare for a long-term war. It will take several years to consume hundreds of thousands of Americans and make them retreat." This last paragraph was added by Mao Zedong. The telegram also said that Peng Dehui hoped that the Soviet Union would send its air force to cover the rear lines of the Chinese and North Korean troops as soon as possible. On the third day, Stalin returned the call and agreed to send 2 Soviet Air Force destroyer pilots into North Korea to fight in order to cover the rear of the Chinese and North Korean troops. On March 7, the United Nations Army concentrated more than 200,000 troops, supported by hundreds of aircraft, and launched a full-line attack on the positions of the Chinese and North Korean troops. The Chinese and North Korean troops fought against each other step by step. On the 13th, we took the initiative to evacuate Seoul. By the end of March, the front line gradually moved north of the 38th parallel. However, due to the tenacious resistance of the Chinese and North Korean troops, the enemy could no longer advance. On April 21, the fourth battle ended. This battle lasted for 87 days, wiping out more than 78,000 enemy troops and stopping the United Nations Army near the 38th parallel. The successive defeats of the United Nations Army on the Korean battlefield triggered quarrels within the U.S. ruling group, especially the conflict between U.S. President Truman and the Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Army MacArthur, which forced Truman to decide to change his command midway. On April 11, during the fourth battle, MacArthur was dismissed, and Ridgway, commander of the U.S. 8th Army, took over as Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations forces. After the strategic offensives in the first, second, and third battles, and the active defense in the fourth battle, in the repeated contests between the Chinese and North Korean armies and the United Nations forces dominated by the U.S. military, Mao Zedong gradually deepened his understanding of the laws of the Korean War, and his thoughts on preparing for long-term operations became clearer. His general guiding principle for the war against U.S. aggression and aid to Korea was summarized as prepare for a long-term war and strive for a short-term war. During the fourth battle, the United States was planning to establish a new line of defense in the belt, the shortest east-west distance on the Korean peninsula, in an attempt to land on the flanks of the Chinese and North Korean troops, cooperate with its frontal troops, and attack from the north and south, driving the Chinese and North Korean troops to the north of the belt. In order to crush the enemy's plan, the Chinese and North Korean armies launched the fifth battle on April 22. At this time, a total of 6 armies, the 19th Corps and the 3rd Corps, the second wave of the Chinese People's Volunteers entering North Korea, had arrived on the Korean battlefield. Together with the 9 armies originally fighting in Korea, there were a total of 15 armies with about 1 million troops. The scale of the fifth battle was very large, with both sides having about 1 million troops. However, the United Nations Army has an advantage in weapons and equipment. It not only has technically sophisticated armored forces and artillery, but also has air superiority and high mobility. The volunteers have encircled a U.S. Army regiment many times, but they have never been able to eliminate it. At most, they destroyed a battalion. This is very different from the situation in civil wars, especially in the later stages of the Liberation War, when the People's Liberation Army often destroyed the enemy in entire divisions, entire brigades, or even several divisions and brigades. This recurring situation attracted the attention of the Volunteer Army headquarters and also attracted the attention of Mao Zedong. On May 26, 1951, Mao Zedong sent a telegram to Peng Dehuai, instructing, "Several battles have proved that our army has carried out strategic or operational roundabouts. It is difficult to achieve the mission of annihilation by encircling several U.S. divisions, or an entire division, or even an entire regiment at a time. This is because the U.S. military still has a strong fighting will and self-confidence. In order to defeat the enemy's self-confidence, in order to achieve the goal of a final large-scale encirclement and annihilation, it is advisable not to be too ambitious in each battle. It is enough to require each army of our army to annihilate an entire battalion of the American, British and Turkish troops in one battle, or at most 2 entire battalions." Mao Zedong requested in the telegram that the current war against the US and British troops only implements small tactical encirclement and small annihilation wars, and then progresses to large-scale annihilation wars. The next day, May 27, when Mao Zedong summoned the Chief of Staff of the Volunteer Army Ji Fang and the commander of the 3rd Corps Chen Gang, he reiterated this combat policy, calling it zero attack, and each army aims to completely annihilate 1 battalion of the enemy at a time. Mao Zedong also ordered, the long-term and arduous nature of the Korean War situation must be clearly explained so that all cadres and soldiers can fully understand and be mentally prepared. By June 3, in the telegram to Stalin, Mao Zedong's combat policy and assessment of the war situation were stated more clearly. He said, Because the technical conditions of our military are far behind those of the enemy, we cannot quickly solve the Korean problem. If we decide to use a long-term war policy to solve it, we need to have a stage of gradually weakening the enemy, and then move to the stage of final solution to the problem. Not only does the enemy have strong firepower now, but their will to fight has not faded yet. In the past, our army always tried to use the method of large-scale encirclement in an attempt to eliminate one to several entire divisions of the enemy at once, but in the end it failed to achieve its goal. However, there were more opportunities to encircle and annihilate several companies to 1 or 2 battalions of the enemy. Therefore, we should not do what our military cannot yet do, and do not attempt to fight large-scale annihilation wars. Instead, we should carefully design, look for opportunities, and fight more small-scale annihilation wars. Each time our army attacks, the combatants can only carry 7 days' worth of food and ammunition themselves. When you run out, stop and wait for supplies. If the enemy is not eliminated, we have to withdraw. This is because the enemy used a large amount of air force to block the near rear of our front line. Most of our vehicles were destroyed and food and ammunition could not be delivered. The enemy is fully aware of our army's situation. When our army advances, it retreats across the board. When our army runs out of food and ammunition, it will launch a counterattack. When Mao Zedong wrote the telegram to Stalin, it was near the end of the 5th battle. The 5th battle ended on June 10. A total of more than 82,000 enemies were wiped out in this battle, which was the largest number of enemies among the 5 battles. The battle line was stabilized in the area near the 38th parallel. The volunteer army also paid the price of 75,000 casualties. From then on, the Korean War entered a stalemate stage. While the Chinese People's Volunteers defended their country and entered Korea to participate in the war, at home, a broad mass movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea was launched vigorously, in-depth and lastingly. This movement effectively supported the operations of the volunteer army and promoted the recovery of the national economy and other tasks. As soon as the decision of the Chinese People's Volunteers to enter Korea and participate in the war was announced, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued the Instructions on Current Affairs Propaganda reviewed and revised by Mao Zedong on October 26, 1950. Immediately, a wave of propaganda to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea was set off across the country. The people expressed their indignation against the U.S. aggression and their strong support for the volunteers through various forms such as parades and rallies. The publicity campaign went deep into every street, every village, and every home, making it a household name, known to every woman and child. The will of the party and the country quickly turned into the conscious actions of the people. On November 4, 11 democratic parties and groups, including the Communist Party of China, the Revolutionary Committee of the Chinese Kuomintang, and the China Democratic League, issued a joint declaration, pushing the movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea to a climax. The joint declaration stated, "The survival of North Korea is closely related to the security of China. A dead lip will make the teeth cold, and a broken house will put the house in danger." The Chinese people's support for the Korean People's War against the United States is not only a moral responsibility, but also closely related to the vital interests of all our people, and is determined by the necessity of self-defense. Saving one's neighbors means saving oneself, and defending the motherland must support the Korean people. Since November, business people from Tianjin, Shanghai, Beijing, Shenyang, Chongqing, Guangzhou, Wuhan, Nanjing, Hangzhou, Guilin, Qingdao and other places have held conferences to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea and formulate patriotic pacts, stating that they will not owe taxes, do not evade taxes, do not speculate, and will not take advantage of others and strive to increase production, communicate materials, and ensure supply to contribute to the fight against U.S. aggression and aid Korea. On November 30, the Tianjin Industrial and Commercial Demonstration Conference to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, defend the homeland and the country, sent a message to Mao Zedong, stating that all strata of the country were united and worked together to complete the sacred task of resisting the U.S. aggression, aiding Korea, and defending the homeland and the country. Mao Zedong replied to Li Zuokan, chairman of the Tianjin Federation of Industry and Commerce, on December 2, welcoming their patriotic stance and fully affirming the national movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. He said, "It is absolutely correct for all workers, farmers, intellectuals, and industrialists and businessmen across the country, who are patriots, to unite and oppose the aggression of U.S. imperialism. I hope that all patriotic industrialists and businessmen in China, together with the people, will form a more solid united front against imperialist aggression than in the past. This heralds the Chinese people's final victory in the sacred struggle against imperialist aggression." People from all walks of life across the country showed a high degree of patriotic enthusiasm in the movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. At that time, the country had just recovered from a long period of war, and the people's living standards were still very low. However, since the nationwide campaign to donate aircraft and artillery began on June 1, 1951, many people have scrimped on food and clothing and actively donated money. By the end of May 1952, the total amount of donations made by the people across the country in 1 year could purchase approximately 3,710 fighter jets, which fully demonstrated the strong strength of the mobilized Chinese people. Beginning in April 1951, the fighting heroes of the Chinese People's Volunteers returned to China to report on resisting U.S. aggression and aiding Korea, and many batches of Chinese People's Condolences delegations were organized domestically to go to Korea. The heroic deeds of the volunteer army have educated the people across the country, and the condolences of the people across the country have inspired the fighting spirit of the volunteer army officers and soldiers. The Chinese people have never been so united, never so high-spirited, and never have such high national self-esteem and pride. In the long and tortuous revolutionary struggle, Mao Zedong formed the belief that under certain conditions, bad things can turn into good things. Enemies are approaching and national crises are at the forefront, which can often become a powerful driving force to awaken the people, organize the people, and promote the accelerated development of various revolutionary undertakings. The nationwide movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea has once again proved this point. The recovery of the national economy was not delayed by the resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea movement. Instead, it showed vigorous vitality driven by the movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, as well as the simultaneous land reform movement and suppression of counter-revolutionary movements. On October 23, 1951, on the first anniversary of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, Mao Zedong announced in his opening speech at the third session of the First National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, "Our financial and commodity prices continue to remain stable, and our economic construction and cultural and educational undertakings have also made great progress in the recovery and development of our work." On December 12, 1951, the Conference of Representatives of People of All Ethnic Groups in Northwest China to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea grandly opened in Xi'an. 451 representatives of 14 ethnic groups including Han, Hui, Mongolian, Uyghur, Kazakh and Uzbek attended the meeting. Mao Zedong was inspired by the unity gathering attended by representatives of so many ethnic groups. He said in his reply on the same day, "At this meeting of your representatives, you decided to further unite the people of all ethnic groups, increase production, practice economy, and carry out patriotic publicity and education work to support the Chinese people's volunteers. This is very good. Imperialism dared to bully in the past. One of the reasons for China is the disunity of China's various ethnic groups, but this era has passed forever. From the day the People's Republic of China was founded, all Chinese ethnic groups began to unite into a friendly and cooperative family, which is enough to defeat any imperialist aggression and build our motherland into a prosperous and powerful country." Number 3, 1950. Quoted from Truman Memoirs Volume 2, World Knowledge Press, January 1965 edition, page 460. 5. Resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. The Chinese People's Volunteers entered North Korea to fight. In less than a year, they fought side by side with the Korean People's Army, annihilating more than 230,000 United Nations troops, driving the United Nations troops from the Yalu River back to the 38th parallel, and stabilizing the front line in the area near the 38th parallel. This stalemate in the battle created conditions for forcing the United States to agree to hold armistice negotiations. Repeated battles in 5 battles have proven that it is no longer possible for the United States to annex North Korea and spread the flames of war to mainland China. The American ruling group also sees this. At a hearing held by the U.S. Senate Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee in June 1951, Wedemeyer admitted, "The Korean War is a bottomless pit, and there is no hope of victory for the United Nations Army. On the other hand, it is impossible for the Volunteer Army and the People's Army to completely defeat the United Nations Army and completely solve the problem of the Korean Peninsula." Beginning in June 1951, the entire Korean War situation entered a state of long-term stalemate. In the first year of the War of Aggression against Korea, the United States paid a price of more than 88,000 casualties, equivalent to nearly one-third of its total losses during World War II. The biggest loss caused by the war of aggression against North Korea to the United States and its allies was strategic. Originally, the focus of the United States' global strategy was Europe, and the ultimate strategic goal of the Cold War was to deal with the Soviet Union. However, in the war of aggression against Korea, it used one-third of the total strength of the Army, one-fifth of the total strength of the Air Force, one-half of the total strength of the Navy, and mobilized some forces from European countries such as Britain and France. Despite this, the troops still felt insufficient. The strategic reserves of the United States only have 6.5 divisions at home and 2 divisions in Japan. In fact, there are no troops left to mobilize. As far as the United States is concerned, troop shortages are an important reason why the Korean War entered a stalemate stage. During the war of aggression against Korea, the United States consumed an average of 850,000 tons of materials per month, which was equivalent to the total amount of materials that the United States provided to North Atlantic Treaty Organization for a year and a half at that time. This inversion of strategic priorities not only harms the strategic interests of the United States, but also directly affects its relations with its allies. Britain, France, and other countries that actively supported the United States in the early stages of the war were also worried that the United States would fall into the Korean War and damage its Cold War policy focusing on Europe. U.S. President Truman spoke very frankly. He said, "The main enemy of the United States is sitting in the Kremlin. As long as this enemy has not been involved in the battlefield and is only pulling strings behind the scenes, we must not waste the power we have mobilized again." The arrogant American invaders, who had previously not hesitated to burn the flames of war across the Yalu River, began to seek armistice negotiations. In May 1951, the U.S. National Security Council proposed to Truman a negotiated solution to the Korean issue. Truman quickly approved the proposal. On May 31, Kennan, advisor to the U.S. State Department and former ambassador to the Soviet Union, formally visited Malik, the Soviet representative to the United Nations, and expressed that the U.S. government was prepared to discuss ending the Korean War with China and was willing to restore the pre-war status quo. Mao Zedong keenly seized this opportunity and made various preparations for the upcoming armistice negotiations. On June 3, 1951, Mao Zedong met with Kim Il-sung, who had made a special trip to Beijing from the Korean front, to discuss with him policies and plans on how to deal with the possible armistice negotiations. During Kim Il-sung's stay in Beijing, on June 5, Mao Zedong called Stalin and raised some issues that needed to be discussed and resolved with him. "We feel that the war we are conducting in Korea has serious problems in terms of finances, frontal operations, and the threat of the enemy's possible landing from the rear coastline. We would like to send Comrade Gao Gang to fly there within the day. Moscow will report to you and ask for your instructions to solve various important issues. At the same time, Comrade Kim Il-sung is now in Beijing, and he is willing to discuss these issues with you. In another telegram to Stalin on June 9, he also proposed to discuss increasing the order of weapons and other military supplies, war issues, and the recruitment of Soviet military advisors by the volunteers. After obtaining Stalin's consent, Gao Gang and Kim Il-sung flew to Moscow on a special plane sent by Stalin on June 10. On the 13th, Stalin held talks with them. After learning about the talks, Mao Zedong called Gao Gang and Kim Il-sung that day and discussed some of his ideas on how to propose armistice negotiation proposals. The telegram said, "We feel that when the North Korean and Chinese armies are on the defensive in the current 2 months, it is not appropriate for North Korea and China to propose the proposal. Instead, it is appropriate to use the following methods: wait for the enemy to propose. The Soviet Union expresses its opinions to the United States based on Kennan's remarks to Malik. The above methods can be done at the same time, that is, on the one hand, the Soviet Union has expressed its views, and on the other hand, if the enemy raises the issue, North Korea and China can express their attitudes. Please discuss with Comrade Filippov the appropriate method." Soon, Stalin adopted Mao Zedong's last suggestion, and the Soviet Union responded to the United States provocation. Mao Zedong understood deeply that in order to negotiate with the American aggressors and turn the possibility of peace into reality, it was absolutely impossible without strong strength as a backing. A slight negligence or a sign of weakness on the battlefield will definitely result in losses and put oneself at a disadvantage in negotiations. Therefore, how to consolidate the victory of the fifth battle and gradually improve the Chinese People's Volunteers' ability to continue offensive and defensive operations has become Mao Zedong's first concern. On June 11, the day after the end of the fifth battle, Mao Zedong called Peng Dehuai and said, "If there is no unexpected change within 6 or 7 months, we must complete the following things: A. Adhere to the 3 lines of defense of Chi or 1, Pingkong, and Yushuan with an active defense method to prevent the enemy from exceeding the Yushuan line. B. Rapidly replenish the 3rd Corps and the 19th Corps. Each army has 45,000 men and has received considerable training. C. The armies of the 13th Corps have been rested and reorganized. D. Strengthen the firepower of each military division, especially anti-tank and anti-air force artillery fire. E. Quickly build at least 1, preferably 2, roads from Sichuan to Ningyuan to Dechuan, and stockpile a considerable amount of food in the Sichuan, Dechuan, and Mengshan areas for emergencies." At this time, 2 fronts were about to appear in front of Mao Zedong, the military front and the political front, one for fighting and the other for negotiation. By mid-June, a new guiding principle was brewing and matured in Mao Zedong's mind, and he promptly put it forward: be fully prepared for protracted war and strive for peace talks to end the war. In the military context, the policy of protracted combat and active defense was further summarized. Make use of North Korea's favorable terrain to build a solid defensive position. On the one hand, it uses active defense methods to kill a large number of the enemy's effective forces. On the other hand, it actively improves equipment and strengthens training, constantly strengthens its own strength, gradually changes the balance of power between the enemy and ourselves, and finally defeats the enemy, or forces the enemy to retreat in spite of difficulties. At that time, Deng Hua, deputy commander and deputy political commissar of the Volunteer Army, and a group of 5 people were in Beijing. Mao Zedong told Deng Hua these opinions and asked him to be responsible for conveying them. This policy proposed by Mao Zedong enables the Chinese and North Korean armies to firmly grasp the initiative in the upcoming 2-year-long military struggle and political struggle that are intertwined with each other, with talks and fights occurring at the same time. On these 2 fronts, Mao Zedong each had one of his most important and capable assistants: militarily, Peng Dehuai; politically, Zhou Enlai. Beginning in late June 1951, the contacts between the parties before the start of the Korean armistice negotiations moved from informal exploration to an open initiative stage. On June 23, Malik, the Soviet representative to the United Nations, proposed a peaceful solution to the Korean issue, advocating that the warring parties negotiate a ceasefire and truce and withdraw their troops from the 38th parallel. On June 30, Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Forces Lee Ki-wei issued a statement on the order of the U.S. government, expressing his willingness to hold armistice negotiations with the Korean People's Army and the Chinese People's Volunteers. It was also proposed that the meeting would take place on a Danish wounded ship anchored in Wonsan port. On July 1, Kim Il-sung, the Supreme Commander of the Korean People's Army, and Peng Dehuai, the commander of the Chinese People's Volunteer Army, jointly sent a reply to Lee Ki-wei, stating that they agreed to hold armistice negotiations and suggested that Kaesong, south of the 38th parallel, be the location for negotiations. As soon as the North Korean and Chinese statements were issued, Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai began intense preparations for negotiations. First, it was decided that Deng Hua and Ji Fang would attend the negotiation meeting as Peng Dehuai's representatives. At the same time, it was decided to dispatch an armistice negotiation working group led by Vice Foreign Minister Li Keqiang and including Jiao Guanhua from China to immediately go to North Korea to help guide the negotiation work. At that time, the United States' attitude towards the negotiations was that the negotiations did not mean an immediate truce and that the confrontation would not stop until an armistice agreement was signed. The U.S. government also authorized Ridgway to conduct land, amphibious, airborne, and maritime operations in support of armistice negotiations. Mao Zedong was fully prepared for this move by the United States. In order to prevent the United Nations Army from taking the opportunity of the armistice negotiations to launch a counterattack, he called Peng Dehuai and others on July 2 to make timely and important arrangements for the defense lines of the Chinese and North Korean troops at the 38th parallel, on the one hand, strengthen the troops on the front line of the frontal defense positions to prevent large-scale enemy attacks, on the other hand, strengthen the troops on the sides and rear to prevent the enemy from suddenly landing on the east and west sides of the Korean peninsula. This is a major step that must be taken in preparation for negotiations. On July 5, the Armistice Negotiation Working Group led by Li Keqiang set off from Beijing to North Korea. Before leaving, Mao Zedong had a long conversation with Li Keqiang and Jiao Guanhua, analyzing various possible situations in the armistice negotiations and putting forward suggestions on organizing a capable work team. On July 7, the North Korea-China armistice negotiation delegation arrived in Kaesong. General Nam Il, Chief of General Staff of the Korean People's Army, is the chief representative of North Korea and China. Representatives of the Chinese People's Volunteers are Deputy Commander and Deputy Political Commissar Deng Hua and Chief of Staff Ji Fang. Representatives of the Korean People's Army include Li Xiangchao and Zhongping Shan. Li Keqiang, who guided the negotiations on the second line on behalf of the Chinese government, and Jiao Guanhua, who assisted him in his work, also arrived in Kaikon. The chief negotiator of the United Nations forces is Lieutenant General Turner Joy, commander of the U.S. Far East Navy, and its members include, Rear ADM Orlin Burke, Deputy Chief of Staff of the U.S. Far East Navy, Rear ADM Lawrence Kritsk, Deputy Commander of the U.S. Far East Air Force, Rear ADM Henry Hodge, Deputy Chief of Staff of the U.S. 8th Army, and Rear ADM Baek Sun-yop, commander of the 1st Army of the South Korean Army. Armistice negotiations were about to be held, and Mao Zedong devoted almost all his energy to guiding the preparations for the negotiations. He personally drafted multiple replies from North Korea and China to Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Forces Lee Ki-wei, personally reviewed and revised press releases on preparations for negotiations, personally drafted the draft of the armistice agreement between North Korea and China, and consulted Kim Il-sung, Peng Dehuai, and Stalin for their opinions. Mao Zedong took care of many specific and minute preparations, such as the layout of the negotiation meeting place, the other parties' delegations' dormitory and our delegation's dormitory, the preparation of various utensils, equipment, and food, as well as the specific time for Li Keqiang, Xiao Guanhua, and members of our delegation to arrive at the negotiation location in Kaikan, etc. Mao Zedong took care of everything. Kaikan, located south of the 38th parallel, is an area controlled by the Chinese and North Korean troops. It is a newly liberated area. The situation is complicated. Both sides laid many landmines here during the war. In terms of safety, no matter which party has a problem, the consequences will be serious. Therefore, Mao Zedong paid special attention to security issues. At 4 o'clock in the morning on July 2, he called Peng Dehui and other comrades at the front, instructing them to arrange reliable security and make sure to ensure the safety of the meeting and prevent trouble. But he was still worried. 2 days later, at 4 o'clock in the morning on the 4th, he sent another 50-word telegram to Peng Dehui, writing, "If there are landmines buried in the Kaikan area, they must be removed, especially the landing place of Representative Ridgway's plane, the car passage and the vicinity of the venue. They must be removed to ensure safety and avoid trouble." Before the armistice negotiations began, relevant parties considered stationing some Air Force units at North Korean airports. Mao Zedong did not agree. He instructed, in order not to give the enemy an excuse, "Don't go." On July 9, the day before the armistice negotiations officially began, Mao Zedong was still carefully reviewing the speeches prepared by Nan Ri and Deng Hua for the first meeting. In a telegram to Li Keqiang and to Kim Il-sung and Peng Dehui, he said, "Both Nanri's and Deng Hua's speech drafts are available." However, the Nanri version stated that it was willing to accept the proposal of Mr. Malik, the Soviet representative to the United Nations, and is prepared to hold armistice negotiations. It was changed to willing to hold armistice negotiations, and the 21 words following accepting the Soviet Union were deleted because Li Keqiang the statement did not express willingness to accept Malik's proposal. If Nanri said this, it might cause unnecessary criticism from the other party. The paragraph of Malik's proposal mentioned in Deng Hua's speech is good and will not arouse criticism. If you think Nanri's speech should mention Malik's proposal, you should say it in another place. Mao Zedong was really a meticulous man. In order to unify the leadership of the North Korean and Chinese delegations in the armistice negotiations, Mao Zedong, with the consent of Kim Il-sung, formed a group meeting attended by members of the North Korean and Chinese delegations, Li Keqiang, Xiao Guanhua, etc., chaired by Li Keqiang. When Mao Zedong directed war, he paid most attention to win the first battle and never fight an unprepared battle. When confronting opponents at the negotiating table, Mao Zedong also paid great attention to win the first battle. Before going into battle, make full and thorough preparations, and do not give your opponent any opportunities or excuses to exploit. He not only has the great talent and broad strategy to command thousands of troops and conquer mountains and rivers, but also has a practical, concrete, and meticulous working method. This is admirable. At 10 a.m. on July 10, 1951, the Korean armistice negotiations officially began in Lefongjuang, Kaikan. Kaesong, the ancient capital of the Goguryeo dynasty, is now attracting worldwide attention. In the negotiation hall, a rectangular table was placed horizontally from east to west, with a dark green tablecloth spread on the tabletop. Negotiators from both sides sit opposite each other on both sides of the table. Since they had just walked from the fighting battlefield to the negotiation table, they seemed a little nervous. Thus began a protracted marathon negotiation. Joey, the chief representative of the United Nations forces, spoke first and only proposed 9 agenda items for the negotiations, but did not make any substantive suggestions. Then, Nam Il, the chief representative of North Korea and China, put forward 3 principal suggestions. On the basis of mutual agreement, both sides simultaneously ordered the cessation of all hostile military actions. Determine the 38th parallel as the military demarcation line, and the armed forces of both sides will withdraw 10 kilometers from this line at the same time as a demilitarized zone. The civil affairs of the district were restored to the original status quo before June 25, 1950. At the same time, negotiations were immediately initiated on the exchange of prisoners of war. Withdraw all foreign troops from North Korea as soon as possible to ensure an armistice and a peaceful settlement of the Korean issue. Joey refused to include the withdrawal of all foreign troops from North Korea on the negotiating agenda. His reason was that the armistice negotiations should only discuss military issues within North Korea, while the withdrawal of all foreign troops from North Korea was a political issue that could only be discussed by the relevant government after the armistice was achieved. At the beginning of the talks, there were differences on the agenda, and they got stuck on the issue of withdrawing all foreign troops from North Korea, which touched a sore spot on the other side. Lee Kenan immediately reported the talks to Mao Zedong. On July 11, Mao Zedong sent a reply to Lee Kenan, clearly stating, the principle of withdrawing troops must be adhered to. In this way, the issue of troop withdrawal has become a focus of debate between the two sides. In order to divert attention, the United Nations Army representative made an extravagant request on the second day of negotiations to bring 20 news photographers into the conference area. On July 12, they unilaterally brought 20 reporters to Kaesong for interviews without the consent of North Korea and China, but they were rejected by the North Korea-China liaison officer. The United Nations Army delegation used this as an excuse to interrupt negotiations and to allow journalists to interview as a prerequisite for continuing negotiations. Perhaps the other party had realized that such a fuss-making approach was inappropriate, and then on July 13, he proposed a neutral zone in Kaesong and its surrounding areas, saying that if you agreed to these suggestions, the meeting could be resumed without delay. Mao Zedong saw the other party's intention and immediately proposed countermeasures. On July 14, he called Lee Kenan and Kim Il-sung and Peng Dehuai. Lee Kuei's notice was based on the theme of delimiting a neutral zone to cover up his inappropriate actions that caused the meeting to be suspended due to the small issue of reporters. In order to gain the initiative, we decided to agree to his proposal to delimit a neutral zone and also agreed to his method of including journalists as part of the staff of his delegation to eliminate all excuses made by the enemy. On the same day, Mao Zedong redrafted the reply letter from North Korea and China to Lee Kuei. The full text is as follows. General Ridgway. Your letter of July 13 has been received. In order to eliminate misunderstandings and disputes on some minor issues and enable the peace negotiations to proceed smoothly, we agree with your proposal to designate the Kaikan area as a neutral zone during the conference, in which both parties will cease any hostile activities, and to completely exclude armed personnel from the conference site area and the access routes for your delegation and my delegation to the conference site area. As for the size of the conference area and other related specific issues, we suggest that they be left to the delegations of both parties to resolve them at a meeting. The reporter's question about the reasons for the suspension of the meeting has nothing to do with the issue of delimiting the neutral zone. Since your liaison officer raised the latter issue once on July 8, your delegation has never raised it again. The liaison officer's task is to discuss detailed issues, and he has no right to discuss issues of this nature like the demarcation of a neutral zone. The issue of journalists that caused the suspension of the meeting is a minor issue. It is not worth suspending the meeting, let alone causing the breakdown of the meeting. Your delegation once raised this issue at the meeting. At that time, our delegation believed that it was inappropriate for journalists from various countries to come to Kaesong when the meeting had not achieved anything and even the agenda had not been adopted. Therefore, no agreement was reached on this issue. We adhere to the principle that all issues must be implemented through mutual agreement. We believe this principle is fair and irrefutable. Since there is no agreement on the journalist issue, it should not be enforced unilaterally by your side. In order not to bring the meeting to a long standstill or break up over this trivial matter, we now agree with your proposal to include 20 representatives of your press as part of the staff of your delegation. We have ordered our delegation to facilitate you on this issue as well. Supreme Commander of the Korean People's Army Kim Il-sung. Commander of the Chinese People's Volunteer Army Peng Dehuai. July 14, 1951. This reply explained the issue thoroughly, refuted the other party's excuses, was calm and reasonable, showed the sincerity of North Korea and China in the armistice negotiations, and also revealed Mao Zedong's diplomatic struggle strategy and art of struggle. This allowed North Korea and China to gain the initiative in the first round of struggle. The next day, Mao Zedong wrote in a letter to Huang Yanpi, talking about some of his considerations when making this decision. The ancients said, "If you can fight, you can make peace." The same is true for us. We took a step yesterday, which will be beneficial to depriving the enemy of excuses to facilitate the continuation of the meeting. On July 15, the Korean armistice negotiations resumed in Kaesong. The United States continues to refuse to include the withdrawal of all foreign troops from North Korea on the negotiation agenda. Several negotiations showed that the focus of dispute between the two sides was, first, the issue of troop withdrawal, and second, the issue of using the 38th parallel as the military demarcation line. In order to focus on solving the issue of troop withdrawal, the North Korean and Chinese delegations made adjustments to the negotiation guidelines after obtaining Mao Zedong's consent. That is to say, when discussing the negotiation agenda, they only insisted on discussing the issue of determining the military demarcation line between the two sides to establish a non-military area, and left the issue of the 38th line for later discussion. At the same time, according to the request of the other party, it was agreed to include specific arrangements and monitoring issues for the realization of ceasefire and truce in North Korea on the negotiation agenda. On July 17, Zhou Enlai drafted a telegram to Lee Kenan in the name of Mao Zedong and sued Kim Il-sung and Peng Dehuai. It was reviewed and revised by Mao Zedong and sent out. The telegram stated, "In the past few days, we have made concessions on the issues of the neutral zone and journalists, the military demarcation lines on the agenda, and the institutional issues of monitoring and armistice. This may give them the illusion that we will continue to make concessions even if they continue to refuse to discuss it. Therefore, you must continue to make concessions on the issue of the withdrawal of foreign troops. Don't worry about the other party's refusal to discuss, continue to refute the other party's refusal to discuss, and don't argue that this is a military issue or a political issue, but should emphasize that this is a necessary condition to ensure an armistice, so as not to fall into the logical trap set by the enemy." He also said, "We do not propose to adjourn the meeting, and we do not mean that they will break up, but we are not afraid of them breaking up." When Mao Zedong reviewed this telegram, he added a paragraph, "We mentioned this article for good reasons." For several days, the two sides engaged in fierce debates on the issue of troop withdrawal. The representative of the United Nations Army seemed to be at a loss for words. Ridgway even allowed Joey to use rude language to debate, saying, "As long as Joey can say it, be rude." In his telegram to Mao Zedong, Kim Il-sung, and Peng Dehuai after the negotiation meeting on July 19, Lee Kenan gave a vivid description of the embarrassment of the United Nations Army representatives. Nanri also followed the spirit of the speech and continued to attack the other party with questions about the withdrawal of troops, causing the other party to respond to Nanri's question about why they did not agree to withdraw their troops and the question of the purpose of keeping the troops. In North Korea after the armistice was awkward. Nam Il asked the question flexibly and tactfully at the meeting today. When the other party couldn't answer it, he smoked to cover it up and shook his head frequently. During the meeting, I spoke righteously and confidently, while the other party was completely passive. The debate between the two sides had a good publicity effect and paved the way for the final agreement on the negotiating agenda. International public opinion has clearly seen that in the armistice negotiations, who is reasonable and who is not, who is sincere and who is not. At this time, the U.S. government was unwilling to take responsibility for the breakdown of the negotiations. On July 20, it issued an instruction to its negotiators, opening up the issue of whether to discuss troop withdrawal and preparing to make concessions, the United Nations military representatives can raise broad issues that can enable the other party to discuss unilaterally without giving any commitment to the other party. If the other party does not even accept this, the United Nations military representatives can agree to discuss the issue of mutual reduction of troops at a certain time in the future. Based on the progress of the negotiations over the past few days and certain changes in the attitude of the United States, Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai proposed new policies on the issue of troop withdrawal in order to make progress in the negotiations. On July 23, Zhou Enlai drafted a telegram for Mao Zedong, addressed to Li Keqiang and informed Kim Il-sung and Peng Dehuai, during the negotiation process, we have made good use of the withdrawal issue. On the one hand, we have shown that we love peace, and on the other hand, we have revealed that the enemy is unwilling to promote the cause of peace. He also said, now we can be sure, this armistice negotiation should still be based on the withdrawal from the 38th parallel. As for the issue of withdrawing foreign troops from North Korea, it can be agreed to leave it to another meeting after the armistice without including it in the agenda of this meeting. Prime Minister Kim has already obtained the agreement. The telegram asked Nam Il to add an item to the agenda at the negotiation meeting on the 25th, other issues related to the armistice. The purpose of adding this article is to suggest to the relevant governments on both sides to convene a meeting of higher-level representatives of both sides within a certain period of time after the armistice agreement is implemented to negotiate the phased withdrawal of all foreign troops from North Korea after the other four items have been reached. On July 25, Nam Il, the chief representative of North Korea and China, announced that in order to reach an agreement as soon as possible and achieve peace in North Korea at an early date, they agreed to leave the troop withdrawal issue to be resolved at another meeting after the armistice is achieved, but to include in the agenda matters to be recommended to the relevant governments on both sides. This suggestion opens the way to end negotiations on agenda issues as soon as possible and enter substantive negotiations. On July 26, the two sides adopted a negotiation agenda with 5 items in total: adoption of the agenda, determining the military demarcation line between the two sides to establish a demilitarized zone, specific arrangements for a ceasefire and truce in North Korea, arrangements for prisoners of war, recommendations to relevant governments on both sides. The Korean armistice negotiations finally achieved an important result. At this time, Mao Zedong entrusted the negotiation work to Zhou Enlai for specific guidance, and turned his energy to guiding the domestic suppression of counter-revolutionaries and other work. This is the characteristic of Mao Zedong's work. When a major task related to the overall situation has just been put on the agenda, he always concentrates on solving it. Other things can be put aside for the time being, or he can take care of it with less energy. When he felt that the work had a clue and was on track, he let the relevant leading comrades continue to complete it, and transferred his main energy to concentrate on thinking and solving another important task. We've seen this happen before. From the day the volunteers entered Korea to fight, how attentively he directed the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. When the third battle was victorious and the situation on the Korean battlefield had fundamentally changed, he handed more of the responsibility of guiding the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea to Peng Dehuai, and he put forward some guiding principles at the most necessary and critical time. We saw this again after the North Korea negotiations began. In the process of guiding the negotiations, Zhou Enlai sent telegrams one after another to Li Keqiang, Kim Il-sung, and Peng Dehuai in the name of Mao Zedong. After reading such a large number of telegram manuscripts drafted by Zhou Enlai and sent in the name of Mao Zedong, you will feel how consistent the opinions between Mao and Zhou are. Except for a few telegrams in which Mao Zedong made more modifications or added some important content, most of them did not change a word, or only occasionally changed a few words that were difficult to read, while the telegrams written by Zhou Enlai were all completed in one go. Starting from July 27, 1951, the Korean armistice negotiations entered the substantive negotiation stage. North Korea negotiations are difficult. As soon as they entered the second agenda item, which was to determine the military demarcation line, the two sides froze again. North Korea and China proposed to use the 38th parallel as the military demarcation line. The other side rejected this proposal and used the so-called compensation for its naval and air force superiority as an excuse to unreasonably demand that the military demarcation line be drawn behind the positions of the Volunteer Army and the Korean People's Army, in an attempt to seize 12,000 square kilometers of land without a fight. After this request was rejected, the United States openly threatened to use force, saying, "Then let the bombs, cannons, and machine guns debate." Sure enough, from August 18 to October 22, the United Nations Army launched successive summer offensives and autumn offensives against the Chinese and North Korean troops. At the same time, many incidents were caused in the neutral zone. The North Korean negotiations were temporarily suspended, and the competition between the two sides shifted from the negotiation table to the battlefield. The Chinese and North Korean armies fought against the summer offensive and autumn offensive of the United Nations Army under conditions of extremely harsh weather and severe logistical difficulties. Starting on July 20, severe floods broke out in northern North Korea. Farmland was destroyed, roads were cut off, and many fortifications and war preparation warehouses were severely damaged. The enemy army took the opportunity to launch a large-scale strangling war towards the rear of the Chinese and North Korean troops. The Chinese and North Korean armies have encountered unprecedented serious difficulties in their operational mobilization and material replenishment. On October 14, when the People's Volunteers were bravely and tenaciously resisting the fierce autumn offensive of the U.S. military, Mao Zedong drafted a telegram to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. He wrote in the telegram, "Dear comrades from the Volunteer Army Party Committee. The Central Committee expresses its gratification and condolences to all the comrades of the Volunteer Army who have fought bravely for a whole year and achieved great victory under the leadership of the Volunteer Army Party Committee and Comrade Peng Dehui. The current task is to use all efforts to win the final victory. The current domestic situation is very good, and the entire party and people across the country warmly support you. The international situation is also favorable to us, and the enemy has many difficulties. We also have difficulties, some of which are great, but they can be overcome. As long as the comrades continue to work hard and remain united with the North Korean comrades, final victory can be achieved." Mao Zedong wrote this telegram with deep emotion. On behalf of tens of millions of Chinese people, he sent warmth and encouragement to his most lovable people, the Chinese People's Volunteers. This warmth and encouragement will be transformed into huge material power. The facts are always contrary to the wishes of those in power in the United States. They wanted to get something from the battlefield that could not be obtained at the conference, but the result was counterproductive. Their summer offensive and autumn offensive were both crushed by the Chinese and North Korean armies. Instead, they lost more than 157,000 people and only advanced 646 square kilometers of land. As the British Sunday Times article on November 18 said, American negotiators are increasingly understanding that the coalition can no longer obtain further benefits by continuing to fight. On October 23, the U.S. military's autumn offensive had just been crushed. At the solemn plenary session of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, Mao Zedong solemnly declared to the U.S. government and the world, "The great struggle to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea is still going on, and must continue until the U.S. government is willing to resolve it peacefully. We do not want to invade any country. We are only opposing the imperialists' aggression against our country. Everyone understands that if the U.S. military had not occupied our Taiwan and invaded the Korean people, if the Communist People's Republic of my country invades our country's northeastern border, the Chinese people will not fight the U.S. military. But since the U.S. invaders have attacked us, we must raise the banner of anti-aggression. This is completely necessary and completely just, and the people across the country have understood this necessity and justice. We have long said that the North Korean issue should be resolved through peaceful means. This is still the case. As long as the US government is willing to resolve the issue on a fair and reasonable basis and will no longer use various shameful methods to undermine and obstruct the progress of negotiations as it did in the past, North Korea's armistice negotiations are likely to succeed, otherwise they will not succeed. Our enemies believe that the new People's Republic of China is facing many difficulties, and they are using a war of aggression against us. It is impossible for us to overcome our difficulties and fight back against the aggressors. To the enemy's surprise, we are actually able to overcome our difficulties and actually succeed. We can fight back against the invaders and win a great victory. Our enemies are short-sighted and cannot see the strength of our great domestic and international unity. They cannot see that the era of foreign imperialism bullying the Chinese people has been ended forever by the founding of the People's Republic of China. On October 25, representatives of the United Nations forces returned to the negotiating table and resumed negotiations with representatives of North Korea and China. The venue for the negotiations was changed to Panmunjom, 8 kilometers southeast of Kaesong. The United States no longer mentions its so-called maritime and air superiority, but it still does not give up its demand to push the dividing line northward in the western sector. In order to reach an agreement in the negotiations, North Korea and China proposed a new plan on November 7 to use the actual line of contact as a military demarcation line with slight adjustments, and no longer adhere to the original proposition of using the 38th parallel as the military demarcation line. On November 27, the two sides reached an agreement on the second agenda item, which stipulated that the actual line of contact between the two sides would be the military demarcation line, and both sides would retreat 2 kilometers to establish a demilitarized zone. Subsequently, negotiations on the third agenda and the fourth agenda were carried out simultaneously. During the negotiation process, every proposal from North Korea and China was opposed by representatives of the United Nations Army. The bickering between the two sides at the negotiating table was as intense as the flash of swords on the battlefield. With Zhou Enlai's powerful assistance, Mao Zedong firmly took the initiative in military and political struggles. In terms of literary struggle, we are justified. In terms of fighting by force, we also have methods. We rely on solid positions and use the method of knocking down brown sugar to eat the enemy one by one. The small amount adds up to a large number. Both civil and military forces worked closely together to force the United Nations Army to submit and reach an agreement in repeated battles. By the end of 1951, important progress had been made in the recovery of China's national economy and the improvement of the national financial situation. This year's total industrial and agricultural output increased by 19% over the previous year. Among them, industry grew by 38.2% and agriculture grew by 9.4%. Moreover, despite the substantial increase in war expenses, not only did the fiscal deficit not occur, but instead, the balance of payments was slightly reduced for the first time since the founding of the People's Republic of China. This shows that domestic economic recovery and construction work has not stopped because of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, but has moved forward and developed further. The country's growing manpower, material resources, and financial resources can not only support the consumption of a long-term war, but also provide a continuous and solid material foundation for the ultimate victory of this war. When the decision was made to send troops, one of the biggest concerns people had was that it would affect economic recovery and be dragged down by a long-term war. Mao Zedong also fully estimated the various adverse effects that this war might have on domestic construction and prepared for the worst. As late as the first half of 1951, he expressed concerns about whether it could withstand the test of the protracted Korean War and the United States' attempt to fight a war of attrition against us. However, more than a year of practice has proved that under the correct leadership of Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea not only did not affect the recovery of the economy and other undertakings, but instead mobilized hundreds of millions of people across the country, greatly aroused their patriotic enthusiasm and collectivist spirit, and comprehensively promoted the rapid development of various domestic, Construction undertakings. This was something that no one had originally estimated, perhaps including Mao Zedong. This fact makes the Chinese Communist Party and the people of the country even more confident in winning this war. This mental state of being full of hope and confidence in the future was deeply felt in Mao Zedong's telegram to Peng Dehui, Deng Hua, Chen Gang, and other comrades of the Volunteer Army Party Committee on November 11. You in North Korea and we at home will work together to carry out large-scale practical downsizing and savings, coupled with the domestic production increase movement. All the work next year will be done very well, and we will be sure to complete the task. The negotiations we have with the enemy can be successful. Even if it does not succeed, we are sure to continue the war until we win. At the same time, it will not hinder domestic defense construction and other construction, and all work can continue to develop vigorously. In this way, the new People's Republic of China spent 1951 fighting, stabilizing, and building while undergoing new severe tests. By May 1952, important progress had been made in the Korean armistice negotiations. On the third and fifth agenda items, the two sides reached an agreement. At this point, of the 5 items on the agenda of the Korean armistice negotiations, only the fourth item, that is, the issue of the arrangement of prisoners of war, has not been resolved. Negotiations on the prisoner of war issue began on December 11, 1951. The key to the dispute between the two sides is that North Korea and China advocate the repatriation of all prisoners of war in accordance with the provisions of the Geneva Convention, while the United States refuses all repatriation on the pretext of the so-called voluntary repatriation principle. In order to seek a solution to the problem, North Korea and China proposed compromise adjustment plans twice, but both were rejected by representatives of the United Nations forces. On July 13, representatives of the United Nations Army proposed a repatriation plan, in which the repatriation of Korean People's Army prisoners of war accounted for about 80% of the total number that should be repatriated, and the repatriation of Chinese People's Volunteer Army prisoners of war accounted for only 32% of the total number that should be repatriated. Such a huge disparity in the repatriation ratio between the two conceals the political conspiracy of the United States to drive a wedge between the two countries and the two militaries. On July 15, after approval by Mao Zedong, a telegram to Stalin drafted by Zhou Enlai was sent, stating, "Under such circumstances, we believe that we should never accept the enemy's provocative and seductive plan, and succumbing to the enemy's pressure would be extremely detrimental to us. If the enemy refuses to give in and continues to delay, we will expand propaganda to expose the enemy's attempt to sabotage armistice negotiations, the conspiracy to expand the war of aggression, mobilize the public opinion of the world, and cooperate with our persistence on the Korean front to inflict continuous damage on the enemy in order to force the enemy to finally make concessions. If the enemy dares to break the negotiations and expand the war, we are also prepared because this issue is a political issue and has an impact not only on North Korea and China, but also on the entire revolutionary camp." On the same day, Mao Zedong also approved and sent out a telegram to Kim Il-sung and Lee Kenung drafted by Zhou Enlai, clearly stating, "Accepting the enemy's 13-day plan is extremely detrimental to me. If we do not accept and prepare for the enemy's breakdown, we are determined, and the enemy may not necessarily break. If the enemy does not give in, or breaks down the negotiations, I should continue to fight the enemy." On July 16, Stalin replied to Mao Zedong, "Your position in the peace negotiations is completely correct. In order to cooperate with the armistice negotiations, inflict continuous damage on the enemy, and force the enemy to make final concessions, the Chinese People's Volunteers launched a full-line tactical counterattack from September 18, 1952, and ended on October 31, which lasted for 44 days and wiped out more than 25,000 enemy people. The Volunteer Army suffered more than 10,500 casualties. The enemy's casualties were 2.5 to 1. Mao Zedong spoke highly of this counterattack. He said, This type of operation involves concentrating the superior force and firepower of our army on a number of selected tactical points, taking sudden actions, and annihilating all or most of the enemy troops in rows, companies, and battalions. Then, when the enemy counterattacks our army, inflict a large number of casualties on the enemy in repeated operations, and then, depending on the situation, those who can hold the strongholds we have captured will hold onto them, and those who cannot hold them will abandon them, maintain their own initiative, and prepare for future counterattacks. If this method of combat continues, we will definitely be able to defeat the enemy and force them to adopt compromise methods to end the Korean War. Since our army adopted a strong position to fight in July last year, the amount of losses inflicted on the enemy far exceeded the amount of losses inflicted on the enemy in various mobile warfare before July last year, while the losses suffered by our army were greatly reduced. Among them, the personnel losses, for the volunteer army alone, in the 15 months since July last year, compared with the previous 8 months, the average monthly decrease was more than 2/3. The average number of troops per month was 25,000 per month, and the average number per month for the next 15 months was 8,000. This situation is the result of relying on the position to implement the above-mentioned combat method. During the period starting from September 18, this combat method was more organized and linear, so it deserves special attention. This is Mao Zedong's summary of the experience of protracted positional warfare conducted by the volunteer army since July last year. The basic strategy is what he said to Jifang and Chen Gang: nothing is done. This is a magic weapon for the volunteers to control the enemy's fate. During the full-line tactical counterattack by the volunteer army, the United States launched an unprecedentedly fierce golden chemical offensive in the Shangganling area in order to reverse its passive situation on the battlefield and gain a favorable position in negotiations. Jinhua, located in the middle section of the 38th line, is the railway hub that must be passed through to attack the Pingkong Plain from the Seoul area, so it has become a must-win place in this offensive. The volunteers fought tenaciously in key areas such as Shangganling in the Jinhua area and crushed the U.S. military's offensive. This is the world-famous Battle of Shangganling. The 5 sacred mountains where Shangganling is located is a strategic location for the central defense line of the Chinese and North Korean armies and a natural barrier for the Pingkong Plain in central North Korea. If the U.S. military breaks through this line of defense and enters the open Pingkong Plain, tanks and mechanized troops can drive straight in. The 597.9 Highlands and the 537.7 Highlands in the Shangganling area are the 2 frontier points guarding the central front. The main goal of the U.S. military's Jinhua offensive is to seize these 2 highlands, then seize Shangganling, and then seize the 5 sacred mountains. In the 43-day Battle of Shangganling, the volunteers fought bravely and tenaciously. The enemy used all modern military means to attack the volunteer positions in turns. On the 2 small highlands and nearby areas, the enemy troops concentrated on pouring 1.9 million artillery shells and more than 5,000 bombs, and invested a total force of about 40,000 people. The soil and rocks in the 2 highlands were blown loose by 1 to 2 meters, turning them into scorched earth. The Chinese People's Volunteers, who have high morale and creative spirit, have been tested and tempered by war for more than a year, and their ability to fight against the U.S. military with modern equipment has been greatly improved. The volunteer soldiers first fought repeatedly with the enemy for surface positions and severely damaged the enemy. Later, they turned to tunnel operations to conserve their strength and prepare for a counterattack. Starting from October 30th, the volunteer army launched a full-scale counterattack, and by November 25, all lost ground was recovered. The central defense line withstood another severe test like a mountain. In the Battle of Shangganling, the Chinese People's Volunteers achieved a major victory in annihilating more than 25,000 enemy troops and shooting down and damaging more than 270 enemy aircraft at the cost of more than 11,500 casualties. This made the U.S. military once again realize the powerful offensive and defensive capabilities of the Chinese People's Volunteers, and it has never launched any decent offensive since then. The American press commented, "This battle actually became the Verdun of the Korean War." From December 2 to 5, 1952, Eisenhower, who had just been elected President of the United States, visited the Korean front line for inspection. The main purpose of his trip was to find a way to reverse the situation from the deadlock. After returning home, Eisenhower declared that actions, not words, would break the deadlock. As the news spread, the situation on the Korean peninsula suddenly became tense. The United Nations Army also frequently holds landing operations and airborne combat exercises. Judging from various signs, the United States is very likely to launch a large-scale offensive in early 1953 to end the Korean War. The method adopted is probably to use sea and air superiority to land on the east and west coasts of North Korea and create another Incheon landing. Eisenhower's unusual move and related intelligence were a very dangerous signal. Mao Zedong's reaction was very strong and rapid. He focused his attention on the Korean battlefield again. On December 4, Deng Hua, acting commander of the Volunteer Army and acting political commissar, submitted a report to Mao Zedong on the situation of the Korean War and next year's policies and tasks, and proposed several possibilities for the United States to land behind our side and the landing. Mao Zedong immediately wrote 3 paragraphs of instructions on the report. It should be certain that the enemy will land 5 to 7 divisions on the Yalu River line in Hanchuan and airborne in our rear. The time should be prepared in the spring, or possibly earlier. I should strengthen the bunkers and pits very much. He said, deploy 5 armies on this line, including 4 experienced armies, to delineate defense areas and resolutely prevent the enemy from landing. The second dangerous area for landing is the Tongchuan-Yuanshan line, and the third dangerous area is the Jiananpo-Hanchuan line. The enemy must not be allowed to land on the west coast, especially the Yalu River line in Hanchuan. At 10 o'clock in the evening on December 7, Mao Zedong spoke alone with Deng Hua. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon on December 8, Mao Zedong presided over a meeting of the Secretariat of the Central Committee attended by Nai Rongzhen and Deng Hua in the Yinniantang to discuss the North Korean issue. On December 9, Mao Zedong wrote to Deng Hua, "It is estimated that the enemy has decided to land on the line from Hanchuan to Qingchuan River, and is actively preparing. We must prepare urgently to confront the enemy and crush their landing plan." On the afternoon of December 9, Nai Rongzhen convened a meeting of relevant responsible persons. Based on Mao Zedong's judgment and determination on the development of the Korean War situation, we will study various preparations to prevent the enemy from landing on the flank and rear of our troops in North Korea. At 11 p.m. on December 10, Mao Zedong held a meeting of the Secretariat of the Central Committee attended by Gao Gang, Nai Rongzhen, and Deng Hua in the Yinniantang to discuss the North Korean issue. At 10 o'clock in the evening on December 11, Mao Zedong asked Nai Rongzhen to talk. On the same day, Mao Zedong reviewed and approved Nai Rongzhen's report on preventing the enemy from landing on the flanks and rear and various combat preparations, and instructed, inspect quickly and be sure to complete the task. On December 20, Mao Zedong drafted and formally issued instructions to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on preparing all necessary conditions to resolutely crush the enemy's landing adventure. The instructions required, use all possible efforts to greatly strengthen the strong defenses on the coast and its depth, at the same time, strengthen the depth defenses on the front of the 38th parallel to coordinate. Deng Hua was appointed to concurrently serve as the commander and political commissar of the West Coast headquarters, and Liang Xingqiu was appointed deputy commander. This shows that in order to deal with possible serious dangers, Mao Zedong was determined to shift the main command focus of the Volunteer Army from frontal defense near the 38th parallel to anti-landing operations on the flanks and rear along the coast, and to make every effort to strengthen troop deployment and transportation on the flanks and rear. Mao Zedong finally pointed out in the instruction, for more than 2 years, our volunteer army, in collaboration with the Korean People's Army, has achieved great and glorious victories in heroic and tenacious battles against U.S. imperialism and its accomplices. We have figured out the enemy's base, overcome many difficulties, and accumulated rich experience. The U.S. imperialists have adopted many methods to fight against us, and none of them has failed. Now it is left with the risk of landing from behind us, and it wants to use it. This attack will attack us. As long as we can defeat this attack and make its adventure fail, its final defeat will be determined. The Central Committee firmly believes that our volunteer army and the Korean People's Army can crush the enemy's adventurous plan. We hope that the comrades will be cautious, persevere and calm, mobilize all their efforts, and complete all preparations for the enemy's landing operation. As long as they are ready, victory will be ours. In February 1953, there was a new escalation trend in U.S. military adventures. Shortly after taking office, U.S. President Eisenhower delivered the State of the Union address on February 2, 1953, announcing the cancellation of the neutrality of the Taiwan Strait and making a gesture of releasing Chiang Kai-shek to cooperate with the U.S. military's military adventure in Korea. The next day, he held talks with representatives of various countries participating in the United Nations Army and persuaded them to support the blockade of China. It is impossible to resume armistice negotiations without resolutely stopping this risky move by the United States. Mao Zedong expressed a solemn position on behalf of the Chinese government. On February 7, he said at the fourth session of the first session of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. We want peace, but as long as U.S. imperialism does not give up its arrogant and unreasonable demands and conspiracy to expand aggression, the Chinese people's determination is to continue fighting together with the Korean people. This is not because we are warlike. We are willing to cease the war immediately, and the remaining problems will be solved. Let's work it out. But U.S. imperialism is unwilling to do this, so fine, let's keep fighting. We will be ready to fight for as many years as U.S. imperialism is willing to give up, until the Chinese and Korean people are completely victorious. Mao Zedong's speech sent a serious warning to the U.S. government that was trying to take risks. The words were spoken calmly, but everyone could feel their weight. Under Mao Zedong's specific and careful guidance, preparations for a large-scale anti-landing operation were intensified against the clock. By the end of April 1953, all preparatory work was completed. From the frontal defense positions near the 38th parallel, to the east and west coasts, and into the territory of northeast China, a large depth and tight defense system has been formed, allowing the enemy to take advantage of it. On the Korean battlefield, the United Nations Army learned through aerial reconnaissance and spying that the Chinese and North Korean troops were seriously preparing to resist the enemy's landing from the rear. At the same time, Eisenhower's plan to expand the war also aroused opposition from the Western Allies. British Foreign Secretary Eden warned that the United States' move to expand the Korean War and to release Chiang has very unfortunate political consequences without compensating military advantages. Under pressure from all sides, the United States had to return to the negotiating table to find a way out of its predicament. On February 22, Commander-in-Chief Clark of the United Nations Army sent a letter to North Korea and China, proposing an exchange of sick and wounded prisoners of war before the armistice, trying to take the opportunity to resume the armistice negotiations that had been unilaterally interrupted for nearly 5 months by the United Nations Army on October 8, 1952. In the process of leading the Chinese Revolution, Mao Zedong experienced many such situations. When he discovered that the enemy was plotting a military attack, he responded immediately, imagined the worst-case scenario, made the most adequate preparations, and at the same time expressed his firm position, cooperated with powerful public opinion, exposed the enemy's plot, and made the other side retreat in spite of difficulties. Only in this way can we effectively stop the enemy's risky actions and facilitate the resumption of armistice negotiations. The preparations directed by him to oppose the U.S. military landing operation this time are another example. the Soviet government took a positive attitude toward resuming armistice negotiations. As early as December 25, 1952, Stalin was responding to a question from a diplomatic reporter of the New York Times. When the reporter asked, "Are you cooperating on any new diplomatic measures aimed at ending the Korean War?" he replied, "I agree to cooperate because the Soviet Union is concerned about ending the Korean War." On March 5, 1953, Stalin passed away. Zhou Enlai led the Chinese delegation to attend Stalin's funeral. On March 11, Zhou Enlai held talks with Soviet leaders Malenkov, Beria, Molotov, Khrushchev, Mikoyan, and Kuznetsov. Soviet leaders expressed a strong desire to resume armistice negotiations. At this time, Mao Zedong was also considering whether to resume armistice negotiations. After the death of Gottwald, president of the Czechoslovak Republic and chairman of the Czech Communist Party, on March 14, Zhou Enlai led a Chinese delegation to Prague to attend the funeral. During this period, Mao Zedong called Zhou Enlai on March 19 and told him, as for Clark's request on February 22 that the two sides first exchange prisoners who are seriously injured and able to walk, we have not yet responded. Xiao Guanhu has drafted a refutational speech based on your opinions, which has been suppressed by me and has not been published, etc. You can deal with it after you come back. This request by the US may be a test after Dulles came to power. One is to refute it, and the other is to say that we can negotiate and decide on the final response when talking to the Soviet comrades. On March 21, Zhou Enlai led the Chinese delegation back to Moscow from Prague. That night, at the invitation of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, he discussed the Korean armistice plan with Malenkov, Beria, Molotov, Bulganin, Khrushchev, Malik, and Kuznetsov. Subsequently, Zhou Enlai called Mao Zedong twice to report on the negotiations. He said in the second telegram, "The central idea of the Soviet proposal is to seek a compromise on the prisoner of war issue in order to seize the initiative for peace. The solution is to use Clark's document, and Kim and Peng will come forward to agree that in accordance with Article 109 of the Geneva Convention, the two sides will first exchange seriously injured and sick prisoners of war, and those who are unwilling to return will be temporarily handed over to a neutral country, and the Panmunjom negotiations will be resumed." Then the Chinese and North Korean authorities issued separate statements, advocating that the repatriated prisoners should be repatriated immediately, and the rest should be handed over to a designated neutral country to ensure a fair settlement. The Soviet foreign minister then issued a statement of sponsorship, and then the Soviet representative at the United Nations carried out the same activity. On the 22nd, Mao Zedong expressed his approval of the Soviet proposal in his reply message and said, "This is actually one of the three plans we proposed to Comrade Semyonov in early September last year." Later, due to the barbaric attitude adopted by the United States at Panmunjom, this plan failed. It is the right time to propose this plan. However, our statement should divide the prisoners into those who have reached an agreement and those who have not reached an agreement, rather than calling them those who are willing to go home and those who are unwilling to go home, so as not to conflict with our consistent opposition to the so-called voluntary repatriation. The specific steps will be decided upon your return. In this way, the time has gradually matured to resume armistice negotiations. On March 23, Mao Zedong made it clear in his reply to Ding Kuyu and to Kim Il-sung and Peng Dehuai, as for Clark's proposal on February 22 to exchange severely injured prisoners who can walk first, we are ready to agree to discuss the matter. The reply will take a few days to be drafted, and we will not disclose it to the outside world for the time being. In his reply, Mao Zedong also reminded the North Korean and Chinese delegations to pay full attention to the changes in the attitude of the United States on the issue of armistice negotiations and to adopt flexible struggle strategies. He said, "The other side's recent actions in Panmunjom are of a clear provocative and threatening nature. Therefore, we should be more vigilant, imagine bad situations, and make necessary preparations. But on the other hand, The purpose of these actions of the other side is obviously to force me to talk about the subject of the armistice. In essence, it means that the other side is anxious. After Eisenhower came to power, he took a series of measures in Asia in an attempt to free himself from the constraints imposed by Truman. The proposal to exchange sick and wounded prisoners may be a tentative move by the other party to turn around in Panmunjom. When analyzing the other party's specific actions, we must pay attention to these two aspects of the problem. In the past, we have adopted a policy of resisting each other regardless of the severity. In the past week, if there are no major incidents, we hope not to send protests to the other party. On March 28, Kim Il-sung and Peng Dehuai responded to Clark, agreeing to exchange sick and wounded prisoners of war, and suggesting that negotiations should be resumed immediately. On March 30, Zhou Enlai issued the statement on the Korean armistice negotiations on behalf of the Chinese government, proposing suggestions that were jointly studied by the Chinese and North Korean governments. Both parties to the negotiation should ensure that after the armistice, all prisoners of war in their custody who insist on repatriation are immediately repatriated, and the remaining prisoners of war should be transferred to neutral countries to ensure a fair solution to their repatriation issues. This statement broke the deadlock in the Korean armistice negotiations on the issue of prisoners of war, and received support from many countries, including Britain and France. It forced the United States to agree to resume armistice negotiations based on the suggestions of North Korea and China. On April 26, North Korean armistice negotiations continued in Panmunjom. Mao Zedong did not relax his vigilance due to the resumption of armistice negotiations. He always grasped and skillfully used the two hands of talk and fight, political struggle and military struggle. He worked on both sides, cooperated with each other, tit for tat, and never relaxed. In mid-April, Mao Zedong proposed to Deng Hua the guidelines for the volunteer army's actions during the negotiations, which were to strive for a halt and be prepared to delay. The military should be prepared to delay, just fight, not talk, don't relax, and everything should proceed as originally planned. On April 20, based on Mao Zedong's above-mentioned opinions, Deng Hua proposed the idea of holding a summer campaign counterattack on the Korean battlefield. It was planned to complete the preparations for the campaign by the end of May, and the campaign counterattack would begin in early June and end in early July. On April 23, Mao Zedong approved the plan and mentioned other preparations in his comments, as for an early ceasefire or not to engage in negotiations to facilitate negotiations, we can make a decision at the appropriate time in May. The Americans were forced to sit down and negotiate, but they were unwilling to accept the proposals from North Korea and China. Representatives of the United Nations forces expressed their opposition to sending prisoners of war who are not directly repatriated to neutral countries, and refused to use Asian countries as neutral countries. In order not to give the United States an excuse to refuse negotiations, North Korea and China once again proposed a new solution to the prisoner of war issue on May 7, proposing that a repatriation committee be formed by representatives of 5 neutral countries, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Sweden, Switzerland, and India, to take care of prisoners of war that both sides would not directly repatriate. This proposal was immediately endorsed by India, Myanmar, and other countries that had previously supported the United States on the repatriation issue. The United States could no longer find any reason to reject the North Korean and Chinese plans, so it adjourned the meeting. Starting from May 13, the Chinese People's Volunteers launched a summer counterattack in advance, forcing the United States to basically accept the proposals from North Korea and China on May 25. The first phase of the summer counterattack is basically over. Just when the negotiations were about to achieve a breakthrough, they encountered strong opposition from South Korea. On April 24, Syngman Rhee told Eisenhower that if any agreement was reached to allow the volunteers to continue to stay south of the Yalu River, he would decide to withdraw the South Korean army from the United Nations Army and would continue to fight unilaterally if necessary. It seems that we can still negotiate. The Volunteer Army launched the second phase of the summer counterattack on May 27 and adjusted its deployment in a timely manner. It was changed from the original focus on attacking the U.S. military to focusing on attacking the South Korean army, and achieved a record of wiping out more than 41,000 enemy troops. The number of enemies annihilated was almost 10 times that of the first stage. On June 6, Eisenhower wrote to Syngman Rhee, urging him to accept the armistice agreement and reminding him that unifying Korea by force was just a dream. On June 8, the issue of prisoners of war, which had been delayed for nearly a year and a half, was finally reached, and the proposal between North Korea and China on the repatriation of prisoners of war was basically realized. On June 15, all items on the agenda of the armistice negotiations were reached. The work of delineating the military demarcation line based on the actual line of control between the two sides is about to be completed. The Korean armistice negotiations will complete its historic mission. In order to ensure the smooth signing of the armistice agreement, the Chinese and North Korean armies issued an order. From June 16, all troops will stop taking the initiative to attack the enemy, but any attack launched by the enemy against us should be resolutely struck. At this time, Syngman Rhee responded to Eisenhower on June 16, refusing to accept the armistice agreement. On the 18th, more than 27,000 captured personnel of the Korean People's Army were forcibly taken to the South Korean Army Training Center, blatantly violating the agreement and arousing public outrage around the world. Mao Zedong learned of this situation and made a decisive decision to deal a heavy blow to the South Korean Army. On June 21, he urgently sent an urgent reply to Peng Dehuai, who had just arrived from Beijing to Pyongyang to attend the armistice agreement signing ceremony, pointing out, the armistice signing must be postponed. When the postponement is appropriate, a decision can only be made based on the development of the situation. It is extremely necessary to annihilate more than 10,000 puppet troops. Based on this decision, the Chinese and North Korean armies actively prepared to launch the unprecedented scale of the Jincheng battle and concentrate their efforts on attacking the South Korean army. At 2100 hours on July 13, the clouds were overcast and heavy rain was about to come. The Chinese and North Korean troops suddenly launched an attack. More than 1,000 artillery pieces were fired, and the enemy's position was immediately enveloped in a sea of fire. In less than an hour, the Chinese and North Korean troops broke through all the forward positions of the South Korean army. In this battle, with the support of powerful artillery fire, the Chinese and North Korean troops fought like tigers descending from the mountain until the armistice agreement was signed. A total of more than 78,000 South Korean troops were annihilated and 167 square kilometers of lost territory were recovered. On July 19, the United States issued a statement pledging to implement an armistice and put pressure on South Korea. Subsequently, the South Korean government was forced to issue a statement accepting the armistice agreement. On July 27, 1953, the Korean armistice agreement was signed at Panmunjom, ending the 3-year Korean War. The Korean armistice longed for by people all over the world has finally come true. Clark, who was the commander-in-chief of the United Nations forces at the time, later said in his memoirs, "In carrying out the instructions of my government, I received an unenviable honor. I became the first U.S. Army commander in history to sign an armistice without victory. I felt the pain of disappointment. I think my predecessors, Generals MacArthur and Ridgway, must have felt the same. In the past few days, the people of China and North Korea have been immersed in the joy of victory." However, Mao Zedong still did not relax his due vigilance. 2 days before the signing of the Korean Armistice Agreement, Mao Zedong instructed all the commanders and fighters of the People's Volunteer Army, "I hope that the commanders and fighters of the entire army will avoid arrogance. After the Armistice Agreement is signed and comes into effect, they should still be more vigilant. While strictly abiding by the agreement, they should prevent the enemy from making sabotage provocations." Here, Mao Zedong set an example for the entire party. The more important a victory is achieved, the more it is necessary to keep a clear head. On September 12, 1953, in his speech at the 24th session of the Central People's Government Committee, Mao Zedong summarized the fight against U.S. aggression and aid to Korea. After 3 years of resisting U.S. aggression and aiding Korea, we have achieved great victory, and now it has come to an end. What did the victory in the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea depend on? Gentlemen just said that it is because of the correct leadership. Leadership is a factor. Without correct leadership, things will not be done well. But mainly because our war is a people's war, supported by the people of the whole country, and the people of China and North Korea fight side by side. We fought against enemies like U.S. imperialism. Their weapons were many times more powerful than ours, but we were able to defeat them and force them to make peace. Why can we reconcile? First, in terms of military affairs, the American aggressors are at a disadvantage and are being beaten. If there is no peace, its entire front will be broken, and Seoul may fall into the hands of the Korean people. This situation began to emerge last summer. Both sides of the battle call their fronts an iron wall. On our side, it is indeed an iron wall. Our soldiers and cadres are resourceful, brave, and not afraid of death. But the American invading army was afraid of death, and their officers were more rigid and less flexible. Their front line is not solid, it is not an iron wall. The problems that arise on our side are initially whether we can fight, then whether we can defend, then whether we can ensure supplies, and finally whether we can break germ warfare. These 4 problems were solved one after another. Our military is getting stronger with each war. This summer, we have been able to break the enemy's 21-kilometer frontal position within 1 hour, fire hundreds of thousands of artillery shells in a concentrated manner, and penetrate 18 kilometers. If we continue like this and hit it 2, 3, or 4 more times, the enemy's entire front will be broken. Second, in terms of politics, there are many unresolvable contradictions within the enemy, and people all over the world are demanding peace. Third, in terms of economy, the enemy spent a lot of money in the war of aggression against Korea, and its budget balance was unbalanced. The combination of these reasons forced the enemy to make peace. And the first reason is the main reason. Without this, it would not be easy to make peace with them. The US imperialists are very arrogant. They will be unreasonable wherever they can. If they are even a little bit reasonable, they will be forced to do so. In the Korean War, the enemy suffered 1.09 million casualties. Of course, we paid the price. But our casualties were much less than originally expected. With the tunnel, the casualties will be even less. The more we fight, the stronger we become. The Americans cannot attack our positions. On the contrary, they are always eaten by us. Just now everyone talked about the factor of leadership. I said that leadership is one factor, and the most important factor is that the masses find solutions. Our cadres and soldiers came up with various ways to fight the war. Let me give you an example. During the first month of the war we suffered heavy losses in automobiles. What to do? In addition to leaders coming up with solutions, we mainly rely on the masses to come up with solutions. More than 10,000 people were stationed on both sides of the road, and signal guns were fired when planes came. Drivers would hide when they heard this, or find a place to hide their cars. At the same time, the car roads were widened and many new car roads were built. Cars can drive here and there without any obstruction. In this way, the loss of the car was reduced from 40% at the beginning to a few tenths of a percent. Later, underground warehouses were built, and an underground auditorium was also built. The enemies dropped bombs above, and we held meetings below. Some of us living in Beijing feel quite dangerous when we think of the Korean battlefield. Of course, there are dangers, but as long as everyone finds a way, it's not that great. Our experience is, relying on the people and a relatively correct leadership, we can use our inferior equipment to defeat the enemy with superior equipment. The victory in the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea was great and of great significance. First, work with the Korean people to fight back to the 38th parallel and hold the 38th parallel. This is very important. If we do not fight back to the 38th parallel, the front lines will still be in the Yalu and Tumen rivers, and the people in Shenyang, Anshan, and Fushan will not be able to produce with peace of mind. Second, military experience was gained. Our Chinese People's Volunteer Army's Army, Air Force, Navy, Infantry, Artillery, Engineers, Tank Troops, Railway Troops, Air Defense Troops, Communications Troops, as well as Health Troops, Logistics Troops, etc., have gained experience in actual combat against the U.S. invading army. This time, we got a feel for the U.S. military. For the U.S. military, if you don't come into contact with it, you will be afraid of it. We fought with it for 33 months and got to know its ins and outs. U.S. imperialism is not terrible, it is just that. We have gained this experience, and it is an amazing experience. On September 12, 1953, Peng Dehui made a report on the work to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea at the 24th meeting of the Central People's Government Committee. Third, it has improved the political consciousness of the people across the country. Because of the above 3 points, the fourth point came into being, delaying the imperialist new war of aggression against China and delaying the Third World War. The imperialist aggressors should understand that the Chinese people are now organized and cannot be offended. If you mess up, it will be difficult to handle. In the outline of the speech prepared by Mao Zedong in advance, there is also the sentence, "If you don't do something, it will be enough. If you do it, you must do it to the end and achieve final victory." Mao Zedong led the Chinese people to practice this sentence again. The war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea was the most difficult decision in Mao Zedong's life, but it was also a masterstroke in Mao Zedong's military art, international strategy, and even statecraft. At the beginning of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, peace-loving people were worried about whether the Chinese People's Volunteers could defeat the United Nations Army led by the United States. The victory of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea broke the myth of the invincibility of the U.S. military and made people all over the world, including China's enemies and friends, look at New China with admiration. Isn't it a miracle that a new China, which had just emerged from the ruins of the war, had a difficult economy, and had backward military equipment, could actually defeat the U.S. military, a world-class power with modern equipment? The Chinese People's Volunteers are worthy of being the most outstanding sons and daughters of the Chinese nation. They shoulder the great trust of the people of the motherland, live up to the expectations of the North Korean people and all peace-loving people in the world, and have completed the historical mission of defending China and supporting North Korea. This is a people's hero army created and led by the Communist Party of China, and it is Mao Zedong's dearest army of people's heroes. Can China, which has been weak for a long time, be able to support the massive consumption of modern warfare? This is another common concern among people. By supporting the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, the people of the whole country were mobilized to the maximum extent and devoted to the great struggle to support the front line, restore the economy, and start new construction. The Chinese people not only have the ability to support the consumption of modern war, but also have the means to minimize the impact of war on economic construction and realize the strategic policy of fighting, stabilizing, and building while fighting. The entire Chinese people have never been so united, high-spirited, and high-spirited. The past situation of disunity is gone forever. The victory of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea gave China a favorable international peace environment for its economic construction. This is extremely valuable for the Chinese people who have been in war for a long time. Marked by the construction of the first five-year plan that began in 1953, China began a long-term, large-scale industrialization construction. This laid a solid foundation for the future economic development of New China. This cannot but be said to be a miracle on earth. If the signing of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance created a favorable international environment for New China, then the victory of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea greatly improved New China's international status. These two things are inseparable from Mao Zedong's name. While Mao Zedong directed the Great War to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, he also launched and led the struggle on another front, the domestic suppression of counter-revolutionary movements. The Kuomintang reactionaries were defeated and fled to Taiwan, leaving behind a large number of counter-revolutionaries on the mainland. Some go up to the mountains to become bandits, some lurk down, and some continue to commit crimes while oppressing the people. They were unwilling to fail and took advantage of every possible opportunity at all times to attack the people and the people's government in an attempt to overthrow the new people's power. After the outbreak of the Korean War, the activities of counter-revolutionaries became obviously rampant. On September 15, 1950, the U.S. military landed in Incheon, North Korea. They thought that the Third World War was about to break out, and the Americans were about to cross the Yalu River. The time had come for Chiang Kai-shek to counterattack the mainland, so they emerged one after another and carried out sabotage activities everywhere. These hidden counter-revolutionaries destroyed factories, railways, and warehouses, and conspired to sabotage military transportation and economic construction to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. They killed people, set fires, burned down people's houses, robbed food and property, and created large-scale social chaos. They even attacked and besieged county, district, and township people's governments and massacred revolutionary cadres and activists. In the year 1950, nearly 40,000 cadres and people were killed by counter-revolutionaries in the newly liberated areas, of which more than 3,000 cadres were killed in Guangxi alone. U.S. intelligence agencies have also sent agents into mainland China to actively develop organizations, spy on intelligence, and attempt to assassinate Chinese leaders. As counter-revolutionaries become increasingly rampant, some leading departments and cadres have a serious paralysis of peace and the wrong tendency to be borderless toward counter-revolutionaries. Although the State Council and the Supreme People's Court issued the instructions on suppressing counter-revolutionary activities on July 23, 1950, they did not pay attention to it. The masses were very dissatisfied with this and said, "We are not afraid of the sky or the earth, but we are afraid of the Communist Party's talk of leniency." Some workers angrily questioned the cadres, "Look. We competed for several months, and the agents set a fire and it was over. If we didn't suppress it, we wouldn't compete no matter what." In order to spread popular sentiment and consolidate political power, a campaign to suppress counter-revolution must be carried out with great fanfare. This is inevitable and is the continuation of the struggle against the Kuomintang reactionaries. On October 10, 1950, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued the instructions on suppressing counter-revolutionary activities to party committees at all levels, marking the beginning of a large-scale suppression of counter-revolutionary movements. It was only 2 days before Mao Zedong issued the order to form the Chinese People's Volunteers to fight in North Korea on October 8. On October 16, the Ministry of Public Security convened a national meeting of senior public security cadres to make specific arrangements for the implementation of the central government's instructions on suppressing counter-revolutionaries. Immediately, a counter-revolutionary campaign was launched across the country, focusing on attacking spies, bandits, bullies and reactionary leaders. On December 19, Mao Zedong saw a comprehensive report sent by Huang Keqian, Secretary of the Hunan Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China. The report reflects that in the suppression of counter-revolutionaries in western Hunan, there was first the problem of not daring to start killing. After the start of the killing, there was the problem of killing too many people too quickly. The report criticizes these erroneous tendencies. Mao Zedong sent a reply to Huang Keqian, confirming that the policy of the Hunan Provincial Party Committee was correct and proposing guidelines for the nationwide campaign to suppress counter-revolutionaries. In suppressing counter-revolutionaries, Please pay attention to striking steadily, accurately, and harshly. Among the three words stable, accurate, and ruthless, he emphasized that the most important thing is accurate. Only by hitting accurately can we achieve stability and hit hard. In January 1951, the third battle of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea ended successfully, and the general situation of the Korean War was determined. Mao Zedong let Peng Dehuai guide the fourth and fifth battles. He would only provide guiding opinions on key issues when it was most necessary, or ask Peng Dehuai about the situation on the Korean battlefield from time to time. His main attention shifted from the military struggle on the Korean front to domestic counter-revolutionary work and editing selected works of Mao Zedong. In just a few months, 100 to 200 comments and messages in this regard were drafted. Mao Zedong was always like this. At a certain time, he concentrated on grasping one major problem and solving it, while also taking care of others. It is neither a one-on-one fight nor an unfocused and even use of force. Once one major problem is solved, focus on solving another major problem. Solving problems one by one will promote the continuous development of revolution and construction. At the beginning of the suppression of counter-revolutionaries, some local leaders lacked understanding of this work, were indecisive and ineffective in their actions. At this time, Mao Zedong particularly emphasized the need to mobilize the masses and suppress counter-revolutionaries with great fanfare. On January 17, 1951, he read the report of the 47th Army in Western Hunan on the suppression of a group of bandit leaders, bullies, and spies forwarded by the Central and South Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, and immediately forwarded it to the heads of the central bureaus and sub-bureaus, fully affirming the actions of the 47th Army, and pointed out, only in this way can the enemy's flames be reduced and the people's morale be greatly expanded. If we are indecisive and tolerate evil, we will bring disaster to the people and become alienated from the masses. The so-called playing steadily means paying attention to strategy. Hit it accurately, just don't kill the wrong one. To fight hard means to resolutely kill all reactionaries who should be killed. On January 23, when forwarding the report on suppressing counter-revolutionaries in Guangxi, Mao Zedong pointed out, the Guangxi military region had made right-leaning mistakes in the work of suppressing bandits, which were extremely lenient. Mao Zedong believed that the necessity and importance of suppressing counter-revolution should not only be clearly understood and understood within the Communist Party, but should also be widely explained to intellectuals, business circles, religious circles, democratic parties, and Democrats. Huang Yanpi was an important representative figure among non-party people. Mao Zedong personally explained to him and sent him some anti-revolutionary materials. Mao Zedong said in a letter to him on February 17, "I just sent you a copy of the Guangdong Correctional and Leniency Intelligence, and now you send a copy to Guangxi. Please refer to it." These two places are the most typical examples. Other places are not as severe as these two places, but they are generally not far from each other. They have caused dissatisfaction among the masses and are extremely common. If the bandit leaders and habitual bandits are not killed, the bandits will not be completely suppressed, and more bandits will be suppressed. If the bullies are not killed, the peasant association cannot be formed and the peasants will not dare to divide their fields. If important agents are not killed, sabotage and assassinations will continue. In short, a policy of resolute suppression must be adopted against bandit leaders, bullies, and spies so that the masses can stand up and the people's power can be consolidated. Of course, those who may or may not be killed should be sentenced to prison terms, or put under surveillance by the masses, and reformed through labor rather than killed. Just as leniency should have limits, repression should also have limits. Boundaries are wrong. In areas where the problem has been solved and the people are satisfied, there should be no more killings. While Mao Zedong paid attention to correcting the boundless leniency, he also promptly proposed that suppression should also have bounds. Boundless is wrong. In this way, you can prevent the possible emergence of another tendency when correcting one tendency. In mid-February 1951, Mao Zedong presided over an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee attended by heads of various central bureaus to discuss and decide on important matters such as resisting U.S. aggression and aiding Korea, land reform, and suppressing counter-revolution. In the key points of the meeting resolution drafted by Mao Zedong, 5 provisions were made for the anti-counter-revolutionary movement. 1. The death penalty must generally be passed through the masses and be made public by Democrats. 2. Control closely, don't mess up, don't make mistakes. 3. Pay attention to the middle level and carefully eliminate hidden counter-revolutionary elements among old personnel and new intellectuals. 4. Pay attention to the inner layer, carefully clean up counter-revolutionaries who have invaded the party, and strengthen confidentiality work. 5. We must also educate and support cadres. From then on, the suppression of counter-revolutionaries was divided into 3 levels: external, middle, and internal. The outer layer refers to society, the middle layer refers to the inside of the military and government agencies, and the inner layer refers to the party. On February 21, the Central People's Government promulgated the Regulations of the People's Republic of China on punishing counter-revolutionaries approved by Mao Zedong, which gave the anti-counter-revolutionary movement a legal basis and unified sentencing standards. After the anti-counter-revolutionary work was fully launched, the progress in various places was very uneven, with big cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Nanjing, and Guangzhou lagging behind. Mao Zedong pointed out in his comments forwarding the Beijing Municipal Party Committee's plan to suppress counter-revolutionaries. Generally speaking, the work of suppressing counter-revolutionaries in major cities, except in the northeast, has not yet been carried out seriously and severely on a large scale. We should start doing this now, not later. These cities are mainly Beijing, Tianjin, Qingdao, Shanghai, Nanjing, Guangzhou, Hankou, Chongji and provincial capitals. These are the main nests of counter-revolutionary organizations. Reconnaissance and arrests must be planned in a planned manner, and several groups of counter-revolutionaries with proven crimes must be massacred within a few months. The anti-counter-revolutionary movement is developing in depth. Mao Zedong was very concerned about eliminating hidden counter-revolutionaries within the party. He repeatedly reminded party committees at all levels to pay full attention. On March 11, he pointed out in a comment, "We believe that drawing attention to the problem of suppressing counter-revolutionaries in all military agencies, schools, and troops, and handling it correctly is an important political task in the current period. Anyone who ignores this task should be criticized." On March 13, the third day after this criticism was issued, a serious incident occurred in the Shandong military region. Huang Ziwian, director of the political department of the military region, was assassinated by a deputy section chief of the political department of the Women Army Division at a meeting. After investigation, it was found that the deputy section chief had reported to the enemy and betrayed 2 Communist Party members in history. He was reported by the masses during the suppression of rebellion, so he committed murder and retaliated, and committed suicide on the spot. This incident caused shock within the party. It was rare in the past for such a senior cadre to be assassinated by hidden counter-revolutionaries within the party, and it was the first such case since the founding of the People's Republic of China. On March 18, Mao Zedong drafted a report on the assassination of Huang Ziwian for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, requiring party and military leaders at all levels to pay attention to, strictly guard against counter-revolutionary reprisals. We must realize that a small number of counter-revolutionaries have infiltrated the party, the government, and the army, and we must not think that everything is peaceful. You should start paying attention to this issue now. Effective measures must be taken to ensure the purity and safety of leading organs at all levels of the party, government, and military. We must not be indecisive or tolerate traitors. Mao Zedong made timely and thorough arrangements, which was very important to ensure the safety of the party, government, and military leaders and public security departments in the suppression of counter-revolutionaries. Since then, there has been no incident like that in the Shandong military region. In guiding the major struggle of suppressing counter-revolutionaries, Mao Zedong paid great attention to studying the experiences of various localities and departments and promoting them in a timely manner. The criticisms he wrote were clear in attitude, clear in policy, sharp in language, and very particular about propriety. Regarding the anti-revolutionary work of various localities and departments, we should praise those who do well, urge those who do poorly, and correct those who do wrong. Act vigorously and resolutely, work hard to the end, and never give up until results are achieved. When a task is proposed, there are specific requirements, a time limit, and sometimes a specific person to be responsible for it. Those who delay or fail to do so will be immediately reported for criticism. In order to accurately grasp the development of the movement, he also asked more than 2,000 county and municipal party committee secretaries across the country to write a report to him and communicate with him directly. Mao Zedong attached great importance to public opinion propaganda work. He said that the suppression of counter-revolution must be carried out with great fanfare and widespread publicity, both in cities and in villages, so that it becomes a household name among the people. All localities must mobilize various public opinion tools through various forms such as convening meetings of people's representatives or consultative committee meetings to expose counter-revolutionary crimes, publicize counter-revolutionary policies, mobilize all strata to persist in suppressing counter-revolutionaries, and oppose mysticism and closed-doorism. He emphasized, party committees at all levels should focus mainly on carefully reviewing the list and conducting extensive publicity. If we grasp these 2 points, we will not make mistakes. The anti-counter-revolutionary movement soon reached a climax across the country. People from all walks of life mobilized widely, and a large number of bandit leaders, bullies, spies, and reactionary gang leaders were punished. However, during the movement, left tendencies such as inaccurate sentencing, killing those who should not have been killed and arresting those who should not have been arrested, and expanding the scope of repression appeared. Once this situation was discovered, Mao Zedong promptly raised it and attracted the attention of various places. On March 30, Mao Zedong wrote in a comment, "In some places in Shandong, there is a tendency to lack energy, and in some places there is a tendency to work hastily. These are 2 tendencies that generally exist in all provinces and cities across the country, and attention should be paid to correcting them. Especially the tendency to work hastily. The greatest danger. Because the motivation is insufficient, the motivation will be increased after education and persuasion. It does not matter how many days the counter-revolutionaries are killed sooner or later. If they are carried out hastily and the wrong people are arrested, the impact will be very bad. Please exercise strict control over the counter-revolutionary work and be careful. We must act with caution and correct any hasty tendencies. We must suppress all counter-revolutionaries, but we must not arrest and kill the wrong ones." In a comment written on April 2, he once again emphasized, suppressing counter-revolutionaries must be strictly limited to bandit leaders, habitual bandits, bullies, and special forces. Within the scope of crimes such as civil servants and reactionary gang leaders, thieves, drug addicts, ordinary landlords, ordinary Kuomintang party members, and ordinary Kuomintang officers cannot be included. Those sentenced to death must be guilty of serious crimes. It is wrong to give light sentences to serious crimes, and it is also wrong to give heavy sentences to minor crimes. Starting from May 1951, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China decided to implement the policy of cautious contraction and concentrate on dealing with the backlog of cases. The first measure taken to implement this policy is to take back the power to approve arrests and kills that was originally delegated to lower levels. On May 7, Mao Zedong drafted a directive for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, instructing the entire party, "It is decided that from June 1, the power to approve arrests of people except current criminals will be restored to the prefecture level, and the power to approve murders will be restored to the provincial level. For cases far away from the province, representatives from the provincial level will be sent to handle the matter. All localities will implement this. At the same time, it was stipulated that the time for clearing the backlog of cases, that is, the time to stop arrests, and a small number of important criminals who need to be arrested must be reported to the Central Bureau for approval. Another major measure taken to implement the policy of cautious contraction is the policy of suspending the death penalty for most counter-revolutionaries who have committed capital crimes. In the previous stage of counter-revolutionary work, a large number of counter-revolutionaries who had committed capital crimes and caused great public outrage were arrested and quickly dealt with. The masses applauded and applauded, which had a deterrent effect on the arrogant counter-revolutionary and sabotage activities, effectively maintained social order and consolidated the new people's power. However, killing too many people, even if they are all counter-revolutionaries guilty of capital crimes, will always cause unrest among some sections of society and even cause a loss of social sympathy. The policy of suspending the death penalty for most counter-revolutionaries who committed capital crimes was proposed to resolve this contradiction. Suspended death cannot be found as a punishment name in any legal code at all times and at home and abroad. Although it is still a death penalty, it has important differences from the death penalty. This is a creation of Mao Zedong. Later, suspended death became an important criminal term, written into law, and implemented in China. On May 8, Mao Zedong personally drafted the decision of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on the policy of suspending the death penalty for most counter-revolutionaries who have committed capital crimes. The decision stated, "This policy is a prudent policy that can avoid making mistakes. This policy can win the sympathy of the broad masses of society. This policy can divide counter-revolutionary forces and help to completely eliminate counter-revolution. This policy also saves a large number of labor forces and is conducive to the country's construction cause. Therefore, this is a correct policy." Mao Zedong estimated that the implementation of this policy could prevent the death of 89 out of 10 criminals. For the very small number of people who are to be executed, a more cautious policy is adopted. All must be submitted to the large administrative region or military region for approval. Important elements of the United Front must be submitted to the central government for approval. The two major and powerful measures proposed by Mao Zedong fundamentally prevented and corrected the left bias of indiscriminate arrests and killings that had occurred in some places during the upsurge of suppressing counter-revolutionaries, thereby ensuring the healthy development of the suppression of counter-revolutionaries. In order to implement the two major measures proposed by Mao Zedong, the Third National Public Security Conference was held in Beijing from May 10 to 16, 1951. The meeting made a series of important regulations. The number of counter-revolutionaries to be killed must be controlled within a certain proportion. In rural areas, it should not exceed 1,000th of the population, and in cities it should generally be less than 1,000th, with 0.5 thousandths being appropriate. Anyone who is between being able to be arrested and not being arrested must not be arrested. If he is arrested, he is making a mistake. Anyone who is being caught between being able to be killed and not being killed must not be killed. If he is to be killed, he is making a mistake. Strictly control the authority to approve arrests and killings. For counter-revolutionaries who have committed capital crimes, most of them implement the policy of imposing death penalty, suspended execution for 2 years, forced labor, and waiting to see the consequences. Earnestly clean up the backlog of counter-revolutionary criminals. Pay close attention to the crackdown on foreign counter-revolutionaries. Public security and protection committees are generally organized among the masses. In rural areas, they are based on townships, and in cities, they are based on government agencies, schools, factories, and streets. They are organized through people's elections. At this time, the nationwide anti-counter-revolutionary campaign had been going on for 7 months, and a clear work line had been formed, which was, party committee leadership, mobilization of the whole party, mass mobilization, participation of all democratic parties and people from all walks of life, unified planning and unified actions, strict review of the list of arrests and killings, paying attention to the struggle strategies at each period, extensive publicity and education work, breaking closed-doorism and mysticism, and resolutely opposing the tendency to engage in hasty work. When the anti-counter-revolutionary work entered a stage of cautious contraction, some district and village cadres and the masses misunderstood the policy of reprieve, thinking that the reprieve meant complete leniency and that waiting for the consequences would mean writing it off. As soon as Mao Zedong discovered the situation, he immediately explained, the policy of suspending execution for 2 years should never be interpreted as not executing criminals who have blood debts or other major crimes that the people demand to be executed. If we do this, it is wrong. We must express our gratitude to the district and village cadres and the people. The masses made it clear that those who committed crimes that were so outrageous that the people were not outraged by death must be put to death. Only those who were not deeply outraged and the people did not demand death but were guilty of capital crimes could be sentenced to death, with a 2-year suspended sentence, and forced labor to see the consequences. In September 1951, the Fourth National Public Security Conference was held in Beijing. The meeting estimated that the struggle to suppress counter-revolution has been carried out thoroughly or relatively thoroughly throughout the country and in most regions. When Mao Zedong reviewed the draft resolution of the meeting, he added another paragraph, which said, in counties, districts, townships, and certain urban areas where the suppression of counter-revolution has indeed reached a thorough level, the campaign to suppress counter-revolution should be ended and the work of regular struggle against hidden counter-revolutionaries should be transferred. By October 1951, the 1-year campaign to suppress counter-revolutionaries was basically over. To eliminate evil is to do good. This is Mao Zedong's comment on the Chinese classic novel Journey to the West. This sentence is very appropriate to use on the issue of suppressing counter-revolution. Suppressing counter-revolution is a cause of eliminating harm for the people and upholding justice. Therefore, it has won the enthusiastic support of millions of people and directly participated in this movement. Organizations and people's governments at all levels of the Communist Party of China relied closely on the power of the masses to basically eliminate the remaining forces of the Kuomintang reactionaries on the mainland and eradicate all kinds of evil forces that had long endangered the people and social stability. The people's democratic dictatorship was consolidated, ensuring the smooth progress of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, and creating a good social environment for the recovery of the national economy and large-scale national industrialization. Banditry, which has long historical and social roots, has troubled successive governments of old China, especially banditry in western Hunan, western Hubei, and Guangxi. In the early days of liberation, there were 2 million bandits in the country, killing and setting fire to the people. Through the suppression of bandits and counter-revolutionaries, these intertwined banditry problems were eradicated for the first time in Chinese history. The underworld forces that have dominated the city for a long time, committed evil and oppressed the people, were also destroyed in the suppression of the rebellion and disappeared. The social order is unprecedentedly stable, and the people praise it, saying that the Communist Party and the People's Government have made great contributions. During the campaign to suppress counter-revolutionaries, a group of important counter-revolutionary criminals who owed blood debts to the revolutionaries during the Democratic Revolution were also captured and brought to justice, and received due punishment. When the news came, the people's morale was greatly boosted, showing the huge power of the people's democratic dictatorship Skynet to ensure that everything is not leaked. At the same time, a group of foreign hostile elements who sneaked into China to engage in sabotage activities were also arrested and brought to justice. In March 1951, the latent organization of the U.S. intelligence agency Army Strategic Intelligence Service was uncovered in Tianjin. On August 17, Li Andong and Takashi Yamaguchi, the main criminals who plotted to bombard the Tiananmen Review stand on National Day 1950, were executed in Beijing. the suppression of counter-revolutionary movements was carried out under the direct guidance of Mao Zedong. He always kept a clear head, firmly grasped the initiative in guiding the movement, corrected various deviations in a timely manner, and ensured the healthy development of the movement. On October 23, 1951, at the third session of the First National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, Mao Zedong solemnly declared, "The remnants of counter-revolution on the mainland will soon be basically eliminated." To suppress counter-revolution, a large-scale political movement was adopted to focus on solving the remaining forces of the Kuomintang reactionaries on the mainland as well as various banditry, gangster forces, etc. This is a necessary choice under the specific historical conditions when New China has just been established and the political power has not yet been fully consolidated. There have been some deviations during the campaign, including wrongful killings and wrongful arrests. Once these deviations are discovered, they are corrected in a timely manner, basically ensuring the healthy progress of the exercise. After a year of resisting U.S. aggression and aiding Korea, suppressing counter-revolution, and competing with domestic and foreign hostile forces, Mao Zedong believed, "All facts have proved that our system of people's democratic dictatorship has great advantages over the political systems of capitalist countries. On the basis of this system, our people can exert their endless power. This kind of power cannot be defeated by any enemy." 6-3 antis and 5 antis. It was a November day in 1951, and it was already a bit chilly in Beijing. It was another brightly lit night at Zongnanhai Juxiang bookstore. Working at night was a habit that Mao Zedong had developed for a long time. Health doctors had repeatedly advised him to change this habit. He also tried several times, but he could not change it. In this silent night, Mao Zedong was reviewing a report. This was sent by the Northeast Bureau. It is a report by Gao Gang, Secretary of the Northeast Bureau, on launching a campaign to increase production and save money, and further fight against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy. The report summarizes the Northeast region's experience in this regard and also lists some ugly phenomena exposed during the movement. It mentioned that 3,629 people in Shenyang City were exposed for corruption in some units, and the stolen money reported and confessed by the Northeast Ministry of Trade amounted to 500 million yuan. Waste and bureaucracy are also rampant, with hundreds of billions of dollars in backlog of materials on the Northeast rail system left unprocessed. The production increasing conservation movement mentioned in Gao Gang's report was initiated by Mao Zedong. In October 1951, on the Korean battlefield, the Chinese People's Volunteers and the Korean People's Army were fighting side by side against the autumn offensive of the United Nations Army. The Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee held an enlarged meeting on October 5 to study various issues related to the Korean War situation. Based on the policy put forward by Mao Zedong that the war must be won, prices must not fluctuate, and production must still develop, the meeting decided to solve financial difficulties in 5 aspects, namely, saving troops and reorganizing the troops, streamlining agencies and personnel, reducing expenditures and inventorying materials, promoting thrift and strictly prohibiting waste, organizing and training militia and preparing for the implementation of compulsory military service. At the subsequent third session of the First National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, Mao Zedong issued a call to the country to increase production and practice strict economy to support the Chinese People's Volunteers. A vigorous patriotic campaign to increase production and save money began. It was expected that some problems in work and production would be exposed during the movement to increase production and save money. However, Mao Zedong could not help but be surprised that such serious problems would be exposed in the Northeast region, which took the lead in launching this movement. As early as the eve of entering the city, Mao Zedong issued a warning to the entire party: "The enemy's force cannot conquer us. This has been proved. The support of the bourgeoisie may conquer the weak-willed in our ranks. There may be some communists who have never been conquered by enemies with guns. They are worthy of the title of heroes in front of these enemies, but they cannot withstand the attacks of sugar-coated shells. They will lose the battle in front of sugar bullets. We must prevent this situation. When the revolution was about to achieve national victory, a historical figure always lingered in Mao Zedong's mind, and that was Li Ziqin, the leader of the peasant uprising in the late Ming dynasty. Li Ziqin led the peasant army to overthrow the rule of the Ming dynasty and achieved great victory. However, after entering Beijing, he became proud and made a fatal mistake. The Qing army commander drove the Qing army into the pass and he was forced to withdraw from Beijing. This massive peasant war ended in failure. When he was in Yan'an, Mao Zedong reminded the whole party to take the lessons of Li Ziqin's failure as a lesson and learn from them. He deliberately printed the article The 300 Years of Jiashan written by Guo Moruo into a pamphlet and called on all party cadres to read it and take it as a warning and not make the mistake of being proud of victory again. According to the memories of Mao Zedong's guards, on the day he left Zibepo for Peeping, Chairman Mao said that we were going to Beijing to take the exam. On the train from Zhoushan to Peking, the chairman also said not to be Li Ziqin. When we arrived at Xiangshan, Chairman Mao also said not to be Li Ziqin. On February 27, 1950, Chairman Mao returned from the Soviet Union. When we arrived in Harbin, the city hosted a banquet for him, including bear paws, flying dragons, etc. The first meal was attended by Ho Chi Minh. When he returned to his residence, the chairman said to me, "Is it necessary for our country to be so poor? What are you doing? Please tell me that starting from tomorrow, we will do it according to our standards at home." The next day, they changed the situation. The chairman was very happy and said that Comrade Ho Chi Minh was a guest and must be taken care of. Later, when he arrived in Shenyang, the meal was better than that in Harbin. She was very angry and talked about this specifically when he met with the cadres. He said, "I don't want to learn from Li Ziqin, but you should learn from Liu Zongmin. I advise you not to do this just after the second plenary session of the Central Committee." Northeast China was one of the regions where all aspects of work in the country were carried out earlier and better at that time. So many problems were exposed during the production increase and conservation campaign. Mao Zedong was deeply aware of the seriousness of the matter. What is reflected here is by no means just a problem in the Northeast, but a nationwide problem. On November 20, he forwarded the Northeast Bureau report to the whole country for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, asking party, government, and military leaders at all levels to pay attention to the Northeast's experience and carry out a resolute fight against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy in this nationwide campaign to increase production and save money. At the same time, all localities and departments are required to report relevant situations to their superiors and the central government in a timely manner. This shows that Mao Zedong was determined to punish and overcome the corruption that had arisen within the party through the struggle against three evils. Just as he concentrated on guiding the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea and the suppression of counter-revolutionary movements, Mao Zedong set out to guide a new movement. Soon, Mao Zedong received the first batch of reports. Subsequently, under his strong urging, reports on the three evils from various localities, departments, and major military regions were sent one after another. Mao Zedong reviewed it in a timely manner and found important situations and experiences. He immediately forwarded it to the entire party in the name of the central government or himself, and added comments. On November 30, 1951, Mao Zedong forwarded two reports. One was reported by Deng Xiaoping, the first secretary of the Southwest Bureau. Mao Zedong said in his comments, "The anti-corruption and anti-waste issue mentioned in the third item of this telegram is really a major matter for the whole party. Since the Northeast Bureau exposed a large number of corruption offenders, we have told you to pay serious attention to this matter. We believe that a party-wide cleanup is needed to thoroughly expose all large, medium, and small corruption incidents, and only by focusing on cracking down on large-scale corruption offenders and adopting the policy of educating and reforming small and medium-sized corrupt offenders to prevent them from reoffending can we stop the extremely dangerous phenomenon of many party members being corrupted by the bourgeoisie, overcome this situation that has long been anticipated by the Second Plenary Session of the Central Committee, and realize the policy of preventing corruption set by the Second Plenary Session of the Central Committee. Please pay attention to it. The other is the report from the North China Bureau's First Secretary Bo Yubo and Second Secretary Lu Lantao on November 29. They cited the fact that Zhang Zishan, the current secretary of the Tianjin Prefectural Committee in Hebei Province, and Lu Qingshan, the former Prefectural Committee secretary, were severely corrupt and wasteful. Mao Zedong immediately forwarded it to all central bureaus, sub-bureaus and provincial and municipal party committees, and wrote in the comments, the former secretary of the North China Tianjin Prefectural Committee Lu Qingshan and the current secretary Zhang Zishan are both big corruption offenders. They have been discovered by the North China Bureau and have begun to deal with it. We believe that the policy of the North China Bureau is correct. This incident is a warning to the Central Committee, central bureaus, branches, and provincial and municipal party committees that they must pay serious attention to the fact that cadres have been corrupted by the bourgeoisie and engage in serious corruption, and must pay attention to discover, expose, and punish it, and deal with it as a major struggle. Mao Zedong's forwarding of Gao Gang's report was the first call to the entire party to carry out the struggle against the three evils. Subsequently forwarding these two reports, Mao Zedong further proposed that the three evils should be carried out as a major struggle, and all acts of corruption should be thoroughly exposed and punished throughout the party to prevent the great danger of the party being corrupted. On December 1, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued the decision on implementing better troops and simplified administration, increasing production and saving, opposing corruption, opposing waste, and opposing bureaucracy. This decision was revised and approved by Mao Zedong. He pointed out in an additional paragraph, since we occupied the city for 2 to 3 years, serious corruption cases have continued to occur, which proves that the second plenary session of the Party Central Committee in the spring of 1949 seriously pointed out the inevitability of bourgeois erosion of the party and the need to prevent and overcome this huge danger. Now is an urgent time for the entire party to mobilize to effectively implement this resolution. If we do not implement this resolution effectively, we will make a big mistake. After this directive was issued, the nationwide Three Antis movement officially began. From December 4 to 7, after Mao Zedong continuously forwarded the Three Antis reports of the Beijing Municipal Party Committee and several central departments, he felt that the problem was really serious and the Three Antis struggle must be carried out with great fanfare and mobilization of the whole people. Therefore, on the 8th, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China drafted the instructions on the struggle against the Three Antis that must be conducted with vigor, which pointed out, the struggle against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy should be regarded as important as the struggle to suppress counter-revolution, and the broad masses, including the democratic parties, should be mobilized in the same way. People from all walks of life are sent to carry out the work, with the same fanfare, and the same leaders are responsible, take action personally, call for confessions and reports, criticize and educate the lighter ones, remove them from their posts, punish, and sentence them to prison terms, until a large number of the most serious corrupt criminals are shot. He even estimated that it may be necessary to shoot 10,000 to tens of thousands of corrupt criminals across the country to solve the problem. This is of course an overly serious estimate. But through these, we can see Mao Zedong's deep hatred of corruption and his determination to fight corruption. We must not tolerate such ugly phenomena corroding the body of the party. At the same time, he also asked leaders at all levels to find out the situation, be aware of it, and precisely grasp this struggle. At this time, Mao Zedong was in a state of highly concentrated thought and extremely angry mood. He reviews a large number of Three Antis reports from various provinces and cities, major military regions, central ministries, and grassroots party organizations every day. Select important ones and forward them to the whole party and the whole army, promote their experiences in a timely manner, refine and summarize these experiences, and put forward guiding opinions and requirements to promote the development of the Three Evils movement. He increasingly believes that corruption, waste, and bureaucracy are extremely serious and widespread. Without a vigorous campaign, it will not be enough to stop the tide of corruption, waste, and corruption as soon as possible. From the following comments he wrote, we can clearly see his assessment of the struggle situation within the party at that time. Corruption, waste, and bureaucracy are extremely serious in all departments of the military system, especially in the logistics department. Many party members, and even responsible cadres, are buried in administrative work, their political ideology is extremely underdeveloped, and intra-party life is extremely imperfect. As a result, many people have fallen into the pit of corruption, waste, and bureaucracy. We must carry out party consolidation and rectification in the entire military system, with special emphasis on the logistics department, and launch a serious struggle against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy, and call on all officers and soldiers to participate in this struggle. The Southwest Bureau pointed out that the reason why the anti-corruption struggle in the past had little effect was because it was not launched as a general movement with as much fanfare as the suppression of counter-revolution, and no strong public opinion and mass power were formed. This is completely correct. We must treat the struggle against the three antis as a major war between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. We must win, and we must achieve remarkable results in the first half of January 1952, and even greater results in the second half of January 1952. On December 30, Mao Zedong drafted intra-party instructions for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, requiring all work departments at the central, regional, provincial, and municipal levels to report on the three evils to the chairman of the Central Committee and the chairman of the Military Commission, so that the Central Committee could make comparisons and see that leading comrades at all levels responded to this serious struggle. Discuss those who are actively working hard and those who are passive and slow in their work, so that those who do not report will be considered disciplinary violations, and those who have to postpone the time to report must state the reasons. Whether it is the instructions drafted by Mao Zedong for the Central Committee or the comments he wrote, the tone is very strict, and the requirements must be implemented vigorously and resolutely. He required all major military regions to issue briefings on the three antis struggle, compete with each other on their combat results, and be judged by the central government. These requirements are inappropriate and can easily lead to deviations. On December 31, Mao Zedong spent New Year's Eve in intense work. He was very dissatisfied with the Central South military region's delay in sending the three antis report. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he wrote a criticism to Tan Zheng, the third political commissar of the Central South military region, and informed all major military regions, criticizing the Central South military region by name. Looking at the situation in the entire military, the Central South military region is the most backward. So far, there is no one. On the contrary, he was attracted by the issue of reorganization, fearing that launching this struggle would hinder the reorganization. We hope that the Central and South military region and all major military regions will take consistent steps to enter the three anti-struggle in an orderly manner. After Mao Zedong finished writing this comment, he saw two materials sent by the Central and South military region. One was the instruction given by the Party Committee of the Central and South Military Region to the party committees at all levels within the military on December 29 on carrying out the anti-corruption, anti-waste, and anti-bureaucracy struggle, stating that the struggle against three evils must be the current central task. The other was Tan Zheng's telegram to Mao Zedong at 1500 hours on December 30 about combining reorganization and three evils. Mao Zedong was happy again. He stopped sending telegrams criticizing the Central and South military region, and immediately wrote a letter to Tan Zheng, saying, "I have read this and the 1500 hours telegram on December 30. This is a good article. You have generally resolved the contradiction between reorganization and the three antis, and you have taken the initiative. Strictly supervise all military regions by telephone and telegram, provide diligent guidance, and ensure that there are gains every day. The last sentence is, I hope you will have good news. At this time, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning on January 1, 1952. The envelope said, Shang Kun sent someone to fly it. Mao Zedong thought for a moment, then called the duty secretary Luo Guanglu, and said to him, Comrade Shang Kun is asleep, you go directly to handle it. Comrade Tan Zheng must collect it in person and get his receipt back. At 8 o'clock one morning, Luo Guanglu took Mao Zedong's autographed letter to Tan Zheng and flew directly to Hankow on a special plane. Mao Zedong started working at 11 a.m. on December 31, 1951, and took a break at 7:30 a.m. on January 1, 1952, working continuously for 20 hours. On New Year's Day, at 5:30 p.m., Mao Zedong invited a dozen Democrats and several party leaders to gather at the Yinian Tang. They are Zhang Lan, Li Jishan, Huang Yanpi, Chen Shutong, Ma Solun, Zhang Bajun, Ma Yinchu, Guo Moruo, Fu Ziuyi, Zhang Ziruo, Peng Zimin, Xiao Litsi, Zhu De, Dong Biwu, Lin Boku, Bo Yubo, Li Vihan, Hu Qiaomu, Yang Shankan, Qi Yanming. At 6:30, Mao Zedong came with them to Huiran Hall to attend a group visit held by the Central People's Government. At the group visit, Mao Zedong delivered a New Year's Day message, wishing our country victory on all fronts of work. The most exciting thing at that time, but many people felt great pressure, was the following congratulatory message, I would also like to wish us victory on a newly opened front. This is to call on all the people and all workers in our country to unite and carry out a large-scale struggle against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy with great fanfare and resoluteness, so as to cleanse away the filth left over from the old society. After the group visit, there was a party. Many ministers and deputy ministers have already become restless and have no intention of enjoying the wonderful programs anymore. As soon as the group worship was over, everyone left the venue and rushed back to the office to deploy the system's three anti-struggle overnight. Regarding the scene at that time, Mao Zedong included a description in an instruction drafted for the Central Committee. On the afternoon of December 31, the General Party Committee directly under the Central Committee held an expanded party committee with hundreds of people from the party, government, and army group ministers to the director level. It was led by Bo Yubo and An Ziwen. The comrades have announced that the Central Committee has decided that within a time limit of January 1 to January 10, all committees, ministries, committees, academies, departments, banks, bureaus, divisions, and all units below them must launch mass struggles and carry out frank reporting, and those who violate the regulations will be punished by sending reports on January 11. All ministers, presidents, directors, division chiefs, directors, section chiefs, or managers will be removed from their posts and investigated. At the meeting, it will be announced that several departments are doing well, several departments are mediocre, and many departments are lagging behind, and the names of the ministers will be pointed out. Everyone was excited. We went back that day and held meetings all night long. Many ministers and deputy ministers went back as soon as they came to visit the group. By January 3, almost all units had held mass meetings to report. In this instruction, Mao Zedong demanded that from the central government to all provinces and cities, from all major military regions to military regions at all levels, immediately step up the struggle against the three antis, shorten the time for studying documents, hold a Cotter meeting, start the struggle within a time limit, and send a report. Anyone who violates the rules is either a bureaucrat or a corrupt person. No matter who he is, he will be removed from his post and investigated. Bo Yubo, who was the director of the Central People's Government's Thrift Inspection Committee at that time, has a memory. He said, recalling Chairman Mao's fight against corrosion in those days, he was really vigorous and resolute, and I can still remember it vividly. Once he made up his mind to grasp the things he saw, he would grasp them very tightly, and he would grasp them to the end, never ending in an anticlimactic manner, and never going through the motions. He not only proposed methods, he not only put forward the tasks, but also explained the methods. During the intense days of the Three Antis movement, he listened to my reports almost every night, and even often sat in the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, attended office meetings, and gave personal guidance. As of mid-January, Mao Zedong still believed that the Three Antis struggle had not really been launched in many places, and corruption and waste, large and small, were far from being exposed. He demanded that all corrupt elements must be chased out and stopped. In these days, Mao Zedong convened meetings for several nights in a row to study and arrange the Three Antis movement, in order to carry out this movement more deeply and extensively. At 8:30 p.m. on January 15, he held a secretariat meeting at his residence in Zhongnanhai to listen to Bo Yubo's report on the recent Three Antis movement and discuss the next stage of the Three Antis movement. Participants included Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, Chen Yun, Bo Yubo, Yang Shankan, Yang Lisan, and Ziwen, Xiao Hua, and Peng Zhen. At that time, Liu Shaokai was inspecting and recuperating in other places and did not participate. At 8 o'clock in the evening on the 17th, Mao Zedong invited Zhu De, Nai Rongzhen, and Su Yu to discuss the production of the 20th Corps of the People's Liberation Army and the Three Evils issue. At 8:30 p.m. on the 18th, a secretariat meeting was held to mainly discuss issues such as the Three Antis in Tianjin. Present at the meeting were Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, Chen Yun, Bo Yubo, Peng Zhen, Huang Jing, and Lu Lantao. The meeting ended at 2 a.m. the next day. After the series of meetings, the National Three Antis movement quickly entered a new stage, which was to concentrate its efforts on fighting the tiger, which suddenly pushed the movement to a climax. This arrangement was first announced at a senior cadre meeting attended by 1,000 people held by the General Party Committee of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on January 19. Tiger was what people called corruption criminals at that time. Those who embezzled more than 100 million yuan in old currency were called big tigers, and those who embezzled less than 100 million yuan or more were called little tigers. Mao Zedong asked the entire party to direct their attention to the search for the big tiger and pursue the harvest. He said that the big and small tigers are already bourgeois elements and enemies of the rebellious people. If they are not punished, they will be in endless trouble. Our entire army must punish those who commit serious corruption, violate laws and disciplines without mercy. The most intense stage of tiger hunting was when Mao Zedong forwarded the most reports and wrote criticisms from various places and armies. It was also the time when Mao Zedong's work was most intense. At this time, Mao Zedong was very impatient and put forward many unfounded tiger-killing indicators. His mentality at the time was, catch all the tigers that should be there and not just those that are created out of thin air. Otherwise, if the movement is over, a large number of hidden tigers will be left behind to cause trouble in the future. Mao Zedong was overworked and worked nearly 20 hours a day. On March 4, I worked from the night before until 6:10 in the afternoon, about 20 hours. I got up at 11:50 p.m. and continued working. In order to appropriately reduce Mao Zedong's workload, Secretary Ye Yelong told the secretary on duty, reports on the three evils from the army, directly affiliated agencies and divisions below the military level, local, branch-directed agencies, prefectural committees, special agencies, and counties will not be sent to the chairman for viewing. At 1 p.m. on February 9, the staff around him arranged a movie for Mao Zedong, watching Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, in order to let him relax a little after his intense work. This was the first entertainment event that Mao Zedong participated in since the New Year's Day party. Due to the top-down suppression of the tiger hunting indicators, and the tendency to increase the level of pressure, deviations have occurred in some places, and some fake tiger targets have even been created by forcing confessions. As soon as Mao Zedong discovered this problem, he immediately stated that forced confessions must be strictly prohibited and mistakes corrected. As the movement reaches its climax, comrades must be alerted to this point. On February 9, he pointed out in a telegram to Gao Gang and to all comrades, some units have used the method of forcing confessions to kill tigers, and the results are not real tigers but fake tigers, and good people have been wronged. If this situation occurs in various places, please quickly correct it. On February 22, he also pointed out in his comments forwarding the East China Military Region's Tiger Hunt report, the Army's Tiger Hunt has reached its climax. At present, the first thing to pay attention to is to kill all the tigers, and not to relax. The second thing to pay attention to is investigation and research, calculating big and small accounts, checking the authenticity of tigers, and strictly prohibiting forced confessions. If you pay attention to these two items, you will achieve complete victory. On February 26, in his comments forwarding the Central Committee Party Committee's crackdown on tigers report, he once again emphasized that materials and evidence are required, and forced confessions are strictly prohibited, pointing out that this is the key to achieving complete victory in the current campaign against tigers. In view of the fact that small and medium-sized corrupt individuals who embezzled less than $10 million accounted for 95% to 97% of all corrupt individuals, the central government has stipulated that those whose circumstances are not serious should generally be exempted from criminal punishment, and some may even be exempted from administrative punishment. In this way, more than 85% of small and medium-sized corrupt individuals can be exempted from criminal punishment. Mao Zedong believed that this provision was convenient for uniting and educating and reforming this group of people, so as to facilitate the struggle against three evils and construction work. At the same time, he felt that the administrative punishment for many petty corrupt elements could be more lenient. In addition to the 4 items of removal, demotion, transfer, and demerit stipulated by the central government, the lightest punishment, warning should be added. He said that in this way, many petty corrupt elements only need to be given a warning, which will make most petty corrupt elements lessen their confrontational mood and facilitate unity and transformation. Soon, he said in a telegram to Chen Yi, the central government is considering that so-called corrupt elements not only worth less than 500,000 yuan but also less than 1 million yuan will generally not be regarded as corruption but will be counted as taking advantage or not distinguishing between public and private, in order to free more people and facilitate education. On the same day, he told Zhou Enlai that most people with less than 1 million yuan would be relieved and issued an instruction. On March 1, Li Fucun sent a report to Mao Zedong on drafting regulations for dealing with corrupt elements and regulations for recovering stolen property. Mao Zedong immediately instructed Zhou Enlai to decide what to do, saying, "It needs to be a little more lenient. What Fucun said is too strict. On the one hand, we should treat ordinary corrupt elements as leniently as possible, or even not classify them as corrupt elements, so as to free the vast majority of people as soon as possible, so as to unite and educate more people. On the other hand, continue to require digging deep into tigers, especially big tigers." This was one of Mao Zedong's guiding thoughts in the later stages of the Three Antis movement. During the climax of the Tiger campaign, many agencies, mainly financial departments, have had their business operations severely affected, and some have stopped working. In response to this situation, Zhou Enlai, after studying with Chen Yun and Bo Yubo, wrote to Mao Zedong on February 15, proposing, "It is time to solve the problem of business stagnation in the struggle against the three evils. It is entirely possible to assign 1/3 or 1/4 of the leading cadres at all levels of each agency to specialize in business. All agencies in the central government and Beijing and Tianjin can do this from now on." Mao Zedong immediately replied to Zhou Enlai after reading it, "I completely agree with your opinion, please adjust it as soon as possible." On the 17th, Mao Zedong telegraphed to all central bureaus and major military regions, during the intense period of the movement, a number of capable cadres must be designated to take charge of daily work and maintain normalcy. In the process of regular financial and economic work, production, transportation, finance, and trade cannot be suspended. 1 month or at most 1.5 months after the local Three Antis movement is officially launched, the number of cadres who lead daily work should be gradually increased. This is very important, and please all comrades pay attention. Starting from March 1952, the Three Antis movement began to enter the finalization stage. Mao Zedong particularly emphasized, be serious and responsible, and seek truth from facts. On May 10, he wrote in the comments of a report forwarded by the Central Committee, now when the Three Anti movement has entered the stage of court trials, recovery, and finalization of stolen goods, we must be serious and responsible, seek truth from facts, not afraid of trouble, stick to the end, fix what is right, correct what is wrong, demote what should be demoted, and elevate what should be suspected. Those who are difficult to determine will not be dealt with for the time being. In short, the problem must be solved truthfully, and the subjectivist thinking and fear of trouble must be overcome. This is a good lesson for the communists to rule the country, and it is of great significance to the whole party and the people of the country. This is a very important comment, which played an important role in correcting the wrong decisions in the Three Antis. The Lu Qingshan and Zhang Zishan incident was the first major case exposed in the Three Antis movement. Mao Zedong directly supervised the handling of the case, which aroused strong repercussions both inside and outside the party. Lu Qingshan and Zhang Zishan took advantage of their powers to use 2.5 billion yuan in local grain discounts in the special region, 400 million yuan in relief grain in Baiyadai County, 140 million yuan in food subsidies for cadres' families, profited 2.2 billion yuan from the expropriation of the migrant supply station for repairing the Kobai River, embezzled 4.5 billion yuan in savings from repairing the airport and paid 4.5 billion yuan in land premiums to the masses, and obtained 4 billion yuan in loans from banks in the name of construction. The total amount of public funds embezzled is about 20 billion yuan. They also colluded with private businessmen and used public funds to resell large quantities of steel, lining their own pockets and causing the country to suffer heavy economic losses. The cadres and the masses reacted strongly. After the incident, the North China Bureau promptly reported the situation and handling opinions to the central government. Mao Zedong immediately gave instructions and confirmed that the North China Bureau's policy was correct. Lu Qingshan and Zhang Zishan are veteran party members who joined the party in 1931 and 1933 respectively, and are leading cadres who have experienced long-term revolutionary struggles. Once in the enemy's prison, he remained steadfast and unyielding in the face of severe torture and extorted confessions, showing the heroic spirit of a communist. But in peacetime, they were arrogant and greedy for pleasure, and became prisoners of the decadent lifestyle of the bourgeoisie. Mao Zedong's warning to the entire party at the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was unfortunately true. On December 4, 1951, the Hebei Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China made a decision to expel Lu Qingshan and Zhang Zishan from the party. Subsequently, the Hebei Provincial People's Government established an investigation and handling committee headed by Yang Ziyufeng. On December 14, the Hebei Provincial Party Committee reported its handling opinions to the North China Bureau. We unanimously agreed to impose the death penalty. On December 20, the North China Bureau reported its handling opinions to the central government, proposing that the two corruption offenders Lu Qingshan and Zhang Zishan should be sentenced to death, and the Provincial People's Government should request the approval of the Government Affairs Council before execution. Based on Mao Zedong's opinion, the People's Daily published the criminal facts of Lu Qingshan and Zhang Zishan's embezzlement of state assets on its front page on December 30, and also announced the Hebei Provincial Party Committee's decision to expel Lu and Zhang from the party. Mao Zedong attached great importance to the Lu and Zhang cases. An enlarged meeting of the Secretariat of the Central Committee was held on the afternoon of December 29 to discuss and resolve the issue. After careful consideration and soliciting opinions from people outside the party, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China decided to agree with the Hebei Provincial Party Committee's recommendation. The Hebei Provincial People's Court announced the verdict. With the approval of the Supreme People's Court, Lu Qingshan and Zhang Zishan were sentenced to death and executed immediately. Before the public trial, someone asked whether they could tell Chairman Mao not to shoot them and give them a chance to change their ways. The opinions were reflected to Mao Zedong, who said, "It is precisely because of their high status, great contributions, and great influence that they must be determined to execute them. Only by executing them can it be possible to save 20, 200, 2,000, or 20,000 cadres who have committed errors of varying degrees. This is a very serious and far-reaching decision, and is a clear manifestation of the Chinese Communists' strict legal discipline and impartiality." On February 10, 1952, a public trial was held in Beijing, the then capital of Hebei province. Lu and Zhang were severely punished by the law. As the news spread, people were very happy and praised the Communist Party for its integrity and selflessness. It makes people clearly see that the Chinese Communist Party launches the three evils and will never be merciful in punishing corruption. Chinese Communists will never be like Li Zikan, never deviate from the purpose of serving the people wholeheartedly, and never let the blood of thousands of martyrs flow in vain. Never forget the past and be the teacher of the future. Whenever people mention Mao Zedong's decisive handling of the cases of Lu Qingshan and Zhang Zishan, they are always filled with emotion. Bo Yubo, who handled the case under the direct leadership of Mao Zedong at that time, said, "I think the most valuable experience in the struggle against the three evils is that the party's Central Committee headed by Chairman Mao has shown a high degree of consciousness and great determination and courage in eliminating corruption in the party's body, and has truly achieved the goal of eradicating corruption from the top level. We must seize cadres, dare to confront the tough, and strictly govern the party." Later, our party has repeatedly made up its mind to punish corruption within the party, but it has often been too lenient and failed to achieve the desired results. This further proves that in the fight against corruption, we must adhere to this valuable experience. During the Three Antis period, Mao Zedong received a letter from his relatives. The letter writer is his cousin Mao Zelian and others. Mao Zelian asked to accompany his mother to Beijing for medical treatment, but Mao Zedong wrote back and advised them not to come to Beijing. The letter said, "Both Aunt Weisheng and Zelian should not come to Beijing, nor should they stay in Changsha for too long. It is better to return to Shaoshan after the diagnosis. Now the people's government has decided to streamline and economize, emphasizing the opposition to waste, so they should not come to Beijing, and do not live in Changsha for too long." It also said, "Zelian's family is in a difficult situation. We will try to provide some help in the future, but don't rely on hope at the moment." Later, Mao Zedong sent some money so that Mao Zelian's mother could be treated in Changsha. In June 1952, Mao Zelian's mother died of illness, and Mao Zelian himself accidentally fell and injured his foot. Mao Zedong was very concerned. In October of this year, he wrote to his brother-in-law and first teacher Mao Yaju, saying, "Mao Zedong wrote to complain that his mother has not been buried yet, and his feet are not healed. I hereby send you 3 million yuan, and 1 million yuan will be used for the funeral expenses of the sixth aunt. 1 million yuan is for Zelian's medical treatment. Please tell him not to come to Beijing and go to Changsha Xianzhi Hospital for treatment. If Xianzhi's diagnosis is not good, Beijing's treatment will also be bad." He specifically asked at the end of the letter, "This money is my own royalties. Please tell them to use it sparingly." After the founding of New China, Mao Zedong successively received some relatives and friends from his hometown. When he came, he treated them warmly. When he left, he often gave them some money to support their lives and solve their difficulties. The money for entertaining and supporting relatives and friends was usually paid from his salary and royalties, never a penny from the public. He often receives letters from relatives and friends in his hometown, some asking for work arrangements, and some asking to come to Beijing to study. Mao Zedong politely refused. Yang Kaizi, the brother of Mao Zedong's wife Yang Kaihui, asked to work in Beijing. Mao Zedong replied to him and said, "I hope you will wait in Hunan to wait for the Hunan Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China to assign a job that suits your ability. Don't have any extravagant expectations and don't come to Beijing. Do whatever the Hunan Provincial Committee assigns you. Do everything according to normal rules and don't embarrass the government." Mao Senpin, a classmate of Mao Zedong's youth, wrote to Mao Zedong several times asking for job recommendations. Mao Zedong also wrote back and declined. The letter said, "My brother is very much in favor of taking up the job. His steps seem to be suitable for showing support in the interests of the masses. He is respected by others and will naturally participate. It is not appropriate for his brother to recommend him. On the contrary, he will be immoral. Do you think so?" Guo Shikui is a farmer in Shaoshan. When Mao Zedong organized the peasant movement in his hometown in 1925, Hunan warlord Zhao Hengdi came to capture him. Guo Shikui once helped him escape. It can be said that it saved his life. In October 1949, Guo Shikui wrote to Mao Zedong, reflecting his difficulties in life and hoping to arrange a job for him outside the province. On March 14, 1950, Mao Zedong wrote back to him, saying, "My husband is in a difficult situation, and I am deeply concerned about him. As for work issues, it is still better to try to wait for the opportunity nearby, rather than traveling far away from the province and traveling back and forth in vain." At the beginning of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the local government planned to build a house for Mao Zedong in his hometown and build a road directly to Shaoshan. After hearing the news, Mao Zedong immediately wrote to Hunan Provincial Party Committee Secretary Huang Keqian and Provincial People's Government Chairman Wang Xiaodao and reported it to Deng Zihui, the third secretary of the Central and South Bureau. The letter said, "It is said that the Changsha Prefectural Committee and the Xiongtan County Committee are currently building a house for me in my hometown and building a road to my hometown. If this is true, please ask them to stop immediately and not build at all to avoid causing adverse effects among the people. This is the most important thing." Mao Zedong had strict requirements on his hometown, relatives, and friends, and did not allow them to be anything special, but he was not an unfeeling person. Deep in his heart, he missed them deeply. On April 29, 1954, Mao Zedong expressed his sincere feelings in a letter to the Xishan Township Party branch and the township government. He said, "Everyone in the Wen family must obey the leadership of the party and the government, work diligently and abide by the law, and should not be special just like everyone else in the village. Please don't feel that it is difficult to let go of management just because the Wen family is my relative. My attitude is, first, because they are working people and my relatives. I love them. Second, because I love them, I want them to be progressive, work diligently and abide by the law, and participate in mutual aid and cooperative organizations, just like everyone else. If they have backward behavior, they should be criticized, and I should not criticize their shortcomings and mistakes just because they are my relatives." Under Mao Zedong's strict requirements and education, many of his relatives were able to work or farm in their hometowns and live the lives of ordinary working people. Mao Zedong himself always lived a simple life, was very strict with himself, and never did anything special. In early 1952, when the Three Antis movement was reaching its climax, Mao Zedong made another decision, to launch a Five Antis campaign against the illegal bourgeoisie in large and medium-sized cities to oppose bribery, tax evasion, theft of state property, work cutting, and theft of economic information. The reason for launching this movement is that during the Three Antis movement, a large number of corruption and bribery cases among party and state functionaries were exposed, which are closely related to the corruption and co-optation of illegal capitalists. This problem is reflected in the reports of leading agencies such as the Northeast Bureau, North China Bureau, and Southwest Bureau. A telegram from the Northeast Bureau on November 1, 1951 stated, It can also be seen from the many corruption materials exposed in the past 2 months. The common feature of all major corruption cases is that private businessmen and degenerate elements collude to steal state property. The report of the East China Bureau on December 20 stated, in view of the fact that corruption within the party and government is often caused by illegal businessmen, therefore, attention must be paid to investigating profiteers and launching a campaign to report and accuse unscrupulous businessmen. Unscrupulous businessmen with solid evidence should also be severely punished so that internal and external cooperation can completely eliminate corrupt elements. The report of the Southwest Bureau also reflects the fact that corrupt elements collude with profiteers and cause serious losses to the country. According to Bo Yubo's recollection, on December 31, 1951, he reported to Mao Zedong the situation of the Three Antis movement. When it was mentioned that capitalists often use kickbacks to bribe our purchasing personnel, Mao Zedong interjected, "This matter must not only be inspected by the agencies, but also work among businessmen. In the past land reform, we protected industry and commerce, but now there should be a distinction, and we must fight against unscrupulous businessmen." Bo Yubo said, "It seems that Chairman Mao is considering this matter." A few days later, on January 5, 1952, the Beijing Municipal Party Committee sent a report on the struggle against the Three Antis. It said that in the industrial and commercial circles, the main methods are bribery and collusion with staff, tax evasion, cutting corners, and selling at high prices to the public and buying at low prices. The most common method is to use kickbacks, gifts, etc. to seduce staff into corruption. Mao Zedong forwarded this report in the name of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China that day. He wrote in his comments, "We must make all private industrial and commercial entities who have relations with the public and have committed corruption, bribery, tax evasion, theft, and other illegal activities to confess or report all their illegal activities. Special attention should be paid to vigorously launching this struggle in Tianjin, Qingdao, Shanghai, Nanjing, Guangzhou, Wuhan, Chongqing, Shenyang and other provincial capitals, so as to give a blow to the bourgeoisie's rampant attack on our party on this issue in the past 3 years, and we must launch a resolute counterattack and strive to basically complete this task within 2 to 3 months. Party committees at all levels are requested to make strict arrangements for this matter and treat this struggle as a large-scale class struggle. In this struggle, democratic parties and Democrats from all walks of life should be given due care, and attention should be paid to organizing a united front in the struggle against the three evils. This is the first call to punish the criminal behavior of illegal capitalists on a large scale." On January 26, after Mao Zedong drafted the instructions on carrying out the Five Antis struggle first in large and medium-sized cities drafted by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the Five Antis movement spread rapidly across the country. The instruction states, in all cities across the country, first of all in large and medium-sized cities, rely on the working class, unite with the law-abiding bourgeoisie and other citizens, and launch a large-scale, resolute, and thorough struggle against the illegal bourgeoisie, against bribery, tax evasion, theft of state property, cutting corners, and theft of economic information, in order to coordinate with the party, government, military, and civilians' internal struggle against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy. The struggle is extremely necessary and timely. In this struggle, the party organizations in each city must make precise arrangements for the strength of the class and the masses. They must pay attention to the strategy of utilizing contradictions, implementing divisions, uniting the majority, and isolating the minority, and quickly form a united front of the Five Antis in the struggle. All major cities across the country should enter the Five Antis battle in early February. Please make arrangements quickly. In this way, Mao Zedong directed the struggle on two fronts at the same time. One was the Three Antis struggle carried out within the party, government, military, and civilians, and the other was the Five Antis struggle carried out externally to punish the criminal behavior of illegal capitalists. These two struggles cooperate with each other and are carried out in conjunction. Why did Mao Zedong choose this time to launch the 3 antis and 5 antis movements? He thought this was a better time. He said in 1953, 3 anti-revolutionaries and 5 anti-revolutionaries can only be carried out in the first half of last year, because at that time we fought very well in the Korean battlefield, the front line was stable, the land reform was basically completed, and the suppression of counter-revolutionaries was basically completed. However, the tail of the bourgeoisie was very high and it must be fought. If it was carried out early, it would be disadvantageous. The policy towards the national bourgeoisie was clearly defined on the eve of the founding of New China. The Communist Party of China pointed out at the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee that for a long time after the victory of the revolution, it is necessary to make full use of the enthusiasm of urban and rural private capitalism. All urban and rural capitalist elements that are not harmful to the national economy but beneficial to the national economy should be allowed to exist and develop. The Common Program also stipulates, any private economic undertaking that is beneficial to the national economy and people's livelihood, the people's government should encourage their enthusiasm for operation and support their development. Does launching the 5 antis movement mean to change the party's policy towards the bourgeoisie and change the provisions of the Common Program? Of course not. In order to answer this question, Mao Zedong explained the necessity of launching the 5 antis struggle by reviewing the tortuous history of the relationship between the Chinese Communist Party and the national bourgeoisie in the 3 years since he entered the city. He said, "This is not a change in the policy of the bourgeoisie. At present, we are still pursuing new democracy, not socialism. It is to weaken the bourgeoisie, not to eliminate it. It is to fight it for several months, and then pull it back after the pain, not to keep fighting until it is defeated." When we entered the city, everyone was very wary of the bourgeoisie. Why is there such a change now? This can be seen from the 3-year history of entering the city. In the first half of 1950, there was a spontaneous and semi-spontaneous struggle against the bourgeoisie within the party. This struggle was inappropriate and also wrong. Because there were bombings and blockades by Taiwan's enemies at that time, land reform and counter-revolutionary work were urgently needed. The bourgeoisie should be united to attack the feudal forces instead of an all-out attack. An all-out attack was very unstrategic. Therefore, the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee corrected this error and proposed adjustments. In 1951, when the movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea was formed, domestic unity was even more needed. Until today, everyone has not been wary of the bourgeoisie. Especially after making a lot of money from the processing orders to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, they also gained a certain political status, so they became arrogant and attacked us wildly. It is time to seize the little braid of the bourgeoisie and curb its arrogance. The problems revealed by the 5 antis movement are indeed shocking. Wang Kongnian, the owner of Shanghai Dakang Pharmacy, used speculation to defraud the volunteer army of 300 million yuan in drug purchases, and even supplied the expired drugs to the front lines of the bloody battle to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. The manager of Shenyang Yuxinjai Yuan Oil House colluded with his peers to raise costs and reduce oil yield when processing soybean oil for the country. In the past 3 years, just by raising costs, it has made huge profits of 1.5 billion yuan. By reducing the oil yield, the country has lost 30,000 kilograms of soybean oil every month. In the Chongqing area, where industry is relatively concentrated, unscrupulous capitalists in the private steel machinery industry used the xianzhi dinner party to carry out a series of seriously illegal underground activities. They successively roped in the deputy director of the Chongqing Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce and the section chief of the Southwest Industrial Department Management Office to monopolize the distribution rights for state-entrusted processing and ordering in the Chongqing area. They deceived the state on the one hand and squeezed and swallowed up small and medium-sized enterprises on the other hand. After the construction of the Chengdu-Chongqing Railway started, he used the same method to corrupt the deputy director of the maintenance department of the Southwest Railway Bureau and took over the processing and ordering business of railway equipment. In the project to make 31 turnouts alone, a huge profit of more than 740 million yuan was made by raising labor prices and overbidding materials. A section of the national bourgeoisie also overestimates its historical status and role. Politically, it wants to be on an equal footing with the working class, and economically it wants to be on an equal footing with state-owned enterprises. These demands are obviously contrary to the common program. Mao Zedong was determined to launch the Five Antis movement to crack down on the arrogance of illegal capitalists, which was carried out vigorously and resolutely. However, from the beginning he paid great attention to the correct policy towards the national bourgeoisie. In the guidance of the movement, we emphasized the need to act in accordance with the common program and grasp the policy boundaries that distinguish between illegal and non-illegal activities. The development of the national bourgeoisie within the scope of the common program is legal; if it departs from this scope, it is illegal. In terms of struggle strategy, it emphasizes the need to win over as many large, medium and small capitalists as possible to form a five anti-united front to isolate and attack a very small number of reactionary capitalists. In terms of work deployment, it is emphasized that the work must be carried out in a prepared and step-by-step manner. If you are not prepared, do not take action. You must not do it blindly. You can only do good things and not do bad things. The Five Antis struggle is generally not carried out at the county, district, and township levels. During the movement, the erroneous slogan "Burn down industry and commerce and rob the Democratic National Construction Association" once appeared. Mao Zedong quickly discovered this and quickly corrected it. In March 1952, he invited Huang Yanpei, head of the Democratic National Construction Association and Deputy Prime Minister of the Government Affairs Council, to speak. Mao Zedong first affirmed the important role of the Democratic National Construction Association. He said, "The Democratic National Congress will not accept those who are full of the five poisons of capitalists and are completely illegal. We must fight for those who are law-abiding and basically law-abiding, and we must fight for those who are semi-law-abiding and semi-illegal. It is necessary to educate and transform them, and we must pay special attention to industry. It is beneficial to the country to persuade everyone to step-by-step transfer commercial capital to industry under the leadership of the people's government and based on the country's economic needs. Business, especially speculators, is of no benefit to the country and the people and should never be used." Mao Zedong also emphasized the importance of big capitalists. He said, "From a national perspective, the factories controlled by some big industrialists have a greater economic role than all the small industries and commerce in some cities. From an economic point of view, looking at the big picture, these situations are worth noting." Finally, Mao Zedong asked Huang Yanpei, "How do you think this movement affects unity?" Huang replied, "Yes." Mao Zedong said, "This movement is for unity, and the struggle is for unity. The success of this movement should have enhanced unity. The massive Five Antis movement has greatly shocked the illegal capitalists, and many people have confessed their illegal activities. This is a powerful complement to the ascendant Three Antis movement. However, the Five Antis movement also created a tense atmosphere in society. Capitalists were panicked, private enterprise production declined, the market was thin, tax revenues decreased, unemployed workers increased, and capital construction projects were postponed. The Tianjin Municipal Committee of the Communist Party of China was the first to reflect these situations. In a request for instructions written to Mao Zedong, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the North China Bureau, the Central Finance Commission and Peng Zhen on February 14, they said, "Since the Three Antis, internal and external exchanges and urban-rural exchanges have stagnated, wholesale business transactions have been reduced by half, banks have not given loans, private individuals have not purchased goods, industrial production has begun to decline, and tax revenue has decreased significantly. Some working people who are directly affected are already complaining. If no measures are taken, the economic shrinkage will continue to develop. If the time is too long, the damage to the vitality will be too great. The Tianjin Municipal Party Committee believes that economic work must be taken into consideration without affecting the Three Evils movement. This report attracted great attention from Mao Zedong. The next day, he issued an instruction in the name of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, requiring that all city committees and municipal governments should pay attention to maintaining the normal progress of economic life while carrying out the struggle against the Three Evils and the Five Evils. If abnormal conditions occur within a short period of time, they should quickly restore normal conditions. Later, when he forwarded a Five Antis report in Shanghai to the central government, he said in a clearer and firmer tone, "It is extremely important to not miss production in particular. Anyone in each city who makes mistakes in production should immediately change their practices." Mao Zedong also received a telegram from Deng Xiaoping on February 22, which reflected the obvious stagnation of industry and commerce in the southwest region. Trade volume and tax revenue were significantly reduced. The turnover of state-owned department stores was only 30% of the original, and industrial equipment was only 15%. Many private enterprises had nothing to do, and a large number of construction workers were unemployed. The stagnation of industry and commerce has exacerbated the difficulties of the urban poor. 20,000 people in District 1 of Chongqing have gone without food and began to express their dissatisfaction with the Three Antis and Five Antis. Deng Xiaoping suggested that the central government take emergency measures to start the market by resuming processing and ordering in some construction industries and private industries. Mao Zedong agreed and asked all central bureaus to pay serious attention to solving the same problems raised by Comrade Deng Xiaoping's telegram. Various circumstances have shown that engaging in the Five Antis and fighting against the illegal activities of the bourgeoisie in cities, especially in big cities, is far more complicated than engaging in land reform and eradicating the feudal land system in rural areas, and has a much greater impact and shock on society. One trigger affects the whole body. Mao Zedong assessed the situation, took timely measures, and adjusted arrangements. He must not only identify the problem and deal a heavy blow to the illegal capitalists, but also maintain the normal operation of social and economic life, protect the legitimate rights and interests of the national bourgeoisie, and not affect the recovery and development of the national economy. The first measure Mao Zedong took was to encourage law-abiding industrial and commercial households to continue business as usual, and to make conclusions as soon as possible on industrial and commercial households with minor problems and classify them as law-abiding households, so as to expand the scope of law-abiding households. According to Mao Zedong's estimation, these two categories of law-abiding and semi-law-abiding industrial and commercial households accounted for about 95% of all industrial and commercial households. He said, after dealing with the two major categories of law-abiding and semi-law-abiding capitalists in the city, which account for about 95%, people's hearts will be at peace, and the economic activities that have been temporarily suspended, semi-paused or inactive can be resumed. Therefore, Mao Zedong proposed, each city's municipal party committee and municipal government must use the main force to deal with the aforementioned two categories of capitalists at the appropriate time. Soon, Mao Zedong increased the four categories of industrial and commercial households initially specified to 5 categories based on the actual situation, and added the category of basically law-abiding households. According to the situation in Beijing, about 10% of households are law-abiding, about 60% are basically law-abiding households, and about 25% are semi-law-abiding and semi-illegal households. In this way, the number of industrial and commercial households fighting for and uniting still accounts for about 95%. On March 13, Mao Zedong saw Bo Yubo's report from Shanghai on the classification of industrial and commercial households in Shanghai. He found that the second category accounted for 36.8%, and the third category accounted for 44.2%. He believed that the proportion classified in the third category was too large, and asked Zhou Enlai and Bo Yubo to study whether some of them could be moved from the third category to the second category. On March 16, he drafted a telegram to the Shanghai Municipal Committee and Bo Yubo for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, telling them, in Shanghai's 5 Antis plan, we hope to move part of it from the third category to the second category. It would be better if the number of capitalists under firm protection and general protection can be increased, and we hope to handle it as appropriate. Maximize the number of industrial and commercial households to fight for, unite and protect and isolate and crack down on the very small number of serious illegal capitalists to the maximum extent. Mao Zedong's strategic thinking is becoming more and more clear. Another measure taken by Mao Zedong was to adjust the campaign deployment, shorten the time of the 5 Antis campaign, and implement more secure and cautious work steps. Regarding the launch of the 5 Antis movement, his earliest request was, all major cities across the country should enter the 5 Antis campaign in early February. When he discovered the abnormal state of economic life caused by the 3 Antis and 5 Antis, he immediately adjusted his deployment. First, postpone the 5 Antis movement in Shanghai, which has the largest concentration of industrial and commercial capitalists in the country. In the instructions drafted for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on February 22, he said, Shanghai will not be able to officially launch the 5 Antis campaign on a large scale until early March, and it will not be able to do so until late March or early April. A later launch of the 5 Antis in Shanghai will be beneficial to the entire economy. Secondly, it is proposed to carry out the 5 Antis in large and medium-sized cities in a step-by-step manner. He said in another instruction drafted for the Central Committee, for example, in Hebei, the first step is to launch the 5 rebellions in the 2 major cities of Beijing and Tianjin. This is directly led by the Central Committee. The problem can be basically solved before March 10. The second step is to launch the 5 rebellions in the 4 major cities of Tangshan, Shijiazhuang, Qinhuangdao, and Beijing and medium-sized cities. This is led by the North China Bureau and the Hebei Provincial Party Committee. They plan in the third step, the 5 rebellions were carried out in 10 towns including Tongxian, Batu, Xinji, Yangliaking, Kangxian, Xingtai, Handan, Hang, Linking, and Shengfang. This is the 10 towns after the 4 cities listed above. Is also a medium-sized city. After the 4 cities have gained experience, they will launch the 5 counterattacks in the 10 towns, and the Provincial Party Committee and the Prefectural Party Committee will resolutely stop it. We will talk about it later. Due to the adoption of the above 2 important measures, the difficulties and abnormal conditions in social and economic life were quickly alleviated and improved without causing major social shocks. During the 3 Antis and 5 Antis movements, along with the exposure of the 5 evil behaviors of the bourgeoisie and the criticism of bourgeois ideas, a left sentiment arose among some cadres and the masses. This sentiment was reflected on the theoretical front, manifested in articles containing principled errors published in the first, second, and third issues of 1952 of the Study magazine sponsored by the Propaganda Department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. These articles essentially deny that the bourgeoisie still has 2 sides at this stage, believing that the bourgeoisie now only has a reactionary and decadent side, but no positive side. Mao Zedong discovered this mistake and criticized it severely, and the Propaganda Department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China conducted a review. At the end of the 3 Antis movement, some democratic parties planned to use ideological inspection, that is, to conduct rectification-style review and criticism of individual thoughts and ask them to express their attitudes. The Central United Front Work Department considered this inappropriate and advised them not to adopt it. The United Front Work Department addressed this issue in an instruction draft it was preparing to issue. When Mao Zedong reviewed this case, he rewritten and added another paragraph, in the period of new democracy, that is, the period in which the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie are allowed to exist, if they are required to conform to the positions and ideas of the working class and cancel their bourgeois and petty bourgeois positions and ideas, the result will not be chaos, but will force disguise. This is a violation of the United Front. It is unfavorable and illogical. During the period when the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie are allowed to exist, this idea is divorced from Marxism and is a childish and ridiculous idea. Some members of our party have developed this wrong idea and should be corrected. In the process of guiding the movement, Mao Zedong kept a clear mind in theory. This played an important role in ensuring that the Five Antis movement did not make principled errors or major deviations. In guiding practical work, we always pay attention to ideological and theoretical trends and use correct theories to guide practice. This is an important feature of Mao Zedong's leadership work. The movement deepened step by step, experience accumulated bit by bit, and people's understanding of the Five Antis movement gradually deepened. On the basis of summarizing the previous experience, Mao Zedong put forward 8 items that must be achieved in the struggle against the Five Antis and beyond. Thoroughly find out the situation of private industry and commerce in order to unite and control the bourgeoisie and carry out the country's planned economy. If the situation is unclear, it is impossible to carry out the planned economy. Clearly distinguish the boundaries between the working class and the bourgeoisie, eliminate corruption in trade unions and bureaucracy that is divorced from the masses, and eliminate the lackeys of the bourgeoisie in trade unions. Restructure trade associations and federations of industry and commerce, expel those who have committed the 5 poisons and others who have completely lost their prestige from the leadership bodies of these groups, and attract those who have performed well in the 5 evils to come in. Except for outright offenders, all types of business and industry should be represented. Help the leaders of the Democratic National Construction Association to rectify the Democratic National Construction Association, expel those who are full of the 5 poisons and those who are very disappointing, and add a group of better people to make it a political organization that can represent the legitimate interests of the bourgeoisie, mainly the industrial bourgeoisie, and educate the bourgeoisie on the principles of the common program and the 5 Antis. Eliminate the 5 poisons and eradicate speculative commerce, so that the entire bourgeoisie obeys state laws and operates industry and commerce that is beneficial to the national economy and people's livelihood, within the scope defined by the state. Try to develop private industry and gradually reduce private commerce. Abolish post-account accounting, make the economy open, and gradually establish a system for workers and clerks to supervise production and operations. Recover most of the economic losses of the country and the people from compensation, refund, penalty, and confiscation. Establish party branches among workers and clerks in all large and medium-sized private enterprises to strengthen party work. These 8 articles summarize the basic principles of the 5 Antis movement, giving the whole party a new understanding of the significance of the 5 Antis movement and leading this struggle more consciously. These 8 items not only have economic significance, but also political significance. It closely integrates the 5 Antis movement with the socio-economic development of the entire country and is closely related to the direction of national development. By achieving these 8 things, we can realize the situation that Mao Zedong hoped for, in which the country can completely control capitalist industry and commerce. As he said, the 5 Antis movement was not mainly about making a few bucks, but about transforming society. Starting from May 1952, Mao Zedong began to deploy the work of ending the 5 Antis. As early April, he proposed that the 5 Antis campaign should not be delayed too long. He said, the attack must be limited and cannot go too far. If it goes too far, problems will occur. We have already attacked the bourgeoisie, and now we can talk about unity with them on a new basis. In Mao Zedong's mind, he has never forgotten the overriding central task of New China, which is to quickly restore and develop the national economy. All other work, including the 5 Antis campaign, must be subordinate to this overall situation. At the critical moment when the 5 Antis were being finalized, on May 9, Mao Zedong promptly drafted instructions for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on issues such as the finalization of the 5 antis and the work of making amends and withdrawals. In order to successfully end the 5 antis movement, Mao Zedong proposed a series of policies and regulations for leniency. The instruction said, "Now when the 3 antis and 5 antis are finally being finalized, we must be strict with the struggle and deal with it leniently. We must be strict with those who should be strict and be lenient with those who should be lenient, and end this struggle well." The specific content of the instructions is excerpted as follows. During the 5 antis struggle, the working group and workers generally calculated the illegal gains of capitalists at a very high level. When finalizing the case, they must lower it reasonably to make it consistent with the actual economic situation, so that the average capitalist will still have a surplus after making up for the loss. Comrade Bo Yubo reported back to Beijing that Guangzhou New Pharmaceuticals' illegal income was originally estimated at 100 billion yuan, but we took the initiative to reduce it several times and finally set it at 36 billion yuan. Due to the unexpected leniency of the capitalists, everyone is happy. This ratio is slightly more than 1/3. Please consider the overall situation and finalize the decision roughly according to this ratio. We will be able to take full initiative politically and economically, quickly recover and develop the economy, and enable the capitalists to come closer to us, restore business enthusiasm, and prevent workers from losing their jobs. It would be appropriate for most capitalists to postpone the time for compensation until September or October. Those with large numbers can make compensation over many years, and part of it can be used as public shares without handing over cash. This is completely necessary to activate the market and prevent unemployment. Fines can only be imposed on a very small number of people, and the sentences should be particularly small. Harsh policies should not be adopted in terms of payment of labor and premiums. It is imperative that workers supervise production, but it should not be done too hastily. The central government has agreed to only conduct typical trials in a few factories and stores for now. After the capitalists have taken a breath, they will gradually promote it in the autumn or winter. The issue of workers' welfare must be solved, but it must be solved in a way that is consistent with the actual economic situation. It cannot be too low, but it must not be too high, which will lead to passiveness. From the above items, we can see that Mao Zedong's final decision on the 5 antis movement was not mainly about how much money he could get from illegal capitalists, but about more far-reaching considerations, focusing on the recovery and development of the national economy, focusing on the long-term interests of the working class, and focusing on the correct handling of the relationship between the national bourgeoisie. According to this instruction from the central government, the finalization and processing work in various places went relatively smoothly. Mao Zedong paid special attention to the finalization of the case in Shanghai. There are many big capitalists in Shanghai, and how they deal with Shanghai's industrial and commercial households will have a huge impact on the whole country, both economically and politically. Rong Yiren's family is the largest national capitalist in Shanghai, and his treatment is even more eye-catching. The Rong family's companies also found some problems in the 5 antis. Which category should they be classified into? After repeated discussions between Bo Yubo and Chen Yi, they were designated as basically law-abiding households. This opinion was reported to Zhou Enlai, who in turn reported it to Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong said, "Why be so stingy? To be more generous, it would be classified as a completely law-abiding household." This model tree has had a great influence in Shanghai and even major cities across the country. The 5 antis movement began by attacking the 5 poisons of the bourgeoisie, but its actual results have gone far beyond this scope. Its direct result is a fundamental change in the balance of power between the working class and the bourgeoisie. As the Political Bureau meeting of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China pointed out in February 1956, through the 5 antis movement, as a class, the bourgeoisie has been overwhelmed by the working masses and the power of the state led by the working class. This created unprecedented conditions for the gradual transformation of capitalist industry and commerce in a peaceful manner. On June 6, 1952, when the five antis were coming to an end, Mao Zedong proposed, after overthrowing the landlord class and the bureaucratic bourgeoisie, the main contradiction within China is the contradiction between the working class and the national bourgeoisie, so the national bourgeoisie should no longer be called the middle class. This heralded that a new stage in the historical development of New China was coming, and the Chinese Communist Party's policies would undergo a new change. The three antis and five antis movements launched in December 1951 and January 1952 were another social reform movement following the three major movements to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, land reform, and the suppression of counter-revolutionaries. They have played a positive role in cleaning up the corruption and extravagance left over from the old society, establishing a fine style of hard work, diligence, and honesty, changing customs, and created a good social environment for the country to carry out large-scale economic construction. The three antis and five antis movements took a special form of struggle as a mass movement under the historical conditions at that time. In guiding this movement, Mao Zedong always paid attention to maintaining the normal progress of social and economic life, striving to minimize the negative impact of mass movements on economic life, paying attention to improving intra-party democratic life, ensuring that responsible persons in various places could promptly report shortcomings and deviations in the movement to Mao Zedong and the party's Central Committee. As the top decision-maker and leader, Mao Zedong listened attentively to the opinions from below, pooled the wisdom of the whole party, affirmed and promoted good experience, and at the same time sought truth from facts to correct deviations in the movement and correct wrong cases. After the end of the five antis, the industry and commerce were immediately adjusted, which revitalized the once depressed market and enabled the economy to develop well. Generally speaking, the three antis and five antis movements were successful and achieved great results. At that time, Mao Zedong commented this way: the victory of the three antis and the five antis is extremely great. There is no doubt that the three antis and the five antis should be carried out. If we do not carry out this just struggle, we will fail. 7. General line for the transition period. In 1952, the People's Republic had gone through 3 years of glorious victory. The land of China is filled with spring sunshine, full of vitality and hope. The task of restoring the national economy was completed ahead of schedule. The three major movements to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, land reform, and suppress counter-revolution have achieved great victories. The three antis and five antis movements have come to an end. Starting from 1953, large-scale economic construction nationwide will begin. Mao Zedong proposed a long-term development strategy for China in February 1951, namely 3 years of preparation and 10 years of planned economic construction. The 3-year preparation task from 1950 to 1952 has been achieved. What should be the next step? As a strategist, Mao Zedong was making overall and long-term considerations and providing theoretical guidance. At this time, he was not only considering how to carry out large-scale economic construction in China, but also making a major decision that would have a profound impact on China's future development: how to transition to socialism. According to existing documentary records, after the founding of New China, Mao Zedong first raised the issue of transition to socialism at the meeting of the Secretariat of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on September 24, 1952. He said, "Socialism will basically be completed in 10 to 15 years, instead of transitioning to socialism 10 years later." The second plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China proposed restrictions and counter-restrictions, and now the content is richer. In industry, the private sector accounts for 32.7%, and the state-owned sector accounts for 67.3%, which is 37%, commercial retail is 46%. After 5 years of development, the proportion will be smaller, but the absolute figures capital will still have some development, but this is not socialism. What will happen in 5 years, what will happen in 10 years, and what will happen in 15 years? The nature of capitalism has also changed. It is a new type of capitalism: public-private partnership, processing and ordering, workers' supervision, capital disclosure, technology disclosure, financial disclosure. They are already hanging on to the Communist Party and cannot do without it. Their children will also be close to the Communist Party. The countryside is also developing towards cooperation and mutual assistance. Landlords and rich peasants are not allowed to participate in the first 5 years, but they are allowed to participate in the next 5 years. A total of 16 people attended the Secretariat meeting: Mao Zedong, Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Peng Zhen, Chen Yun, Peng Dihui, Deng Xiaoping, Chen Yi, Bo Yubo, Luo Ruqing, Su Yu, and Zaiwen, Yang Shankan, Rao Shuxi, Shi Zongxuan, and Nai Rongzhen. According to Bo Yubo's recollection, other central leaders did not raise any objections to Mao Zedong's above-mentioned arguments. Since then, several Central Secretariat meetings have been held for discussion. This is a very important meeting. Mao Zedong's speech showed that his steps and methods for transforming from new democracy to socialism had changed from his original assumptions. The transition from new democracy to socialism was based on Mao Zedong's theory of a two-step revolution in China and was decided at the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The first step in the Chinese Revolution is to change the semi-colonial and semi-feudal social form and establish a new democratic society under the joint dictatorship of various revolutionary classes led by the proletariat, clearing a broader path for the development of socialism. The second step is to move the revolution forward and establish a socialist society. The two revolutionary stages must be distinguished, and the results cannot be completed in one battle. The two revolutionary stages must be connected. The first step prepares the conditions for the second step, and a stage of bourgeois dictatorship cannot be interrupted. The first page of Bo Yubo's letter to Tianjin on December 30, 1965. However, when to change, how to change, and what are the specific steps and methods of change need to be solved in practice according to the development of the situation. Mao Zedong and other leaders of the Communist Party of China originally envisioned this: in the period after the founding of New China, the first task was not to immediately transform into a socialist society, but to quickly restore and develop the national economy and start large-scale national industrialization, so that the political, economic, and cultural forms of new democracy would develop to a considerable extent, and lay the foundation for China to steadily transform from an agricultural country to an industrial country, and from a new democratic country to a socialist country. That is to say, first go through a period of development of a new democratic society, and when conditions are mature, then depending on the situation, take serious socialist steps to enter socialism in one fell swoop. Until 1950, Mao Zedong still envisioned this. He believes that China's nationalization of private industry and socialization of agriculture are still in the distant future. He said, "This is how our country has been making steady progress. After the war and the new democratic reform, in the future, after the national economic and cultural undertakings have greatly prospered, after various conditions have been met, and after the people of the country have matured their consideration and everyone has agreed, we can calmly and properly enter the new era of socialism." When making this assumption, Mao Zedong fully estimated the favorable factors for the transition to a socialist society, including the leadership of the proletariat and the Chinese Communist Party. The state controls the economic lifeline, with the state-owned economy in a leading position, and the steady development of the cooperative economy and the state capitalist economy. It also fully takes into account the various constraints that prevent the immediate transformation to socialism. These are mainly, the national economy has not yet recovered and developed, large-scale national industrialization has not yet begun, and the material foundation and social and economic order necessary for the transformation to socialism are lacking. The agricultural economy and handicrafts account for about 90% of the national economy. Although the industrial economy is getting rid of the shackles of the feudal system, its production methods are still individual, decentralized, and very backward. It is still a process to guide them to the track of the cooperative economy through appropriate forms. The private capitalist industry, which ranks second in China's modern industry, has not yet been integrated into the track of the state-owned economy. Mao Zedong estimated when the People's Republic of China was founded in 1949 that it would take about 20 to 30 years to fundamentally change the situation and meet the conditions for transition to socialism. However, by the turn of the summer and autumn of 1952, some changes beyond original expectations had occurred in China's social and economic reality. The first change is that with huge financial resources supporting the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, the task of restoring the national economy was miraculously completed ahead of schedule. On the occasion of the third anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, good news came that the output of major industrial and agricultural products exceeded the highest level before the founding of the People's Republic of China. The total industrial and agricultural output value increased by 20% compared with the highest level in 1936 before the founding of the People's Republic of China. The original estimate was that it would take 3 to 5 years to restore the national economy. The second change is that after 3 years of economic recovery, the ratio of output values between state-owned industry and commerce and private industry and commerce has undergone fundamental changes. In 1949, the public-private ratio of China's gross industrial output was 43.8% for the state sector and 56.2% for the private sector. By September 1952, the state sector had risen to 67.3%, while the private sector had dropped to 32.7%. The state sector had surpassed the private sector. After the Five Antis movement, private industry and commerce has begun to accept the leadership of the state economy, and a series of low-level to high-level forms of state capitalism have emerged, such as processing and ordering, distribution and sales, unified purchasing and underwriting, and public-private partnerships. In the field of industrial and commercial circulation, a profound social change has actually begun. The third change is that after the land reform, mutual aid and cooperation in rural areas have generally developed, mainly mutual aid groups, but also some agricultural production cooperatives whose main feature is land shareholding, and a few collective farms. Following the land reform, a more profound change in rural production relations and productivity is also quietly emerging. These three important social and economic phenomena were reflected in Mao Zedong's mind, causing him to make new theoretical thinking and decisions. What caught his attention most was the change in the public-private ratio of industry and commerce. This is obviously not a simple numerical issue, but a concentrated reflection of the gradual transformation of China's social and economic pattern. Mao Zedong has always attached great importance to quantitative analysis of social and economic conditions, and used this as an important basis for formulating policies and strategies. At the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, his theoretical and principled analysis of the economic policies adopted by the Communist Party of China was based on basic data about China's economic situation. The changes in the public-private ratio of China's industrial and commercial output have become an important basis for Mao Zedong's proposal of transition to socialism. Mao Zedong's proposal of transition to socialism is also inseparable from his analysis and judgment of the international and domestic situation. He estimated that a world war would generally not break out in 10 to 15 years, and it was possible to strive for 15 years without war. At the same time, the Korean War was coming to an end, and various domestic social reforms had been basically completed and entered a period of construction. In this way, it is possible to raise the question of transition. Mao Zedong's proposal of transition to socialism was also directly related to his basic analysis of the class situation and the main social contradictions in Chinese society at that time. The transformation of the nature of revolution is determined by changes in class relations and changes in the principal contradictions in society. As mentioned earlier, in June 1952, When the 3 antis and 5 antis were coming to an end and the nationwide land reform was basically completed, he proposed, after overthrowing the landlord class and the bureaucratic bourgeoisie, the main contradiction within China is the contradiction between the working class and the national bourgeoisie, so the national bourgeoisie should no longer be called the middle class. Changing the formulation of the steps for the transition from new democracy to socialism, that is, starting the transition to socialism from now on, rather than waiting until 10 or 15 years later, is a major turning point in the process of China's socialist revolution. In this regard, Mao Zedong adopted a very cautious attitude. Although other CCP leaders had no objections, he felt it was still necessary to listen to Stalin's opinion. In October 1952, taking advantage of Liu Shaokai's opportunity to lead a delegation from the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China to attend the 19th National Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Mao Zedong commissioned Liu Shaokai to seek Stalin's opinion on this issue. In his letter to Stalin on October 20, Liu Shaokai gave a detailed explanation based on Mao Zedong's opinions. The letter said, China's current gross industrial production, state-owned enterprises account for 67.3%, and private enterprises account for only 32.7%. In 1949, state-owned enterprises accounted for only 43.8%, and private enterprises accounted for 56.2%. In commerce, the proportion of the national gross merchandise value, state-owned enterprises plus cooperatives now account for 62.9%, and private enterprises only account for 62.9%. Accounting for 37.1%, but in retail commerce, the private sector still accounts for 67%. In industry and commerce, the proportion of state-owned enterprises has once again exceeded that of the private sector. In addition, all railways are state-owned, banks are almost all state-owned, and there are very few private operators in import and export trade. The country's main commodities are controlled by the state, and the production of means of production is 82.8%. This is the current situation. We estimate that in another 5 years, that is, after we implement the first 5-year economic plan, the proportion of the private economy in industry will increase even more, while the proportion of the private capitalist economy will shrink to less than 20%. In another 10 years, private industry will shrink to less than 10%. Although the proportion of private industry will shrink, there will still be some growth in absolute terms. Therefore, most capitalists will still feel satisfied and cooperate with the government. In 10 years' time, more than 90% of China's industry will be state-owned, and less than 10% of private industry will be private. These private industries generally rely on the state to supply raw materials, purchase and market their finished products, and bank loans. They are included in national plans and cannot operate independently. At that time, we can easily bring this part of private industry under the control of the state. When expropriating capitalists' factories and returning them to the state, we imagine that in most cases such a method may be adopted, that is, the capitalists are advised to dedicate their factories to the state, and the state retains the property consumed by the capitalists, allocates jobs to working capitalists, and protects their lives. In special circumstances, the state may also pay part of the price to the capitalists. We estimate that by then, most Chinese capitalists may agree to hand over their factories to the state under the above conditions. This is a possible way for industrial nationalization that we envision in the future. As for the specific method to be adopted in the future and the timing of nationalization, of course, it will depend on the future situation. In agriculture, after the land reform, we have developed a mutual aid and cooperative movement among farmers. At present, 40% of the farmers nationwide participate in this movement, and 70 to 80% in the old liberated areas. There are thousands of well-organized agricultural production cooperatives with land as shares and several collective farms. We plan to vigorously and steadily develop this movement in the future, and plan to organize most of China's farmers into agricultural production cooperatives and collective farms within the next 10 to 15 years, and then basically realize the collectivization of China's agricultural economy. In China, in addition to modern industry and agriculture, there is also a vast handicraft industry. The production volume of the handicraft industry now exceeds the production volume of the machine industry, and most of the finished products necessary for the people are still supplied by the handicraft industry. For these handicraft industries, we are prepared to help small handicraftsmen organize production cooperatives and encourage handicraft workshop owners to unite and adopt machine production. Some of them will be machine produced. However, our situation among small handicraftsmen is different from that among peasants. We have established or are about to establish party organizations in the struggle of peasants against landlords, but we generally do not have party organizations among handicraftsmen. Therefore, we will have more difficulties in the movement to transform handicrafts and organize handicraft production cooperatives, and it may also take more time. This is roughly how we envision the transition to socialism. Liu Shaokai specifically stated in his letter, these issues have not been discussed at the meeting of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. They are just an idea of a few comrades and have been discussed in informal conversations. Stalin read Liu Shaokai's letter and made a positive evaluation of the CCP's vision when he met with the CCP delegation on October 24. He said, "I think your idea is right. After we take power, we should adopt a gradual approach to the transition to socialism. Your attitude towards the Chinese bourgeoisie is correct." Stalin's statement was undoubtedly an ideological and theoretical support for Mao Zedong. Regarding the idea of realizing the transformation to socialism within 10 to 15 years, Mao Zedong initially spoke on a very small scale. Luo Ruqing, the then Minister of Public Security, conveyed it to a considerable extent. After being discovered by the central government, Luo Ruqing made a self-examination and requested punishment. For this reason, Mao Zedong wrote a letter to more than a dozen central leaders and took responsibility himself. He said, "When I spoke about this matter in the past, I did not clearly state the nature of this opinion, the scope of communication and who should not convey it as I did at the meeting on November 12. Therefore, some comrades conveyed it within a certain range. This matter should not be held responsible by them, but by me. Comrade Luo Ruqing should be punished for this matter." From this incident, it can be seen that Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China were very cautious when they decided to transition to socialism. When Mao Zedong was formulating a new idea and proposing a major decision, he always focused on this issue, kept thinking about it, and talked about it repeatedly. On the one hand, he promoted his own views, and on the other hand, he looked at the reactions of others to make his ideas more appropriate and perfect. Since he raised the issue of transition to socialism at the Central Secretariat meeting on September 24, 1952, he has raised this issue at the Central Secretariat meeting many times. For example, on November 3, 1952, he proposed, "The bourgeoisie must be eliminated and capitalist industry and commerce must be eliminated, but there must be steps. First, it must be eliminated, and second, it must be supported." On January 31, 1953, he said, "For the bourgeoisie, there are still several problems that have not been completely solved. 1. Taxation, 2. Labor and capital, 3. Business adjustment, and 4. Shortage of funds. To solve." On February 1, 1953, he expressed his disapproval of the statement in a document that our country's social and economic structure has been reorganized on a large scale. He said, "Only the state-owned industry, transportation industry, and wholesale trade have been reorganized, but the others have not been reorganized. Agriculture, handicrafts, capitalist commerce, and capitalist industry have just begun to be reorganized. Industry is far from complete, and commercial retail is gradually expanding. In agriculture, when farmers obtain land from landlords, the change from feudal ownership to individual ownership is a reorganization, but the change from individual ownership to small collective ownership is just beginning. After several months of deliberation, Mao Zedong's thinking on the transition to socialism has become relatively mature. But he felt that he still needed to do some research, listen to the opinions of local and grassroots cadres, and at the same time inform and do some publicity to a certain range of cadres below. In addition, in terms of financial work, he has received the following feedback during this period. In order to clarify the situation, some investigation is also needed. On February 15, 1953, the second day of the first lunar month, Mao Zedong left Beijing and took a special train south along the Beijing-Hankow line. This was Mao Zedong's second outing to inspect work after entering Beijing. That morning, the special train passed through Hebei, and he wanted to find a county party committee secretary to learn about the situation of mutual aid and cooperation in rural areas. Zhang Yumei, the second secretary of the Xingtai County Party Committee and the county magistrate, was invited to the special train. The special train runs on the vast North China Plain. In February in the north, the weather is relatively cold. But the carriage conference room was full of spring. Sitting there were Mao Zedong, Luo Ruqing, Yang Shankan, Ma Kuoyue, and Zhang Yumei. Mao Zedong asked Zhang Yumei in detail about the development of agricultural mutual assistance and cooperation in Xingtai County. When he learned that 87% of the county's farmers had joined cooperatives and organizations, Mao Zedong was happy and surprised, and asked why. Zhang Yumei answered, "First, Xingtai County is an old liberated area with a history of mutual assistance and cooperation for more than 10 years. Second, the party central committee's policies, principles, and methods on mutual assistance and cooperation are in line with public opinion and have been supported by the majority of farmers." Then she introduced the situation of two village-run cooperatives. One of them, Dongchuankao, had 70 households. In just over a month, the entire village became cooperative. In 1952, the year the cooperative was established, grain production increased by 12%. Mao Zedong was very excited after hearing this and said, "Yes, most farmers are willing to take the socialist road, because it is a road from poverty to wealth. The key is the attitude of our leaders." The people in these two villages are very enthusiastic about setting up cooperatives, and they have done a good job in ideological mobilization. Mao Zedong asked Zhang Yumei what difficulties and problems there were in running a cooperative, and asked Zhang Yumei to answer in detail one by one. After dinner, the special train was approaching Zhengzhou station and the conversation was about to end. Mao Zedong finally said, "It seems that agriculture can be cooperated without mechanizing it first. China may not necessarily follow the Soviet Union's approach." Zhang Yumei asked for instructions on the work of Xingtai County. Mao Zedong said, "Xingtai is an old area, and cooperativization can be advanced. When it comes to cooperative issues, it must be handled in a positive, prudent, and typical way." This was the first time that Mao Zedong investigated rural mutual aid and cooperation with grassroots cadres after the founding of New China. Late at night on February 16, 1953, Mao Zedong took a special train to Wuhan, which he had not seen for 25 years. On the evening of February 17, he invited a few leaders of the Central South Bureau, Hubei Provincial Committee, and Wuhan Municipal Committee to have dinner together. During and after the meal, I asked Wang Renzhong, then secretary of the Wuhan Municipal Party Committee, about the situation of Wuhan's industry, handicrafts and public-private partnerships. In his speech, Mao Zedong focused on the issue of transition to socialism. According to Wang Renzhong's diary, the main points of Mao Zedong's conversation are as follows. 1. Some people say that the new democratic order must be consolidated, while others advocate the four freedoms. I think these are wrong. New democracy is a stage of transition to socialism. During this transitional stage, socialist transformation of private industry, commerce, handicrafts, and agriculture must be carried out. There must be a way to transition. Just like going from Hankow to Wuchang, you have to take a boat. It will take about 3 5-year plans from now on for the country to realize the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts and private industry and commerce, and this will be carried out simultaneously with the gradual industrialization of the country. 2. After the liberation of the country, rich peasants no longer dared to hire workers. Even where land reform had not been completed, rich peasants actually became wealthy middle peasants. Stalin suggested that we retain rich peasants in land reform so as not to affect agricultural production. We do not rely on rich farmers to develop agricultural production, but on the mutual assistance and cooperation of farmers. 3. Our current family foundation is very weak, with very little steel, we cannot build cars, and we cannot build a single airplane. The production of flour and cotton cloth is still mainly privately owned. 4th, we must unite Democrats to make their lives better and win them to join us in construction. If the economic foundation is not strong, the political foundation will not be strong either. 5. How to transfer private industry and commerce? What do capitalists transfer? How do they live? Some of them will enter socialism with us. As long as they are not counter-revolutionaries, they must be given jobs and food to eat. On February 18, Mao Zedong investigated the status of the handicraft industry with the relevant persons in charge of Wuhan City and Wuchang District. On February 19, Mao Zedong spoke to several leaders of the Central and South Bureau. When talking about socialist transformation, he said, "I love a progressive China, but I don't love a backward China. China has 3 enemies that have been defeated. There are also 3 problems: the national bourgeoisie, individual agriculture, handicrafts, and illiteracy. Of course, these people cannot be treated in the same way as the first 3 enemies. Individual agriculture must be replaced by cooperatives and state-owned farms, and handicraft industry must be replaced by modern industry. The handicraft industry still needs to be relied on and promoted, and it cannot do without it. For the national bourgeoisie, we can adopt the method of redemption." At noon that day, Mao Zedong left Wuhan, took the Yangtze River warship down the river, transferred to the Luoyang warship in Zhejiang, and arrived in Anqing on February 20. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, the warship was anchored on the Anqing River. According to Fu Dazhang, who was secretary of the Anqing Prefectural Committee at that time, recalled, on the morning of the 21st, Comrade Zhao Jinshan, secretary of the Anqing Municipal Party Committee, and I arrived on the ship together. After staying for a while, Chairman Mao got up. At 11 o'clock, we followed the chairman for a walk on the river bank. Chairman Mao cared about the people's production and life. He walked to the people's vegetable fields, pointed out the names of vegetables as he walked, and asked us about the people's living conditions. Then we boarded a warship with the chairman and went to Nanjing. We were preparing to report on our work, and the chairman said that you are not required to report today. If you have any questions, you can raise them and talk casually. I talked about the lack of experience in cooperativization after the land reform, and hoped that the central government would organize people to visit the Soviet Union. The chairman said that he had to create experience in practice, and everyone had his own situation. There were too many people visiting the Soviet Union, and it was inconvenient for them. When reporting on the mutual aid and cooperation movement after the land reform, Chairman Mao pointed out that we must do a good job in the transformation of the revolution. He vividly pulled the trigger counting on his fingers. He said, "If there are 10 tasks in the new democratic revolution, and 7 or 8 of them have been completed, should we wait until these 10 tasks are completed before we start socialism? No, we can start the socialist revolution as soon as the basic conditions are mature, but the 2 stages cannot be completely separated." Mao Zedong came to Nanjing on the warship Luoyang. Then go north via Suzhou and Tianjin, and return to Beijing on February 26. Along the way, we focused on understanding the economic situation from the leaders of Jiangsu Province, Tianjin City, and other cities. During this inspection trip south, Mao Zedong clarified the issue of transition to socialism not only to leading cadres at the Central Bureau and provincial level, but also at the regional level, and requested that the issue be clarified at the county level as well. 3 months ago, Luo Ruqing was criticized for spreading the issue of transition time to a wider range. Now Mao Zedong directly spread the issue to a wider range, which shows the changes in Mao Zedong's thinking. The day after returning to Beijing, at 8 p.m. on February 27, Mao Zedong held a meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee in Yiniantang. The meeting lasted until 1 a.m. the next day. Mao Zedong talked about his conversation with the person in charge of the Zhejiang Prefectural Committee during his inspection in Hubei. He said, "What is the transition period? The transitional step is towards socialism." I explained to them in a finger-wrenching way that it is similar to crossing a bridge. 1 step is considered a transition, 2 steps are 2 years, 3 steps are 3 years, 4 steps are 4 years, 5 steps are 5 years, 6 steps are 6 years, 10 to 15 years are completed. I asked them to pass this message to the county party committee secretary and county magistrate. Within 10 to 15 years or more, the country's industrialization and socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce will be basically completed. Beware of impatience. At this time, Mao Zedong's thoughts on the general line for the transitional period had matured, and a more accurate expression of this general line had basically taken shape. In the process of preparing the general line for the transitional period, on December 31, 1952, the People's Daily published the notice on several amendments to the tax system and the date of implementation, and at the same time published an editorial titled "Efforts to Implement the Revised Tax System" and a report. The All China Federation of Industry and Commerce Preparatory Committee supports the revised tax system. When explaining the necessity and purpose of amending the tax system, this editorial used the phrase "both public and private parties should pay taxes equally." The plan to amend the tax system was proposed by the Ministry of Finance, discussed and approved by the party group of the Central Financial and Economic Commission, and approved by the 164th Government Affairs meeting of the Government Affairs Council held on December 26. Then, we solicited opinions from the heads of the Federation of Industry and Commerce and people from the industrial and commercial circles. On December 30, the All China Federation of Industry and Commerce Preparatory Committee issued a statement, warmly welcoming the tax system revision announcement announced by the Financial and Economic Committee of the Government Affairs Council of the Central People's Government. After the announcement of the revised tax system was issued, Xiangming and 3 others from the Shandong branch and the Beijing Municipal Party Committee wrote to the central government on January 9 and 11, 1953 respectively, reflecting that the implementation of the new tax system had caused price fluctuations, panic buying of goods, private businessmen waiting and watching, and ideological confusion. The finance committees of all regions, provinces, and cities also wrote letters and telegraphed to the Central Finance and Economics Committee to reflect the problems and difficulties encountered in implementation. The issue of the new tax system attracted Mao Zedong's attention. On January 15, 1953, he wrote a letter to Zhou Enlai, Deng Xiaoping, Chen Yun, and Bo Yubo, saying, "The central government did not discuss the new tax system, nor did it issue a notice to the central bureaus, sub-bureaus, provincial and municipal committees. It was announced hastily and unprepared. This matter seems to have caused ripples across the country, not only in Shanghai and Beijing. How should it be handled? Please study and report to me. I only found out about this when I read the newspaper, but I didn't quite understand it." No wonder Xiangming and others didn't quite understand it. What are the pros and cons of the new tax system compared with the old tax system? Why do prices fluctuate so much due to the tax system? Please order the competent authority to report me. According to Bo Yubo, who was Deputy Director of the Financial and Economic Committee and Minister of Finance of the State Council at the time, he had a premonition that the matter was somewhat serious after seeing this letter. He also recalled, on February 10, Comrades Wu Bo of the Ministry of Finance, Yao Yilin of the Ministry of Commerce, and Chen Ziun of the Ministry of Food jointly wrote to Chairman Mao and the Party Central Committee, explaining the purpose of amending the tax system, the impact of the new tax system on prices and problems that occurred during the implementation process. Then, the Ministry of Finance made a report to Chairman Mao and the Political Bureau. Comrade Wu Bo revised the tax system and implemented it. What problems have arisen and how to solve them were explained one by one. Chairman Mao sharply criticized, the slogan of public and private taxes are equal violated the resolution of the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee. The revision of the tax system was not reported to the central government in advance, but was discussed with the capitalists, and the capitalists were regarded more seriously than the Party Central Committee. This new tax system was praised by the capitalists, and it was a mistake of right opportunism. To raise the issue of the new tax system to such a political level and to sharply criticize it cannot but shock those involved, Bo Yubo and others. From Mao Zedong's point of view, this issue ran counter to his general line for the transitional period, which was being matured, and his idea of taking appropriate steps to gradually eliminate the bourgeoisie. At the same time, this is an issue that some heads of regional, provincial, and municipal party committees have a lot of opinions on because it affects local fiscal revenue. In this way, it is inevitable that the issue of the new tax system will become a prominent issue at the National Financial and Economic Conference to be held in the summer of 1953. On June 5, Mao Zedong asked Yang Shankin to issue 5 documents on the new tax system to the comrades who participated in the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee. He also added a general title to these 5 documents, several documents on the new tax system from January to February 1953. The National Financial and Economic Conference was initially prepared in accordance with the regular meetings of the Central Financial and Economic Committee. Later, it actually became a meeting convened and chaired by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. A total of 163 people attended the meeting, including heads of various central government departments, heads of regional, provincial, and municipal party committees and finance committees, plus those who attended the meeting as non-voting delegates. It started on June 13 and ended on August 13, 1953, which lasted 2 months. The meeting will be held in the conference room of the West Building of Zhongnanhai. There are 3 items on the agenda of the meeting: financial issues, issues of the first 5-year plan, and issues of utilizing, restricting, and transforming capitalist industry and commerce. At the center are financial issues. 1953 was the first year of my country's large-scale economic construction. From all departments of the central government to all localities, they are very motivated and want to do more construction. The stalls are very large and do not match the actual financial resources of the country. When preparing the 1953 fiscal budget, the fiscal balance of 3 billion yuan in previous years was included in capital construction investment, which made the scale of construction too large. In fact, the 3 billion yuan fiscal surplus was lent by banks to the state-owned commercial sector for use as working capital. As a result, fiscal balance became difficult. Compared with 1952, fiscal revenue increased by 20% in 1953, while expenditure increased by 40%, creating a huge contradiction. Coupled with lack of experience, some problems arose in the financial work in the first half of 1953, mainly in taxation, commerce, finance, and other aspects. The purpose of this meeting is to listen to local opinions on these aspects of work, and through criticism and self-criticism, resolve and make resolutions on some issues raised by the central government, on which local governments have opinions, and where conditions are relatively mature. The meeting was chaired by Zhou Enlai, Gao Gang, and Deng Xiaoping, and was conducted under the direct guidance of Mao Zedong. In order to prepare for this meeting, Mao Zedong held consecutive meetings of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, inviting heads of financial and economic departments to participate, and discuss the work reports of each department. On June 15, the third day of the Financial and Economic Conference, Mao Zedong chaired a meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee to discuss Li Vihan's report on public-private relations in capitalist industry. This report, based on materials surveyed in Wuhan, Nanjing, Shanghai and other cities, proposes an important policy, which is to achieve the transformation of capitalist ownership through state capitalism, especially the main link of public-private partnership. This is a major event and actually determines the fundamental way to transform capitalist ownership. This is exactly an important question that Mao Zedong was thinking about. This report was highly valued by Mao Zedong and was later revised into a document entitled Several Issues Concerning the Utilization, Restriction, and Transformation of Capitalist Industry and Commerce, which was prepared to be submitted to the National Financial and Economic Conference for discussion. At this Politburo meeting, Mao Zedong formally proposed the general line for the transitional period and gave a systematic explanation. He has an outline of his speech, which is written on the cover of Several Issues Concerning the Utilization, Restriction, and Transformation of Capitalist Industry and Commerce. The outline reads: The general line is the beacon that illuminates all work. There are differences and equal treatment, the former controls the latter, taking into account both public and private interests, benefiting both labor and capital, and developing production and prospering the economy. Several erroneous views, establishing a new democratic social order, moving from new democracy to socialism, ensuring private property. The party's task is to basically complete the country's industrialization and socialist transformation within 10 to 15 years or more. The so-called socialist transformation parts: agriculture, handicraft industry, capitalist enterprises. Gradually. Understanding of the gradual transition from capitalism to socialism, the socialist elements can grow year by year, and the basic part of the bourgeoisie can be educated. This is just an outline, not developed. Mao Zedong's speech at the meeting systematically elaborated on the issue of the general line during the transition period. The speech first gave a relatively complete statement of the general line, from the founding of the People's Republic of China to the basic completion of socialist transformation. This is a transitional period. The party's general line and general task during the transitional period is to basically complete the country's industrialization and socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce within 10 to 15 years or more. This includes the starting point, time limit, and overall tasks of the transition period. The starting point is the founding of the People's Republic of China. Time limit, he said, after much consideration, it is more appropriate to say 10 to 15 years or more. Based on the experience of the past few years, about 10 to 15 years will definitely be needed. The overall task includes two parts: industrialization and socialist transformation. He said, the party's general line during the transitional period is a beacon that illuminates all our work. Do not deviate from this general line, otherwise we will make left and right-leaning mistakes. Next, Mao Zedong criticized the left and right erroneous tendencies and their manifestations respectively. He said, some people think that the transition period is too long and impatience has developed. This is a left error. Now there is impatience in infrastructure, agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce. For example, there is an eagerness to build more cooperatives. After the five antis, the attack on capitalists has not stopped, putting the working class itself in a dilemma. This is to criticize the left and then focus on criticizing the right. He said, some people still stay in the same place after the success of the democratic revolution. They do not understand the change in the nature of the revolution, and continue to pursue their new democracy and do not carry out socialist transformation. This will make the mistake of right deviation. Then he focused on criticizing three sentences that he believed to be manifestations of right deviation. One is to establish a new democratic social order. This sentence was originally written in Zhou Enlai's political report to the fourth session of the First National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference on February 4, 1953. The original words were, "The above achievements show that our country's new democratic social order has been established." Mao Zedong deleted the sentence during review. Although the words were deleted, the incident has not disappeared from Mao Zedong's memory. Mao Zedong believed that the transitional period was changing every day and socialist elements were occurring every day. It is difficult to establish the so-called new democratic social order. The transitional period is full of contradictions and struggles, and is a period of drastic and profound changes. Our current revolutionary struggle is even more profound than the armed struggle in the past, and we will make capitalism extinct in 10 to 15 years. The idea of establishing a new democratic social order is not in line with the actual struggle situation and hinders the development of the socialist cause. The other is from new democracy to socialism. He said, this formulation is not clear. It is just a direction, a trend every year, and it is still called a direction until 15 years. The direction has not been reached. This kind of formulation seems to be acceptable, but after careful analysis, it is inappropriate. Another is ensuring private property. He said, because the middle peasants are afraid of coming to the forefront and being afraid of communism, some people put forward the slogan to calm them. In fact, this is wrong. Mao Zedong was very cautious when formulating and proposing the general line for the transitional period. For example, he said at the meeting of the Secretariat of the Central Committee on February 27, 1953, we must guard against impatience. Basically, what is the tendency? It is blindness and too much haste. Stalin said not to be impatient when the power is in our hands. Therefore, Mao Zedong's speech at the Politburo meeting emphasized gradual transition. He said, we propose a gradual transition to socialism, which is better. If you move too fast, you are too left, if you don't move, you are too right. We must oppose left and oppose right, gradually make the transition, and finally complete the transition. Mao Zedong's speech at the Politburo meeting on June 15 is an extremely important document on the general line for the transitional period. It marks that Mao Zedong has matured his consideration of the general line for the transitional period after a long period of careful consideration. At the beginning of the National Financial and Economic Conference, Mao Zedong delivered a speech systematically expounding the general line for the transitional period at the Politburo meeting. It was obvious that he wanted to use this general line as a guide and unify everyone's thinking on this general line through criticism and discussion of certain shortcomings and mistakes in financial and economic work. The first item on the agenda of the meeting was to discuss fiscal issues, which at the beginning focused on discussion and criticism of the new tax system. The other two items on the agenda of the meeting, the issue of the first five-year plan, and the issue of utilizing, restricting, and transforming capitalist industry and commerce, were not discussed much. New taxes took center stage at the meeting. The meeting was originally scheduled to last for half a month, but ended up being held until August 13, a full 2 months. What are the problems with the new tax system? Chen Yun gave a detailed explanation back then. He said, after liberation, until last year, the proportion of processing and ordering, purchasing and selling on behalf of others has gradually increased. As a result, the buying and selling relationship has been relatively reduced, and the tax revenue has also been reduced. We need to find ways to remedy it. In this case, there are reasons to propose a revised tax system. But what method should be taken should be considered. According to the revised tax system, tax is not paid on processing and ordering, purchasing and selling on behalf of others, but on the basis of buying and selling relationships. Regarding business tax, it is said that the so-called unification of public and private is actually to add a tax to state-owned businesses and cooperatives. From this, it is also proposed that wholesale business tax should be paid by factories, and large wholesalers will not pay taxes, which changes the tax payment link. Therefore, there are two main mistakes in correcting the tax system: one is unification of public and private, and the other is changing the tax payment link. Can public and private matters be the same? No. The formulation of public and private are equal is wrong. Because state-owned business and private business are of different natures. First, all profits from state-owned businesses must be turned over, while private businesses only pay income tax to the state. In addition, private business and state-owned business have different responsibilities to the state. Private business is about doing business and making money, and of course it also supplies the needs of the market. State-owned commerce is not only for doing business and making money, but more importantly, for maintaining production and stabilizing the market. In order to maintain factory production, state-owned commerce must process and place orders regardless of peak season or off-season. Once the agricultural products arrive, they must be purchased, whether it takes half a year before they can be sold, or a year before they can be exchanged for goods from abroad. Otherwise, the agricultural products will be unsaleable. In order to stabilize the market, there must be a considerable amount of accumulated supplies. Without this accumulation, private business speculation would not be able to continue. If there are savings, the commercial sector will have to bear heavy bank interest. Not only that, sometimes you have to make a loss-making transaction. For example, if you use ships or warships to transport grain from Sichuan to Wuhan or Shanghai for sale, you will lose a lot of money because the freight is very high. Can you put a few words on the markets in Wuhan and Shanghai? This rice comes from Sichuan, the shipping cost is very high. How much shipping cost will be added, so the price is expensive? You can't sell at a higher price, you can only sell at a loss. From a national perspective, this is completely necessary. If the people's government does not take such measures, it will make a big mistake. Will private traders adopt such an approach? Never. Therefore, the nature of private business and state-owned business is different. Cooperatives are similar to state-owned businesses and have the same tasks. It seems that it is fair and reasonable to propose the public and private sectors are the same for state-owned commerce, cooperative commerce, and private commerce, but in fact it is unfair. Therefore, the formulation of the public and private sectors are the same is wrong. What's wrong with changing the tax payment process? The problem is that the wholesale business tax is moved to the factory, exempting wholesalers from the tax so that they can crack down on state-owned commerce. Why? Because his purchasing price is the same as that of state-owned commercial enterprises, but his selling price can be lower than that of state-owned commercial enterprises. Now he is not afraid of high turnover. The more turnover, the faster the capital turnover, and the more money he will make. In this way, private commerce will develop greatly and have a severe impact on state-owned commerce. At the same time, it also hits mainland industries. For example, industries in areas such as Chongqing and Xi'an were originally subject to two taxes, namely commodity tax and factory sales tax. Many goods are purchased directly from factories and do not need to pay wholesale sales tax. Now a wholesale business tax has been added, which will cause great difficulties for inland industries and stimulate the blind development of industries in coastal cities such as Shanghai and Tianjin. This is how the phenomenon of big fish eating small fish occurred in the first half of the year, which is not in line with national policy.